0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 finance, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks dominated the St. Louis Cardinals at home this weekend. Eugenio Suarez homered 4 times in the series, including twice in yesterday's 5-3 win.
As the 1-2, there's a swing and a drive. Way back to left. Suarez does it once again. He is inevitable in this Diamondback lineup.
He was inevitable over the weekend and has helped this ball club get back to 550-50 on the season and has left the door open for general manager Mike Hazen as the trade deadline inches closer. But first, a 3-game series with the Houston Astros. The Snakes will look for their 4th win in a row tonight at 6:40 from Chase Field, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere in the sports world, Scottie Scheffler's dominance continued. He is your champion golfer of the year at Royal Portrush in golf's final major of the season. He ended the tournament 17 under par and won his 4th major championship. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Be sure you call Parker.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta, Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Sabolka.
Holy cow, Sammy!
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Monday, Valley sports fans, and a big welcome back to me. I'm back.
Welcome back, Dan. I got the welcome back last Monday.
Yeah.
You get it back this Monday.
Yes. I spent a week in the Pacific Northwest, and along the way, I realized for the umpteenth time why humans are the worst.
Oh, boy.
Only the umpteenth?
Yeah, only the umpteenth time. So
you're way low on that.
I'm just going to give you a quick synopsis of what we did. We did a lot of stuff. We kind of duplicated a trip we did last year because we loved it so much. So we went up to Orcas Island, which is in the San Juan Islands. And so one day we decided to go whale watching. Now, naive me, I thought whale watching involved getting on a boat and hoping a captain with many years of experience would work his way around the ocean to spots where the whales might be. And if you got lucky, you'd see them. Mm-hmm. Sounds like a reasonable... Stop rubbing your eyes, Jarrett! Sounds like a reasonable deduction to me.
That's what I would have thought, too.
Okay. Well, I get on this boat, and it turns out the captain immediately gets on his radio, and they're networking with every other person on a boat on the body of water, and they basically find out where these whales are, and everybody goes and gravitates to them. So basically what happens on a 24-hour shift is, well, not 24, but half the day, every day, is boats are harassing orcas. Because once one boat finds them, they communicate and everyone comes out, and they just follow these whales around all day, every day. And these whales didn't even want to come up out of the surface that much because they know all these yo-yos on boats are waiting to take pictures of them.
Damn people, Rotzi.
That's my point. People are the worst. Can't even let orca whales swim a nautical mile in peace.
Did you get a lot of good pictures, though?
I did. I did.
Well, that's it, though. I get your point, but on the other hand, like, these people are paying money to go in these, and I'm sure they started off doing what you thought they were going to do. Like these captains, you know,
Right.
if you saw one, you saw one. If you didn't, sorry, you know, it's in the writing. You're not guaranteed anything.
Yeah.
And enough, you know, customers got upset that they didn't see whales that now they do this, unfortunately, where they just have to guarantee that you see them.
But again, these poor creatures literally are living their lives being harassed by 10 boats at all times. And the noise they make underwater, they mess up their communication. People are the worst, Jarrett.
Why do you think these whales are all sinking billionaires' yachts these days?
They're pissed.
The uprising has started.
Now it's personal.
And listen, you don't know what expensive is until I'm sure your dad does, since he funds a lot of your vacations. You take families on vacation these days.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, baby. Ho.
I can't even imagine.
Oh, it's brutal. It's brutal.
You're going with a group of 5, right?
Right. So props to Jackie the Jet.
Well, it's not. It's only vacations we go on with him, and it's only just like it's not the plane tickets or anything.
Oh, okay.
He
just pays for everything else.
Well, I'm saying that like the story that I told about that particular trip, the plane tickets were on his credit card because we bought them all for all of us, but he wasn't paying for us on that. We were all paying for ourselves.
I thought he funded your vacation.
No, it was just that particular one because we wanted to all, you know, buy together the same flight.
Sorry, I didn't
so
mean to
he
make
was the one to do
assumptions.
it, and because of that, he had the collateral damage of being stressed out by the entire thing. By the way, no refund yet. By the way,
That's crazy. Oh my God.
We're approaching the end of their 20 business day.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to get right on that.
Yeah, I hate to break it to you, Jared, but I think that money.
Yeah, I think that money's gone, Jarrett. All right.
Make
Welcome
no mistake
back
about
to
it.
me.
Bickley is footing the whole bill for the five.
Yes.
Some of his kids are becoming adults now. I'm sure they'll take him on a nice vacation shortly.
Just a matter of time.
No.
Jared, I haven't taken my parents on vacation yet, so.
Oh.
All right, start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Lots of people wondering how the Diamondbacks would come out of the gate after the All-Star break. The answer to that question is very well, thank you. The Dbacks beat the Cardinals 5-3. They finish off a 3-game sweep at Chase Field. Diamondbacks jumped on St. Louis starter Miles Michaelis for 4 runs in the first inning, powered by Eugenio Suarez's 3-run homer. Suarez would add a solo shot in the 3rd inning, his 4th home run in the last 2 games. Merrill Kelly allowed just 2 runs on 3 hits and 6 innings of work to earn his 9th win of the season. And Anthony DeSclafani worked 3 innings to earn his 2nd save. Diamondbacks avenged the 3-game sweep the Cardinals laid on them at Busch Stadium in late May. They've won 4 straight. They're back to 500 for the first time since they were 43-43 on July 2nd. So things got a lot more interesting heading into this Houston series. That's what's up next for the D-backs as the homestand continues. Astros in town, 4-3 at Chase Field. Zach Gallen gets the ball for Arizona. Houston countering with rookie left-hander Colton Gordon. In fact, Houston will throw 3 southpaws in this series. Ooh. Tonight's game gets underway at 6:40, and of course you can hear all the action here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app pregame coverage starting at 6 o'clock. Very good weekend for the Diamondbacks.
Wild season. Got even weirder. This team, before the All-Star game, felt like they were dead in the water, and what we saw over the weekend was a completely different team.
Before yesterday's game, second baseman Ketel Marte was reinstated from the restricted list, and infielder Sergio Alcantara was designated for assignment. Marte was placed on the restricted list on Friday, just days after his Scottsdale home was burglarized while he was in Atlanta for the MLB All-Star game. Marte did not play on Sunday and has missed the Diamondbacks' last 4 outings.
Yeah, we're going to talk about
wins.
this. I want to like Ketel Marte. There's so much to like about Ketel Marte, but this is getting a little bit out of hand.
Yep. D-backs have also signed their top 2 draft picks, shortstop Kason Cunningham, the 18th overall selection, a high schooler out of San Antonio. How about this for a graduation gift? A bonus of $4.581 million. And Patrick Forbes, a right-hander from the University of Louisville, gets a $3 million bonus.
Sorry.
The Phoenix Suns wrapped up their summer league stint in Las Vegas Saturday night with a 111-87 rout of the Portland Trailblazers. Suns went on a 22-0 run in the second quarter to gain control of the game. Khalif Battle led the way with 21 points. Boogie Ellis had 19. C.J. Huntley had 18 with 9 rebounds. Suns played without Ryan Dunn, Oso Ighodaro, and Kamen Malawach, and Kobe Brea, but they finished up their stay in Vegas at 2-3. The Vegas Summer League champs are the Charlotte Hornets, partying in the streets of North Carolina today. Charlotte defeated Sacramento 83-78 at Thomas and Mack Center last night. They finish off a perfect 6-0 run through Vegas, which I think matches their win total from last year in the regular season. Fourth overall pick, Con Kneppel led the way with 21 points. Ryan Kalkbrenner, the fellow draftee, had 15 points, 9 boards. Kneppel named the MVP for the Hornets, who won the league for the first time. Scotty Scheffler fired a final round 68 to win the Open Championship at Royal Portrush in Northern Ireland by 4 strokes over Harris English. For Scheffler, it's his 4th career major, 2nd this year. He also won the PGA Championship at Quail Hollow in North Carolina back in May. Defending champion Xander Schauffele finished tied for 7th, 7 strokes off Scheffler's pace.
And brutal that a guy named English did not win.
Right?
But he's American.
Is there a guy named Irish?
Yeah. How about it? That was a American-dominated leaderboard, by the way.
Top 4 spots, All-American.
Oh, yeah.
Sup. Ryder Cup, we're coming.
More NFL teams reporting to training camp today around the league. The Carolina Panthers, Dallas Cowboys, Indianapolis Colts, Kansas City Chiefs, and Tampa Bay Buccaneers all reporting to their various camp locations today. The Cardinals report to camp at State Farm Stadium in Glendale tomorrow. They'll have their first open practice for fans on Thursday. It is the 13th year the Cardinals will be holding camp in Glendale after doing so at Northern Arizona University in Flagstaff for many years. Speaking of the Chiefs, one of the teams reporting today, they reached an agreement on a 4-year, $93 million contract extension with defensive end George Karlaftis. Deal includes $62 million guaranteed. The Seahawks releasing tight end Noah Fant, a move that will save them $9 million in cash and over $8.9 million in cap space. Fant spent the last 3 seasons in Seattle after being part of the deal that sent Russell Wilson to the Broncos. Last year, 48 catches, 500 yards, and 1 touchdown. And former Cardinals quarterback Desmond Ridder, remember him? He signed a deal with the Cincinnati Bengals, going back to the city where he was a college star with the Cincinnati Bearcats. There you go. There is your splash for this Monday, July 21st. Coming up, we got some catching up to do. What does Dan Bickley think about Bradley Beal's exit from the Suns and everything else that transpired on Planet Orange last week? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. Tomorrow. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Cards Camp. Tomorrow. From your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Turf Monsters, and artificial turf has become the rage in Arizona. You can see it in my neighborhood in Fountain Hills, where so many houses have ditched their front yards full of dull rocks with beautiful sparkling lawns. And if that sounds good to you, my friends at Turf Monsters are the company you call, and that is because they are the leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. They can give you that beautiful green sparkling lawn without the seeding, without the mess, without the hassles, without the water bills. All of their turfs are of the highest quality. I've been to their warehouse. I've seen them myself. They look fantastic. And then once they install that beautiful new turf for you, Turf Monsters can also take care of the maintenance, making sure the turf always looks great, always smells great, and is always free of debris. One of many things Turf Monsters can do for you. They're a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams, no matter what you're looking for, from customized state-of-the-art putting greens to barbecue grills to fire pits, whatever you want. They love working with customers to create beautiful backyards, and customers rave about their dedication, their professionalism, and their finished product. Go to their website, check out samples of their work. You can schedule your free estimate while you're there, turfmonstersaz.com, or give them a call, tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Watch all Dbacks games both live and on demand with the Dbacks TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at Dbacks TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. We're not talking supplements, nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. Book your free video consultation today, and they'll waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, lose that dad bod with testosterone available only by prescription at redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Arizona sports.
This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
I mean, obviously, it's a big decision we had to make on Brad Beal in general. Brad Beal's a great guy. It just didn't work here in Phoenix, right? And for a lot of reasons, like we want to have an identity of toughness, effort, attitude, all the things, grit, all the things. And like, so we're building a team that way around Devin Booker, and you saw some of the guys we got in the Durant trade, which I'm sure we can talk about in a minute. But on Brad Beal specifically, it was, hey, he doesn't fit in here. Let's let him go do good things in his career. We wish him nothing but the best. But we're going to build around a different identity here, and Brad Beal was not part of that going forward.
That's Matt Ishbia, the owner of the Phoenix Suns, on Arizona Sports Friday with Burns and Gambo on the subject of saying goodbye to Bradley Beal. We heard that phrase a lot last week, Bick. It just didn't fit.
Yeah.
I used the example of the couple that we've all known in our lives that got married that should never have gotten married. That was these two sides should have never got together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, listen, I agree with that. And from afar, I was able to watch all the weirdness unfold in real time. The Bradley Beal peace sign saying goodbye to the Phoenix media base or Phoenix market. Then how players like KD and Trae Young and Bam Adebayo and Tyus Jones and others, they kind of responded with laughing emojis, and that really ticked off Suns fans. And then KD got involved, and then KD and Suns fans are going at it. And I thought to myself, wow, if this isn't the perfect ending to this era of basketball, I don't know what is. Mm-hmm. So I'll tell you my thoughts in chronological order. Number one, the Bradley Beal peace sign and the way it was received by other players across the NBA, I have no issue with either. Because to other players around the NBA, the fact that the Phoenix Suns would write a check for that much money to tell Bradley Beal to go away is positively absurd. Right? No matter what you think of Bradley Beal, there's still a good basketball player in that guy. Maybe not great, maybe not the player you want, But it's perfectly reasonable for other NBA players to look at this situation and go, what the heck? Right? And for Bradley Beal to just say peace, like, okay, you didn't want me, fine, okay, bye. I had no issue with any of it.
No, and we talked about it when Tim was sitting in for you last week, especially on Friday after that all went down. And, you put yourself in Bradley Beal's shoes. Yes, he orchestrated the trade here. He waived his no-trade clause to allow a trade to come to the Phoenix Suns. There was a lot advertised. There was very little delivered upon. But it wasn't exactly the happiest time here for him.
No.
He did, his agent, Mark Bartelstein, said some interesting things, some things that made me shake my head, quite honestly, about, the sacrifices that Bradley Beal had to make and how he wants to play in big games and play in the playoffs, yet he couldn't play in regular season games when he was here. But whatever. The fan base, there was the well-chronicled incident with Bradley Beal's family, with the fans. He didn't blow that out of proportion in real time, but this was not a great 2-year stay, but by any stretch, other than financially for Bradley Beal. So I didn't really have a problem with the peace out. Now, everybody with the laughing emojis,
made it worse.
Emoji used in the NBA among players on social media has run rampant, and you're forced to read into it. Basically.
Oh, yeah, listen, and then let's move on to the KD thing. Now, the idea that KD got involved with some people, including a former employee of this radio station, who, like many other people, expressed great relief that KD and Bradley Beal were gone. And KD took some offense to that, made some good points, and as usual, the person talking smack about KD crumpled in the heat of dealing with KD, which really perfectly represents everything about the Kevin Durant experience and how he and his legion of stans made people very, very uncomfortable. You could see how it affected some people in the media.
Yeah, my favorite part of that whole exchange was KD admitting how annoying his stans are.
Yes. Right, that was very, very amusing. But here's the thing that really once again speaks to this either really immature nature of the Suns fan base or the delusional nature of this Suns fan base. That immediately this fan base, and I saw this from afar, tell me if I'm wrong, immediately segued out of saying goodbye to Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant to suddenly watching 2 games of Summer League basketball and forecasting greatness for these young players. Some of the stuff that I saw was so over the top in terms of what fans thought they were seeing from Vegas. It all came to a complete circle for me that there are people, Suns fans, who think this team is going to be better just because Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant are not here. That is not true. There is no correlation. I do believe that there's going to be a better chemistry and a better vibe, but if you think the basketball team got better, and if you are so convinced that the problem was Bradley Beal and KD, that you're watching 2 Summer League games and suddenly predicting greatness for Kobe Brea? I mean, come on.
But, to a degree, that happens every summer because the NBA and its infinite wisdom made all these games available. Summer League used to be an afterthought. Now it's something to tide over the basketball fans in the summertime. So I think that happens with a lot of fan bases. I didn't see it as to the degree that you saw it. I'll say that much.
And again, maybe again, I wasn't immersed in it. So I'm just giving you my peripheral thoughts from afar.
To your point, no, it makes absolutely zero sense for any basketball team that won 36 games last season to lose its second and first or two of their top 3 players and assume they're going to be better. But you mentioned the word vibes.
Yeah.
This team was vibeless last year. I don't think 36 wins is out of the question next year for this revamped roster.
No, and I'm not arguing with that either. And I am going to hope for the best because I do think chemistry and vibes obviously matter to a basketball team. But I think people cannot lose sight of the fact that a big part of this failure was the regime making the choices to get Bradley Beal, to think that this could work without an alpha leader in the locker room, to think this could work without a real point guard, to think this could work with all that positional overlap. You pretty much have the same people running the show here. That's my point.
And you still have the positional overlap, and you still don't have a real point guard.
My issue is if you were an objective fan, you would look at the situation in Phoenix and say the biggest problem still exists.
You could certainly diagnose it that way.
Yeah. And I'm hoping for the best, and I am hoping that you're going to get a different Devin Booker, and I'm hoping that whatever they're trying to build will create a vibe that is going to lead this team to be a heck of a lot more compelling to watch and a lot more easy to cheer for.
Yeah, when it became clear that a Bradley Beal trade out of Phoenix was not in the future, the Suns had a decision to make. Do you go the wave and stretch route that they ultimately did with the buyout, and now you got Bradley Beal on the books for the next 5 years? Or the possibility was discussed, at least among the fans and the media, do you keep him on the roster for 2 years, take the hit, send him home, bury him on the end of the bench, whatever? Here was Matt Ishbia with Burns and Gambo explaining how that decision came down.
With the decision on the wave and stretch versus, people always thought, the no-trade clause caused an issue. The no-trade clause wasn't an issue with Brad Beal. Brad Beal would have done whatever we needed to do. He's nothing but a good guy across the board. Problem is nobody really wanted to trade for someone on a $53 million salary that wasn't playing at that level, right? So you can figure that out and understand those details. The truth of the matter is we waived and stretched him. We created all these opportunities for us. We got out of the second apron, which unfreezes future draft picks. We got out of the first apron, which means now we can aggregate salaries, taking a mid-level exception, add to the team. And it's not just for this year, it's for the future as well. And so we had to make that decision. And some people thought, well, if you do that, years 4 and 5 are going to be a problem because you have $19 million of stretched money. Well, $19 million this year versus $19 million in 5 years, it's a huge difference.
Yeah, and it allows the Suns some roster flexibility.
Yeah, and that's the
Again, we said it was the best of a number of bad options for the Suns. I'm not sure if I'm 100% buying the no-trade clause wasn't a big deal. I do agree with the part where Matt Ishbia said nobody wanted to trade for Bradley Beal after those 2 years in Phoenix at $53 million. That's a fact.
Yeah, no, that is a fact. But the idea that the negotiations for the buyout became as intense as they did.
Yeah. But if the Brooklyn Nets said, hey, we'll trade for that contract, Bradley Beal was not waiving his no-trade clause to go to Brooklyn.
No. And he wasn't going to Milwaukee. And there's that to me, they continue to understate that to kind of mitigate how silly it was to acquire that contract in the first place.
Yep. Coming up, the Dbacks were left for dead heading out of the All-Star break, but Corbin Carroll and Gino Suarez said, hey, don't bury us yet. We'll get into it in Dbacks Daily next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-0. Swung on in the air to right center. Long run for Carroll, but he is there, and he's got it. And the Diamondbacks sweep St. Louis to open up the second half.
A sweep of St. Louis at home feels nice. Time for the Astros to hit Chase Field for a 3-game series beginning tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. We know July is scorching hot in Arizona, almost as scorching hot as the deals you are going to get at Chapman BMW from now through the end of the month. For instance, no payment for 90 days. If you want to get into the ultimate driving machine, that's a good incentive. You can get into the 2025 BMW X1 and X3. They're the two beautiful luxury compact SUVs at just 2.99% financing. You can lease the BMW i4 for just $399 a month. The all-new 2026 X3, $599 a month. Great prices. Why wait? Hurry in. Get off in your new BMW today. Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business for nearly 6 decades. They do everything different in all the right ways, from Ted Chapman all the way down. You feel it the minute you walk into either location. First-class red carpet all the way. Customers rave about their experience, and those 2 locations guarantee you the best selection you're going to find in the Valley. And every listener of this radio station, you have a friend in the business. So go find what you like, take a test drive, then ask for my guy and get your hookup. Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations, great dude, personal friend of mine. He's hooked up a lot of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey, it's Pat. The other day at work, they brought in pizza for lunch, so I swooped in and I grabbed 3 slices. The coworker next to me said, "Geez, Pat, you can't have it all." Then I corrected him and said, "Yeah, I can, and you can too." With a new 2025 Toyota truck, power and performance, capability and reliability. Well, I must have convinced him because he grabbed the plate out of my hand and he said, "Good point, Pat."
Right now, get low 1.99% financing for 72 months on a new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.99% 60-month financing on Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and Grand Highlander. Plus, check out great lease deals on any new Toyota. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places. 1.99% with $14.75 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.99% with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 8/4/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at americaroofingco.com.
RLC number 1864380CR42.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Diamondbacks more than took care of business this weekend against the St. Louis Cardinals. Their starting pitchers gave up a combined 3 runs all series, and Eugenio Suarez hit 4 home runs and added to his National League leading 85 RBIs en route to a sweep and became Merrill Kelly's favorite player over the weekend.
I mean, that guy's incredible. He's my favorite player. What he's doing right now, but I mean, honestly, what he's done since the second half of last year. I mean, it's just more of what we saw last year. I think people forget that first half he had, where he scuffled. I think people forgot how good of a hitter he is, how prolific of a power hitter he was, and he's just doing a good job of reminding everybody.
The homestand continues tonight as they welcome the Houston Astros for 3 games, and Zach Gallen gets the start tonight against Colton Gordon. First pitch from Chase will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Scotty Scheffler is your Open champion in Northern Ireland at Royal Portrush. Scotty Scheffler, 17 under, beat Harris English by 4 shots on his way to his second major of the season, 4th of his career, now just a U.S. Open away from a Grand Slam. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com.
Yeah, the D-backs looking to close out a 3-game sweep of the St. Louis Cardinals at Chase Field Sunday afternoon. Merrill Kelly on the hill for Arizona against St. Louis right-hander Miles Michaelis. Kelly would allow a couple of base runners in the first. He walked Alec Burleson with 2 outs, then allowed a single to Wilson Contreras. And he gets some stellar defense from Alec Thomas in center against Nolan Arenado to get out of the inning.
As the 1-2 Reached for, that is poked into shallow center field. Thomas with a wonderful read makes a sliding catch. And that's going to do it for the Cardinals here in the top of the first inning.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the catch Thomas made on Friday night.
I did.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, he's been flashing the leathers, they say, Vinny.
He has. Dbacks got right to work in the bottom of the first. Corbin Carroll doing what he does to lead off the game.
With a high fly ball down the right field line. This is falling fast, and that is going to be a fair ball. It lands past Walker. 2 triples yesterday. Here he is for third, and a triple to start his Sunday. What a player Corbin Carroll continues to be.
Yeah, just like he did in Saturday's 10-1 win over the Cardinals. Leads off the game with a triple, third triple of the series, his 13th of the year. Michael has got Jake McCarthy to ground out to first. Carroll stayed put at third, but Geraldo Perdomo would follow and get the first run of the game on the board for Arizona.
Yes, this 0-2. Breaking ball, grounded to second. Carroll's going to try and score. Donovan has it, throws home late. Carroll slides in safely. RBI fielder's choice. 1-0 Diamondbacks.
Yep, 72nd run batted in for Geraldo Perdomo. Tell me you saw that coming. Perdomo would then steal second. Michaelis walked. Josh Naylor bringing up a Eugenio Suarez, fresh off his 2-homer game on Saturday. Yeah, guess what he did?
There's the 1-2. There's a swing and a drive. Way back to left. Suarez does it once again. He is inevitable in this Diamondback lineup.
Gino Suarez is redonkulous. 1-2 slider, 420 feet to left field. Tacks on 3 more runs. D-backs lead at 4-0. Early, big leads, a theme throughout the series. Michaelis would get out of the inning by striking out Adrian Del Castillo and Blaze Alexander. St. Louis would get on the board in the third. Victor Scott second, led off with a double off of Kelly. Then he stole third base. Kelly would strike out Brendan Donovan for the first out. That would bring up the DH, Ivan Herrera.
1-1. Ground ball to the shortstop. Backhand dive is going to sneak through into left field. An RBI base hit for Herrera. The Cardinals are on the board. It's now 4-1.
Yeah, lead down to 3 runs at that point. Kelly would then induce a 5-4-3 double play from Burleson to end the inning. Wouldn't take long for the Diamondbacks to get that run back. 2 outs, bottom of the third. Michaelis pitching to Suarez, and yes, inevitable.
And Suarez goes after this pitch. It's another bomb to left, and it's on its way, and it's gone! A wall scraper into the bullpen, and Suarez's magical second half continues. Man on fire, it's 5-1.
Yeah, not as much distance on it, but enough to make the lead. 4 runs, 35th home run of the season, his 4th in the last 2 days, his 6th multi-home run game of the season. And I was thinking about it. Shortened week, big series. He's probably going to win National League Player of the Week for the 4th time this year. Think about that.
That's crazy.
Still 5-1 D-backs in the 5th. Kelly found himself in real trouble. He walked Yoel Pozo, Jordan Walker, and Victor Scott, the 7, 8, 9 hitters in the St. Louis order, to load the bases with nobody out. Brendan Donovan, the Cardinals' all-star second baseman, the hitter.
The 2-2 pitch. Swung on. Ground ball to first. Naylor has it and will just step on the bag. A run comes home to score. 2 more runners advance. But there is at least 1 out, and it's now 5-2.
Yeah, 3-run lead. Kelly would buckle down. He got Herrera on strikes, got Burleson to ground out to first. Nice job of limiting the damage. He would also get the Cardinals in order in the 6th, ending his day at 97 pitches. Anthony DeSclafani would come in and post zeros in the 7th and 8th. And DeSclafani asked to close things out in the 9th. Mason Wynn delivered a 1-out single. With 2 outs, Jordan Walker trimmed the lead a little bit more.
1 on, 2 down. And the first pitch is clobbered out to left field. Grichuk, a long run, and he's going to play it off the base of the wall. It got lodged down at the base. Rounding third and scoring is Wynn. And Jordan Walker with an RBI double keeps this thing alive. It's now 5-3.
Victor Scott up representing the tying run for the Cardinals.
The 1-0. Swung on in the air to right center. Long run for Carroll, but he is there, and he's got it. And the Diamondbacks sweep St. Louis to open up the second half.
Yeah, some broom action for the Diamondbacks right after the All-Star break. And Torey Lovello, after the game, talked about what he liked most about this series.
We played the game the right way, as we always do. Had good results. A few things went our way. And we kept their best hitters in a comfortable spot. And I want to give them a lot of credit. You're looking at the Burleson, Donovan, Herrera, Contreras, Gap, and Arenado group of guys. They're very potent, and we kept them in check. So that's the one thing that stands out to me. We handled the right guys the right way. And we got to keep pitching. So it's mostly built on pitching and some timely hitting and big innings that were built by some really good approaches.
What I liked most about the series was the early offense and the early leads. It kind of put everybody in a comfort zone.
Listen, they jumped on the Cardinals every game of that series with an intent that I've not seen from this baseball team in a while. And you've got to ask yourself, is this what they look like when being truly desperate? They'd want you to believe that. They'd want you to believe that, yes, we're going to get nuclear hot like we did at this time last year. But it really does raise a fascinating question, because going into the All-Star game, coming out of that Angels series, all the reporting that I had saw was, okay, mind's made up. They're obviously selling. That team dead in the water, and that's the way they felt. Now, there's now an argument to be made. No, don't sell this off. Go buy some relief pitching and ride this thing out. How could you give up on a team that looked as dynamic offensively as the Diamondbacks did this weekend without their best hitter?
Small asterisk there.
Yeah, a little small asterisk there.
We'll elaborate on that asterisk a little bit.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are, because I am tremendously disappointed in Ketel Marte. Gino Suarez, I thought I would never see anything like J.D. Martinez again in Arizona, and we are.
That's a great comp.
Yeah. I mean, we saw it for a half season with J.D. Martinez. We've seen it now for going back to the second half of last year.
2 halves of seasons.
Yeah. Gino Suarez, since the All-Star break of 2024, is arguably the best player in the National League.
Yes.
Like literally, same numbers as like Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge.
Aaron Judge.
He leads the MLB in RBIs.
This year, yeah.
Yes.
It's crazy. The fact that he's got 3 2-home run games in the past 5 games while he's on the trading block is stunning to me.
Did you see his numbers in the last 35 games?
I've seen
19 home runs in his last 30. Those are video game numbers.
So you can look at it this way, that if Gino keeps bashing like this, he might take this team to the playoffs all by himself. Or you can say, how do you not trade him? His value will never be higher. This whole thing is such a conundrum, because when you get outside of this excitement of the past weekend, and it really was a great display from our baseball team, when you get outside of this team is once again 500.
Yeah.
It's the 15th time they've gotten back to 500.
Wow.
So it's you can't get past the mediocrity of it all when it's staring you in the face. The fact that people keep telling us, well, the second half of this isn't the second half of the season. We're right about at the 2/3 mark.
Yeah. But I will say this. It got more interesting over the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
But it's not fully interesting yet. If this continues in the next 3 days against the Houston Astros, a much better baseball team, we're going to be fully in interest mode at that point.
I think you're right. I think that is going to what they did is they didn't change anyone's mind, but they bought themselves some time.
Yep. Coming up next, the golf world has been waiting for the next Tiger Woods. Are we watching him now?
We're waiting.
We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Dbacks Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Just getting Bradley Beal out of the room. I mean, forget about the financial benefits to it. Is there a benefit to just getting Bradley Beal out of the Phoenix Suns room? I think that's a question a lot of Suns fans are asking themselves.
How much of just being freed of not only Brad, but everything that went wrong with Kevin as well, being freed of that is going to help this team next year?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It was a normal day. I loaded up my twins in the stroller 6 a.m. and we walked to the park. Odin loved the swings. After that, we went home, and a family member of mine had recently moved to Arizona, so I asked if she would mind watching the boys while my husband and I went out for dinner. I said goodbye and we left. Not long after that, I got a call from my neighbor who said Odin had been found in our backyard pool. We rushed to the hospital, but when we got there, they were still attempting to revive him, but they gave up shortly after and he was gone. My family member had fallen asleep, leaving my boys unsupervised. I never in a million years thought this would happen to us, and I think that's the biggest thing that I want people to know is that if you think for a second it won't happen to you, it can, I promise.
Fulton Homes remembers Odin and reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
At Spark Men's Health, we treat ED differently. Instant, lasting solutions tailored to you. 87% of our patients see results on their very first visit, or it's free. That's the Spark Guarantee. Reignite your confidence, your performance, your life. Book now at sparkmenshealth.com or call 480-550-8579. Again, 480-550-8579.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures, until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, it's Luke. Arizona Cardinals training camp begins this week. So what are the biggest storylines as camp opens? We'll talk about it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I still think they're a bit silly. Tiger won, 15 majors? It's my fourth. Just got 1/4 of the way there. So I think Tiger stands alone in the game of golf. He was inspirational for me growing up, and he was a very, very talented guy, and he was a special person to be able to be as good as he was at the game of golf. And I don't focus on that kind of stuff. That's not what motivates me. I'm not motivated by winning championships, and I don't look at the beginning of the year and just say, hey, I want to win X amount of tournaments. I want to win, whatever it is. I don't do that. I have dreams and aspirations that I think about, but at the end of the day, when I wake up and to practice, I feel like what motivates me is just getting out and, getting to live out my dream.
Scotty Scheffler, the Open Championship Open Championship champion.
Yeah, that's it.
Wins his 4th career major, 2nd of this year. He doesn't just win majors. When he wins them, they're usually cruises to victory. That continued. He did it again this weekend. I saw a stat where he wins by three or four shots when he wins majors. He's the closest thing since Tiger Woods had his dominant run, and it was maybe unlike anything we'll ever see in golf before. This is the closest thing. So maybe he thinks it's silly to start the comparisons now, but it's becoming less silly because of what we see from Scottie Scheffler in these big tournaments.
Exactly. And I respect the fact that Scottie Scheffler has that mentality as of right now, because as a young kid who grew up watching Tiger, I'll bet you he thinks it is absurd. I think there's a lot of the Michael Jordan, LeBron James kind of elements into this growing storyline and narrative about Scottie Scheffler. Number one, anybody who saw Michael Jordan knows that Michael Jordan was different in better ways than LeBron. And I will die on that hill, as I've said before. I feel the same way about Tiger. Anyone who saw Tiger in his prime, there was something about him, the maniacal nature, the never-ending hunger to step on your throat, the never ever getting satisfied with any accomplishments, even though they were stacking up in a crazy way.
Also, the aura of and his opponents wilting under the pressure when they faced him because he was Tiger Woods.
That's exactly right. There was a huge intimidation factor that went along with Tiger Woods. There was the racial component, being the rare African-American golfer having success on the PGA, to all of it. The Nike campaign, there will always only be one Tiger. And I firmly believe that. But I will say this, there are some semblances of what Tiger did in what Scottie is doing. The stat that they showed after the Open Championship was over, from the time in between the first major victory and Scottie Scheffler's 4th major occurred in a span of 1,197 days. That is exactly to the day the same amount of days it took Tiger Woods to get from 1 to 4. So if you're going to talk about a comparison with Tiger, that's a good baseline stat to start at. As Jared said earlier, what it doesn't take into effect is what Tiger did when he really kind of hit the gas pedal.
Well, the other big difference in the two situations is when Tiger, after that 1,197-day period, when he got that 4th major, he was like 24 years old. Scottie Scheffler's 29.
There's that.
That was maybe the most amazing part of all of it is for Tiger to be able to do that at such a young age. Yes, he started on the tour early, obviously, but that's the big difference.
There's also a fascinating thing. Before the tournament began, Scottie Scheffler spoke at length about really a central theme, and that is the satisfaction you get or don't get from winning a major championship tournament. And it was fascinating to hear him talk about how fleeting success can be, particularly in this era of social media, where once you prove something, the accomplishment literally lasts maybe a day, and then you got more. What are you doing next? What's next? Here's what he had to say about that.
I think it's kind of funny. I think, I think I said something after the Byron this year about, like, it feels like you work your whole life to celebrate winning a tournament for like a few minutes. It only lasts a few minutes, that kind of euphoric feeling. And like to win the Byron Nelson Championship at home, I literally worked my entire life to become good at golf, to have an opportunity to win that tournament. And you win it, you celebrate, get to hug my family, my sister's there. It's such an amazing moment. And then it's like, okay, now what are we going to eat for dinner? Life goes on.
But then he elaborated a little bit too, and he added like on the lack of fulfillment that, people from the outside might look at golf and say, oh, it's so fulfilling. He kind of offered a different opinion on that too.
Is it great to be able to win tournaments and to accomplish the things I have in the game of golf? Yeah. I mean, it brings tears to my eyes just to think about, because it's literally worked my entire life to become good at this sport, and to have that kind of sense of accomplishment, I think is a pretty cool feeling. To get to live out your dreams is very special. But at the end of the day, it's like, I'm not out here to inspire the next generation of golfers. I'm not here to inspire somebody else to be the best player in the world, because what's the point? This is not a fulfilling life. It's fulfilling from the sense of accomplishment, but it's not fulfilling from a sense of like the deepest, places of your heart. There's a lot of people that make it to what they thought was going to fulfill them in life, and then you get there and all of a sudden you get to number 1 in the world, and then they're like, what's the point? And I really do believe that, because what is the point? You're like, why do I want to win this tournament so bad? That's something that I wrestle with on a daily basis. It's like showing up at the Masters every year. It's like, why do I want to win this golf tournament so badly? Why do I want to win the Open Championship so badly? I don't know. Because if I win, it's going to be awesome for about 2 minutes. And then we're going to get to the next week, and it's going to be like, hey, you won 2 majors this year. How important is it for you to win the FedEx Cup playoffs? And it's just like, we're back here again,
Again, to add, that's before the tournament started.
And that's before it starts.
It's fascinating. It's deep. I mean, this is the guy that is on the top of the sport, wondering out loud what he's doing it all for.
Right. But he's still doing it.
Yes.
It's not like it's affecting his performance. He's just wrestling with, okay, I win these tournaments, and now there's another challenge thrown at me by somebody that I've got to rise to.
You could almost take the comments as, and he said he's not trying to inspire anybody, but you know what? Don't follow your dreams, because when you get there, it's not that great.
Well, yeah, it's kind of what he's saying. Right. It is kind of what he's saying.
Yeah, he's still dominating to the level he's dominating.
When I heard this, I have a lot of thoughts on it, but when I heard it, I couldn't help but kind of think about what Nikola Jokic had to say after he won his first championship.
Yeah.
He's a 3-time MVP. He's the best in his sport. Scottie Scheffler is now a 4-time major champion, the best in his sport. And both these athletes kind of come back to the central theme of, this isn't who I am. Like, this sport is not going to define the person that I become. And Scottie,
this is my job.
Right. Scottie said it before, and so is Jokic. Like, they have, and all athletes, they may think this way, but this is not something that, when they rest their head, is going to define them as a man. Like, Scottie he said it before, the day golf hinders my family and my marriage is the last day I'll play professionally.
Okay, so let's stop right there. That synopsis you just made is exactly why some people think he is in position to be better than Tiger, because Tiger, as we all know, had very little stability in his personal life. Scottie has got all stability. Mm-hmm. He's a very stable young man.
Scottie's never even been to a Perkins.
That's so funny, because I heard that and I thought the exact opposite. I thought that's why Jokic and Scheffler will be all-time greats, but they won't be the all-time great.
Maybe.
Because they don't have that maniacal, this is the only thing that matters.
But when he gets on the course, he has it, though. And look, there's a couple things.
But how long will that last, I wonder?
It's a good question, but here's the thing about Scottie Scheffler that I love, and it's why I'm curious to see what the ratings look like from yesterday, because
he went into that round, though, up a lot.
You like watching competitive drama, but you also love watching a dominant American athlete. And I had no issue consuming the whole thing, even though it was basically a runaway. But the thing about Scottie Scheffler, real quick, when he messes up, when he has a blow-up hole, I've never seen anybody better at bouncing back and birding the next hole than this guy. Mm-hmm. He did it again yesterday. He does it routinely.
Yeah. I wonder what it's gonna look like when he's finally. We mentioned the drama on Sundays with Tiger. If somebody was up against Tiger in a final round of a tournament, how they would fold. What's gonna happen when he gets pushed in a major? How equipped is he to deal with that? Looks like he's pretty well equipped.
Yeah.
The Diamondbacks got a much-needed sweep this weekend, and they did it without their best player. We'll talk about the curious case of Ketel Marte next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If Isaiah Adams is ready to just be the starting right guard, and a good one at that, and based on their lack of attention to that position this offseason, I have to believe that that's what they believe, because they were so aggressive with other moves this offseason. I can't believe they would just leave right guard as a position where they're just crossing their fingers and hoping. I think they believe that he is ready to take that next step. If he's able to do it, that opens up a lot of doors for this offense, certainly.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. One of the coolest things I have noticed about Advanced Window Products is their vibe as a company. Their motto is to approach customers as friendships. They're family-owned, they're locally operated, and that is exactly how they roll. It is a family affair. You never feel like you're dealing with a big company or a big corporation, and that is why, among other reasons, they are the highest-rated window company in Arizona with the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you are going to find in the entire state, and that is because there is no middleman at Advanced Window Products. They've got their own factory in the Valley where they build your windows specifically for our climate, then they install them, then they guarantee them for life. And if anything ever happens, if a rock or a golf ball breaks one of your windows, they come out and replace it. No hassles, no stress, no questions asked, no red tape. So if you need new windows, do what I did. Call Advanced Window Products. Take advantage of their awesome summertime special where you will get $2,500 off on any purchase of 10 or more windows. That's right, $2,500 discount when you purchase 10 or more windows. 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
At Cox, we're always a step ahead, like your dog who barks before the doorbell rings. Senses trouble before there's trouble, like advanced security that blocks online threats before they happen and knows when the peanut butter's hiding medicine. That's why we keep surprises off your bill. With Price Lock, the price of your internet and mobile plan won't go up for up to 3 years guaranteed. Rates are Berkelot. Cox, a step ahead. Requires at least 500 megabits per second speeds and gig unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from Price Lock. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks dominated the St. Louis Cardinals at home this weekend. Eugenio Suarez homered 4 times in the series, including 2 in yesterday's 5-3 win.
There's the 1-2. There's a swing and a drive. Way back to left. Suarez does it once again. He is inevitable in this Diamondback lineup.
He was indeed inevitable over the weekend and has helped this ball club get back to 550 and 50 on the season and has left the door open for general manager Mike Hazen as the trade deadline inches closer. But first, a 3-game series with the Houston Astros. The Snakes will look for their 4th win in a row tonight with Zach Gallen on the mound. First pitch will be at 6:40 from Chase Field, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Hey, it's Luke. What is the future of the 2025 Arizona Diamondbacks after their pivotal series against the St. Louis Cardinals? We'll talk about it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
And he sends a rocket on the ground down the first baseline. It will roll all the way to the corner. Ohtani has scored. Acuna Jr. being waved. There's no throw. And there is the excellence of Ketel Marte. A double into the right field corner on a hard grounder down the first baseline that Vlad Guerrero had no chance on. It's 2-0 National League.
Carl Ravitch, ESPN Radio, on a double that opened the scoring for the National League in their All-Star Game victory on Tuesday in Atlanta. That was the last time we saw Ketel Marte play any baseball while he was in Atlanta. His house in Scottsdale was burglarized. Turns out over $400,000 worth of personal items were taken. Ketel Marte, when the Diamondbacks were getting ready to play their first game against the Cardinals on Friday, they put him on the restricted list, stayed on that list for Friday's game, Saturday's game, came off the list for Sunday's game, didn't play on Sunday. The details, and Ketel Marte has talked about this now, one thing that has left me scratching my head is the circuitous route that Ketel Marte took from Atlanta. For me, if I'm on vacation and somebody calls me and says, hey, your house got broken into, I'm canceling the rest of the trip and I'm coming home.
Well,
but
listen,
he went to the Dominican Republic before he came back here and missed more time.
Again, and just the idea that having your house broken into in the early stages of the week would require you to ask for personal time off when your baseball team is in desperate situations and in dire straits. To me, it's inexcusable. I mean, this is a house. This is a robbery. This has happened to many other athletes. And not to sound not caring about this, this is a repeated issue with Ketel Marte. Now, there were a lot of people who called Ketel Marte soft for breaking down in tears that night in White Sox Park after some yo-yo fan mentioned his deceased mother. We stuck up for Ketel Marte, and I still would. But there's no denying asking for a day off last year in the final week of the season is soft. And asking for time off when your team is coming out of the All-Star break because your house was robbed is soft, in my opinion.
Well, let's just review the last 3 series the Diamondbacks have played.
All right.
If you go back to the San Diego series, there was the play where Ketel Marte was a runner at first base, 2 outs, didn't score from first base on a double by Geraldo Perdomo. Diamondbacks lose that game to the Padres. The explanation from Torey Lovello after the game was, he's a little sore, he can't run as hard as he would like to. Okay. Fast forward. Next series in Anaheim, the Sunday game before the All-Star break. Ketel Marte asks for the day off to get ready physically to play in the All-Star game, a game that doesn't count.
Yep.
Granted the day off. Then you got this situation. Then you got the situation from last year. And what I think the Diamondbacks have been lacking is a little chutzpah, a little inspiration from the best players. When your best players are asking for days off that are termed must-wins, it permeates throughout.
No doubt.
It has to.
No doubt about it. There's no doubt about it.
Now, the thing that makes it more interesting is the Diamondbacks are on a 4-game winning streak, and Ketel Marte has not seen the field in any of those games. The Diamondbacks' record with Ketel Marte in games that he's played, 68 games this year, is 31-37. In games that Ketel Marte has not played, they're 19-13. And you could talk about this, and we talked about it last week when you were gone, Bick. Any split you want to look at is mostly even Steven. Run differential, record, they're 50-50 through 100 games. That's a little vast compared to the other splits that this team has put forth in 2025.
I was not aware of that. That's very, very interesting to me. I can tell you that I couldn't believe it, and then I thought, wait, there's a recurring pattern of this with Ketel Marte. I don't know where to go with this. You mentioned something, and we talked before the show began. What would you consider trading Ketel Marte at the trade deadline? You could fix your bullpen issues and get a lot of other stuff. Ketel Marte is a premium elite hitter when he plays, but this stuff has to tear at a team. Because, I mean, who's around to tell him, Ketel, no? Now, did I read correctly while I was gone that this was not a paid leave, that the Diamondbacks said, okay, you take your time, you're not getting paid? Did I read that accurately?
I did. I don't know how the restricted list, because it was a different list.
Okay.
And I think there was flexibility involved in the restricted list, because it's not a set number of games like the injured list would be. But I'd have to look into that.
There was the confusion as to whether he was going to join the team on Saturday, that whether he was going to actually get to the clubhouse. Then for him to come back yesterday and not play. This to me is this is troubling to me.
Well, and then he spoke to the media too, and they asked, "Are you going to be back in the lineup on Monday?" And he apparently cracked a smile and said, "I'm DHing." Which, the bat in the lineup is certainly more important than the glove, but still, this whole season has been defined by easing Ketel Marte back into the lineup
constantly.
Yeah.
And not only that, and what gets me is when he plays, he seems to be a very joyful, joyous kind of player.
Oh, he's been remarkable while he's been on the field this year.
And yet the need for time off because your house was burgled. I'm sorry, I just have a hard time with that.
Anybody that's been victimized by crime like that, it's a horrible, invasive feeling that leaves you. It feels defenseless, but. I was exchanging text messages when the news came out that he was going on the restricted list on Friday. I was like, I kind of had a feeling that he wasn't going to play after this, knowing what we know. And the response was, what is he doing? Hunting down the burglars?
That's it. I mean, so you hire more security to watch your house and you reconcile what you've gone through. You know that it isn't personal because this is the new thing. Targeting of athletes when they're out of town. Yeah. It happened to Joe Burrow. It's happened to a lot of athletes.
Yeah. And Frank, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, and so I'm just going to say, I'm not trying to be asympathetic to Ketel Marte, because you're exactly right. When you've been broken into, when you have a car broken into, when it's a terribly invasive kind of feeling, and it's vile. But where is the commitment to what the team is trying to accomplish?
True.
That's my question.
Friday before the series started against St. Louis, back from the All-Star break, Torey Lovullo was on with Burns and Gambo and updated the situation on Ketel.
He's okay. I have exchanged texts with him. With him, he's a little bit of a retreater, and I like to give him his space when he wants his space. So, yes, I haven't been barraging him as my instincts would tell me to, but I've just been reaching out to let him know that I'm here and I'm present, and on any level, this organization is going to be here to love and support him. So, yeah, at the end of the day, his family's fine. His wife, his children, he is fine. He's obviously dealing with something that was very, very invasive for those of us that have been robbed. It's a tough thing to work through, so we're going to give him the time that he needs.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that too. But again, the extra trip on the back end of the All-Star game. I'm not me personally. I can't speak for his thinking or the thinking of anybody else. But if that happens to me and I'm on a trip, I'm not taking another leg of.
I don't think anybody.
Travel.
Yeah, I'm with you on that as well. None of it just feels troubling to me, Vinny.
Yeah. Look, just saying what's on a lot of people's minds about the Ketel Marte situation
without a doubt
this year.
Yeah.
Coming up, Cardinals fans hoping for a much better season in 2025, but do they actually have the talent to do that? We'll take a look at it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-0. Swung on in the air to right center. Long run for Carroll, but he is there, and he's got it. And the Diamondbacks sweep St. Louis to open up the second half.
A sweep of St. Louis at home feels nice. Time for the Astros to hit Chase Field for a 3-game series beginning tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, sports fans know all about game changers and how important they can be, and all over the valley, that is what New Life Dental Implant Center is doing for people with loose or missing teeth, with ill-fitting dentures, for people with dental issues. They are giving those people dignity and hope all over again, and that's because they offer amazing quality, they offer great convenience, and they offer the best prices you are going to find. They're rated America's #1 all-on-4 dental implant provider, and you don't have to settle for the standard all-on-4 dental implants. New Life Dental Implant Center uses more than 4 implants per jaw for additional rock-solid support and longevity. Remember, each new smile digitally designed, so there is no human error, guarantees your new smile is going to be absolutely perfect. You're also going to heal faster with minimal bone removal, and they have got great flexible financing plans that can make it all possible. They are truly vibing on making their implants available to everybody. People of limited means with limited to no insurance, they want everyone to have access. That is their vibe. Learn more by calling 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hot dogs and baseball. Name a better duo. Doghouse Downtown Phoenix brings the ultimate game day flavors 24/7. Savor all beef house dogs on King's Hawaiian Rolls or dig into their new Big Belly Burgers. Score big with happy hour Monday through Friday from 3 to 6 p.m. and all day Sunday. Plus, check out their lineup of craft brews. Find them at Central and Washington or order right now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DIS. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we've built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess the word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Luke. Arizona Cardinals training camp begins this week. So what are the biggest storylines as camp opens? We'll talk about it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, I mean, I've gone through many turnarounds, but I definitely think that this coaching staff, these guys are real, great guys. And it was a new coach every year for my first 3 years, and then was able to have Cliff Kingsbury for, a few years, 4 years, I believe. And now we're on to the JG, and Jonathan Gannon, of course. And that's where we're at.
That's Buda Baker. appearing on the Mina
What
Kime
is
Show
up?
back in late June, talking about the roster turnaround, playing for different coaches. There are expectations on the Arizona Cardinals this year. Make no mistake about it. In year 3 of the Jonathan Gannon era. We kind of touched on this last week because while you were gone, ESPN, we were wrapping up list season in the NFL, and ESPN put out their annual list of the top 10 players at each position as ranked by executives, coaches, and scouts around the league. Not much difference, even though there was some pretty substantial roster turnover for the Cardinals, not much different in the players represented. Last year, they had one top 10 player at his respective position, and that was Budda Baker, who you just heard from. He's still in the top 10 at safety. Trey McBride elevated to number 4 on their tight end list. It's the same players that are getting honorable mentions or votes: Kyler Murray, Paris Johnson Jr., James Conner. But that's it. And today, ESPN published a list, Bick, ranking the starting lineups, projected starting lineups of all 32 teams. NFL analyst Mike Clay, Aaron Schatz, and Seth Walder ranked every lineup in the league. And the Cardinals come in pretty middle of the pack, number 17 overall.
Mm-hmm. And so there's a little disconnect here, and we discussed this before we got on air today, and that is basically the local optimism for the Arizona Cardinals greatly exceeds what the national media expects from them. So who's wrong, them or us? Do we know better because we see the culture that's been built here over 2 losing seasons, or are we being naive to think that this team can make that jump? I think a couple of different things. I think that there's a great deal of local excitement over what this defense might be capable of next season. And I'll give you one example that I read over the weekend. So I did not know this. I know that Garrett Williams had a very good, very sound statistical season last year. Did you know he ranked in the top 5 of all quarterbacks in football in zone coverage?
Did not know that.
I did not know that either. Garrett Williams, Pat Surtain, Drew Phillips, Trent McDuffie, Carlton Davis. So to extrapolate that, I also read that somewhere Nick Rollis is experimenting with creating an innovative defense where Garrett Williams, who is very good in zone coverage, Budda Baker, and then Jalen Thompson or Rabbit, whoever the other free safety is in the lineup, they'll have those 3 players basically hunting 10 yards from the football, which will allow Garrett Williams to drop into coverage, will allow Budda Baker to flash in and support the run game. My point is that it's not just the adding of talent. It's the adding of talent to a real innovative defensive coordinator and a head coach in Jonathan Gannon and Nick Rollis being that defensive coordinator. So I'm really excited. And then there's people who think, look, Walter Nolan is maybe the most talented defensive tackle taken in this past NFL draft. Mm-hmm. It's the intangibles. It's the other stuff. Having Calais Campbell there to mentor him has really kind of fascinated and comforted a lot of people. So I don't know. I don't know where the season is going to land, but I do know that most of this is tied to the fact that, okay, we know that Trey McBride is a superstar. We know that Marvin Harrison Jr. put a lot of work into the offseason. We know they added a lot of pieces to this defense. What is that going to mean?
So
it's going to all come down to Kyler Murray as usual, Vinny.
But Tim and I had talked about it last week when you were on vacation, Vic, about, in terms of top 10 players at respective positions. Yes, Trey McBride is there. Budda Baker has been there. We expect him to remain there. Who's the next Cardinals player that makes that jump? Is it going to be somebody from the honorable mention or others receiving votes categories like Kyler Murray, like Paris Johnson Jr., or James Conner? Or is it going to be somebody, and we talked about this possibility too, Garrett Williams, the trajectory is up and to the right. Mm-hmm. He's one of those players that has that ability. Is it going to be Darius Robinson? Is it going to be Josh Sweat, who I was surprised he didn't get even votes in I mean, there's probably all told 20 edge rushers listed, and Josh Sweat wasn't even mentioned in that poll as others receiving votes.
Wow.
So there's that way to look at it. In terms of the defense, this piece today on ESPN lists, and I didn't think I would see this, the biggest strength interior defensive line. After what we had seen in the first 2 years of the Jonathan Gannon era, where and last year it was patchwork. The defensive line of the Cardinals last year was like the Diamondbacks bullpen this year. Absolutely decimated.
Yeah.
So to see that going into a season where they're about to report to training camp as the biggest strength, that was a need, and they've checked that box. Now, if everybody's got to stay healthy, I think that will be the strength of the defense. I also agree with what the biggest weakness is, what they have listed, off-ball linebacker, and they mentioned Kaiser White, who was very important, was on the field a lot last year and played an important role in both years he was here. He's no longer here. Who's going to fill that gap? I'm very intrigued by Cody Simon. I think
very much so.
For a player who was drafted in the 4th round, we got a chance to talk to Cody when we were out at minicamp. He just strikes you as a guy that really gets it. And he was certainly a guy who got it at Ohio State and winning a national
certainly in the
championship.
playoffs, yeah, he sure did.
Yeah. So, I mean,
now,
that's my
Kaiser
biggest
White has
question.
not signed yet, has he?
I don't believe so.
That's crazy.
He's a good football player.
He's a very good football player. And if he hasn't found a team and a number, I guess his spot's been taken here.
Yeah. The number part might be it. He might be holding out for a contract that's just not there.
Yeah, it's possible.
Because you think there would be a need for him on teams. He'd have an opportunity. Maybe they're just not giving him the money.
The knock on him was, yes, he was productive, and yeah, he's an inspirational leader on any defense he's been on. The metrics in terms of pass coverage were not strong for Kaiser White last year, and maybe that's why the Cardinals moved on, and maybe that's why he hasn't found a job just yet.
That's possible. So the fun begins on Thursday, right?
Yeah. They report tomorrow.
Wow.
And then the first open practice Thursday. And then the first preseason game, I think, is August 9th.
More expectations.
We love expectations here in the Valley. Will they go 0-3 this year?
Oh, no, please.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Monday morning in the Rush Hour reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Could you trade Geno because his stock is so high and not wave the white flag? Because if you trade Josh Naylor, you're waving the white flag. Geno, it's like you could trade him and you can just put Jordan Lawler in, but Lawler didn't show anything last time, so it's hard to feel confident that he just steps in. He's not going to be Geno right away. Geno's hitting like an MVP, but can he produce? That's like the one guy maybe you could justify it.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 1.99% financing for up to 72 months on a new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1876 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 1.99% with 1475 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/4/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
A summer
It can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks, with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks more than took care of business this weekend against the St. Louis Cardinals. Their starting pitchers gave up a combined 3 runs all series, and Eugenio Suarez hit 4 home runs and added to his National League leading 85 RBIs en route to a sweep. And he became Merrill Kelly's favorite player over the weekend.
I mean, that guy's incredible. He's my favorite player. What he's doing right now, but I mean, honestly, what he's done since the second half of last year. I mean, it's just more of what we saw last year. I think people forget that first half he had, where he scuffled. I think people forgot how good of a hitter he is, how prolific of a power hitter he was, and he's just doing a good job of reminding everybody.
The homestand continues tonight as they welcome the Houston Astros for 3 games, and Zach Gallen gets the start tonight against Colton Gordon. First pitch for the Diamondbacks will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Scotty Scheffler is your Open champion in Northern Ireland at Royal Portrush. Scheffler 17 under, beat Harris English by 4 shots on his way to his 2nd major of the season, 4th of his career, and now just a U.S. Open away from a career Grand Slam. And this report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Mulatto Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. Happy Monday. It is 7:31. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. And welcome back, Dan Bickley. We missed you in the slowest week of the sporting year. We did more than good, I think, but we have some sports now. The Diamondbacks are back, and they're a team where just when you think they'll zig, they'll zag. They've won 4 in a row going back before the All-Star break, swept a team they're trying to chase in the Cardinals, and I've reached the point where that I think, this is just me, Geno Suarez is a Diamondback. Like, if we trade him, which I know the possibility is high, I will be kind of devastated. He leads the MLB in RBIs. He's 3rd in home runs. How on earth right now can you justify trading him?
Yeah, it's fascinating because you can't trade a player who's hitting 2 home runs every game, but can you afford not to trade him, given the fact that his value will never be higher than what it is right now? he is on one epic run, and it kind of occurred to me what you're saying is with every game like this, he's kind of burrowing deeper and deeper into the hearts of Valley sports fans to the point where that binoculars gesture after home runs is like one of the best gestures we have.
Yeah, it's very interesting because he's 34 years old. He's in the last year of his deal. Is he driving up the price for suitors who want to trade for him? Yes. Is he driving up the price in free agency if the Diamondbacks are interested in keeping him?
Yes.
He's doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing in this situation,
that's right.
which makes it more difficult. But it is a joy to watch him hit the baseball right now. When he gets on these, and it's not just, it happens more. The first week of the season, he had one of these binges.
His swing is so locked in right now. It's so free-flowing. It's just picturesque right now.
Tonight, he has the chance to become the first player since 2003 to have 3 consecutive multi-home run games.
Wow.
Hey, you know what? We'll take it.
Yeah. You know who the last one was?
Barry Bonds.
Nope.
What year?
2003. You'll never get it.
Justin Upton.
Jeff Devannon for the Angels, who had 12 home runs the whole year, had 3 straight 2-home run games. He's the only guy that's done it in my lifetime. Before that, it was 1969 when Lee May did it.
And then you got Corbin Carroll leading off consecutive games with triples.
Just scorching earth, those two. And that kind of leads into my next point. So they swept the Cardinals. They're back to 500. And they've done exactly what they've needed to do in these 3 games. The bullpen's, it's not great. We know that, but it's held on. The starting pitching, the last 3 games, a 1.4 ERA. And they've done it without Ketel Marte, who we all agree is probably their best player. And so it's putting Mike Hazen in a real tough spot right now. He had this to say on MLB radio.
Probably right now, still buyer seller. I hope to switch that dial firmly in the other direction.
He also had this to say. Let's see if it'll. Yeah, here we go. Oh.
Record 1-3 in a row in one way.
Oh, all right, it's not working. But he mentioned that teams were calling him with the notion that they are going to sell, and that's what the rest of the MLB thinks. But what do you make of this team as the deadline's 10 games away? And if you're Mike Hazen, what the heck do you do?
It's a great question. Really, really. It's the question hovering over this baseball team because, like I said, going into the All-Star break, the team felt dead in the water. I was convinced, and I was resigned and okay with the fact that sell it off. This team is nothing but disappointing. And then to come out of the All-Star game, which was a great All-Star game from an Arizona perspective, right?
Definitely.
And to do what they did to the Cardinals, and look, yesterday was fun with Gino with the home runs. Friday was fun. What they did Saturday against a really good pitcher in Sonny Gray was, that to me was when I'm like, there's something different about this team's vibe right now.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it is. And maybe like Vinny said, maybe they got the Cardinals at a good time. And maybe what you need to do is you need to see this Astros series.
Yeah, the Cardinals have been wildly inconsistent. At one point, 1 month of this season, they were the hottest team in baseball. Now, since then, they've been one of the worst teams in baseball. Yeah, but you needed some confidence. This Astros series is going to be a big tell. We talked about it last week. What do they need to do in the 12 games if they're going to indeed sway Mike Hazen's thinking about his strategy at the deadline? And people looked at 9-3. Well, there are already 3 wins there. They picked up 3 games on the division leader and the Dodgers, who got swept. They pick up 3 games in sweeping the Cardinals. So they're 4.5 games out. That's very much within striking distance.
Yeah, especially when the Cardinals are one of those teams that are ahead of them.
That you're chasing.
Yeah.
And you know, you're going to be playing divisional opponents down the stretch. That's something to think about, too.
I'll say this, though. It wouldn't shock me in the least to see them get swept by the Astros.
Nope.
Yeah, it's kind of what they've been doing.
It's what we do.
Yeah, as I said earlier, 15 times this season, the Diamondbacks have landed back at 500, either falling back a game or winning a game to get back.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
So last week, Bick was gone when the Bradley Beal news kind of came down the pipeline. And with that decision to stretch and waive him and do all that, the Suns now get under the second apron, a position where they haven't been in years, and it gives them some actual roster flexibility. And there have been some rumors in the last couple days of maybe the Suns are going to make another move. Do you guys believe another trade, perhaps a sign-and trade, is in the soon future for the Phoenix Suns.
Sure seems like it. It seems like I heard there is interest in Jonathan Kuminga, which I'd be interested in. There's interest in Ben Simmons, which I'm...
Some Josh Giddey I read a little bit this weekend.
Kuminga makes more sense to me from a roster construction standpoint than Josh Giddey would. I think Josh Giddey had a really good year in Chicago, but I don't know. We're going to find out. We know they don't have a lot of draft picks to send. We're going to find out what the market is for guys like Royce O'Neal or Grayson Allen, certainly. I don't know if I feel confident that a sign and trade deal is coming.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because now Matt Ishbia talked a little bit about like how he was flawed in the making of this team last week, and now he's kind of not fully switched gears, but committed to, quote, doing it the right way. So I wonder if he's going to have some patience with the guys like Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen and see what it looks like. At 6:45, we talked about Scottie Scheffler's dominance on the course, and we're not going to talk about the golf. I want to go back to what he talked about in the presser and kind of the discussion we had of, would you rather have your superstar be more stoic, business-like, like a Scottie Scheffler or Nikola Jokic, or kind of the complete opposite, maybe a little arrogant, this is life or death, and the need to be like an outward killer? What would you guys rather have in your superstar?
For me, the most important component of, for the teams that I root for, I don't care if he's stoic or an outward killer. Just win something. That's the key thing for me.
That's the key
thing. Check the box of winning championships. I'd love to have a casual superstar who'd rather be watching horse racing like Nikola Jokic, who's got a championship and 3 MVPs, than somebody who's an outward killer who can't win anything.
Yeah. But I think Scottie Scheffler's a little mixture of both, because a stoic, he definitely fits that definition, yet he's also very emotional. He cries very easily on a golf course. I've seen him do it a number of times, most notably and famously when he won the gold medal in Paris. And for as much as he talks about how, what am I doing this because this is meaningless, when he gets out there, he is a killer. And it's never more evident than when he has a bad hole, he just wills himself to another level. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's an interesting point because you brought up Jordan and Tiger, and it did feel like their careers just off the court and off the course are wildly different than the two guys I just mentioned.
Yes.
So I think...
No, but you're right about that.
Yeah, and granted, they've wildly different lives, but I think it's a fun conversation to have. But hit a lot. That's the reboot on this cloudy Monday morning.
Here's the one last thing I'll say, that no matter what Scottie Scheffler does from this point forward, just like Tiger 2-3 decades ago, the PGA Tour needs Scottie Scheffler exactly the way they needed Tiger Woods.
It's the truth.
They could also use somebody to step up and become kind of a Scottie rival right now.
They're waiting for it.
That would be very good. Men's tennis has that for about the next 15 years probably. Thanks, Sammy. I'll reboot it on this Monday. Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club this Wednesday. Dbacks taking on Christian Walker and the Houston Astros. Just text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to grab lower level tickets for half off. That's half to 620-620. Coming up next, WNBA players want to be paid what they're worth, which led to a big debate. What are they worth? We'll get into all of the weekend's activities on this subject next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, Vince Murata back to tell you about Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, where my buddy John Nissen, he's the general manager at Earnhardt Ford, his entire team. They have kicked off some amazing deals you got to hear about. But first, what do you think it will cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, I'm talking zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right. With approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And this is available on their most popular models, 24 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 25 Lightning Expedition and 2024 Bronco models, and the list goes on. Plus, Buy now, get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another zero out of pocket. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers end September 30th, 2025. Stop in to Earnhardt Ford. Tell them I sent you. I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler. They've got the no-bull deals you've been waiting for. Or you can shop online 24/7 at earnhardtford.com.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Struggling with ED? You're not alone, and we can help. At Spark Men's Health, 87% of men see lasting results on their very first visit, or it's absolutely free. No gimmicks, just real lasting solutions tailored to you. Get back to the man you know you are. Call now, because confidence shouldn't wait. Call at 480-550-8579. Results are no cost at 480-550-8579.
The Force is strong with this one. Star Wars Night at Chase Field is Saturday, August 9th. Arrive early to get the Corbin Carroll Star Wars Bobble, courtesy of Cox. Visit Dbacks.com for tickets.
Hey, it's Gambo. What should the D-backs be prepared for when they welcome back Christian Walker and the Astros? We'll preview Game 1 starting at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Is he related to Michael Walker?
Christian Walker! Michael Walker!
That was a good one. That was a good
great
Gambo
one.
one.
Wasn't that fantastic?
I like when he leans into it like that.
Yeah.
You think he's leaning?
Jake Plummer!
Kyler Murray!
The mayor of Mesa!
The
What
Monday,
a treasure Gambo is.
The Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings rolls on, taking you up till 10 o'clock today. This weekend was the WNBA All-Star Game held in Indianapolis. Kind of a major blow for the WNBA All-Star Game. Caitlin Clark, the game played in her home arena at Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis, wasn't able to go. Could not do the three-point contest. Didn't play in the game either due to another groin injury that she suffered. There was a lot of talk about the WNBA All-Star Game.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't like the talk that we had last year when the game was here in Phoenix. That was a cool setup because it was in preparation for the Olympics. So it was the WNBA All-Stars against Team USA. It was really competitive. There was no competition going on. It was just like it's a NBA cousin of the All-Star game because it was very, very low intensity.
It's like the only thing that can unify the WNBA is their hate towards Caitlin Clark.
Well, that's one of the storylines coming out of this weekend again. The players in warm-ups before the game on Saturday, they were unified in what they were wearing. They were wearing T-shirts that said, "Pay us what you owe us."
Ugh.
It was it got a lot of attention. The crowd in Indianapolis started chanting, "Pay them," and that was talked about after the game. This is Kelsey Plum and Sabrina Ionescu on the podium after the All-Star game, talking about what they viewed as the powerful moment from the fans. But there's also something that was thrown in, maybe as a jab. You'll hear it.
Well, it was a very powerful moment. We didn't, at least as players, we didn't know that was going to happen. So I think it was kind of like a genuine surprise. But the T-shirt, just United Front, was determined this morning that we had a meeting for. And, not to tattletale, but 0 members of Team Clark were very present for that. But no, we were just... We had a very...
that really needed to be mentioned.
I'm trying to make a situation light, okay? But yeah, no, I think it was just all of us getting on the same page for the game. And we wanted to do something that was just united and collective. And I thought that it was a very powerful moment and got the point across. And, sometimes you don't have to say anything.
So they didn't say anything. They wore the shirts. The jab there from Kelsey Plum, nobody from Team Clark. Caitlin Clark's team, she was a captain of one of the teams. Nafisa Collier was a captain of the other team. So apparently this wasn't even unified. Although everybody wore the shirts, one side wasn't in on it. And I don't know if Sabrina Ionescu was saying, yeah, that had to be mentioned, or was she being sarcastic when she said that?
Yeah.
Again, it comes off as everything revolves around Caitlin Clark, like it or not. And she's the most important figure in the WNBA, like it or not. But it seems like everybody's got such a problem with it.
Okay, here's...
If you really want to be paid what you are owed, quote unquote, lean more on the most popular player that the sport has ever seen.
Ding, 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 ding.
Crazy concept, right?
Yeah, crazy concept. Here's why I think what the T-shirts, what they wore was tone deaf, and it's a multi-pronged thing because it kind of hit me like, ooh, that's bad verbiage. That's not the way to express yourself. Now, there are people who will say to you with a straight face, what do you mean the WNBA owes you? The WNBA lost $50 million last year.
Projected to lose that again this year.
Right. Now, nobody quite knows the finances of the WNBA. It's wrapped up inside the NBA's finances. And we know that for decades, the NBA has been financing this thing. And there's no debating that.
But you also have to look what will be, not what was. Like the upcoming TV deal and the upcoming money.
I'm getting to that. So they've everything about the business of the WNBA is obviously on a very, very upward trajectory, from expansion franchises to investors wanting to get in now, to the TV deal, which far surpasses anything they've ever had in the past. But to put that on your T-shirt when you have been so dismissive to the person who has made this possible is disingenuous to me. Pay us what you owe us. Well, maybe you start by not demonizing the athlete and the player who's bringing all this money into your sport.
Yeah, do they get these future television revenues if Caitlin Clark doesn't exist?
The answer is no.
The answer is no.
No.
It absolutely is no.
And they don't see it, and they don't get it.
To your point, maybe it's semantics on the language on the shirts, too. Pay us what you owe us. To me, that indicates that they haven't been paid the salaries that are on their contracts right now.
That's right.
Like, the ownership of certain teams has been negligent in giving paychecks. That pay us what we're worth?
That's it. Pay us what we deserve? That's different.
That's different than pay us what you owe us.
So the owe us is a sense of entitlement that is recurring throughout the WNBA that I am not comfortable with at all. The other thing would be you wore those shirts before an All-Star game in which they admit nobody played defense. So what they did after wearing shirts that say pay us what you owe us, they went and took a page out of the NBA and gave you an All-Star game that was dreck. Because nobody cared, nobody competed. Why? Because Caitlin Clark wasn't playing. Last year in Phoenix, if you remember, I forget who it was, but somebody from the opening tip face guarded Caitlin Clark. She didn't even have the ball. Face guarded her the entire length of the court.
Kelsey
it was
Plum.
Kelsey Plum. That's
who
right.
went and said this yesterday.
Who went and said this yesterday. So so that to me is where the league loses me. It's just this tone deaf and this lack of awareness to what you're saying versus how you're acting.
And I bring this up every time because I always confuse and forget how it was. But were the golfers during the Tiger Woods surge from 97 to the early 2000s, were they resentful of his popularity?
Yes.
Because that was the same thing. Their prize money kept rising and rising. Their tournaments kept being on TV with brighter spotlights.
Listen, it didn't manifest itself in the way that it does in the W, because you see these players and how physical they play, Caitlin, and the cheap shots they take at Caitlin. You can't do that in golf. So if you're feeling resentful at Tiger Woods, you can't just blitz him on the first tee box and take him out, right? But as somebody who covered the PGA Tour, I will tell you that many golfers at that time were always yapping to the media about how much coverage Tiger got. And how,
we're here too. We're good too.
And so that element was exactly the same. It didn't take them long to realize, okay, you know what, this is ridiculous. Look what's happening to the purses here. Yep. And they kind of got with the program a lot quicker than these girls in the WNBA are. And it still blows my mind that not just that you can wear those shirts and then go play a non-competitive all-star game, right? You can't get away with that in the W. Mm-hmm. But the fact that they do it while carrying such heavy resentment to the person who makes it possible. Christine Brennan, columnist for USA Today, she apparently has a book coming out on Caitlin Clark. Mm-hmm. And she quotes a high-ranking league exec as saying that our players just don't get it. They just don't get it. And it's because a lot of them don't get a lot of media coverage in college. A lot of them don't get questions asked, whatever. I don't know what the rationale is. But this lack of awareness is something that they need to reconcile.
Well, with this new TV revenue coming in, supposedly league-wide revenues are set to rise. The tide is rising for 2026. We'll see if the tone changes then. Average salary for WNBA players this season, $119,590. Are they worth more than that? Probably. I mean, the bottom line is right now. But again, what Jared said, what's coming on the horizon? Sometimes you got to be patient.
That's it.
And this is a league that has fought for 30 years to be relevant, and they've never been more relevant than they are right now.
And instead of being thankful, they're resentful that it took a white girl from Iowa to make it happen. Facts.
Yeah, I mean, that certainly seems to be the case. Coming up next, yes, it's back. The first Bickley Blast in more than a week.
Fire!
It's going to be fire. It's next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. Tomorrow. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Tomorrow. From your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
All right, some great advice for sports fans. If you are looking to upgrade your viewing experience, stay away from the big box stores. Head on down to Walt's TV and Appliance, and I'm going to give you a lot of reasons why. Number one, they're going to give you great expertise. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. They're an Arizona institution. They have an extremely knowledgeable staff. They will give you the insight and the wisdom you will not get at the big box stores. They'll also give you a great experience, a great selection of big screen televisions, all the way up to 115 inches. You can find that in their theater room. It is truly spectacular. All the major name brands you are looking for. And guess what? You will not pay a premium for that expertise or that experience, because Waltz also prides itself on offering unbeatable prices. And to prove it, if you find a price you like somewhere else, bring it to Waltz. Watch them match it. They also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you'll enjoy your worry-free installation done by a pro. Finally, when you're at Waltz, make sure you mention my name. You get a little extra sugar, 10% off installation or labor, or a 3-year warranty for free just by dropping my name. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
If you could buy a custom-designed Porsche for half the price of any dealer, would you? If the best custom home builder in the world with 4 decades of experience behind him offered to build your dream home for less than a spec home, you'd say yes, right? So let me ask you this. If you could work directly with the diamond importer and the actual designer of your ring and pay wholesale, why wouldn't you? I'm Diamond Dave. I don't rent showcases. I don't sell hype. I custom design, source, and deliver the diamonds people dream about for thousands less than you'd expect. Lab-grown or mined, engagement or upgrade, you're not just buying jewelry. You're joining a tradition built on trust, taste, and the inside connection. You've done retail. Now it's time for real. Diamond Dave's Desert Wholesale Diamond. Direct, custom, legendary pricing.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, invites you to join them on Saturday, August 16th, for their next 2-person scramble at Talking Stick Golf Club. Come celebrate the last days of summer with a fantastic day of breakfast, golf, a big raffle, and prizes, all for just $139. There's even a free coupon for a second round of golf, with proceeds benefiting St. Mary's Food Bank. Open to the public and singles are welcome, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All 3 offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford. KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks dominated the St. Louis Cardinals at home this weekend. Eugenio Suarez homered 4 times in the series, including 2 in yesterday's 5-3 win.
There's the 1-2. There's a swing and a drive. Way back to left. Suarez does it once again. He is inevitable in this Diamondback lineup.
He was indeed inevitable over the weekend and has helped this ball club get back to 500, 50-50 on the season, and has left the door open for general manager Mike Hazen as the trade deadline inches closer. But first, a 3-game series with the Houston Astros. The Snakes will look for their 5th win in a row tonight at 6:40 from Chase Field, and you can listen on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere in the sports world, Scottie Scheffler's dominance continued. He is your champion golfer of the year at Royal Portrush in golf's final major of the season. He ended the tournament 17 under par and won his 4th major championship. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for better ways to help your business make smarter use of its energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Bickley and Marotta. Arizona sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
If you watch the Diamondbacks for the very first time this weekend, a series when our desperate baseball team clobbered the Cardinals in a 3-game mugging while their enigmatic all-star took personal days off because his house was robbed earlier in the week, you might think their endgame strategy would be obvious. Namely, they need to fix the bullpen by trading Ketel Marte before he asked for more time off at the very worst time. But that is obviously the simplistic view of a teeter-totter team and their super soft superstar, and the reality is a lot more complicated. You cannot break up a team that looked like the Diamondbacks did this past weekend, but can you trust the Diamondbacks to remain that team? You cannot trade Gino Suarez when he's hitting 2 home runs every game, but can you afford not to trade Gino when his value has never been higher? Finally, the second worst thing you can do in sports is prematurely pull the plug on a team with real playoff pedigree. But the worst thing you can do is hang on to a team and a dream that always disappoints, that always finds its way back to mediocrity. This might be the hardest decision Mike Hazen has ever had to make, and this one clearly is going right down to the wire. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Probably right now, still buyer seller. I hope to switch that dial firmly in the other direction, but I think right now we're in a pretty precarious situation relative to, you could look at being where we are out of the wild card record, 1-3 in a row in one way or the other. And that's going to be my job to ultimately make that decision.
Mike Hazen on MLB Radio on Sirius XM yesterday talking about shifting that focus, but he still sounds, and maybe this is the right tack to take, it probably is for Mike Hazen, be a little bit dubious about what you're seeing or what you saw this past weekend, because it doesn't erase the first 97 games, what we saw. And like I said earlier, I'm not rooting for this, obviously. I'd like to see the Diamondbacks make Mike Hazen's decision for him. And that is, keep this thing together, and maybe you can capture some sort of belief in the remaining games and make a run at this. Nobody expected them to be in the World Series in 2023 either. But when you have been at you pointed this out, been at 500 15 different times in a 100-game stretch, that is the definition of who you are.
It's like a magnetic force field that keeps drawing the Diamondbacks back to 15, whether they're below water or above water. And that is who they have been. But that is not at all what the team kind of felt like this weekend. Now, and we're assuming that the Cardinals are a good opponent because the Cardinals were one of the 4 teams that are still ahead of the Diamondbacks. But generally, we have seen this baseball team struggle to finish series, struggle when they have a chance to win series, struggle when they have a chance to sweep series. None of that came into play this weekend. The whole weekend was tremendously impressive just from watching Corbin Carroll and Gino Suarez, obviously, but it's what they did against Sonny Gray that blew my mind. They had 11 hits against Sonny Gray before Sonny Gray had recorded 10 outs.
Yeah.
That's a really good pitcher you're doing that
It's
to.
the most hits and runs he's ever given up in the start.
Yeah, and this is all without Ketel Marte, who, again, asked for time off and was granted it, returned to the team yesterday and wasn't even played. Wasn't even put in the lineup. So who knows what's going on behind the scenes internally with this guy and the discussions and the frustrations. How could you not be?
I mean, the public stance from the Diamondbacks and Torey Lovullo has been the face of this. Hey, we're going to stand by our guy. We're going to love him. We're going to support him. You know the routine, what he says. But
that's Torey.
Look.
That's not everybody. I guarantee you
regardless of this shift to the ultra player-friendly franchise, was what the Diamondbacks are in my mind. There's still competition going on. There's still highly competitive individuals. And if everybody's not burning as hot in that effort, it has an effect on a team. Maybe
no
that's
doubt.
my old school way of thinking.
No, you're right.
about
You're dead
things.
on the money. You're dead on the money. We've applied this to the Suns. We've applied this to a lot of other teams. When you've got a weak link that's not fully in it for the collective, it takes away from everybody. And when it's a player as talented as Ketel Marte, then it probably takes on even more dimensions. What's really odd to me is Ketel Marte, when he plays, it looks like he'd rather be doing nothing else than playing baseball. He's a very joyous player. So I don't understand where he's coming from sometimes. Like I said, asking for a day off in the final week of the season, I can tell you from talking to people, that sent shockwaves through the organization.
I heard it right there.
There you go. It did.
Is that the shockwave sound effect? Wow.
Because it's not what a great player does. And the same thing, with all due respect to what Ketel Marte has gone through with somebody robbing his house. This is an inanimate object. This is a house. And you're talking about rejoining a baseball team 3 days later to begin a crucial stretch of baseball.
Well, I mean, we're already talking about it. You wonder what the conversation would be if they had lost 2 of those 3 games or got swept or something like that. You know what I mean?
Well,
it played out where it became less of a big deal because they won without him.
We talked about it last Monday. They won that last game in Anaheim without Ketel Marte. And they were fortunate to win that game, because to hear your manager say, he asked for a day out because the All-Star game is really important to him. Well, yesterday should have been important to him too as well. If they lose that game, it's much louder. Then they follow it up with a sweep. No, I'm not going to say nobody's talking about it, because we are right now. People are noticing.
There's no doubt about it.
And it's past the point of frustration for some.
He said he was DHing today, right?
You think he'll be back in the lineup tomorrow?
I'm DHing.
With a smirk, like, oh, I'm back.
Yeah.
And again,
but is there injury related to it? That he said it like that, I'm DHing?
Not currently, but again, there's, like I said earlier, it's another example of apparently easing him back into action.
And that has to stress out a team, especially when a team has goals, and because this is a recurring thing.
Yeah.
Now, what is good about this is that, unlike earlier in the season, their other superstars, Suarez and Carroll, stepped up in his absence and sort of carried the team through these 3 games.
Yeah, Suarez had a remarkable weekend again. 4 home runs, back-to-back 2 home run games. He leads the National League in home runs. He's behind only Cal Raleigh and Aaron Judge in that category right
It's
now.
unbelievable.
Here he was yesterday after the game about sending a message to the rest of the league.
Obviously, yes. It's something we want to try make a hard decision for them. I think everybody feel happy where we are right now, and we're back to play 500, and that's a good message for everybody. Not only for me or Merrill, whatever, but for everybody. We want to stay each other and try win games and put everything hard to everybody. I think we got a chance. There's a lot of games left, and now with this series sweep, it's a good message for everybody.
Jeff Passan from ESPN updated his list of the top 50 trade candidates in Major League Baseball heading to the deadline. Number 1 on that list, Eugenio Suarez of the Diamondbacks. Chance of trade, he's still listed at 90%.
Man.
Talks about him being in a contract year. Best fits Yankees, Cubs, Mariners, Brewers, Tigers, and Giants. The other 3 candidates for the Diamondbacks right now ranked 12th, 13th, and 14th. Gallen, 12. He's got a 60% chance of trade. Merrill Kelly, 13th, 70% chance. Josh Naylor, 14th with a 70% chance.
Look, nobody wants to hear this, especially Sammy. But you could make a strong argument that you have to trade Geno Suarez, especially if you're not planning on paying him next year.
Those teams better be ready to give up the farm. Is all I'm saying.
Literally.
At least a couple acres of it.
Exactly. I understand the contract and all this, but he's arguably a top 7 baseball player in the MLB.
I have never seen anybody become the subject of intense trade rumors and respond like Geno Suarez has. Generally, the distractions, the idea of being sent to a different club, generally it diminishes the player. And he's doing just the exact opposite, man.
It's funny. I had a text exchange with my nephew who's a big Yankees fan. He said, all right, this was Saturday.
All right.
How about Yankees give up Jason Dominguez, Oswaldo Peraza, and Clark Schmidt for Suarez and Gallen? Let's get this deal done. And I said, nope. Need a top 10 prospect, too. Suarez is ridiculous. He says, you're so damn needy.
That's funny.
I said, the Martian,
That's pretty good.
Dominguez used to be. He can be again. I was like, nope, we need more. He's like, ruthless. Then he said yesterday, after today, I'll throw in Spencer Jones to sweeten the deal. I was like, now we're talking.
Now we're getting there. Wow.
And then if Suarez is so happy here, he could re-sign in the offseason.
Ooh, yeah.
For a nice deal.
Best of both worlds.
Wow. That's right. Go back and get him. But he's going to be expensive.
Oh, we got a situation happening here, Jared? What's going on?
I'm on the fence on whether to. What do you think? Hit it.
Do it.
Arizona sports. Breaking news.
It's breaking news involving a former Phoenix Sun who will not be a new Phoenix Sun.
That we were hoping for.
Sham Charania putting it out there that Chris Paul has agreed to a deal with the L.A. Clippers.
Oh, boy.
Yes. Dang. Paul had
so they got Beal
suitors,
and Paul.
But chose the contending Clippers and their shared history in L.A. for his likely final 21st NBA season.
Wow.
The Clippers just collecting former number 3s for the Phoenix Suns.
I would say when
Kelly Oubre now.
It shows you what players think of the Suns, though. Marcus Smart, Chris Paul, these are guys that they apparently went after and chose other teams.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there was conflicting reports on whether or not the Suns were interested in Chris
Paul.
Yeah. I think he had interest in coming back. I don't know if the Suns did. We'll probably get more on that, but Chris Paul going back to L.A., where he had his best years as an NBA player, according to Shams Charania. Coming up next on this Monday, we'll explore what is the best way to use Kyler Murray this season for the Arizona Cardinals. I think he should play quarterback. But we'll elaborate next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. By now, you know Sweet James, official accident attorneys for the Phoenix Suns. In fact, you've probably seen the commercial of Sweet James dunking a basketball. Don't know if those are legitimate vertical leaps or if that's artificially, digitally enhanced, but I do know this. Sweet James and his team of accident attorneys, they are great at dunking on the opposition, primarily the insurance companies. You are going to be battling if you're ever injured in an accident. Remember, Sweet James, unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, exactly the heavy hitting firm you need when dealing with those insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and all that trial experience gives them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies, which means they not only win 98% of their cases, big and small, it means they win the most, consistently delivering some of the largest settlements in Arizona. And remember, this is a true fact. Having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. So if you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000. Online at sweetjames.com.
Hey, home sellers, Arizona has had more homes that didn't sell in the past 6 months than in the previous 2 years combined. Thousands of sellers left stuck with no offers and no sale. Do what I did so you don't get stuck. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed sale program, sell your home at a price acceptable to you or Carol will buy it. If your home didn't sell or you're thinking about selling, call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know a lot of investors that don't really have a good relationship with their advisor because their advisor's checking with them like once a year. You guys aren't like that.
I think it's very important to have a real relationship with my clients. Clients and investors should feel the same way about their financial advisor. When things go wrong, you want to be comfortable making that call because when you have this surface level relationship, or if you've been passed off to some customer service line by by your financial advisor, then you know what? There's nothing personal there. You need to be able to have a one-on-one real relationship, and I just say this. If that relationship doesn't exist, it's time to find a new one.
And if it's time to find a new one, I want you to call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. If you want a financial advisor that's going to be with you every step of the way and not just check in on you once a year, call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundation Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
These days, there's nobody more important than my guy Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. My backyard stays cool and private thanks to the roll-down shades he installed. Robert, you're saving backyards, man.
That's what we do, Wolf. We block the brutal Arizona sun so you can actually use your backyard even when it's triple digits.
Absolutely. Your team did an awesome job from the console to the install. I can't thank you enough.
We're happy to help. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate and free installation. That's allproshade.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Arizona Cardinals training camp begins this week. So what are the biggest storylines as camp opens? We'll talk about it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, I mean, I've said, this year I feel like haven't been able to do enough, that I've wanted to do. So just kind of more open to do things, wanting to do more things, and give back because obviously God blessed me with the ability and the platform to be able to do that. So I feel like it's my my duty to do that.
Kyler Murray, quarterback of the Arizona Cardinals, speaking with the media back on June 10th during minicamp and OTAs. Well, the next phase is upon us. Cardinals report to camp tomorrow. One of the last teams to do so, by the way. They'll get underway on Wednesday. Thursday, first open practice of the season. Football is upon us. And I was going through the list of teams that were reporting today, and there's been teams that have been in camp already about a week. Some of them reported as early as July 15th. So it snuck up on me. Can't say it snuck up on everybody. But that's Kyler Murray talking about wanting and being open to do more stuff. A lot of that comes down to, and Kyler talked about this earlier in the offseason about being more inclined to make plays with his legs, to run more. These are the questions we've been talking about. These are the subjects we've been talking about with Kyler Murray his entire NFL career, and we've seen them in glimpses. The key for Kyler Murray from a performance standpoint, we have to see a full season of top-flight quarterback play.
Yes. So in reading a piece about the Cardinals in which Greg Cosell, longtime football writer, media guy, kind of gave his thoughts, the one thing that he still can't reconcile is how Kyler Murray can be so good one week and not so good the next week. The inconsistency of him, how he can look like Lamar Jackson at times and then not look like that. And that is what has to get reconciled. Everything else can work for the Arizona Cardinals, and if the quarterback position fails, the team is sunk. That's the reality of the NFL. So how does Kyler Murray find that consistency? It's a good question. Because to understand the question, you have to understand what is holding him back. And I still don't know what that is. I think I know. I think that in near the ends of seasons and the ends of games with a lot on the line, he gets sped up and he glitches. He makes bad decisions or bad throws and things that can sabotage a football team. And I think we saw a little bit of that last year. That all has to get flushed from his game. All of it.
Yeah, and I think last year, in my mind at least, and I wonder if you feel the same way, from top to bottom, if you go from week 1 to week 17, the highs were up here, the lows were down here, but the gap in between was probably as narrow a gap as we've seen in Kyler Murray's career.
Yeah.
It wasn't even bad games. It was bad stretches of games.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Bad individual throws or decisions, and they all came at the same time of the year. In that last stretch of games where they were still fighting for something after the bye. And most of those decisions and plays that I'm talking about crippled their chances to win.
The Seattle game, the Vikings game, there was another game. Yeah, there were some plays that you just cannot, that winning quarterbacks do not make.
Just overthrowing the receiver for an interception or something like that.
So there was any number of those things that Kyler Murray is going to have to, and again, this is more than anything, that's what this season is going to be. It's going to be a referendum on Kyler Murray as a football player and as an Arizona Cardinal. I cannot imagine, if this team misses the playoffs, a scenario in which it's copacetic for him to come back for year 8 next year. I just can't see it.
Because the most likely scenario is he will just be pretty good again.
I mean, that's
and then
what
do you do?
Says. Well, to your point, if that happens and it's not a major drop-off, if Kyler Murray is again this year who we've seen Kyler Murray be, then it's decision time. Because you can win some football games with that type of quarterback play, but then does it become more of a financial issue? How much of a hit is it to move off of him, and is it just worth it to keep him at that point?
Well, I think, I don't know the numbers offhand, but I do know there's significant relief after this season. That if there was incentive, there was a lot of incentive to not do it this past offseason, which is part of the reason why he's getting another shot. This is an interesting piece as well. I often reference Walter Mitchell, who writes for Revenge of the Birds. I think he puts out some real compelling content, and he's pretty fearless in his opinions. He points out that he was once given a book by John Madden, a signed book, and on page 106 of this book from John Madden, this is written in 1979, quote, "I have always favored a system in which the quarterback calls his own plays." And he goes on to say that it doesn't happen for a lot of different reasons. One, the coaches believe that they prepare longer for the game, that they do more, that they watch more, that they study more, and that they're better prepared for the task. Number two, when the coaching staff calls the play, they know what's going to happen in advance. They can follow the execution a lot better, so they know how to adjust if the play is unsuccessful. Number three, the coaching staff has better control over the play on the field in relation to the game plan. And number four, the quarterback, being relieved of the decisions of play calling, can concentrate better on execution. There was a time in the NFL when about 25% of the quarterbacks were gifted with the ability to call their own plays. And I always thought that the NFL, that there's a lot of good that can come from that. It'll never happen ever again.
No.
That, given the controlled nature of football coaches. But Walter points out that Kyler Murray is a guy that is really good at the game of chess. What if you let him call his own plays? What would it look like? I think it's an interesting thought. Again, acknowledging it will never, ever happen.
No, especially because Kyler Murray's never been given that opportunity throughout his playing career, from all the way playing as a youngster to now.
Right.
And the other big difference is the chess pieces aren't trying to kill you.
Right. The rooks aren't coming on blindside blitzes.
It is interesting. It was an interesting piece. But look, going back to the soundbite that we played to start this discussion, wanting and being open to do more stuff, maybe that's a little bit more freedom in audibilizing. I don't know. That might be the 2025.
Yeah.
I wonder, I mean, that book that was written by John Madden was 46 years ago. A lot's changed in the NFL.
No doubt.
I wonder if John Madden if he was still with us, would still feel that way.
Well, there's a lot of obvious good things to doing it, because who better knows what's happening on a football field than a quarterback?
True.
You're right in the middle of everything.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Interesting weekend for the Arizona Diamondbacks. After sweeping the Cardinals, we're getting closer to the trade deadline. We'll talk all things Dbacks with their play-by-play television voice, Steve Berthium, next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. Tomorrow. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Tomorrow. From your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
Hey, everybody. everybody. Dan Bickley here. Huge believer in what QC Kinetics can do for you with their advanced regenerative treatments. And I say that because they helped me avoid knee surgery 5 years ago when I tore my meniscus playing tennis. Their advanced regenerative treatments help fix my knee. They're currently help fixing my elbow. It feels so much better already. Highly recommend if you're dealing with any kind of joint pain or if you've been told by medical professionals that you need surgery to go check out this exciting new option that has become the rage of the nation. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, which means they harness your body's natural ability to heal itself, and it allows you to restore and repair damaged joint tissues. And now here's some extra incentive. Right now through the end of July, QC Kinetics offering free laser treatments all throughout the month when you schedule your complimentary consultation. This free laser treatment will provide and support the area that's been bothering you. It will help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase the range of your motion. So go check this out. Go get long-term relief for that pain in your knees, in your hips, in your shoulders, in your back without surgery, and go get that free laser treatment by booking your consultation throughout the end of this month. Don't wait. Call QC Kinetics. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm with Tim from Moving Team 6. You do a lot in hiring vets as well. What's the thought process behind that?
They don't miss a day. They're just so dialed in.
When you guys moved me, there was a veteran on the crew, and he was such a great guy, and it was nice to make that connection with somebody, and you could see it. It's that dedication to getting the job done. It was pretty cool.
I think it's exciting, too, because when we do a move for veterans, they appreciate it so much, too, because we're helping out their fellow vets.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website, movingteam6.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. We're not talking supplements, nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. Book your free video consultation today, and they'll waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, lose that dad bod with testosterone, available only by prescription at redmountainweightloss.com, or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks more than took care of business this weekend against the St. Louis Cardinals. Their starting pitchers gave up a combined 3 runs all series, and Eugenio Suarez hit 4 home runs and added to his National League leading 85 RBIs en route to a sweep, and he became Merrill Kelly's favorite player as well.
I mean, that guy's incredible. He's my favorite player. What he's doing right now, but I mean, honestly, what he's done since the second half of last year. I mean, it's just more of what we saw last year. I think people forget that first half he had, where he scuffled. I think people forgot how good of a hitter he is, how prolific of a power hitter he was, and he's just doing a good job of reminding everybody.
The homestand continues tonight as they welcome the Houston Astros for 3 games, and Zach Gallen gets the start tonight against Colton Gordon as the Snakes will look for their 4th straight win after the All-Star break. The first pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Hey, it's Luke. What is the future of the 2025 Arizona Diamondbacks after their pivotal series against the St. Louis Cardinals? We'll talk about it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Well, that pivotal series ended in a 3-game sweep by the Diamondbacks, maybe their most convincing 3-game series win of the season over the weekend as they jumped on the Cardinals and beat them 3 times in a row. Houston Astros in town, 9 games remaining now before the trade deadline. Lots of questions in the air. Here to talk about those questions with us, Diamondbacks play-by-play television broadcaster Steve Berthiaume, our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Steve, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing good. How are you?
Good.
Had a fun weekend, so spirits are high.
Yeah, nice way to come out of the All-Star game, no doubt about it. I mentioned the early offense, building the early leads, and some responsible relief pitching. I mean, what was your biggest takeaway, other than Gino Suarez and what he was able to do? What was your biggest takeaway from the weekend, Steve?
I would probably say the starting pitching. Torrey always insists that everything flows downstream from your starting pitching. I think that's been the case. It's really helped solidify, from my perspective, the other aspects of the team, the offense, the defense, the bullpen. Knowing you're going to get 5, 6, maybe even more innings out of your starter that day. That's what we saw in the St. Louis series. That sort of calms everything down and allows everything else to sort of take care of itself. So for me, the Gino performance was a lot of fun to watch, but for me, it's been the starting pitching for sure.
Steve, when you take a look at that, at the Diamondbacks coming into the All-Star game, they look like they had made Mike Hazen's decision for him. I wasn't expecting to see what I saw this weekend. How do you think the calculus has changed given the way the Diamondbacks really jumped on the Cardinals this weekend?
Bick, it changes day to day, doesn't it? It seems like every day you sort of have a different perspective on what to do. I mean, they're the most 500-ish team that you can imagine. They're 50-50 after 100 games. They're 1 over 500 at home. They're 1 under 500 on the road. It's remarkable how they are actually right at even par in almost every regard. So I think that Mike is going to have to measure a lot of factors as to what to do here. How are they playing over the next 7 to 10 days? What offers is he getting for Gino Suarez or Josh Naylor or Zach Gallen or Merrill Kelly? Is it enough to make sense to still compete this year and stay in the fight? You have to think long-term as well. There's so many things to consider short-term and long-term that I really do think it's changing day to day here. That Angels series at the end of the first half was disheartening. Didn't play well. Merrill pitched well enough to get us the win last Sunday to close out the first half with at least a victory. But suddenly they seem like a whole different team. And it seems like they've got – I'm reminded of 2017 when J.D. Martinez got here and hit 2 home runs every day, it seemed like, and we were calling them just dingers. Gino's that guy right now, and they already have him. They don't have to trade for him. So do you take that and run with it? Or do you think about trading a guy now, whether it's Gino or Naylor or one of the pitchers, patching another hole in the bullpen and figuring something else out with that space you've created on the roster to get you through and still compete and yet maybe help yourself long term? There's a number of different roads to take. It's not just one fork in the road. You're at an intersection there where there's 3 or 4 different ways to go down.
Right.
And I think a lot of it depends on what you see over the next week.
Yeah, Steve Berthiaume, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. One of the things long-term that you mentioned that as obviously in my mind in this whole process, and we talked to Derek Hall about it last Thursday, Steve, was the long-term injury situation, the reality that you don't have one of your top starting pitchers available to start next year and two of your top relievers maybe all year, how much that could affect the thinking at the deadline. And this was before they reeled off, 3 straight wins over the Cardinals. How much do you think that should affect the thinking of Mike Hazen and company?
I think it has to, Vince. Mike and Amiel and Fitzy are always thinking long term, and he's got the double burden of having to figure out what to do before the end of this month. You've also got to figure out ways to help yourself next year because, as you guys correctly pointed out, you're likely without Corbin Burns, A.J. Puck, and Justin Martinez for all of next season. Mm-hmm. In addition to some other guys, they have 11 pitchers on the injured list right now, 6 UCLs, which is amazing.
That's unbelievable.
And so your minor league depth has been gutted a bit as well. So you do have to think about, all right, I can, put a patch on the leak in the pipe and maybe get through this year, but what about next year when it's going to burst again? That has to be taken into consideration. And if you get an offer for somebody that's that's what it's going to come down to, right? It's a Godfather situation. Do they get an offer that they can't refuse?
Yeah.
Right? That's part of it, because you have to take that into consideration given the circumstances you're going to go into next year with. So that's also something that complicates the situation for sure.
You're absolutely right, because you could make an argument that let's still go for it while trading Gino Suarez because his value will never be higher than what it is, and he's in line for a new contract next year. And if you're not in that business, then it would make sense. And I can see where this whole thing would get real convoluted, if not very complicated. That being said, what do you think we're watching with Gino Suarez? Because I'm not sure. I thought I'd never see J.D. Martinez happen all over again, and this is trumping that.
You know what it is, Vic? He's waiting for his pitch, and he's not missing it. Now that sounds like an oversimplification, but if you watch the at bats and you watch the replays of the home runs, if he's looking for a sinker in from a right-hander that doesn't quite get in and up, boom, he's on it. If there's a slider that hangs out over the plate and he's looking for that pitch, boom, he crushes it. If it's off the plate, he doesn't chase it. If the sinker runs in too much, he lets it go by. He's sitting on that one pitch, that one location, that one mistake, and when he gets it, he drills it, and when he doesn't see it, he doesn't swing. Now, we're still striking out a little bit. That's just part of Gino's makeup. But when I watch him looking for a particular pitch, and when he gets it, he hammers it. And sometimes it is that simple, and I think that's what we're seeing. And it takes a lot of discipline to do that, too, especially a guy like Gino who does tend to strike out quite a bit. I think he's just locked in on his pitch, given the particular circumstance, the pitcher he's facing, the situation. He knows what he's going to get. That's where the advance work comes in, and when he gets that pitch, he doesn't miss it.
Steve Berthiaume, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings as we talk Diamondbacks baseball. On this Monday, in terms of, we talked about the Diamondback spot. Look, they're 4.5 games out of the wild card right now. There are teams between them and that third spot, which San Diego now holds. But when you look at the National League as a whole, I don't think the separation between the haves and have-nots is that much is all that big right now. I mean, the Dodgers have looked very, very human over their last couple of weeks. The Cubs are really good, but how do you stack up the National League? If you had to favor a team in the National League, who would it be right now, Steve?
Vince, I'd probably say the Cubs for sure.
Yeah.
What are they, 19 games over 500? The Brewers simply refuse to lose.
Yeah.
That team that they're calling themselves the average Joes now. Milwaukee always seems to find a way to get on top of the contending teams and get out in front of that division, or at least in a solid wild card spot. And the rest of them are all kind of the same team, aren't they? Like, are the Mets and the Padres that good?
Yeah.
Are the Reds, Giants, Cardinals?
Yeah.
They're all kind of the same team, and it depends on – it's like 2023. The Diamondbacks got to the World Series because they got hot at the right time, right? Everybody seems to agree on that, including me. So over the next 2 months, which of those teams, the Mets, the Padres, the Reds, the Giants, the Cardinals, the Diamondbacks, which of those teams is going to get hot? Right now, 3 games into the second half, it's the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
Now, is that going to continue? Hard to say, based on the sort of skittish way they've played this year. But right now, they seem to have as good a chance as any to be that team. One of those teams is going to make a run, right? One of them is going to get hot.
Yes.
That's the question. Spin the wheel. Does it land on Diamondbacks?
Yeah, right.
We'll find out, right?
Yeah, exactly. All right, last question. I've been a huge fan of Ketel Marte. I've talked for years how I love his swagger and his riz, all that stuff. We've been very
Riz?
I did. We've been very sympathetic of what happened with him in Chicago. Vinny and I are both struggling with the constant requests for time off, including this prolonged thing following the robbery of his home. Now, I get that's very, very personal, but there's also a commitment to the team to consider here. What do you think the net effect is of these time off requests, if any, on the team?
Well, look, I'll tell you, Vince, when we were in Anaheim, I talked to Torrey about this, I said, man, Ketel looks bad. He looks like a guy that had a hamstring or a groin. We know about his history of soft tissue injuries in the legs. He had a throwing error, I think, in Anaheim, and it just looked like he wasn't moving at all well. And so I wasn't surprised to see him get some time off. And, of course, the burglary, which is just a horrific thing for anybody to go through, I'm sure, changed the equation there. I think the fact, to answer your question, that they won the games alleviates any concern that was there. I think Ketel said he was going to be DHing in the lineup today. So, if they keep winning, I think it's all good. But Ketel sometimes has to be handled a little bit physically and emotionally. He's a sensitive guy. And he takes a lot of the burden of the team on his shoulders, and that's just something that has to be managed. Some players need a little bit more managing on and off the field, and I think Ketel is one of those guys. So they won the games. I think he'll probably get a pass, and hopefully he'll be back tonight and swinging the bat.
Fair enough.
Steve, great stuff. Thanks so much for the time and the insight. I always appreciate it.
Okay, thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks,
appreciate
Steve.
it.
Steve Berthiaume, Diamondbacks television play-by-play broadcaster. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line.
Steve Berthiaume, by the way, is fantastic. He's one of the best I've ever seen at identifying exactly what pitch a pitcher throws in real time.
Yes.
He knows it. It's just sinker, slider. There's a lot of people who can't discern that real time.
I dabbled in baseball play-by-play for a very, very short time, like 3 spring trainings with the Oakland A's when they were still in Kids, they used to be in Oakland. They used to have a city before their name. And in spring training, you didn't get the same information fed to you back in 2011 that you do now. But he does do an amazing job.
Yeah, he's very good.
I basically could go, oh, that was a fastball, or that was a breaking ball of some sort.
Yeah, that's it. That's right. That's where I would land on that.
Coming up next, now that Durant and Beal are gone, what do the Suns do next? It won't be Chris Paul. We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Diamondbacks dominate the Cardinals for a much-needed sweep to show their pulse. Corbin Burns is remaining involved while recovering for next season. And GM Mike Hazen leaves the door open for the Dbacks to be buyers. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Hey, it's Pat. The other day at work, they brought in pizza for lunch, so I swooped in and I grabbed 3 slices. The coworker next to me said, "Geez, Pat, you can't have it all." Then I corrected him and said, "Yeah, I can, and you can too. With a new 2025 Toyota truck, power and performance, capability and reliability." Well, I must have convinced him because he grabbed the plate out of my hand and he said, "Good point, Pat."
Right now, get low 1.99% financing for 72 months on a new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.99% 60-month financing on Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and Grand Highlander. Plus, check out great lease deals on any new Toyota. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places. 1.99% with $14.75 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.99% with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 8/4/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Arizona sports.
The KD trade was a bust for them. They took back, I'll say nickels on the dollar. I won't say pennies on the dollar. They're letting Beal go for nothing. Yes, they're getting some flexibility, but he's going to count $19 million a year on their cap for 5 years moving forward. But this is a recognition in Phoenix that their all-in philosophy is a failure. And again, they have a shovel. They are starting to dig out of the hole that they've created.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
We're going to have a type of team that's, we're not trying to win it tomorrow. We're going to always try to win, but we're going to try to do it the right way, which means build around Devin Booker, because you have to have a franchise player and a superstar to win an NBA championship, and we have that in Devin Booker. And we saw with Tyrese Halliburton and Shea, but really you was talking about Indiana, he's their star player, and Devin Booker, Tyrese Halliburton's a great player, but Devin Booker is right there, if not above those types of players. And it's like, how do we put Devin Booker with the right people around him? The toughness, the defensive minded, the size to protect around the rim, the lob threats, some shooting. Like, how do we put the right things around him to build a championship caliber team? And does it take 1 year or 2 years or 10? I don't know, but I promise you we're going to go in that direction with that identity, with that vision. And Devin's in for it. Brian Gregory's in for it. Jordan Knott's in for it, and I'm in for it. And the most important thing is I think the fans are going to love it when they see how our team plays.
It's Matt Ishbia, the owner of the Phoenix Suns, on with Burns and Gambo Friday here on Arizona Sports. Going to try and win the right way, but then admitted, hey, I don't know how long that takes. Obviously, the track record would indicate that there was throwing a lot of stuff at the wall early in Matt Ishbia's tenure as the owner, and none of it really stuck. They, very famously broke apart a team that the year before had won 64 games and failed in the playoffs. We talked about this last week, though, and there's a little bit of revisionist history, and Tim Ring was adamant on this. People say, oh, they broke up a 64-win team. That's not exactly true. That vibe the next year and the production and the winning had dropped off that next year. That was not quite the same Phoenix Suns team we saw before the Kevin Durant trade was made.
Yeah, no doubt.
So I think if you go back to when the Suns pulled the trigger on the Sean Marion for Shaquille O'Neal deal, that was a first-place team in the Western Conference, and they completely changed the complexion of the team, and it failed miserably.
Yes.
That was not – it wasn't the same situation. It was a good team.
Listen, I agree with that people look back now and remember the team that was just previous to Kevin Durant a lot more affectionately than we did in real time.
Yeah.
The bloom had come off that proverbial rose to the point where we were all wondering collectively, not only can Chris Paul not stay healthy through a season and through a playoff, but has Chris Paul's time here kind of run its course?
Is he washed? Also, we kept saying.
Yeah. So there was a lot of that.
Yeah.
So I agree with that. I think that it's easy to over-glamorize the team that was here directly before Kevin Durant as something greater than it actually was. At one point in time, it was that team, but not then. It wasn't.
A lot of people will choose to use the term beginning of the end, and they'll point right at the Kevin Durant trade.
Mm-hmm.
That was the middle of the end.
Yes.
The beginning of the end was games 6 and 7, the previous postseason against the Dallas Mavericks.
That's it.
So, again, this is a history lesson. The Suns have moved on from that era as quickly as they could. 2+ years of Kevin Durant, 2 full seasons of Bradley Beal. They are now both elsewhere. Durant, of course, in Houston, and Bradley Beal signing a contract with the LA Clippers. Today, we learned that Chris Paul likely going to end his career in LA, back with the Clippers. There had been some rumblings, and I think a lot of support for Chris Paul among Suns fans coming back, because there is such a desire to return to that feel that the Suns had, like we were just talking about. Chris Paul was at the center of it. He's not the same player he was even while he was here in Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a big loss? I don't know. I don't know if the Suns had any interest in Chris Paul, but I am interested to see what they do next, because this is still a very uneven roster.
Very much so. And now they've got a little bit of flexibility to kind of build around the edges, but what exactly are they going to do, and how are they going to affect that? I think for me, the interest in Chris Paul was not so much the fact that it would bring a real point guard here, but it would bring culture back to the team. Now, they're claiming that they're building the culture now. You just heard Matt Ishbia in that cut. You can't will culture to happen.
No.
It has to grow organically. You have to build it. And so you just by saying we're going to be this and you're going to love us, there's no guarantee. You can't guarantee that unless you've got players who are fully committed to that stuff. And so where's that going to come from? That's the big question. Well, look, Dylan Brooks, there's a certain vibe to him. He's spoken out about playing with Devin Booker. Jalen Green seems happy to be in Phoenix. I don't blame him. This is a guy that basically was told by the Rockets, we no longer want you. So I think the team has a chance to build it, but it doesn't just happen magically.
Well, and their really only point guard on the roster is Colin Gillespie.
Mm-hmm.
And I know a lot of people, not myself included, but they want to see more of Point Book without Kevin Durant. Maybe Jalen Green can weather some of that load. The fact of the matter is both those guys are high-quality 2 guards. And asking them to be a high-quality point guard is just not what the Phoenix Suns should go into the season really doing, but it looks like they're going to have to.
When Kellen was on with us Friday, he said the Suns have not assembled a team right now. They have a bunch of centers. They have a bunch of shooting guards. This is not a cohesive team, so there has to be more moves coming.
Yeah,
right?
You would think so. And I know you had predicted on the bingo card on Friday.
Yeah.
We can update that later.
That some sort of acquisition was happening.
One of the reasons for the Beal move.
But they might be hamstrung in a different way. I mean, they've got players that they're reportedly listening to offers on or reportedly are in trade talks, but what are the markets for guys like Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen? 2 players that kind of represent positional overlap in a different way than you have with the other two guards in Green and Booker.
And Nick Richards, too, was the name always thrown around.
Well,
might they keep him?
Yeah, I mean, what we saw from Malowacz in the Summer League, and yes, it was only 3 games, and it wasn't big minutes and very small sample. I think you got to keep Nick Richards around. At least
even with Iguodala, too?
At least to begin the season, yes.
At least till the trade deadline, you'd think.
And look, Kellen talked about this on Friday, too. He'd like to see Iguodala get minutes at the 4 as opposed to the 5, but what we saw, it was he was the most interesting player to me in the Summer League because he did some different things. He was playmaking, Oso Iguodala was.
Mm-hmm.
He was initiating offense a lot. We didn't see much in terms of any development of an outside shot, but he was much more active and aggressive than what we saw him as a rookie last year when he was kind of feeling his way through.
And I think Ryan Dunn also passed that test of the players who looked different the second year around.
Mm-hmm.
And that's good. That's what you want. That's if you truly have a developing player, that's what you're going to get from them when they go back to Summer League.
Sure. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand at on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Marotta Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the Monday edition of Social Studies. Next, Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Empire of the Suns with Kellen Olson and Kevin Zimmerman. Breaking down NBA draft picks and what the Suns got from the Rockets in the KD trade. Get it on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel or your usual spot for podcasts. The Empire of the Suns podcast is brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Here are 3 great reasons why you call Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Reason number 1, they're reputable and highly decorated, talking about an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, voted the #1 service company by consumers in Ranking Arizona for 16 years in a row. Reason number 2, they are fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Told you about my plumbing emergency. Called them at 4:30 in the morning. They were at my house by 8 a.m. the same day. Tremendously impressive to me. Number 3, they are trustworthy and credible. All their technicians are licensed, bonded, and insured. They're all trust certified, which means they've had background checks and they've been drug tested. And that's important because you don't let anybody into your house. That is your sacred space. You have to be comfortable with the techs you let in your house. That is never an issue for Parker & Sons. Remember, they've been serving the Phoenix area for 15 years. They go well and above beyond expectations to make sure you are 100% satisfied. All you do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel. Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others. It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here, that is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge, love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks, with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's back to school season, and Clorox is donating 2 million disinfecting wipes to classrooms across America. Because back to school means things can get a little bit messy. Just ask second grade teacher Mr. Torres.
Put me and just one Clorox wipe on a team? We can take on crayon smudges, sticky fingerprints on every surface, sneezes on the door handle, juice box explosion by the sink, snack crumbs, and don't even get me started on the bathroom passes.
Clorox disinfecting wipes. Teacher's #1 wipe.
Think about it. Bathroom passes.
Clean feels good. Based on unit sales data.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolko with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks dominated the St. Louis Cardinals at home this weekend. Eugenio Suarez homered 4 times in the series, including 2 in yesterday's 5-3 win.
There's the 1-2. There's a swing and a drive. Way back to left. Suarez does it once again. He is inevitable in this Diamondback lineup.
He was indeed inevitable over the weekend and has helped this ball club get back to 500, 50-50 on the season, and has left the door open for general manager Mike Hazen as the trade deadline inches closer. But first, a 3-game series with the Houston Astros. The Snakes will look for their 4th straight win after the All-Star break. First pitch from Chase will be at 6:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere in the sports world, Scottie Scheffler's dominance continued. He is your champion golfer of the year at Royal Portrush, and in golf's final major of the season, he ended the tournament 17 under par, winning his 4th major championship. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Upgrading your windows and doors? The Window Depot has the lowest prices and the biggest inventory, all available at 4 Valley locations. Visit thewindowdepot.com today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies.
Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, time to turn it over to Sammy Sabolka for some social studies on this Monday.
Yeah, good.
Sammy.
Yeah, good morning. We are on X at Bickley_Murata. That's where we post all our questions. Give us a follow, and if you want to reply to those questions, we're there at Bickley and Murata on Blue Sky, Instagram, and Facebook. And shout out to those watching on YouTube at Arizona Sports. And we've talked a lot about it today, but we're going to continue with it kind of in a different form of question. And it's the topic of Gino Suarez. What should the Diamondbacks do with the trade deadline coming up? And the question is, after Gino Suarez's recent play, it would be irresponsible if the Diamondbacks did blank. If it would it be irresponsible if they traded him or didn't trade him?
Oh, man.
Can I answer in 9 days?
Right?
Listen, it all gets down to this. If you believe Jordan Lawler is your future third base, and if you believe there are going to be salary adjustments next year and you are not going to give Gino Suarez what he wants, you've got to trade him. I'm sorry, Sammy. I know you love him. I love him, too. I love his vibe. Yeah. I love his hair. Everything about I love everything about the guy.
See, I'm in a weird camp where I do think Jordan Lawler is our future third baseman, but I still think Gino Suarez is that important.
Listen.
I'm in a weird camp.
You're in it with your heart, and I'm looking at this with my head that I can't imagine. Gino Suarez's value will never be higher. He is on an epic all-time heater. You've got a couple of teams that want him badly, and if you get on the phone and you can stretch this whole thing like Look, if you want us to trade a guy, you're going to have to give us this, like Vinny and his pseudo negotiations for a trade. That's what you do. And as much as you love him, that's just smart business.
No doubt. Vinny?
If they
He's like, it has to be in 9 days.
If they feel like they can compete for a wild card this year, why wouldn't they feel like they can compete next year? And that's what this whole shift in thinking might represent over these last 9 games before the trade deadline. I don't ever remember being this confused or confuzzled nearing a trade deadline as long as I've been following this baseball team.
Same here.
And the results are kind of close, but the comments are even more all over the place. In 307 votes, 54% say it would be irresponsible if the Diamondbacks traded him, and then 45% of the vote said it'd be irresponsible if the Diamondbacks didn't trade him. And in the responses, Darryl Lee said, from a clubhouse fielding power perspective, and he wants to be here, you want to trade him for some prospect? Like the prospect who can't hit a curveball that's being penciled in to replace him seems a little bit crazy. On the flip side, AZ Dan says he's in his mid-30s. You'll never get more for him than right now, and it could be a huge risk to sign him long-term.
Could be. The other thing to consider.
It is. Daylight Film says, tough call. Unless they get a lot, in all caps, for him, you can't imagine the clubhouse and the PR hit the trade would cause. Good luck, Mike Hazen. No pressure to get this one right.
Yeah.
And if you're Mike Hazen, you might just be sitting there like we are. It's like, I have 9 days to figure this out, and it might come down to the last day when it comes to trading Gino Suarez.
It'd also be easier to sell your fan base on we're BLK in the future at third base if the guy replacing him had a hit this season at all when he was up in the majors.
Singular hit. Yeah. And he's still on the injured list down in Reno. So.
That's also something to look at. Yeah. All right, so we'll switch gears. We talked a little bit about the brief comparison to those wanting to make Scotty Scheffler the new Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
It's a long way, and Scotty Scheffler even mentioned it. So we asked, what athlete is least likely to ever be passed as the greatest of all time in their sport, and why?
Michael Jordan in the NBA. Just because I wanted to get under Jarrett's skin.
That's my skin as well.
That's my why. I don't know. Yes, that was a little tongue-in-cheek, but I don't know if it's not my answer.
Listen.
Look, I don't think any other quarterback is going to have Tom Brady's resume. I'll say that. Sorry, Patrick Mahomes.
I think
I don't think Patrick Mahomes has to get 8 Super Bowls to be considered better than Tom Brady.
He's got to get 5. I think that's the number. It's a fascinating question because at one point in time you'd have thought nobody would ever challenge Wayne Gretzky.
Sure. And the response is kind of, it shows like where our listeners are gearing towards. Like there's no Brady, there's a couple Jordans, there's no like team sports. It was definitely individually focused. So like CT said Michael Phelps, for example. Like you can't really, at least in my head right now, I can't see a world in which he's not the greatest swimmer ever in my lifetime. Or Clutch says Simone Biles, for example. Like, again, not a sport that I'm super knowledgeable in, but you can't see someone doing the movements that she's been able to do. C. Backer 44 says Muhammad Ali because he was, quote, the greatest, and boxing has lost its luster at this point in time.
Muhammad Ali lost in his prime to Joe Frazier.
But
and after his prime a lot.
True, and later in his career, but
And so it's interesting I always find it interesting with these conversations where the people I'm having the conversation go with it, because you can say like Jordan, the 6 rings, the dominance, the peak of the powers, but you can also look at it from we've had this conversation, the range of it in LeBron's of like he's done it at the best for the longest, and when go ahead.
Yeah, no. It's a fascinating question because you can drill down on individuals. Ali wasn't the greatest just because of what he did in the ring.
Right, of course.
And it wasn't just because of his trash talking, which is way ahead of his time. Could you imagine Muhammad Ali on Twitter?
Oh, yeah.
He'd be like Kevin Durant on steroids.
Exactly. No doubt.
And
this is another TikTok for you bums.
Right. And Ali, it was about his courage. the courage to stand up for black people at a time when this country was really out of its mind.
And be anti-war.
To give up the prime of his career because he wouldn't go to war and kill people he had no beef with.
Yeah.
It was stuff like that people are like, wow.
Yep.
That's good stuff. That's a good question.
That is. Our last social studies question, we're going to break it. We can maybe read some of the responses in Off the Grid, but it was, what is something that you've experienced that made you say or think humans are the worst?
Oh, good. Did you say we'll come back to this?
Yeah.
Because I have an opinion on this one.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
great.
I'm glad to hear Let's come back to it because we did run out of time, but social studies at Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata elsewhere.
All right, very good. That's social studies every morning at 9 o'clock. I want to remind you can join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club this Wednesday as the Dbacks take on Christian Walker and the Astros. Just text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to grab lower level tickets for half off. Text half to 620-620. Coming up next, Gino Suarez is on another heater, and it's making things complicated for the Arizona Diamondbacks. More on that. More D-backs talk straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-0. Swung on in the air to right center. Long run for Carroll, but he is there, and he's got it. And the Diamondbacks sweep St. Louis to open up the second half.
A sweep of St. Louis at home feels nice. Time for the Astros to hit Chase Field for a 3-game series beginning tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees. No fee checking and savings accounts or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you're dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. During your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you. It helps decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Their big goal? Long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without going under the knife. They use advanced regenerative therapies like platelet-rich plasma and cellular treatments that target the problem at its source. People all over the country have been able to avoid surgery just by getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. And right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain. Book your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. What should the D-backs be prepared for when they welcome back Christian Walker and the Astros? We'll preview Game 1 starting at 2 on Arizona Sports.
As the 1-0 swung on that is hammered out to deep left field, and Suarez gets number 32. A moonshot to the back of the bleachers. Suarez sends a high, deep drive out to right field. This is going back. It's on its way. There it goes. A double dip for Suarez. As the 1-2, there's a swing and a drive. Way back to left. Suarez does it once again. And Suarez goes after this pitch. It's another bomb to left, and it's on its way, and it's gone! A wall scraper into the bullpen, and Suarez's magical second half continues. Man on fire, it's 5-1.
Yeah, that was Gino Suarez's weekend. Actually, not even the full weekend. That didn't even include Friday night, but just Saturday and Sunday.
Wow.
4 home runs. He leads the National League now with 35 home runs on the year. He's behind only Cal Raleigh and Aaron Judge in that category in the major leagues. He's leading the National League in runs batted in. And he's making things a little bit more weighty when it comes to decisions for the Diamondbacks nearing the trade deadline. All by himself.
Yeah. How about it?
Now, again, Jeff Passan updated things on the ESPN website. He's got Gino Suarez as the number 1 most sought-after trade target in baseball and still lists his chances of being traded at 90%.
Wow.
But that might be that percentage might be being bolstered by the fact that the offers are just going to get better. He is on a heater of all heaters right now. Again, 19 home runs in his last 35 ball games.
Yeah, so it last 35 games, slashing 308, 366, 785 with 19 homers in his last 35 games. Where this guy went from July 2nd of last year to now, it has been it's been really unbelievable, to be honest with you. How thoroughly underwhelmed most people were with Gino. Then there was the idea that, we're not sure we really like his work ethic and how hard he gets after it. And it's all just changed. And he's become one of the more favorite Diamondbacks players in recent vintage.
There's no doubt about that. And again, to further your point about how his profile in Arizona has changed in less than 2 full seasons, we had pretty regular discussions on what do you do with this guy? You get him in a trade, and you can't play him. He was almost unplayable in the first half of 2024. And since he turned it on, it's never really been turned off.
No. It's really remarkable. And the fact that he's doing this while at the center of Major League Baseball trade deadline discussions is also kind of unusual. He seems to be embracing the whole thing. He likes the idea of convincing the Diamondbacks not to trade him. But I've also heard that he's, thinks it'd be cool to end his career where it started in Detroit. He likes the idea of going to New York. He's just embracing this whole thing. Maybe because he knows there's a payday ahead of him.
That always helps.
Maybe.
Right.
Here was Suarez yesterday about being real happy where he's at right now.
Yeah, obviously, it feel great. I see the ball really good here, and I feel myself feel really
really well on the play here in AZ, and like I always say, I'm happy where I am right now, and but I just want to keep going, doing my best here in Arizona.
Here's Torey Lovullo, the manager of the Diamondbacks, on what Gino's been doing.
What a great day, right? 2 home runs, gets us that 4-run lead. He's ready to hit in that first inning and just takes a couple really nice swings. And next thing you know, he's got 35 home runs, 80 plus RBIs. It's a magical year. He's continuing to build on it each and every night.
The Dbacks have only had one National League home run leader in their history, and that was Paul Goldschmidt, who tied for the National League lead. The year he was tied for the league lead was with Pedro Alvarez of the Pirates. Shows you how that was a while ago. They tied with 36 home runs for the full season.
Wow.
Suarez has 35.
Wow.
And it's not even August yet.
And to give you the context on eras of baseball, the year Luis Gonzalez had all those home runs, how many?
57.
Didn't lead the league because
League.
Bonds and Sosa were
Bonds
around.
happened to hit 73 that year.
Wow. That's right. So it really is quite a conundrum because, as I said in the blast, the second worst thing you can do in sports is pull the plug on a team prematurely. The worst thing to do is hang on to a team that has told you repeatedly who they are based on, whatever. But what complicates it is, as Steve Berthiaume pointed out, we saw when the Diamondbacks went to the World Series what that formula was. Team that gets hot last wins. Team that gets hot at the right time prevails.
Yeah.
And so you've got to ask yourself, is that what you're possibly looking at here?
Maybe. Look, the other thing that Steve Berthiaume talked about, and I asked him what his biggest takeaway outside of Gino was for the weekend, and he talked about the starting pitching. And going back to Friday, there was the optional workout that the Diamondbacks had on Thursday night. Torey Lovullo and some of the players spoke to the media, and Torey had set his rotation, and that got a reaction. Most of what Torey Lovullo does now gets a reaction from the fan base. But did it make sense for him to go with Brandon Pfaadt out of the gates? Brandon Pfaadt rewarded that decision with a great start. He was awesome on Friday night. The starting pitching was tremendous all weekend long. And is that another case of a team getting a chance to take a deep breath, get away from the stadium for a few days, recharge the batteries? Because 3 days, 3 starts, Pfaadt, Nelson, and Kelly yesterday were all amazing. And if you get starting pitching like that, you lessen the importance of what is a beat-up bullpen, and even that bullpen has come around a little bit. I think they're pitching about as well collectively as you could expect. I don't know. This thing is getting a little bit interesting. And when we left the airwaves on Friday, I was convinced they were going to trade 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 of those players.
With arms coming back to the bullpen, like Jalen Beeks, Ryan Thompson, Shelby Miller, all in their throwing programs. Again, like 3 games is 3 games, and we've seen the Diamondbacks go through highs, lows, and like it's just the way this team's been. The Astros series is going to be really interesting because that's a team that knows who they are. They've been good for years on years, and if you go ahead and
cheat like crazy,
and Christian Walker's coming back, we'll give him a standing O, right?
Sure.
Yes, he'll get a standing O.
He should get a standing O, right?
Yeah,
I think so.
I want Gambo to do PA that day. I want him to introduce Christian Walker.
Now batting for the Astros, number 8, Christian Walker.
So listen, this is going to be, and I think you're right. I think what we need to reconcile is that this decision is a work in progress. That these last 3 games against the Cardinals, there was a different kind of heat coming off the team. And the fact that they were able to finish and sweep the team is all the proof you need. But if it all flows from the starting pitching, you got to like the way that is kind of trending and returning bullpen arms and the state of this offense. On Saturday, they had a national broadcast crew doing the game, and they were raving about the Diamondbacks offense.
Yeah. That was another thing that I wanted to bring that up earlier. The whole country saw that performance.
Yeah.
They just smoked the Cardinals in that game.
The 2025 Arizona Diamondbacks is like NBA Summer League. You don't want to reply too much, and you don't want to get your hopes up as
It's a good
as
point.
Although these games do count.
They do, but the feeling's the same.
Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club this Wednesday. Dbacks taking on the Astros. Just text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to buy lower level tickets for half off. That's half, HALF, to 620-620. Coming up next on this Monday, we'll hand out some hardware. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Christian Walker.
Cards Camp. Tomorrow. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Cards Camp. Tomorrow. From your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you. And Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Worried your AC won't survive another Arizona summer? Don't sweat it. Collins Comfort Masters has your back. As your local Lennox dealer, they'll pay you up to $2,500 to upgrade your old system with their AC buyback deal. Get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox system and enjoy reliable comfort all summer long. Collins is trusted by the community with over 10,000 five-star reviews. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 for Kids.
1-877 for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs more than took care of business this weekend against the St. Louis Cardinals. Their starting pitchers gave up a combined 3 runs all series, and Eugenio Suarez hit 4 home runs and added to his National League leading 85 RBIs en route to a sweep, and he became Merrill Kelly's favorite player over the weekend.
I mean, that guy's incredible. He's my favorite player. What he's doing right now, but I mean, honestly, what he's done since the second half of last year. I mean, it's just more of what we saw last year. I think people forget that first half he had, where he scuffled. I think people forgot how good of a hitter he is, how prolific of a power hitter he was, and he's just doing a good job of reminding everybody.
The homestand continues tonight as they welcome the Houston Astros for a 3-game series, and Zach Gallen gets the start tonight against Colton Gordon. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Scotty Scheffler is your Open champion in Northern Ireland at Royal Portrush. Scheffler went 17 under and beat Harris English by 4 shots on his way to his second major of the season, 4th of his career, and now is just a U.S. Open away from a career Grand Slam. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote. Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submittosave.com. That's submit2save.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is: the Diamondbacks started their 12-game stretch to the trade deadline 3-0. How will they finish it? Will they finish it 10-2, between 10-2 and 12-0, between 7-5 and 9-3, or between 3-9 and 6-6?
So we're guaranteeing at least 3 wins.
Yes.
They already have 3.
Well, that's true. I hate to say it because it's been an optimistic show. It was a very entertaining weekend, very impressive weekend. Track record says somewhere between 3-9 and 6-6.
That it does.
Am I wrong?
No, that's the reasonable vote.
I want to be wrong.
No,
the
reasonable vote.
The vote says 72% between 7-5 and 9-3. 17% say between 10-2 and 12-0, and only 11% of the vote says between 3-9 and 6-6. So interesting.
All right, that's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Handing out the hardware.
Hardware. It's how we attack the award show. We do it on Mondays based on what we took in over the weekend. We'll each hand out 2 of these very prestigious awards. Speaking of prestigious awards, you didn't know what happened when you were gone. We stumbled upon a new tradition on the show.
That's right.
Yeah. Called the AZs. We had an award show based on, well, what's happened in the last calendar year in sports. Instead of doing it at the year end, All-Star break. Perfect time to do it. Who would have ever thought of a sports awards show in the middle of middle of summer during All-Star?
That's what inspired it, was the ESPYs. But yes,
ours was better.
We did it 3 segments throughout the show, big production, and it will be now a yearly thing for that week for whoever happens to be here that week.
I might not be here next year. You might not be here next year. Whatever. Go ahead. Start us off.
All right, my
Vic.
first award is the Unexpected Award, and I'm going to preface it by saying, in today's crazy, chaotic world, you might not blink an eye at somebody who takes his car and drives into a post office and the car explodes and there's graffiti written on the post office wall. You might go, and live streams it, no doubt, or to boot. You might go, yeah, that sounds pretty normal for America in 2025. What you're surprised is that a Tillman name is attached to it. Pat Tillman's younger brother, Richard Tillman, arrested for doing exactly what I had just said. Motives are unclear at this point, but that's like the last name you'd expect to see in an incident that involves suspicion of arson and ends up in the Santa Clara County Jail.
Yeah, it remains a weird story.
Yeah.
Kind of shocking. Well, when you see the headline, you're wow, and then you read more about it.
Right.
It was like different different shades of wow.
Yeah, exactly.
My first award is the Dave Parker Memorial Throw of the Year award, and I'm giving it to Ronald Acuna Jr. Friday night in a game against the Yankees. Braves leading 3-0 in the top of the third with runners on second. Cody Bellinger, the hitter. I'm going to play this for you. Just know that this is an audio medium. I don't have the video to back it up. You should watch it. Amazing stuff.
Laboring a little bit. This will already put Strider over 50 pitches here. High and deep to right. Over toward the line. Acuna's got it. Tagging from second is Dbacks. Whoa! They got him! Are you kidding me? A frozen rope. Dbacks cannot believe it.
Yeah, Acuna Jr. catches the ball, flat-footed. Didn't look like he was making much effort to even catch the ball, to get into like a normal catching position.
Right. Normally guys run up to the ball, give themselves some cushion, run up, get momentum, and fire.
Casually spun 180 degrees and then threw flat-footed the ball over 300 feet in the air. And it wasn't like he even torqued up to do it.
It was insane.
It was a casual throw.
It was insane.
Nacho Alvarez, who was playing third base, got credit for deking the runner. He didn't. He explained, I didn't expect him to throw the ball. Spencer Strider was the pitcher and said, I wasn't backing up the play because there's no way he should have made that throw. And Dbacks, who had tagged up, the third base coach was completely shocked. It was an amazing play.
I couldn't believe
I've watched it like 20 times
I
since
loved
then.
it. It was fantastic.
My first award is the Cold Play Ball Award. And I'm sure over the weekend you've seen a lot of memes, a lot of parodies, a lot of satires of the astronomer CEO and his mistress there. All over the internet, all over social media, and over the weekend.
Someone that included your face.
That's right.
Yeah.
I did mention it a lot in the Sports Kebab. But baseball teams over the weekend, multiple ones decided to parody it, including the Philadelphia Phillies with the Philly Fanatic and a blonde female fanatic. The Savannah Bananas, who had their two mascots canoodling, and our very own Arizona Diamondbacks, who D. Baxter was caught with a St. Louis Cardinals fan in the box before ducking underneath in an ashamed bit of... But then he jumped up and started kissing her more, so... Very amorous, but that's how you know we're very close to this whole topic, jumping the shark, is that everybody is parodying it right now to sort of different degrees of comical effect.
I thought it would slow down over the weekend, but I was at the game on Friday, and it got a very, very big laugh and raucous applause. People love that story, even though it's unfortunate. By the way, that guy stepped down.
Yeah, well, I saw him step down on camera underneath the table there.
That's what I was going to say. My first award is the We Realized Again How Special This Guy Is award, and it's to Shohei Ohtani. I saw a graphic through the first 955 games of Shohei's batting career. He's got more home runs than Babe Ruth did in that time, and more RBIs than Ken Griffey Jr. in that time. And through his first 91 starts on the mound, he's got more strikeouts than Nolan Ryan did, and a lower ERA than Clayton Kershaw did. So those four players in and of themselves are great at their respective position and what they do. And Shohei Ohtani, through the first 951 games and 91 starts, better both as a hitter and a pitcher than all four of those guys. It's insane. I forget how great he actually is until I see stuff like that.
He's the greatest baseball player ever.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
The Babe Ruth part of it, though, the 955 games as a hitter, is that counting like when he became a full-time hitter?
Yes.
Okay.
And there are so many things he has to deal with doing both that people don't realize. A pitcher doesn't have to worry about fouling foul tips off his feet, and his knees, and his hands, and I agree with you.
It's absurd.
Yeah. Lord of the Rings is my next award. I'm giving it to the Philadelphia Eagles, who unveiled their Super Bowl rings on Friday night. Man, they are something. Not only
They're not gaudy at all.
Oh, not at all. 40 points of diamonds in the World Champions logo for the 40 points they scored against the Chiefs. All sorts of little cool little aspects of this ring, but none more so than the expanding wings at the bottom of the ring that kind of unfold.
Yeah, there's like... It expands. It's like a transformer ring.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, I got a kick out of that too. And the pettiness, too. Like the numbers that they choose for the different jewels or gems has something to do with the game. Like, I think it was 5 more big diamonds for the 5 different players that scored touchdowns.
That's it.
Everything's so petty. My last award is should I start updating the resume award? And I'm giving it to me. There's something that got posted on TikTok and then resurfaced on Suns Reddit that was called to my attention. I don't know where this is, but it's Common Malowatch, the rookie center for the Suns, in a Suns uniform, recreating starting lineup announcements for his team at Duke this past year.
7 guard from Wisconsin. Number 7, Canepo. A 6'9" forward from Newport, Maine. Number 2, Cooper Flag. A 6'5" guard from Sydney, Australia. Number 5, Tyrese Proctor. That's all.
How about yourself?
Got to include himself, right?
72 center from Rubeck, South Sudan. Number 10, come on, Malawash.
I like the little growl there. When
He's mimicking like holding a microphone too. I'll just say this comment. If you want to do it, feel free. The microphone is yours.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I love it. We've run out of time.
Or Jared's run out of awards to give away.
I had 2 possible
Did
awards.
you?
A self-indulgent one and another one.
Okay.
But the self-indulgent one I might mention at the end of the show here.
We're going to have time. There's my teaser for what's
there
going
you
on. Yeah, final thoughts coming up on this Monday next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
If Isaiah Adams is ready to just be the starting right guard and a good one at that, and based on their lack of attention to that position this offseason, I have to believe that that's what they believe because they were so aggressive with other moves this offseason. I can't believe they would just leave right guard as a position where they're just crossing their fingers and hoping. I think they believe that he is ready to take that next step. If he's able to do it, that opens up a lot of doors for this offense, certainly.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dan Bickley here with another real-life success story courtesy of Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is a fireman. His wife's in education. They had an interest rate below 3%, which is good, but they had 26 years of mortgage payments left. Plus, due to some medical issues, they had $30,000 in credit card debt. Switched over to a Life Changer Loan. They're going to pay off their home, all of that credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. Proof again of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down all of your debt without any apprehension, because you always have access to your equity. And this is what people are getting from Life Changer Loan, an innovative program that allows you to do your banking inside your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You get 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you great liquidity, which gives you the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want. And when you pay off your house in a matter of years, you get decades to build personal wealth. That is how you get ahead. Now, this is not for everyone. Like I said, there are caveats. You've got to have the right credit score. You've got to be good with money. You've got to have all sorts of good stuff in line to qualify. But I'll guarantee you this. If you are a good fit, you are going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844. Find them online at lifechangerloan.com.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Always like this Van Halen song, Finish What You Started.
No, this is
Wait, no. This is Best of Both Worlds.
Best of Both
That's
Worlds.
It. That's what
Very
this is.
similar feel.
Yeah.
From the Van Hagar area.
Yeah.
This, of course, a callback to when we were talking about Gino Suarez. Trade him for a haul to the Yankees and have him re-sign in the offseason to hold down third base for another 2 years. That would be the best of both worlds for the Diamondbacks, at least for a lot of fans.
That's where all four guys, I think fans would be on board if you knew that you could re-sign them. I think fans want all four of those guys back, Gallen, Naylor, Merrill Kelly, and Suarez. Obviously, Gallen probably the least realistic, but I think fans still like all four of those players.
Yeah. Although, Zach Gallen's place in recent Diamondbacks history / how he's dealt with by the fan base is interesting to me.
Yeah, he's definitely, his reputation has suffered.
Yeah, he
recently.
does, but he does, even before this year, I don't think he got as much love as he deserved. You might disagree with me.
I agree with you, Vinny. I do.
But will we get the best of both worlds? We'll have to wait and see. Van Halen, best of both worlds, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
I told you this off the air, Bick. Speaking of music, I flipped on the TV yesterday, and I was, full admission, I was going to watch my DVR recording of the Suns Summer League game. But before I could get to it, I was distracted. Because it was the first episode of the Billy Joel documentary on HBO Max. It was like, the first episode was 2 hours and 27 minutes. It's only halfway done.
Goodness.
There's another episode coming. I couldn't turn it off.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. And I never watched the Summer League game. I just wasn't that invested in what Rasheer Fleming was doing against the Portland Trailblazers.
Yeah. It's Summer League, man.
I've said this before. I watch a documentary on everything, and I did. I watched 2 documentaries. That And then I watched a documentary of a woman who went missing on a cruise ship on Netflix in 1998. Have you seen that one?
No, but I heard it's crazy good.
It was really, really good.
Yeah.
And it kept me, I was like, I got to go to sleep. I have to go to sleep. And then they tease the next episode, and you're like, damn it, I'm not going to sleep.
So what was the resolution?
I'm not giving it
Whoa,
away.
spoiler.
Oh, okay.
Whoa, we don't spoil.
The resolution on Billy Joel?
No, on the woman on the cruise ship. She went missing on a cruise ship.
She went missing on
She
a
fell
cruise ship?
overboard. Done.
I mean, it's done.
End of
Jared,
documentary.
Watch the
30
documentary.
seconds.
Watch the documentary. See what happens.
Nope. And her family's been looking for her for over 26 years with belief that she's still alive.
I might be with Jared.
Still on the cruise ship.
No, watch the documentary. It'll change
Haunting
your mind.
the dining room. Can I give a shout out real quick?
Yeah.
To your nephew?
Not to my nephew.
Get it done now.
But to my uncle, because I had a lot of family in Overtown this weekend.
All right.
One of whom was my Uncle Alan, who is a huge fan of this show, listens to it every day in California.
Wow.
Listens, I think, on the app. And one interesting thing about him, he has the coolest nickname ever for a grandpa. He's a grandfather, has 2 grandkids.
Okay.
Haley and Donovan, I'll say. And he doesn't want to be grandpa, he didn't want to be granddad, so he had them call him the Great Grandini.
That's
so good.
That's fantastic.
And eventually it evolved into just Grandini, and then they just call him Dini now for short. But that's pretty cool.
Good.
The Great Grandini.
Yeah.
That is
so
fantastic.
shout out to my Uncle Alan.
Thanks for listening,
All right,
Uncle
so let's
Alan.
get back
There
to
you
the
go.
people are the worst topic.
Oh yeah, Vinny, you had something.
I'm debating on whether or not I want to go down this road.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Because it was a response we got to
Yeah,
that question.
Believe me, I read them all.
Yeah. Bick, your upbringing was called into question, as
okay.
was mine, because
Okay.
the suggestion that Ketel Marte might be acting a little soft.
Yeah, sorry.
Your upbringing was not to be soft, I could imagine.
Yeah.
I'll just say this. Do you remember when Brett Favre's dad died?
I do.
Remember what Brett Favre did the next day?
Yeah, he played that night.
Also,
Al McCoy, his wife of many years, passed away.
What did
Al
he do
McCoy
that-
broadcasted a game that same day.
And also, let me point out that this show, of all shows, is absolutely not all about like toxic masculinity and that stuff, and that. So we
We're
understand
not that
different
way.
situations.
No, and again, this is something, the way that Vinny laid it out. The fact that I wasn't even aware that he asked off that Sunday because I was gone.
Yeah.
He asked off that Sunday because he wanted to rest for the All-Star game. I mean, come on.
Now, Berthium said, Steve Berthium, when he was on with us, said he didn't feel like Ketel looked right, and that probably started in the San Diego series. But it was and the way it was presented was, and Torrey even talked about it, said the All-Star game is very important to him. He wants to be there. So that was another situation where Ketel didn't play and they won the game.
But it is interesting.
I've been raving about Ketel Marte for years.
Yes, you have.
People know how I feel about Ketel Marte. I'm not comfortable with all these days off. I'm just not. These are very what he did at the end of last year, and I got news for all the people who think that we were being overly harsh. It's what they're talking about inside the baseball team.
The part of him saying that I'm going to DH, I thought was interesting, because if he's back, why is he not just? If there's no injury thing, it's interesting if they brought him back just as the DH today.
Yeah, because then it ensures that you're going to play probably Blaze Alexander at second. Is the lineup as strong as it could be? If Marte's at second, you probably got a bigger, better bat at the DH than Blaze Alexander, all due respect. I don't know.
So the whole situation is odd.
The whole season's been odd. And it just continues.
Yeah, very, very true.
3 for 8 on the bingo card.
Now, I did say Corbin Carroll was going to hit multiple home runs.
Yes.
I was close. He had multiple triples.
3 triples.
I did say Jose Herrera was going to get hit in the hand with a pitch. It wasn't him. It was Blaze Alexander. I was very
You were
close. I was
close
in the
in the
neighborhood.
You were in the neighborhood. And
I was closest to the pin.
We suffered because the Diamondbacks were great. We had the Dbacks to win 2 of 3 against the Cardinals. They swept. So, I mean, you could look at it as a win, but Yeah, well.
What else did we hit?
I had Scotty to win the British Open.
Big stretch.
Yeah.
Hey, whoa.
Some limb you went on there. Semi.
He was. It won. And then I had Max Holloway to beat Dustin Poirier. That happened. And then we got.
So that fight turned out to be good, right?
It was good.
I was watching at a sports bar before that, and the undercard sucked, and then I left before the main event.
That fight was good. So
thanks to Steve Berthiaume for joining us. We'll catch you tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke up next. Have a great day, everybody.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. If you haven't noticed, the summer's here. The triple digits are settling in, and we know the heat isn't the only thing feeling heavy. Got a tight budget? That's why we're offering new AC units starting at just $99 a month. But that's not it. You could also get up to $3,000 in federal tax credits and rebates. It's never been a better time to upgrade. Beat the heat and budget the stress. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Decision with Precision Air.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP, or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 financed, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
If you're dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. During your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you. It helps decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Their big goal? Long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without going under the knife. They use advanced regenerative therapies like platelet-rich plasma and cellular treatments that target the problem at its source. People all over the country have been able to avoid surgery just by getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. And right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain. Book your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
I'm with Tim from Moving Team 6. We're talking about their mission and what they mean in the community. You do a lot in hiring vets as well. If a veteran's looking for work, into the training portal for you guys, and what's the thought process behind that?
Well, a lot of them, there's some vets that are, we have some that are retired, but most of them are the younger guys that put in like 4 years
years. They learned some of the trucking type stuff in the industry as far as when they were in the Army or Air Force or Navy. It makes a nice fit for us, and a lot of them are really disciplined. So, like, if you look at some of the vets that we have, they don't miss a day. They're just so dialed in.
When you guys moved me, there was a veteran on the crew, and he was such a great guy, and it was nice to make that connection with somebody, and you could see it. It's that dedication to getting the job done. It was pretty cool.
I think that's so important, and that's what we're looking for. Be respectful of people, and I think it's exciting, too, because when we do a move for veterans, they appreciate it so much, too, because we're helping out their fellow vets.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks dominated the St. Louis Cardinals at home this weekend. Eugenio Suarez homered 4 times in the series, including 2 in yesterday's 5-3 win.
There's the 1-2. There's a swing and a drive. Way back to left. Suarez does it once again. He is inevitable in this Diamondback lineup.
He was indeed inevitable over the weekend and has helped this ball club get back to 500, 50-50 on the season, and has left the door open for general manager Mike Hazen as the trade deadline inches closer. But first, 3 games with the Houston Astros. The Snakes will look for their 4th straight win after the All-Star break. First pitch from Chase will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Elsewhere in the sports world, Scotty Scheffler's dominance continued. He is your champion golfer of the year at Royal Portrush in golf's final major of the season. He ended the tournament 17 under par, and he won his 4th major championship. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Be sure you call Parker.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this glorious Monday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Mitch Ferreldis is in for Wolf. Mitch?
I got a glorious out of you on a Monday.
Well, it wasn't for you. It was because football's starting up and the Diamondbacks just swept the Cardinals.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I feel a lot better about a baseball team that can have some nice, easy, comfortable wins over a weekend as opposed to a team that really makes you sweat out some of the wins like we've seen this year. That was probably the most comfortable I felt about the team this past weekend.
I would agree. Strangely, it felt like they had that in them. Where like, isn't it fitting of this team? We may as well just get into it now. Jody Jackson, Bob Nightingale are going to join us in a little bit.
There's
to
nothing
talk
else
about
that we have to talk about
no,
from our weekend. So
Mike Sando is going to join us to talk football.
Ooh,
a
I
little
love
bit as
Mike.
Well. But no, with the Diamondbacks. We talked about it last week, and I feel like you guys did on your show in the afternoon as well. That you're on the ropes. Everybody knows you're on the ropes going into that series, going into the All-Star break. You basically need to sweep the St. Louis Cardinals before ownership can have a serious conversation about keeping the team together. Even if they want to, if you're going to be 5.5, 6.5, 7.5 games back and you're not stringing together wins, what are they supposed to do?
Right.
Is it not fitting of this team with their backs to the wall when they tend to play their best baseball? They tend to struggle when they're getting ahead of the game. They go out there and sweep the Cardinals. And yesterday's game, I guess, was close-ish, but none of them were really that stressful.
Can I just read for you some basic statistics about this year's Arizona
Diamondbacks?
Diamondbacks?
Please do that.
They're 50-50, which is perfect 500 through 100 games.
Which is probably the decision-making right now on whether to buy or sell. It's like 50-50.
Did you know that at home this season they are 26-25? Did you know that on the road this season they are 24-25?
Well, doing the math,
And did you know that against teams that are above 500, they are 30-31? They are about as middle of the road as you can get.
Yeah.
And yet, because they score a ton of runs, they're actually expected to be a 52-48 team.
That's the one
Which doesn't do much, but still.
But 52-48 would have you in a much different spot right now, believe it or not. It's the one thing. I mean, you're right. The stats are just so even. The only caveats I'll give you to that, if you're trying to figure out a way where maybe you can keep this team together, their offense is so good that their offense is not a 500 offense, obviously.
No.
So if you can get anything from your starting pitching, which on paper right now should be better than it was the year they went to the World Series, really, because that year they basically had 2 starting pitchers for the entire second half of the season. Now they have, well, I don't know, at least 3, maybe 4.
Well, they definitely have 3 if you get the pitching that they did this past weekend.
Yeah.
Because was that like the best 3 starts in succession that we've seen in a while? Because it feels like it was.
Yeah.
Jesse Friedman was able to tabulate the 3 starts from Brandon Pfaadt, Ryan Nelson, and Merrill Kelly.
Okay.
In the, 12, 19 innings pitched by those 3. They pitched to a 1.42 ERA. That's 3 earned runs over 19 innings.
There was a stretch, and I can pull up the exact numbers, but there was a stretch, was it against San Diego? I think it was against San Diego, right, where they got a great start from Gallen on July 7th, a great start from Merrill, but he lost
and
on
then
July 8th.
And then the start from Pfaadt, where he did
Pfaadt,
what has not been done since Josh Colmenter, which
yeah.
grouping those 2 together is fun.
And we asked Colmenter about it like the next day, and he did not seem to realize that it was. I mean, it's not one of those stats as a pitcher you would because it was such a specific.
It's one of those
stat.
you got to dig for it, but it's still a very impressive feat what they did. Yeah,
But
I guess so.
The point is they've won 4 in a row now.
4 in a row, 3 out of the break. They outscored the Cardinals. I think it was 22-7, which says a lot about the offense. But to your point about the pitching, it says just as much about the pitching, because one of the things that comes with being able to have stress-free, easy wins is the one thing that we've complained about probably the most this season with this team is the bullpen. And what was the least of our problems this weekend based off of the results and the final tallies?
Bullpen.
The bullpen. Like,
what if I just said bullpen for the rest of the show?
I mean, you could. The bullpen wasn't perfect, don't get me wrong. I mean, they still allowed some of the runs late after the starts were done, but the starts did so well, and the offense was so good early on, it felt like that you could allow a little bit of wiggle room from the guys in the back end to be able to get through some of those games. And even in those later innings, you still felt like, all right, it's fine. They allowed 1 run, but whatever. We're fine because they got so far ahead of it. Geno is scorching hot right now. Everything seems to be going up Diamondbacks. And yet, again, they're 50-50.
Yeah, I mean, it depends how you want to look at it, right? And I do think that it's ultimately going to come down to starting pitching and very specifically the guy who's pitching tonight, because you know what you're going to get from Merrill Kelly. He's going to give you a chance to win 9 out of 10, a good chance to win 9 out of 10 of his starts, right? I mean, he's so steady, man. Like, you know what Merrill Kelly is. And Ryan Nelson is quickly becoming that way. Now, he doesn't have the track record just because he hasn't been a starter long enough to have what Merrill Kelly has, but I think you feel pretty confident in him. Pfaadt, encouraged by the last couple starts, and there might be a reason why that we'll get into, a very specific reason why we'll get into a little bit later in the show, why those last 2 starts have looked so good. But if I'm Mike Hazen and I'm that front office, I want to keep the team together. I don't want to send the message to a team that's on a winning streak that we're going to trade away Geno. But I think a lot hinges on what Zach Gallen does. And he's got 2 more starts before the deadline, and one of them is tonight. And if he is showing signs of being Zach Gallen, then I think it's justifiable to just keep the team together and roll the dice. But if he goes out there and just does not look right, you still have a cap on what you're capable of.
So we did a Burns and Gambo poll question on Friday, and I'm curious where you stand if I were to give you 4 different items that could play into how you're going to go about your trade deadline.
Okay.
The team's record, which is 50-50. Their place in the standings, which is the 4th team outside of the wild card race as it stands right now. They're behind 3 teams before they get to the Padres, who are the 3rd team in the wild card. So technically 4 teams they're behind before they get to a wild card spot. The health of the roster, we've talked ad nauseum about the health of this pitching staff, and a lot of them who are not coming back this year. But also you can consider Pavin Smith, who's on the injured list right now. You could consider the up and down nature of Ketel Marte's health status, Corbin Carroll, Josh Naylor, etc. And then the 4th being the assets that they have to sell. And everything that's being spoken about at the national level is this is the team that's going to control the trade deadline because they have 4 of the most valuable assets out there in Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Josh Naylor, and Eugenio Suarez. Suarez being the most valuable one.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering which of those is supposed to weigh the heaviest when trying to determine what you're supposed to go with this team.
I think because you invested in trying to win this year, the biggest thing to me is still your place in the standings. I mean, the health is what it is, and it's not going to get suddenly better in the next couple, 10 days now before the trade deadline. The assets, I get it, and that has to weigh in it, but at the same time, what are you getting back? If you keep rolling here, and let's say you take 2 of 3 from Houston, so you've taken 6 of 7, you have to at least look at the fact that this team outwardly says they want to stay together. And at that point, if you win 2 of the next 3 or even sweep Houston, they're showing you that they want to stay together. At a certain point, don't you kind of have to see where that goes? If you're trading for, and I don't know what you would get for Zach Gallen, but if you're trading Zach Gallen, you're getting a young starter back, but that young starter can pitch right now and is good, then that's something.
Which this team actually needs
for
what it's worth. If they do end up selling one of these 2 starters in Gallen and Kelly, they need to get somebody who can play on the major league roster back. They're otherwise not going to finish the season.
Exactly, and that's it. I don't want a double or even a AAA guy. I want somebody that can pitch now. That maybe a contender's we like this guy, but we're not sure we're going to use him in the rotation in the playoffs with the way they would use Gallen.
Right.
So I don't want to have a team with this kind of offense and trade it all away for a bunch of prospects that maybe we'll see one of in the future. When they made the Zach Greinke trade, I thought that was a great move at the time because they had to move on from Greinke and they weren't making the playoffs and all that. But all those guys they got back never really even panned out.
Greinke and Goldschmidt combined for 7 prospects in return. None of them are here.
Yeah.
None of them.
And
that wasn't that long ago either. That was Goldschmidt was traded in 18 and Greinke in 19.
And how many? And I was totally in favor of the Greinke trade. But again, when you're getting prospects, it just makes you feel good in the moment if they don't actually pan out. I'll look during the break, but how many of those prospects? You said 7 prospects. How many of them are even playing anywhere?
Josh baseball? Rojas is on the White Sox. That much I know for sure. Carson Kelly's on the Cubs.
I think that's it.
Luke Weaver's on the Yankees.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, okay.
And he became a darling last year because of just how good he was in their bullpen. But outside of that, Andy Young, no. Seth Beer, no. I think I saw Corbin Martin signed with a new team recently, but
you're not allowed to sign with a different team. Corbin.
He was supposed to be one of the top pitchers back in that trade.
That's the thing.
And then the other being JB Bukowskis, who I'll be honest, I don't know where he is right now.
Seth Beer is playing, but he's in AA for the Phillies.
Yeah.
He's
not really
AA,
helping the Dbacks.
And they acquired him in 2019, and he's back in AA. That's a long backwards road.
I'm not using that to say that was a bad trade. I'm just using that to say, when that trade was made, we're hey, look at all these prospects they got for Greinke. Now, they weren't in it that year, but this year you're in it right now. So if you trade Gino for 4 prospects that we never see, that's not ideal. All right, we come back. What areas can the Arizona Cardinals improve upon the most in 2025? By the way, camp starts this week. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferreldis in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-0. Swung on in the air to right center. Long run for Carroll, but he is there, and he's got it. And the Diamondbacks sweep St. Louis to open up the second half.
A sweep of St. Louis at home feels nice. Time for the Astros to hit Chase Field for a 3-game series beginning tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
What do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat? Oh, yeah, Macedonians, we all know it's hot outside. I'm talking frying egg on the sidewalk hot. But inside the Wolfley compound, it's cool, real cool. And that's all thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. It's like sleeping on a cloud that's been chilling in the fridge, bruh. And here's the deal. You don't have to suffer through sweaty nights. Right now, during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online now through July 29th. That's mattresses, pillows, sheets, whatever you need to build your sleep sanctuary. They've got 12 locations across the basin. So there's one close by you, Basinonians. Go check them out. And you know what? Tell them Wolf sent you. Don't sleep on this deal unless you're sleeping on a Brooklyn bedding mattress. Then by all means, have at it for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale going on now. Go to brooklynbedding.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of the one.
As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, we can use vacation days, or every day can be that escape with a brand new pool from California Pools and Landscape. And this month, they're celebrating 37 years of creating backyard bliss with a free water feature. A free water feature with your new pool. Hey, Casa Galvicia is one of more than 36,000 projects that California Pools and Landscape has built. They have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, and they're making a donation to Phoenix Children's for every pool sold this year. See my backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Chris Paul's not coming back to the Valley. He's going to L.A. So what do the Suns do to pivot, if anything? That and more starting at 6 on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports.
All right, Mitch Burrell is in for Wolf today. It's Wolf and Luke. Training camp. Well, technically, I guess rookies are showing up to camp tomorrow. But training camp open to the public on Thursday. And this show will be out there on Thursday. Football is here, Mitch.
And yet Wolf can't be here to celebrate.
Oh, he'll be here on Thursday.
He'll be here to celebrate on the day of, but he's not here to celebrate the eve of football.
He doesn't need to because he was celebrating the eve of football like 3 weeks ago.
How many eves do you think we have to go back before Wolf does not celebrate football?
There is infinite eves.
It does not exist.
That's too many eves. Anyway, so camp is starting this week, and so I ask you this, Mitch, knowing full well that I'm going to answer the question, although maybe your answer will impede my answer. Who knows?
I can let you answer first if you want.
No, that would be weird if I asked myself a question. Where are the areas on this team where you either think they need to improve the most, or more optimistically, where you think they will improve the most?
So I think it's fair to say that we all think that where they'll improve the most is on defense, right? Given that they spent all of the capital, and that's draft picks, that's
all of it,
salary dollars. That's literally everything that the Cardinals had at their disposal this offseason. They went out and were like, defense.
I love it.
Go get defense.
Yes.
So we all expect the defense to get better, right? We expect the high draft picks to contribute early. We expect the new faces to contribute early and often. I think that the defense is going to be the one area where we're going to be watching the most because that's where we all expect the most improvement to be. But I think you can also make a strong case for the offense in the defense of you didn't change anything drastic about the offense. So naturally, you would assume that an offense that has kept the continuity, that's a better way to say it. An offense that has kept the continuity the way that they did should logically just get better because more time together, more opportunities to learn the playbook, more opportunities to be with one another. that should get better too. And I know it's a bit of a cop-out answer to say that I expect both things to get better, but I really think there is a basic presentation for both sides as to why they're going to get better this season.
Yeah, that's fair, and it's kind of funny that like they're almost the opposite of each other. If you look at the defense, you say, well, look, they just added all these pieces. I guess the question would be, can they fit all together quickly during the season, or are they going to need some time together to kind of all get on the same page? You look at the offense, and it's like, well, they didn't really add anything, but they have continuity. And I remember asking Paris Johnson Jr. about the continuity when we were out there during OTAs, and he was like, it's to the point on offense where we just hold each other accountable, and it takes maybe a word. We'll look at each other on the field, and we'll kind of know what that means. Which, if you think about it, yes, there's continuity, but it's not like Paris Johnson Jr. and Kyler Murray have been playing together for 12 years. Paris is like going into year 3.
Yeah.
But that continuity should help the offense. The easy answer is of where you expect the improvement for me is on defense. And specifically, they need to improve the run stopping, obviously. I think the pass rush is greatly improved, and I hope that leads to more forced turnovers, too. Wolf did a big thing about a week or two ago where he was looking at where the Cardinals were in terms of forced turnovers per game compared to, like, the top teams in the league, and trying to figure out if they can get closer to, like, the Philadelphias of the world that were forcing almost 2 turnovers a game last year as opposed to the exactly 1 a game they forced.
Do you think turnovers is the biggest thing that they need to acquire or accumulate this year? Because I'm almost with you where it's just they need to find a way to, one, get off the field on 3rd down. That counts as a turnover in some way, shape, or form, right? Because you're forcing them to 4th down. They're either going to punt or they're going to try to force a 1st down, and they're either not going to get it and turn it over, or they're going to keep the drive going, etc. Or
if they're Philadelphia, they're always just going to push Jalen Hurts down the field and get it every time. But yeah,
push! Anyway, what I'm trying to get at is I don't think while turnovers are sexy in terms of a number, and it's like, oh, look at all the interceptions, look at all the sacks, look at all the fumble recoveries that they had. At the same time, you can still be a good defense by just limiting how many yards the opposing offense gets on a down in, down out. And the more opportunity, the less opportunities that the defense has to be on the field, the more opportunities that you're giving your offense. And there's that complementary football that we always hear JG talk about and everybody else talks about. Complementary football, complementary football. Can the defense do everything they can to get themselves off the field early so that the offense can get on and really abuse the opposing defense as much as possible?
I just want the defense to be disruptive. And if they are, we're going to need to come up with a term for it over the course of the season.
It feels like that was the one area they wanted to address, right? Dalvin Tomlinson, Calais Campbell, Walter Nolan. Those are probably the 3 biggest additions that they had this offseason. And that was their 1st-round pick, a guy that is on a reunion tour, I guess, but he's also very good at his age at 38 years old. And then Dalvin Tomlinson, who was a cap casualty in Cleveland, and it was coming off one of his best seasons, as a matter of fact.
And it's funny because you say that, and you say those might be their biggest additions of the offseason, but you could easily make a case for Josh Sweat and Will Johnson, who aren't even on that list. So, look, turnovers, would you love to just force more? Yeah, but every team. I mean, if it were as simple as, hey, let's go out there and force more turnovers, every team would do it. Maybe
100%.
Maybe Cleveland wouldn't. I don't know. Maybe they just wouldn't buy into it. But everybody else would do it. And you obviously can't just snap your fingers and do it. So I just want a pass rush that doesn't take 7 guys to get to the quarterback. That's what I want.
Well, that's why they got Sweat, right? They had to create some sort of pressure on one side of the ball. And it works both ways. It's either Sweat's going to be the one to get back there, or Sweat's going to command a double team, and then it's like Zaven Collins, or it's Darius Robinson, or it's somebody else on that outside edge who's going to get those opportunities to get after the quarterback in the backfield or after the running back in the backfield, whatever it may be. I think at the end of the day, you and I kind of are focusing on the same area. It's going to be one on that defensive line. But I do want to create a case for the secondary as well, because that is an area that is going to benefit from the defensive line being able to do their job. While in turn, on those 3rd and longs, if they can create good pass protection, then the front 4 or front 5, however many get sent, is going to have more time to be able to get back home. So I think there's just as much onus on the secondary to be able to hone in on those 3rd and stops, to be able to allow more opportunities for the front 4 to really pressure the quarterback.
Well, here's Garrett Williams, since he brought up the secondary. We had him on last month, and we asked him where he feels the defense is going to improve the most.
I think just from a consistency standpoint, I think last year we showed in glimpses of what we were capable of. And we had some really, really bright moments. And I think this year is going to be putting it all together to where it's at every game. That's the standard, and that's just what it is. Like we have the guys, we have the pieces, and we all are really confident in the people that we have in the room. Having a good mixture of guys who contributed a lot last year, and then also add in some good pieces to add into the room. So I think we all are kind of on the same page of just we should be consistently showing that we're one of the top defenses and just rush and cover. That's the name of the game, and just winning the run game.
I mean, he's one of the main guys now, Mitch. For the longest time.
I mean, he might be their best corner.
Yeah.
Period. But he plays slot.
Ideally, could finish this year as one of the better corners in all of football. I mean, what was the Pro Football Focus grade where they had him at number 2 among corners already? Wherever you want to put him, that's a guy that, to me, is symbolic of it. You have more than just Buddha on defense. It used to go into the season and say, okay, well, we need more guys to be like Buddha. Well, it all hinges on how much Buddha stays on the field.
Gannon would say, if I had 100 Buddhas, or whatever it was,
you would win a lot of fights with 100 Buddhas. But now it's and you've had Jalen Thompson too. But now it's okay, you've got Garrett Williams too, and you've added Josh Sweat, and you figure one of these younger players that you've drafted on defense is going to. I mean, we haven't even mentioned B.J. Ojolari or Darius Robinson, who are kind of like additions this year too. So you just give yourself, it's a numbers game, right? If you give yourself 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 guys that can be disruptive up front, 4 of them should hit.
4 of them, at least. And they've created a lot of depth as a result of the additions they've made, as a result of some of these guys coming back from injury. And that depth is going to benefit them, but it's also going to make things very difficult when camp comes to an end and they have to figure out who's going to remain on that defensive side of the ball when all things are said and done.
We come back to baseball. Even if the Diamondbacks keep winning like this, is there one specific player they still need to trade anyway? I feel like Dbacks fans are very split on this topic. We're going to get into it next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferreldis in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content. From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available here in the Basin. Voted number 1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. There's over 1,000 of them. Installation is all done by their in-house team. No subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. They'll work around stucco or tile or work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open up that same patio with a touch of a button. These shades are commercial-grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized sealed track or cabled shades. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
Today at Berg Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on the road to recovery because their better future begins with our help. Help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Progressive knows we all crave validation.
Girl, you are not 37.
I would have guessed 27.
You guys are too sweet.
Sure. Dewy skin.
Terrific. Is something wrong, Ned?
Why would you ask? Just because today marks my 10th anniversary without a car accident or even a speeding ticket? But somehow, tonight's all about your skincare.
Wow. With Snapshot from Progressive, you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. And that's all the validation you need. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Got unwanted guns at home?
MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
You know, I couldn't stop talking about it to my family and friends. My knees are my trouble spot. But for me to tell them now that I'm doing so much better, they were amazed, and I've been amazed.
QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies. Yes, it is amazing how these non-surgical treatments deliver joint pain relief for patients like Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor.
Each week, I just started noticing that I could sleep and not have pain. I could play pickleball. I could do a CrossFit exercise routine.
QC Kinetics revitalizes your joints so you can move again without the pain pills or invasive surgery.
You know, I'm 60 years old and I want to stay competitive as long as I can. And QC has allowed me to do that. They did me right and really made a difference in my life.
Book your free consultation with QC Kinetics today and experience the difference for yourself.
I like to go, move, move, move.
QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks swept the St. Louis Cardinals over the weekend and are now just 4.5 games back of the final wildcard spot in the National League. They start a 3-game series tonight at Chase Field against the American League West leading Houston Astros. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the D-backs against Houston's Colton Gordon. And Arizona Cardinals training camp begins tomorrow for who might be the odd man out in their crowded defensive line room. Head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi.
Hey, it's Gambo. What should the D-backs be prepared for when they welcome back Christian Walker and the Astros? Preview Game 1 starting at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Christian Walker returning with, I would say, the Diamondback season still on the line. Would you not? Mitch Ferrelda's in for Wolf today.
The irony. Christian Walker coming in with the Diamondback season on the line, and yet he's not helping the Diamondbacks.
No.
He's trying to hurt the Diamondbacks.
He is. What if I called you Mitch Ferrelda's in for Wolf today, all day, like even off the air?
Well, off the air, that's kind of weird.
Okay, well, that's where you draw the line, as if I was walking down the hall.
You could address me by
my
shirt if you want. For those of you old school heads.
Mitchapalooza?
I'm trying to find, there you go. See?
All the cameras.
I think my mom's watching today.
You have it hidden behind the microphone, though.
I've hidden behind a lot of things.
Okay.
As a short individual like myself, there's a monitor in the way, there's a microphone in the way. There's not a whole lot that you can see about me other than my face.
Short king.
Apologies. I'm a king. Short king.
You need to do what Wolf does if you're going to sit in that chair and just wear a Mitchapalooza skull cap.
Well, I could get the fan hat and just wear that the whole time.
You could do that. Wear that out in public.
Nobody could possibly miss me with that thing on.
No, they could not. The Diamondbacks are still in this. We should probably do this tomorrow, Rick, where we should just do a listeners-only meeting if they win again tonight to see where people are in terms of
Are you in or are you out?
Yeah, I mean, because if you just throw anything out there on social media, it feels like it's like 50-50. People are like, I don't want to blow this team up. I mean, you got this offense like this. Why would you give up if you're winning like this? But then you have the other half, and it's tough to decide which one's right, honestly, of like, you could sell higher than anybody's ever sold before on Geno. You could move Gallen and get a lot, and you could set yourself up really nicely for the future. But do you want to keep kicking it down the line? I mean, I don't know. It's a real tough spot.
We talked about this in between one of the, as Wolf says, beautiful parts of the program and the not so beautiful part of the program, about how great this team is to talk about in a 24-hour news cycle because every day is a new adventure. But if you're like a key decision maker, like the guy that's actually running the team and is responsible for making all the decisions, it must be a nightmare trying to figure out what to do with this team. I mean, literally 50-50 on the season, and yet they're coming off of their best 3-game stretch in, I can't even tell you how long because I would need to do deeper research, but this does feel like their best 3-game stretch of the season. And I know it's recency bias, but they outscored the Cardinals. They didn't have any blowups in the bullpen. They got 3 quality starts in a row, and their offense continued to roll without their best player.
Has there ever been a 500 team, and you read off the numbers in the first segment of the show, where it's just like everything is 500? I mean, they're basically 500 at home. They're 500 on the road, basically. They're exactly 50-50. Like, that's as 500 as it gets. Big picture this season, they are the definition of a 500 team. But if you just watch them on any given night, the one thing they don't look like is a 500 team. Because you're either going to catch them on a night where you're like, I don't see how this team could ever win games with this bullpen or with all these injuries, or, you know, whoever, some starting pitcher is just melting down, or you're going to catch them on a night where you're like, yeah, they could take the Dodgers out of the playoffs.
One night, they are the Chicago Cubs.
Okay.
Pinnacle of offense, a really good outing from their pitching. The other night, they're the Colorado Rockies.
I thought you were going to say Chicago White Sox.
No.
Oh, okay.
Although that would be funny and nice parallels, but absolute abject disaster of everything. And just anything that could possibly go their way doesn't. And anytime they seemingly get themselves back in it, they completely drop the door from underneath you.
That's why this series coming up now is also big. I mean, the one that they just went through was huge in the sense of, like, is it over if you don't go out there and take care of business against St. Louis? They did. They tend to play better, and it's impressive. It's admirable. They play so well when they are backed into a corner. You're going to back this team into a corner, they're going to come out swinging. But the question is, now can you go on your run to get above 500 and take at least 2 of 3 from Houston? I mean, again, you're still trying to sell your front office, who doesn't want to trade you away, but you need to sell them on the fact that you're worth investing in, because you and I were looking at the standings during the break, and it was funny. Somebody wrote in on the YouTube live chat of, hey, if they just win 9 in a row and have the Dodgers lose 9 in a row, they'll be in first place.
Well, the Dodgers are losing a bunch in a row.
That's true. If they keep playing Milwaukee.
That helps.
Yeah, because Mark wrote in and said Dbacks need to win the next 9 games, and the Dodgers lose the next 9, and the Dbacks will lead the NL West. Good
job, Mark.
It's not wrong with his math. But no, I don't think anybody's looking at winning the division, but you were looking at the standings during the break, and the reality is you need to decide if you can catch San Diego. That's really the determining factor.
And can you do it with or without Gino Suarez? Because I think he's going to pay off the tease, he's going to be the one that's either traded, whether they're good enough or not, I think. And you can make an argument maybe that it's going to be Zach Gallen instead, but I think Eugenio Suarez is the one where he is easily going to fetch you the best possible return based on the way that he's playing, the way that his contract status is, and the fact that there is a need from a lot of different teams across the league. You could create essentially a bidding war.
You won't even have to.
For a guy that's going to be available for 2 months.
They'll create it themselves. The other teams will create it.
It's fascinating. Steve Berthiaume was on with the morning show today, and he had mentioned that it was in a similar facet to how the 2017 Diamondbacks, they went after and got JD Martinez, and he joked, well, they don't have to do that this time because they already have Eugenio Suarez. But Suarez is somebody else's 2017 JD, where he could go to that team, hit 20 home runs in a 2-month span. Like that.
You had the stat earlier before the show that if he gets traded, he's the first player in Major League history, is that what you said, to have 35 home runs and then get traded in a season.
Bob Nightingale, shouts Bob,
who will join us at 11:30.
Going to join us later. No player, this is verbatim, no player in MLB history has been traded in season after reaching 35 home runs, like Gino did last night. Diamondbacks All-Star third baseman Eugenio Suarez, who just his 35th homer, could very well be the first. He's, by the way, only behind, I think, 3 or 2 other guys in the home run lead this season. You got Cal Raleigh, who's blowing things away this year with his home run total, and then Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani. Shocker.
Yeah, what do you expect from Judge?
But Gino, man.
Here's Merrill Kelly after the game yesterday.
I mean, that guy's incredible. He's my favorite player. What he's doing right now, but I mean, honestly, what he's done since the second half of last year. I mean, it's just more of what we saw last year. I think people forget that first half he had, where he scuffled. I think people forgot how good of a hitter he is, how prolific of a power hitter he was, and he's just doing a good job of reminding everybody.
Jeff Passan had a cut from yesterday where he was talking about the best players that could be available at the deadline. He has Gino at the top of the list. How can you not? I mean, we all saw what he did this weekend. 2 home runs Saturday, 2 home runs yesterday. It's getting to the point where you expect a home run. I told you I went to the game on Saturday and wasn't in the press box. I was just out with people at the game, and it was just like, okay, He's going to probably hit a home run. Gone. Okay, it was second time up. Hey, somebody should film this because he's probably going to gone. You know what I mean? Like, and not even joking. The second time he was up, I just put my phone up for the first pitch and hit record just to see if gone. Like, he is hitting home runs at an absurd rate. And that cut right there from Merrill Kelly, I know that's one guy on the team. I don't think you can trade Gino. You brought this point up in show prep of who's your replacement right now. It's not like Jordan Lawler's not even fully healthy.
Still hurt.
But I also think for a while there, I thought if you traded Gino, you would still have enough offense. Maybe you can get this going and hang around. And, you're not totally waving the white flag.
Well, we might be mistaken on that because he kind of was their offense the whole weekend.
And I think if you trade him, you rip the heart out of this team.
Absolutely. And to further the point of like Merrill emphasizing, I think people forget what he was before and then what he is now. So since the 2024 All-Star break, home run leader since 2024 All-Star break, so July of a year ago, Aaron Judge 60, Shohei Ohtani 59, Eugenio Suarez 55. And then just to further the conversation, Cal Raleigh 52, Kyle Schwarber 51, Juan Soto 42. Yeah. That's since last year's All-Star break. If you want to even microcosm it further, since June 1st, he has 20. Since June 1st.
It's absurd. But I mean, don't you agree that I think there's a way where if you feel like we have to trade somebody because we have too much that's valuable to other teams, but if you were trying to walk that line and be like, let's trade somebody so we get something, but maybe we'll also still trade a prospect or two for some bullpen help and kind of try and stick around and still do this. Wolf was on this for a while that it would be Gino, and for a while there I tended to agree with him a little bit. Mm-hmm. I think the answer is Gallen at this point. If you were going to do that, maybe you don't even do that, but I just think if you trade Gino, the guy he is in the locker room, not to say Gallen isn't or any of these guys aren't, but it's very clear how much Gino means to his teammates. There's no way to trade him, even if it's the right thing to do, big picture, there's no way to trade him without sending a message to your team, we don't believe you can do it this year.
Which is interesting because teams can respond in different ways. Like the example that we were talking about in show prep was the Tigers last year. The Tigers traded away Jack Flaherty, who at their time was their second best starter, probably behind Tarek Skubal. Traded him away, got some decent prospects back from the Dodgers. Jack Flaherty goes on to win the title. But what do the Tigers do? They become the story of baseball because they go on this absurd run at the end of the season where they bust into the playoffs, they shock the Astros in the wild card round, and then go toe-to-toe with the Cleveland Guardians in the second round to the point where we're all talking about the Tigers now. We're talking about those gritty Tigers, right? What are they this year? They're the first team to 30 wins, 40 wins, 50 wins, and now after yesterday, 60 wins. There's a reasonable scenario where the Diamondbacks can, quote-unquote, get away with trading away, but then also their team stays good enough that they find themselves in the playoffs.
But I think it has to be a pitcher. Because the example you just gave was a pitcher. That's a guy that's affecting the game once every 5 days.
But at the same time, if you trade away your best third baseman and your best power hitter, who's going to be there to immediately replace him when the guy that we all expect to immediately replace him is seldom available or has stunk at the major league level?
Even if Lawler was like ahead of schedule and healthy right now, he's not going to replace what Suarez is doing at the plate. All right, when we come back, can the Diamondbacks keep things going after the series coming up against the Astros? We're going to ask Dbacks broadcaster Jody Jackson next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferrell is in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. Tomorrow. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Tomorrow. From your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Yeah, we are the Woo Fan Clan. We like to say, I am Santan Ford. This isn't just any Ford dealership, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tim Hovik, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and $0 down. Yeah, I'm talking about $0 down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT. Think about that, man. $399 a month and $0 down on the 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even the Ford Bronco Sport. It's just a sign and drive with a payment real folks can actually afford. Listen, Tim Hovick, Santan, Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee, but you got that covered. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying for-day. For well-qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states. Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
This one is long gone to left field.
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com.
All right, last time we talked to Jody Jackson, things were kind of tense going into a big series against the St. Louis Cardinals. And not that they're any less tense right now, but now it's like tense in a good way, coming off a sweep of St. Louis. Jody joins us on the Arizona Sports Line. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferrell in for Wolf today. Jody, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Yeah, what a weekend. It's funny. I know Wolf is off, but what is that clip? He plays finish him, finish them, or
yes,
something like that.
That one.
There you go. I actually brought that up on the pregame yesterday to Mark Rice. I said we have to channel Ron Wolfley today and finish them, win the series, and, you know, it worked out really well.
It did. Well, let's just start with Gino and what he's been doing it all season, but specifically the game on Saturday and the game yesterday. Jody, Mitch and I were just talking about this last segment. If you have to trade a guy, but you maybe are trying to toe that line of trading a guy, but still trying to win this year, I think at this point he's hitting so well and he means so much to his teammates. I don't know that you can trade Gino and have any sort of thought of still going for it this year just because of what it would do to the clubhouse.
Yeah, everybody loves Gino, and he's a huge part of this on and off the field. And how do you replace homers like that and what he does? he's been putting together really good at bats. I think it goes hand in hand. But yeah, the amount of balls just flying out of the ballpark, and what he gives you on defense, and the whole package. And you're right. If you end up finding yourself in a spot where you need to trade him, the haul is just going to be too good, or the players that are involved are just too good, it's going to be very tough. And I think that was the message in the clubhouse yesterday. Gino himself saying, was it a message to the front office sweeping the Cardinals? Yes, it was. That we believe in the team, and all of those things definitely were in effect over the weekend. They just have to keep it going. And I think right now that there are a lot of players in there. There's a lot of belief that they can continue to win. Obviously, not every game, I don't think, before the trade deadline, but if they go 9-3 or something like that, where did they land? They have gotten closer to the Cardinals. Clearly, they're only one game back. It's because, as we all know, it's 4.5 back, but it's also just trying to jump these other teams. And they got closer to the Cardinals, and they still would have to leapfrog the Reds and the Giants and the Padres and all of that. And we know how tough that could be, but there's a lot of belief in there, and you could see why. When you see what they did, and really on Friday night, the whole entire offense, I mean, everybody was hitting. They had really good starting pitching again. They got good performances from the bullpen. But the recipe when you're up that big is to kind of, be able to they use some of their long men, and they were able to do that. And I think what's going to, with the Astros, this is a team that they've suffered a lot of injuries. I was just looking at it today, unbelievable amount of injuries, and to have the record that they have. So it's going to get tight here. We played a lot of one-run games with this Astros club in the past. But yeah, you're right. To have to trade Gino to be in that spot, I think is going to be really excruciating for this front office.
Jody, do you think that they end up trading any of the key 4 guys before the deadline? And just no matter what their record is when they get to that point, do you think that anybody ends up getting traded before the deadline?
I will say this, Mitch. I don't know who of the 4 or even other players. You can look at some other players who might be coveted by teams. Now, they're not going to bring you maybe the haul that you want, because I do know the one thing that Mike Hazen's made clear, and it makes a ton of sense. You have to bring back some pitching because you're going to be you're going to have a lot of uncertainty with that pitching going into next year, not only in the bullpen, but with the starting rotation. Because once guys do hit free, whatever guys, it's such a dance that they're going to be doing, right? The guys you don't trade, then they're free agents. Can you bring them back? Do you want to bring them back? There's a lot to map out, but there's also, I'm sure, a pretty good-looking map with some pathways that are actually pretty exciting for this team. I almost look at this as an exciting time because you do have assets that you can turn into some – you have to bolster the pitching staff for next year. So I think for sure there's going to be a lot of movement. It's going to be a really interesting trade deadline. I can guarantee you that.
We're talking to Jody Jackson. Yeah, it'd be nice, Jody, if they would just push the trade deadline to like August 7th so they could play that series against San Diego and see where they are after those 3 games here against the Padres.
You know what? You bring up a good point, Luke, and in all seriousness, I think that, I haven't polled all the GMs, but if you push it back a little bit, it makes a whole lot more sense because you still got, almost a third of the season, not quite a third of the season left when you're having to make these decisions. It's very tough.
Yeah, especially because, you've expanded the playoffs, so teams feel like they're in it later into the season. So if you pushed it back like 2 weeks, that I would be surprised if many GMs would be opposed to that. Tonight, Zach Gallen is starting. He's got 2 more starts before the deadline. Look, obviously a lot is riding on every game right now for the team and for him, but how much in terms of them determining if they're going to buy or sell or both or neither do you think specifically rides on how Zach Gallen looks in these final 2 starts before the deadline?
It can only help because we all know how much starting pitching. We remember how Mike Hazen was trying to get starting pitching in 2023 and how hard it was and what the price tag was. And those were not even for really guys of Zach Gallen's stature. And so for me, though, it is important because he had kind of one of those enigmatic starts in Anaheim. Although I'll say this, the Anaheim Angels are just they put up some crooked numbers against the Phillies and their pitching staff. The Angels are one of those teams that's a very tough matchup. But Zach Gallen, I think tonight he's got to go out there and shut this Astros team down. And I think they think it's a good matchup. I think that's why he's starting in this game. And I think he's capable of it. They do have some real threats in that lineup that have been there for a long, like Altuve is unbelievable, and then you're going to have Christian Walker coming back, and you know how he likes to hit at Chase Field, and he's starting to heat up a little bit. He's batting .230 with 13 homers. 3 of them have come in July. So it's been a little bit of a slower first half for him. But I think, yeah, for sure, if you're for the team to perform, number one, hoping that this team can just keep it going. And it's so strange because as you pile up wins, you get further away from trading guys. Potentially, you're still going to make trades, in my opinion. But if either way, you want Zach Gallen to be performing at his very best. And we all know he can be much better than we've seen this year.
I want to ask you about somebody who has been performing a lot better as of late, and that's Brandon Pfaadt. And there was an interesting nugget from Corbin Burns, who was made available yesterday, talking about how, I don't know if it's him directly helping Brandon develop that cutter a little bit more, but at least offering some advice. What have you noticed about Brandon and the way he's been able to utilize that cutter? And then secondarily, how valuable is it that Corbin is still providing this advice, given that he's not going to be pitching for a while?
Yeah, no, it's great. I walked in yesterday, and Corbin Burns was there, and we all just kind of flocked over to him. And what he said is that he got a call when Brandon was going to be introducing this cutter, and and I think he talks to a lot of the guys, but it was kind of more pointed, like, hey, Brandon's going to be doing this. So he reached out to Brandon, and there's texting going back and forth. And what Corbin Burns was saying was, because Corbin, and I know you guys have heard this, he just said he naturally has a cutting motion with his fastball, so that's something God-given for him. Mm-hmm. For Brandon, I think he's just helping him develop the pitch. And he said it's also a pitch that, you only can learn how effective it is as you throw it to different guys. And so it's funny, like Brandon Pfaadt said the other day, you guys remember the great catch from Alec Thomas. Well, that was a cutter to Jordan Walker. And he's like, okay, well, not that, that might not work as well to certain right-handed batters, right?
Yeah.
So it's a process, and that's really cool that Corbin Burns is helping him out. And as far as, I forgot your first question, just having Corbin in there, seeing Corbin was great. And, the rehab stinks. It's a grind, but he's embracing that because he knows he's got, the one thing that stood out to me is he said, I have to make sure this never happens again. Like, he just wants to make sure that elbow is completely healthy and that he's able to help this team for years to come.
Jody, it's always great talking to you. Hopefully we talk to you again in a few days after another sweep.
Thanks, Jody.
Yeah, let's keep it going. Finish them again, right?
Hey, whatever works, right? You're going to have to do that before every game now.
Yeah.
Thanks,
all right.
Jody.
Take care, guys.
That's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, training camp starts this week for the Arizona Cardinals. How much of Jonathan Gannon's future is actually tied to Kyler Murray? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Farrell, this in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth, they help me and the Warrior Queen understand the importance of growth through tactical investments and having insights tailored to our risk tolerance. As an independent firm, Trajan Wealth is not bound to just one line of products or portfolios. That is so important right there, Basinonians. They are not trying to sell you one product. They have the ability to customize a portfolio to meet your own unique goals and needs. It's one of the reasons why you need to pick up the phone and call Trajan Wealth today to learn more about these strategies. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 financed, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks swept the St. Louis Cardinals over the weekend and are now just 4.5 games back of the final wildcard spot in the National League. They start a 3-game series tonight at Chase Field against the American League West leading Houston Astros. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the Dbacks against Houston's Colton Gordon. An Arizona Cardinals training camp begins tomorrow. For who might be the odd man out in their crowded defensive line room, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Wide Refi. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
For this life I cannot change. It is deep off in the main.
Hey, it's Gambo. Which Cardinals rookie could make the biggest impact in training camp? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
I cannot change. It is deep off in the main.
Thanks to Jody Jackson for joining us last segment. Bob Nightingale is going to join us in about a half hour.
Bobby.
And Mike Sandro is going to join us in the 1 o'clock hour to talk NFL and maybe just the national perspective on the Cardinals. But Mitch Ferreldis, who's in for Wolf today. Mitch, let's just talk Cardinals right now. We're just a few days away from camp. And I was looking at a story over the weekend, and it was actually, I think, a ranking of all the coaches in the NFL. And Gannon was, he wasn't that high.
It's one of those like side mentions within a story about something else, right? Okay.
But what caught my eye was not the order of the rankings, but it was, and this was CBS. Yeah, it was CBS. So it was a legitimate site, not just some rando.
CBS, they've got pedigree.
They
don't have a late show anymore, but they've got pedigree.
That is true, actually. They didn't mention that in the story for some reason.
Why?
No, Stephen Colbert mentions.
Oh, bummer.
The write-up on Gannon was his fate may be tied to the trajectory of Kyler Murray, and then said who's still scattershot entering year 7. Scattershot. That's quite a
fun word.
It was just that first half of that first sentence, though. His fate may be tied to the trajectory of Kyler Murray.
Do we have the buzzer sounder that Paul likes to use?
Oh, yeah.
That's at least my opinion on
Although that makes it sound like he was saying, no, we don't have the buzzer sounder because you asked and then he played the buzzer sounder.
Oh, that is its own conundrum.
Yeah,
right
no,
there.
we're just stuck
I will hop on the air and say, yes, we have the buzzer sounder. Here it is.
Clearer. I appreciate it.
Okay, so they say it verbatim as how again?
His fate may be, I'll just read the whole thing. It's like 3 sentences. Jonathan Gannon. Quote, his fate may be tied to the trajectory of Kyler Murray, who's still scattershot entering year 7, but Gannon's at least overseen gradual improvement in the win column, and his defense might finally be ready to pop thanks to offseason investments in the front 4.
So I will say yes and no.
Okay.
Emphasis on, I would say like 75% no, 25% yes. I think a lot of us can agree on what the 75% no is. I think a lot of us would think that these two are separate from one another. And that if anybody is going to be moved on from in the next offseason based off of a poor performance again, it's not going to be the head coach. I think that's where a lot of people stand as far as these two aren't tied whatsoever. Here's my argument for the 25% yes. This isn't the argument I side with, but this is my argument for the yes part of it.
Okay.
Jonathan Gannon has done everything in his power to stand on Kyler Murray's podium, basically. He's made Kyler basically the quarterback of this franchise. He has done everything and every possible way to emphasize that Kyler is his guy. He is the guy for the Arizona Cardinals. That is where I think you can make an argument of these two are tied, is just how emphatic Jonathan has been in emphasizing that Kyler is the guy to lead this team.
He's tied him to him.
Right.
Yeah.
He's put, he's got the U-Haul. He's driving this car that is the Arizona Cardinals, and he's hitched himself to the U-Haul that is Kyler Murray.
Just picturing Kyler Murray as a cartoon U-Haul.
Yeah, apologies about that poor imagery. But my point is, it wasn't Kyler that hitched himself to Gannon like it was with Cliff and Kyler. That was one unit. This is Gannon coming in and attaching himself to Kyler to try and propel him to get him where he wants to go. But I don't think that means that they're tied to one another.
Yeah, I mean, I may be naive on this. I just don't think there's much the Cardinals could do this year where Gannon would be in trouble at the end of the year. Now, look, when he got here,
I think there is, but go ahead.
Well, then hold it, because I do want to hear that before we go to break. When he got here, they were a mess, and I know it wasn't just him getting here, but when he got here, they were a mess, and they didn't have their quarterback, and there was. Even though the record wasn't better in year 1, they looked different. And in year 2, the record was significantly better. And so they were 8-9 last year. If they go out there and go 8-9 this year or 7-10 this year, I think Kyler, his future with the Cardinals is very much up in the air. I think Gannon, worst case, would end up maybe on the hot seat going into next year of like, okay, this is it for you.
Sure.
I mean, short of them going like 1-16, he has shown progress. And I think when you look at the Cardinals, you're like, okay, what do they have going for them? I think you put Gannon on that side of things more than this guy's a huge question mark or maybe he's holding them back. It's the NFL. At a certain point, you need to make the playoffs, but he wasn't starting at an even place with most of the other teams when he took this job.
He's like the boost post Cliff Kingsbury that this team desperately needed. Somebody who was actually, and that's not to say Cliff's not a good enough coach, because there has been examples of him being good at his job.
Credible offensive coordinator.
Just look at last year, right, to Jesse's point. But he was a little in over his head as far as the head coaching job was concerned. And I think what Jonathan Gannon has done is alleviated that worry or stress, at least from our collective view. And everything that the players say is very glowing about him and his very unorthodox methods, the stuff that goes viral and all that.
Guys like Josh Sweat
year.
coming here because he's here too.
Right. There is like a less than 10% chance scenario where it is, to your point, they go 8-9 or 7-10. The offense takes the massive leap that we expect him to. Kyler has one of his best seasons. Think of it this way. They basically play like last year's Bengals, where the offense is amazing, but the defense stinks, which would be a far departure from what we would expect, only because they invested so much in this defense. Jonathan Gannon and Nick Rallis have really been in lockstep in trying to get this defense to where they want it to be. But it's not just the offense as to why this team has fallen down the stretch. There's been a lot of opportunities that the defense have had to get themselves off the field to prevent those extra penalty yardages that we've seen in some of these latter games. And they've not also been able to succeed in that area as well. So there is that less than 10% chance where it is on Gannon, where the end of the season is his fault and not Kyler Murray's.
Yeah, I mean, and normally it would be on the coach. Normally the thought is always, well, even if it's not the coach's fault, you can't fire all the players, so you just fire the coach and start over. But just because Gannon was Monty Ossenfort's first move, I mean, he was very emphatic that that's the guy he wanted. It's only been 2 years.
He had to sacrifice a pick for it.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like this year is almost the reverse. And I'm not saying Kyler's gone if they miss the playoffs. There's obviously a bunch of different ways this could happen. You could have a ton of injuries, but I'm just saying if they're relatively healthy to the rest of the league, and they miss the playoffs again, I think Kyler is the one that's on the hot seat more right now.
He'll get the
going
most
into
focus.
The season. It feels like it, because then at that point you're like, that was your 7th year and you'd never won a playoff game.
3rd year with this group too. And you've still not been able to get where you want to go.
Yeah.
And all these years of you saying, we want to win championships, we want to be a winner, we want to get there, we want to get to the playoffs, not just flame out. I talked about it with Wolf when I got the chance to a few weeks ago. And there's kind of a sliding scale with Kyler, because they can make the playoffs, cool, but they can't poo the bed like they did against the Rams the last time they were in the playoffs. There has to be that tangible growth from Kyler of not just he got to the playoffs, but also he was able to either look good enough in a playoff game or win a playoff game.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the thing. In 2021, they looked really good, and then they trailed off down the stretch, but they still made the playoffs. But that game was over. It felt like 4 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
So it doesn't even really feel like they were in the playoffs
and then
that
just
year.
Throwing up a duck in the end zone to get pick six from 4 yards out.
That game was miserable. Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club this Wednesday as the Diamondbacks take on Christian Walker and the Houston Astros. Just text HALF to 620-620. We'll send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for half off. That's HALF to 620-620. Again, text HALF to 620-620. When we come back, how much for the Diamondbacks is specifically riding on Zach Gallen's performance tonight? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Feraldis in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DIS. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we've built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess the word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
It If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
When my wife and I got married after both graduating law school, we didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. Ultima had to give me her gas card just to drive home. We never could have imagined that one day we would have the largest injury firm in the world and $25 billion in money collected and counting. As good Catholics, we had 4 children fast. They all work in the firm today. Our family protecting yours. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, but our greatest gift was years away, grandchildren. Today we have 6 and counting. It's the greatest joy that we have ever experienced. I think about them all day long. Our family promises to protect your family should you need us. Call us. It's easy. Visit forthepeople.com and make sure you hug your grandchildren. God's final gift to us. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by YRefi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Diamondbacks dominate the Cardinals for a much-needed sweep to show their pulse. Corbin Burns is remaining involved while recovering for next season. And GM Mike Hazen leaves the door open for the Dbacks to be buyers. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by YRefi. All right, Mitch Feraldis is in for Wolf today. It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday.
No, it's not.
Monday.
There you go.
I wanted it to be Tuesday. Then we'd be here. You're right. It's definitely Monday.
And then we're a day away from being at Diamondbacks on Wednesday.
I was looking.
And then we're another day away from Cardinals training camp.
Yeah, see? You just pushed us back a day. I was trying to move us forward.
Yeah, but I want you to be correct.
No. It's too late for that.
Well,
I was distracted by the YouTube live chat, and a lot of these are football related.
YouTube's having fun today. We got a Perdomo smiley face from Gray Mantle.
That's true. I did see I think he was answering the question, what is amazing is a guy with 25 less home runs and only 14 RBIs behind Gino with 74.
Yeah.
Perdomo's having a
Shout out Gray Mantle. He listens literally like every day, watches every stream, comments with every show. Devoted listener, Gray Mantle.
That's right.
Shouts to you.
This is Gray Mantle's moment.
By the way, Perdomo jerseys, seen an uptick in those around the ballpark.
It's easy when they've got him locked under contract too, because it's like, oh, now I feel the relief of I can go out and support this guy because I know he's going to be here for another 5 years.
That's yeah. I mean, they're gonna have Perdomo, Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, Brandon Pfaadt. Like you have this core together, whether you trade away these pieces at the deadline or you don't trade them and you go on a run or you don't go on a run. Either way, you still have those guys in there.
Yeah.
The one I was looking for was Billy 5K because we were talking about continuity on the Cardinals offense.
Okay.
And he said a better word for continuity is alignment. You're welcome. And
let's just weave alignment into every other team.
Now I can't get that.
Wait, did you say alignment?
Talk about
did say
ASU
alignment.
football. I don't know the words to the Spartans theme song, unfortunately.
Rick, you cut that perfectly. Where it's just like, I don't know, was that 4 or 5 seconds? Where it's just like all the instruments at once, and they're just gone. Here's every instrument in East Lansing.
If this was a sitcom, it would be like they'd pull back the split in the wall, and it's just mini band, and then they
like,
immediately
close
close
that up
the
real
wall.
quick. That's too loud. Too much Sparty.
All right, we're getting off topic.
All right.
What's up?
Zach Gallen is pitching tonight for the Diamondbacks. Mitch, I will make this claim, okay, which cannot be proven, so it's easy for me to make it.
Don't get a lawyer then.
I feel like I feel like a lot more than anything else is riding on Zach Gallen's performance. When we talk about what's going to determine if they make trades or not, if they're trying to add bullpen help or if they're selling at the deadline. You read off all the possible options earlier where it's like, okay, well, what's their record when the deadline rolls around? How close are they to the playoffs? Are they still dealing with too many injuries? All these different things that you could throw out there. And obviously they have to keep winning. If they go out there and lose 3 of the Astros, it's pretty clear.
Yeah.
But the pushback I get, because I want him to just go for it, especially as long as they keep winning. They sweep St. Louis. The pushback from people is, yeah, okay, that's great, but they're still 4.5 back. Are they really going to do anything? Are they going to make the playoffs? Are they even going to do anything if they make the playoffs? Even if you sweep the Astros, that pushback's still going to be there. It's not going to be as strong. That's why I think Gallen specifically is the one that they're really looking at, because you know what you're getting out of Merrill. You're probably going to get pretty good starts out of Ryan Nelson. You're going to get some good starts out of Brandon Pfaadt, but Pfaadt's really your 4 or your 5. Erod, you'd like to see him pick it up, but they've shown they can do it without him. But Zach Gallen, I don't think they can go on a deep run worth keeping all these guys if Zach Gallen isn't pitching better. And now, his last start was horrible, but his 2 starts before that were fantastic.
Do you think they should trade him, yes or no? Regardless of what happens tonight, regardless of what happens the one more time before the deadline, do you think they should trade him, yes or no?
I think okay, I'll answer your question. But if I'm them, I'm letting him make these 2 starts before I make that decision.
Well, okay, so there might be a bit of a conundrum because that second start is like right before the deadline.
Yeah.
And
27th.
Okay, so he's got enough time.
Yeah. At least that's the way it's lined up.
I think either way, it's going to come down to the wire.
Yeah.
I think you might as well trade him. And I don't mean that because I don't like Gallen or he's not been good enough for them this season. I think if they're looking for pitching,
that's your way to get young pitching.
You might as well try to do it this way, because that was how they ended up getting Gallen in the first place, was trading away from an area they did not need in Jazz Chisholm and getting Zach Gallen. And they built up Zach Gallen to what he is now. But he's not having a great season, and that shouldn't be the main reason that they trade him.
Well,
the
he's
reason
also
that
not signed.
The reason that they trade him is the market for him.
Yeah.
Like, there are still teams out there. We just talked about Jack Flaherty like an hour ago or so.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like Jack Flaherty was lighting the world on fire for the Tigers.
I really want to talk about Jack Flaherty today.
I'm using that because it's the most recent example.
It's a good example.
But then you can also turn around and offer him a contract in the offseason if you really want to, because as we've learned, this team is going to be down its top starter next year in Corbin Burns. They're not going to have Merrill Kelly guaranteed. The only guarantees for next year with this starting rotation is Eduardo Rodriguez, Ryan Nelson, and Brandon Pfaadt.
Yeah.
That's not enough. So maybe you can trade Gallen now and get somebody who can help you this year and next year.
I think your move, and they would know this better, obviously, it appears from the outside like he will be somewhere else next year. That's just kind of what it seems like, right? I mean, maybe they do. Maybe they re-sign him in the offseason, and that changes everything I'm about to say.
Yeah.
But if you internally know, hey, you know, he's Scott Boras, right? He's got Scott Boras as his agent.
Scott Boras' client.
If even though his numbers aren't great this year, he's still going to get paid. And if you ask the Dbacks, you're like, I'm not sure that we're going to pay him.
He's still a $100 million pitcher at minimum.
So if you know internally, and based on the fact that it sounds like everything they're looking for is young starting pitching in return, it kind of like validates this, that you kind of know he's not going to be here next year. If that's the case, that's the one guy to me you can trade, get pieces back, and still go for it this year. And it's really kind of simple, Mitch. His ERA is 5.40.
Yeah.
Now, do I believe Zach Gallen's going to go on a run and turn this around? Yeah, I mean, we just saw it. We just saw 2 of his last 3 starts were fantastic. When he's on, he's on. In a perfect world, I would just keep him beyond this year. But I understand that paying that much for him might not be realistic, okay? You can trade him and get young pitching back, and one of those young pitchers, whether it's the Yankees or the Mariners or whoever, the Mariners don't really need pitching, but the Yankees, whoever, the Mets, you could get a young pitcher back from one of those teams that they're not comfortable using in the playoffs yet, but is a major league pitcher. And for the purposes of the Diamondbacks, can still get you a 5.40 ERA the rest of this season, and you're already in it with that.
Yeah, he technically doesn't have to be, whoever they get back in return, technically doesn't have to be better than Gallen. He just has to be able to eat the innings. And then the hope is you develop him enough so that he can contribute at the level that you want him to.
Yeah.
You mentioned the Mets, and the Mets is a team that's been connected to Gallen quite a bit. I'm just looking at their top 30 prospects. I'm trying to look at positions and closest that are going to be making it to the majors. There's a couple right-handed pitchers. Nolan McLean, who's 23 years old. I'm trying to figure out if he's more of a reliever or a starter. It looks like he's more of a starter. He's had 14 starts this year at a 2.58 ERA and 90 2/3 innings, 101 strikeouts to 41 walks. The other one, which I think will be harder for the Mets to separate, because that's their number 4 prospect by MLB.com. The number 5 is Brandon Sproat, who with Syracuse has made 19 starts to a 4.34 ERA, 85 innings, and 70 strikeouts to 38 walks. So not as much opportunities and not as good in those opportunities. But like that's a guy that could realistically contribute right away. And he's not going to be better than Gallen in the immediate, but you'll be able to control him for at least the next 3 or 4 years.
That's the key, and that's the really tight rope that they would have to walk, and I'm not sure if it's even feasible. But if you could get a young pitcher whose best years are ahead of him that you're going to control for a while, that he's going to be part of your rotation next season, to me, I would do that and try and bring back Merrill Kelly for another year so you have a number 1 starter, you know, at least a decent number 1 starter next year going in, and then when Corbin Burns is ready, Merrill Kelly's your number 2. But if you get that guy back in a trade, let's just say for Gallen, that can do that, but also can come in and pitch right now so you are not calling up a minor leaguer to start every 5 days, then there is a way where you can trade him and stay in this. The best way to actually stay in this and make a run is that Zach Gallen just gets going, and 2 of his last 3 starts have been great, and you just keep him. Because, again, when you look at where they were roster-wise at the start of the season, they've been decimated by injuries.
Yeah.
But if you compare this roster to what it was in 2023 when they went to the World Series, on paper, their rotation is better. The numbers aren't, but on paper, their rotation is better. And if Zach Gallen starts pitching like Zach Gallen, then it will be, at least as good. And your hitting is definitely better because your hitting is one of the best in baseball. And it wasn't necessarily, it was good in 2023, but it wasn't like this. All right, take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, when we come back. Wow, Cards Camp is coming up. Don't forget it. When we come back, what can the Diamondbacks do to avoid selling? We're going to ask USA Today MLB insider Bob Nightingale. He's going to join us here next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferrell in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. Tomorrow. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Tomorrow. From your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information right now. When you choose Presidential Pools and Spas, you're choosing peace of mind. Their industry-leading 5-year warranty ensures your investment is protected. Plus, you'll enjoy exclusive presidential perks with every pool sold, adding extra value to your purchase. For over 3 decades, Presidential Pools and Spas has been the Valley's premier pool builder. They're APSP certified, hold an A rating from the Better Business Bureau, and are proud members of the prestigious United Aqua Group. Their cabinet is packed with awards, Basinonians, including Best of Our Valley 2024 and multiple Pool of the Year titles. Their team is made up of a lifetime of Arizona residents who grew up around pools and around water, and that's what's in their DNA. Go to presidentialpools.com.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No-charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks swept the St. Louis Cardinals over the weekend and are now just 4.5 games back to the final wildcard spot in the National League. They start a 3-game series tonight at Chase Field against the American League West leading Houston Astros. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the Dbacks against Houston's Colton Gordon. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T start for free. This month only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Green Sally up, green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, green Sally down.
Hey, it's Gambo. What should the D-backs be prepared for when they welcome back Christian Walker and the Astros? We'll preview Game 1 starting at 2 on Arizona Sports.
All right, we're back. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Veraldis is in for Wolf today. Diamondbacks starting a 3-game series with the Houston Astros. Mitch, they did make up ground in the wild card race. They're still 4.5 back, but they've won 4 in a row. Eugenio Suarez is hitting everything. Bob Nightingale, USA Today MLB insider, is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Bob, how you doing?
Yeah, doing great. How about you guys?
Doing good.
We're very ecstatic based on the way the Diamondbacks have played this weekend, and then we zoom out and we're like, wait a minute, they're about as perfectly 500 as they can possibly be. How weird is it to figure out this team on a night-in, night-out basis, Bob?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they've underachieved, and they were expecting to be a 500 team, 100 games into the season. To have a chance for the playoffs, you got to win probably 90 games. So it means going, winning 40, going 40 and 22 or so down the stretch. That's a tough ask.
Bob, if they end up trading some of these guys off, is it realistic to expect that they could get guys back that could still play right away or help them, as soon as next year? Or is this more, if they are trading a guy like Zach Gallen away, let's say, is it more for guys that are in the minors right now?
Yeah, definitely guys in the minors. But you're hoping for, especially Suarez, too many teams and the big teams need third basemen. I mean, the Yankees are in town watching them. Toronto Blue Jays like to have them. Cubs like to have them. Seattle will be dying to get him back. So they're going to get a ton for Suarez. I can get the major league players back, but you get some high-ranking prospects, AA kids that should certainly help. Could help the Diamondbacks maybe the second half of next year and beyond.
I want to ask you, just because it's so hard to figure out this team, as you've already mentioned. They've underachieved for most of the year. Regardless of where they are when the trade deadline comes around, how many of those big four that the Diamondbacks have do you think gets traded? You don't have to name names, but if you had to predict, does at least one of them get traded regardless of where they are, do you think?
Yeah, I would say at least two. I mean, it's hard to imagine Eugenio Suarez here just because he's going to get a big contract as a free agent. Teams are, willing to do anything to get him, so you can bring back a lot of pieces. Then I would still think one of the starters, either Gallen or Kelly. I think, with Kelly, I think they have a better chance. You can trade Kelly and still, have a very good chance or, realistic chance of getting him back, where I think Gallen's probably going east anyway. So I'm not sure, if you're going to get him back if you trade him away. And, Naylor will bring in, something, not a lot, but he's certainly a guy that could trade away too, because I'm not sure they're bringing him back.
We're talking to Bob Nightingale. Bob, how much, if at all, does the fact that Corbin Burnes is out at the start of next year as well impact, what you're looking for in a trade in return, or just how if you're the Diamondbacks, how you're approaching all this? Because it's not like you're going to be at full strength next April either.
No, it's a huge thing. You're talking about, $35 million in the books. Realistically, getting him back, maybe August or September. It's a long process to come back from, and long-term contracts that are not going to push them. So I think that's why they have to trade some guys, and just about every GM in baseball thinks they will, because they got to look toward 2026 too. You can't go all in. It'll be a disaster if you go all in, don't trade anybody, and then don't make the playoffs. Then you got real problems for 2026 and beyond.
Bob, it was you who brought up the stat yesterday about no player who's ever reached the 35 homer mark has ever been traded in season. The likelihood of Gino getting traded still feels very high, but just how historic would it be for him to have the pace that he's having right now, the numbers that he's putting up, and for him to get traded? It's amazing how much his value has increased just over the course of the last couple of months.
No, it's unbelievable. I mean, right around the June 7th of last year, he was within 24, 48 hours of being designated for assignment.
Yeah.
They were letting every team know they can, he's available. Nobody wanted him. And to see his value soar like this is amazing. It's been a long time since I've seen someone with this kind of turnaround, dramatic turnaround like this, where he's, the premier power hitting third baseman in baseball. That's why so many teams want this guy, thinking that he can carry them deep into October.
And we're talking to Bob Nightingale. Bob, if the Diamondbacks do end up trading him, what is their plan in the immediate future, and maybe even long term, at third base right now? Because Jordan Lawler hasn't really been able to get into a groove at the major league level, and he's hurt.
Yeah, he should be back before the end of July. So no, that's the plan, is to have him play third. A lot of debate even the Diamondbacks organization, whether he can play third or not, or he's more suited to be a center fielder. But yeah, that's the plan for now, is just to slide him in there. There's a reason he's a top prospect for a reason, and go for there, and hoping he's not too drastic of a drop off. But naturally there will be a drop off.
Bob, you're around this team a bunch, so I want to ask you about one of the more recent successes, that being Brandon Pfaadt. He's been able to develop this cutter a little bit, and we got some quotes from Corbin Burns yesterday, who was in the clubhouse, saying that he was providing some little bits of advice here and there when he found out that Pfaadt was working on this cutter. In these last two starts with Brandon, what have you noticed in particular that's been able to succeed for him when he's been able to work in this cutter?
Well, he's got such a high upside anyway. I mean, he's got, for a while it looked like he was going to make the All-Star team. And, developing the cutter and every pitch he has. And he's a tough guy. I mean, they don't go to the World Series, without him. And 2 years ago, he's not afraid of the big environment, not afraid of the moment. So, he's a guy that I think eventually, or even maybe, maybe beginning next year, you build around a guy like that. But, he's been a fabulous success story for the organization.
We're talking to Bob Nightingale. Bob, there's part of me that wonders if this Diamondbacks team is capable of going on a run, but then, I hear what you're saying. They'd have to go 40-22 the rest of the way. And even more specifically, they got to catch some of these teams. Milwaukee's won 10 in a row. They've swept the Dodgers twice in their last 10 games. I can't really picture the Mets dropping out, and San Diego seems like a tough team to catch too. How do you, when you look at the NL wildcard race, which of these teams that are in the running right now do you feel like are probably playoff bound regardless of what their record is right now?
Well, I think Milwaukee's definitely in, and the Cubs are in. So, one's win the division, one's a wild card. So they got one spot. I got to think the runner-up in the NL East, either Philadelphia or the Mets, have got a spot. And then it's you got the Padres and Reds. I think the Cardinals are done. They were playing way over their head in the first half, so I don't think they'll be in the picture. So there's a question of, can the Diamondbacks beat out the Padres and Reds for that final wild card spot, and take your chances. And then it's a tough road. I mean, you could be out of the playoffs in 2 days.
All right, last thing I want to ask you is just from a wide view national perspective with the trade deadline approaching. If you had to make a prediction, who do you think is going to be the surprise buyer at the deadline, and then who do you think is going to be the surprise seller at the deadline?
I think a seller, I think it's going to have to be Minnesota Twins. They're only 4.5 out, but they got too many valuable guys, particularly relievers with Duran and Griffin Jacks. So no matter how close they are, I think they're going to have to. I think they're going to have to dump. As far as buy, I'm not sure there's going to be a team that just, if the Diamondbacks bought some relievers, they would be, the biggest surprise. But I can't think of a team that's kind of out of the race that jumps in. Maybe I'll go with same division, Kansas City Royals, where I think it's a very big disappointment if they don't make the playoffs for what they have done. So I think they'd be surprised because they're certainly on the outside looking in.
Bob, it's always great to talk to you. Thank you so much for the time.
Thanks, Bob.
Sure, my pleasure. Thank you, guys.
All right. That's Bob Nightingale joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, over to basketball. Chris Paul is on his way to Southern California, so where do the Phoenix Suns turn next? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferrell in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The one word I would use to describe the last 2 years of our lives following the Suns basketball team is wasteful. An incredible waste of resources to get to where we are right now. And not just what you gave up in the Kevin Durant trade, and not even so much the Bradley Beal trade necessarily, but just all of the money, all of the cap space, all of the apron stuff, all of the things you couldn't do. Every single way you took resources and wasted them. I don't know if there's ever been a more wasteful period of time in the history of the Phoenix Suns than the 2 years that we just experienced right now.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
What do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat? Oh, yeah, Macedonians, we all know it's hot outside. I'm talking frying egg on the sidewalk hot. But inside the Wolfley compound, it's cool, real cool. And that's all thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. It's like sleeping on a cloud that's been chilling in the fridge, bruh. And here's the deal. You don't have to suffer through sweaty nights. Right now, during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online now through July 29th. That's mattresses, pillows, sheets, whatever you need to build your sleep sanctuary. They've got 12 locations across the basin. So there's one close by you, Basinonians. Go check them out. And you know what? Tell them Wolf sent you. Don't sleep on this deal unless you're sleeping on a Brooklyn Bedding mattress. Then by all means, have at it for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale going on now. Go to brooklynbedding.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, zero down payment, and zero payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another zero out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers, through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Chris Paul's not coming back to the Valley. He's going to L.A. So what do the Suns do to pivot, if anything? That and more starting at 6 on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports. All right, we are back. I tell you, thanks to Bob Nightingale for joining us. He's a good voice to talk to on this. I mean, obviously he knows his baseball. He's Bob Nightingale. But also, like, he doesn't approach it from the emotional, like, standpoint of, well, you got to keep Gino. You know, how can you give up on Joe? You got to keep Merrill.
He's emotionally separated, that man.
And
for good reason.
Well, and that's, you know, a great reason to have him on because he makes some good points. I mean, you could do all this. You could get into the playoffs and be done in 2 days. And looking at the standings, it's going to be tough to even make the playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, I still think you need to, like, win 5 of your next 6 before you can really have a serious conversation about going for it this year. I hope that they do, and then that they do go for it. But you got to sweeping St. Louis wasn't enough to solve the problem. It was just enough to keep the conversation going.
To basketball, Mitch. It's interesting we've had Sun stuff to talk about this deep into July when they have been done, well, you could argue
I'm
since
kind of
about
exhausted,
Christmas.
if I'm being honest.
Well,
But
good.
The team exhausted a lot of us during the regular season.
Yeah, I
so it
think
makes
we all
sense.
aged by like 4 years this past Sun season.
4? You're being generous.
Well, yeah. I mean, we all live near Scottsdale, so you can de-age a little bit.
That's true.
Chris Paul is not going to be a member of the Phoenix Suns.
Darn.
He, like everybody else, is going to the Clippers.
Look, if this really is his last year and he just wants to play close to home and they've got the space for him, fine. Is he going to contribute to them winning? Maybe. Is he going to start? No, absolutely not. But
did you just ask yourself 3 questions and answer them quickly?
Well,
Yes.
I mean, do you agree with those answers?
You're talking about for the Clippers?
Yeah,
specifically.
Like he wants to play close to home.
Yeah,
I think we
that's-
both agree with that.
That's like in
is he
his
going to
house.
start?
He should start, and Beal should come off the bench.
Well, I don't know. I don't think he's going to start in place of Beal.
Why not? Who would you rather have starting on your team?
Neither, but that's besides the
Rick,
point.
I would
Rick,
rather have
you
Chris
moved,
Paul.
Have you moved Bradley Beal up above Avery Johnson in your favorite athletes rankings yet?
Favorite?
Yeah, like which? If you had to have one of them on your
Johnson.
team,
Oh my
would
gosh.
you?
We're talking about the football Avery
Yeah,
Johnson.
football Avery
Again,
Johnson.
basketball Avery Johnson, much respect for him.
Now my head hurts, but go ahead.
The football Avery Johnson for Kansas State, again, like I've said, he plays like a fish flopping on land.
So if you had to have one or the other on your favorite team, would you?
Avery Johnson.
Okay, so like Jaden Daniels retires or goes to a different team. You'd rather have the Commanders pull up and
Yes.
draft Avery Johnson. Okay.
Yes.
Wow. All right. Okay, so no Chris Paul to the Suns. I kind of liked the idea of Chris Paul to the Suns. Wolf did not. Wolf did not want him, pulling any of the leadership reins away from Devin Booker. I liked the idea of having him here just because, A, we've seen what the Suns with Chris Paul look like. Now,
Yes.
He's not going to be, I don't expect him to be the player he was even a couple years ago at this
No.
level. But you got a really young team. Chris Paul's track record speaks for itself. Of
course.
You have a really young team, and the Suns have the youngest team they've had in a while now. And his track record with big men speaks for itself. I like the idea of having Chris Paul around Kaman Malwatch. Now, you might say, well, he couldn't save DeAndre Ayton. Maybe not, but he got the most out of DeAndre Ayton that anybody has.
More than anybody has.
Yeah, that run to the NBA Finals was not driven by DeAndre Ayton, but he was a huge part of it to get to that point. And, I mean, DeAndre Jordan, Blake Griffin, all these, Victor Wembanyama was going to be good either way, but, I mean, I did not
God,
mind
can you
the
imagine
idea.
what Ivica Zubac is doing on lobs next season? Oh, my goodness.
Lob and Zubats.
Just kidding. It'll be John Collins, but
That
go ahead.
sounds like a really fancy restaurant in L.A., Lob
Lob
and
and
Zubats. But they serve, like, crackers.
Just saltines.
Yeah, just nothing, but they're low fat.
It's
so
actually
people
a
go.
wine bar.
Yeah. Lob and Zubats. It's a wine bar and saltine cracker hut. All right, so no Chris Paul now because
No.
he'll be helping Zubats with Lob and Zubats. What are you? It's a pop-up bar though, clearly that one. What are you thinking now as far as additions?
Well, so Gambo has mentioned that they're looking at a guard and they're looking at a combo guard, and then they're likely going to be done. So if I'm going to use that as my basis of theory or basis of answering your question here, I go to Spot Track and I sort it by the available guards, point and shooting, that are available right now, and it's sorted by previous average annual value. Malcolm Brogdon, Gambo has said no. I also vote no. Chris Paul, as we just learned, is going to the Clippers, so that's a no. Gary Payton II, he doesn't really fit with the age timeline, but he certainly fits with the nasty timeline. And I mean, like, his dad was one of the better defensive guards of his era and maybe of all time. So I would imagine that some of that has come off onto Gary Payton II. The problem is GP twice has really struggled to stay healthy the last couple of seasons. That's why the Warriors have been hesitant to bring him back. And I mean, he wasn't even on the Warriors for half of the year before, right?
Yeah.
Josh Giddey, he'd be really good as far as a playmaking sense, but he's a restricted free agent. Sounds like the Bulls want to keep him. Malik Beasley, nope, that's its own problem. Amir Coffey, okay,
I don't know if
maybe.
Amir Coffey and Devin Booker can ever be on the same team.
Yeah,
after
they
the
look
Nuggets
so much
confused
alike.
them for each other on the scoreboard.
If you want to bring in everyone's favorite hypothetical son, Corey Joseph, after we got through the Eric Gordon phase.
I think everybody's favorite hypothetical son is the next name you're about to read. Not Corey Joseph, but this
Russell
thing.
Westbrook?
Yes, that one.
Gambo has also said no. The one that got a little bit of attention yesterday because I think Mark Stein put it in his latest Substack, is that there have been conversations between the Suns and Ben Simmons, which Ben Simmons on a minimum, and you're not asking him to do a whole lot, fine, because he's one of the better defenders. He's really good at distributing the ball. Those are the two assets that make Ben Simmons as good as who he is. But man, does that not feel like a reach at this point in the offseason to say, now we're just going to add Ben Simmons?
Man, I'm so down on Ben Simmons over the last few years, but that's an intriguing name. Don't you think?
Why?
It's an intriguing name because you know what kind of upside he has. Now, I don't expect him to be the guy that was the number 1 overall pick now quite a few years ago. But those are the sort of, he's the extreme version of the sort of players the Suns may have to chase if they ever want to get a guy with star potential. I don't know if Ben Simmons still has star potential, but you know what I mean? Like that sort of upside. You would have to vet him a lot because I don't want to bring in a guy who doesn't love the sport of basketball. And that's the impression he's given off.
It's also 29.
Yeah.
Like, that's far down the timeline compared to the rest of the team.
Yeah, that's fine. But I mean, yeah, it is.
The oldest guys on this team is Dylan Brooks and Devin Booker.
Yeah.
That's the cap now.
I don't want the whole team to be 22 and 23-year-olds because then they're only learning from each other and you can develop bad habits that way.
Or you could be the Thunder, who established that culture at the very beginning, and then they grow up together and they become the best team together.
That's a great example, but I feel like it's the exception that sort of proves the rule. Yeah, I mean, it's an extreme exception that proves the rule, too, because that's all these teams, and it's not just in basketball. We've seen it in other sports. We've seen it in basketball. We've seen it in hockey, where you try to build this team of a bunch of 22 and 23-year-olds, and no matter how talented they are, they don't have any vets to actually learn from.
Yeah, because then you get the Wizards.
you get the Suns a few years ago.
Don't look at me like that. You've watched the team. Sorry, go ahead.
I just, if you're bringing
I usually try to avoid it.
Well,
if you're bringing in Ben Simmons, what if the Wizards had Bradley Beal back? Then you'd be all over it.
Why do you keep bringing him up?
If you bring in Ben Simmons, you need to know that he's not going to be a problem for the team because you're trying to grow something.
I just don't like it at all.
It's like you're trying to grow a tree. Are you pouring motor oil on it by bringing in Ben Simmons? I don't know a whole lot about tree growing, as you can tell.
I don't think motor oil is going to help it.
No, that's what I'm saying. You need to be careful that you're not pouring motor oil on it.
Okay, so would you want somebody who's more on the veteran side of things or somebody who's more on the timeline side of things? Because there's another name that I'm like...
First of all, don't ever use the word timeline with the Suns again, please. I can't get over it from 7 years ago.
You want me to say aligned instead?
Man, that's those two words, aligned and timeline. I can't...
The aligned line.
The aligned line? Timeline?
Taylor Horton-Tucker is an unrestricted free agent.
Interesting.
24, going to be 25 this upcoming season. I can't really recall what his best asset is, but if they're just looking for a body to be in there that is a guard, and I think he's 6'5", so that fits the mold of what the Suns are trying to do. Doesn't list his height on this page.
Would prefer a vet unless you're getting a younger player with crazy upside. So like when they got Jalen Green, yeah, give me the younger player. But for what they're going to go out and add now, I'd kind of prefer more of a vet.
So maybe Ben Simmons is the answer.
Yeah, but
even if it doesn't feel like a comfortable answer, because to your point, like, is he as committed to what the Suns want to do if you're bringing him in to just be a guy on the team?
He's the other kind of vet. He's the guy you have to actually vet. Like he's not a vet player. Like you need to figure out what you're bringing in because you don't want him teaching Jalen Green horrible habits.
Also, apologies to Royce O'Neal and to Grayson Allen, who are 32 and 29 respectively.
See that?
They are the cap of this team.
Yeah, you should apologize to Grayson Allen on the air, and you just did.
Grayson, if you're watching this, you're not. I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferrell in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away, not waiting around to sell your old place first. Just move in right away. It sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. It's that simple. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no building your entire schedule around the schedule of a bunch of random strangers who just want to come look at your house and may or may not even buy it. None of that. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades so once they're done, a local Orchard agent is going to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first. Still sell your old home later. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your old home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That way you can kind of get a sense of what exactly you have to work with here. Again, that's Orchard.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Need cash to remodel your home or pay off high-interest debt? A HELOC from Lund Mortgage could be your smartest move yet. Tap into your home's equity today. And if the feds drop rates in the future, your HELOC rate automatically goes down without you lifting a finger. Upgrade your home, knock out that credit card debt, all without touching your low first-rate mortgage. Take control of your finances and your space. Call Lund Mortgage Team today and unlock the power of your home. For all things mortgage, call Lund Mortgage.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1-ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know the only thing worse than the big heat? Yes, that big ego you like to carry around, Paul. That's bad. But what's worse is when you're not ready for the big heat. And that used to be us at Casa Calvisi before we called America Roofing. One of the best moves you've ever made, my friend. And now we're doing the same thing. America Roofing just came over to my house and repaired a section of my roof. And here's how it gets better. For Gatos and everyone, save 12% with tax and tariff relief. Yep, when America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're putting our savings where their mouth is. 12% off right now while it lasts. Tax and tariff relief from Arizona's #1 roofing company. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Locally owned. More than a quarter century as Arizona's roofing experts, and now 12% savings when you mention Calvisi. Or you mention Gatos. Or Arizona Sports. Or KTAR. Get that free inspection. 602-960-ROOF. Or AmericaRoofingCo.com. America Roofing. They've got you covered.
ROC number 186438442.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks swept the St. Louis Cardinals over the weekend and are now just 4.5 games back of the final wild card spot in the National League. They start a 3-game series tonight at Chase Field against the American League West leading Houston Astros. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the Dbacks against Houston's Colton Gordon. An Arizona Cardinals training camp begins tomorrow. For who might be the odd man out in their crowded defensive line room, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and Dbacks. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
And I'm hungry like the
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
We really should have gone to Lob and Zubats for lunch.
Got ourselves some nice plate of crackers and a glass of, are you a white or a red wine guy?
Not really either. I guess more red
Jesse,
than white.
White or red?
Red.
I'm more of a white guy. But that's,
Really?
Well,
It just tastes like old grape juice.
I don't need much from my wine, you know? Like, it'll have the alcohol content in it.
You can just go drink grape juice and get the same effect.
So, okay, so what are they serving at Laba Zubats?
No,
Jesse.
Lots of different types of wine.
And crackers.
And
All right,
crackers.
Rick, it's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch, and Rick is here with lunch. Rick?
The Arizona Diamondbacks swept the St. Louis Cardinals over the weekend. Here's D-backs skipper Torey Lovello after yesterday's game.
We played the game the right way, as we always do. Had good results. A few things went our way, and we kept their best hitters, in a comfortable spot. I want to give them a lot of credit. You know, you're looking at Donovan, Herrera, Contreras, Gap, and Arenado group of guys. You know, they're very potent, and we kept them in check. So that's the one thing that stands out to me. We handled the right guys the right way, and we got to keep pitching. So it's mostly built on pitching and some timely hitting and big innings that were built by some really good approaches.
All right, guys, I ask you, are the Snakes back in it?
I mean, you're still in it. We did say last week, I don't know if you said this or not, Mitch, so maybe I shouldn't speak for you, but I know
No, go ahead. Speak for me. It's okay.
Consistently on this show throughout the All-Star break, the sentiment was you need to sweep St. Louis to still be in this. Well, they swept St. Louis, so they are still in it. I think some of these teams, like if you just win games, it'll take care of itself, where I think certain teams will drop out. I'm just not sure enough will drop out unless you go on a superhuman run. And the only way to do that, and Bob Nightingale just pointed this out when he was on before, they probably need to go 40-22 the rest of the way. Zach Gallen's got to be locked in.
So here's what's going to help. You need to root for the Colorado Rockies.
I don't like where this is going,
Sorry.
but okay.
They play the Cardinals. The Atlanta Braves, they play the Giants.
Okay.
The Washington Nationals, who play the Reds.
Right.
And the Miami Marlins, who play the Padres. Now, the ironic thing about all of those teams that I just mentioned is all of them are at the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, that wasn't real encouraging.
So we're asking for bottom of the standing teams to also help out the Diamondbacks,
but not all
who are
season.
playing the Houston Astros, who are the best team in the American League West.
Yeah, and the Astros are always the best team in the American League West, and for some reason people get surprised because they start slow in April.
You know what? One year they're banging on trash cans, and then every year after that, they're just all of a sudden, we have a good culture and a good system, and yet they spend money on first basemen who are in their mid-30s, and they always suck, and then they still find a way.
They still do it.
Sorry, Christian. Welcome back, Christian, by the way. It'll be good to see you again.
They've also added like some Cubs prospects, and usually that's a good move.
Cam Smith has been great.
If the Cubs
Isak
give up
Paredes.
on a guy or just have to move him for whatever reason, they end up really taking off.
But I mean, the Cubs got Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, they're fine.
They're all right.
All those teams you just read off, if the Diamondbacks start winning at a good clip, I'm not worried about the Giants. I'm not worried about the Cardinals. The Reds are interesting. I'm not really worried about them. but you are starting a race with San Diego and the Mets, and you're quite a few steps behind them right now. And you're going to have to catch one of them in addition to passing the other 3 teams. So that would be my concern, but they're still in it, to answer your question, Rick.
Sticking with the D-backs, our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, the Diamondbacks started their 12-game stretch to the trade deadline 3-0. How will they finish it? Between 10-2 and 12-0, between 7-5 and 9-3, between 3-9 and 6-6.
Astros at home for 3, day off Thursday, and then 6 straight road games against the Pirates and then the Tigers.
I think so. We're counting. So they're already 3-0. We're counting that as part. So I think they're going to finish this stretch either 8-4 or 9-3. So I mean, I guess that's between 7-5 and 9-3. I think they're going to finish it like 9-3, and that's going to really make the decision as tough as possible.
I'm going to do the answer that encapsulates what this team has been all year long, and I'm going to say 6-6.
Well, if they go 6-6, that means they're going 3-6 the rest of the way. That makes the decision, I think.
Let's put it this way. My prediction is they've already swept the Cardinals. They will get swept by the Astros. They will sweep the Pirates. They will get swept by the Tigers. There's your 6-6.
Wow.
All right, I'm going to go between 7-5 and 9-3 because I like your positivity, Luke.
Thanks.
Forget me.
Between 7-5 and 9-3 is 72%. Between 10-2 and 12-0 is 17%. And then between 3-9 and 6-6 is 11%. So I guess a lot of people's minds were changed about this team over the weekend.
Can you imagine if they went 12-0?
Like we've said a bunch, it's this team is fun to talk about in a 24-hour news cycle, but in a long-form view, it's a nightmare.
If they go 12-0, they're winning the World Series.
Wow. That's not even an option on here.
Well, that's a bolder claim than my bold claim.
Arizona Cardinals training camp begins tomorrow, and rookie cornerback Will Johnson remains unsigned.
Uh-oh.
Are you guys concerned?
I don't love it. How's that?
I don't love it, but also you and I were talking about this in the break. There's a lot of crazy stuff going on with the NFL, the NFLPA, and the second-round rookies in particular, where we're starting to see guaranteed contracts for a lot of these second-rounders, and everybody's kind of waiting for the next guy to get their payday before they get theirs.
Yeah, I'm not concerned in the sense of like, oh, this is going to be a rocky, career for him and the Cardinals and the relation. It's none of that.
No.
It's just he's a rookie, and a rookie that it would be nice if he could step in and play and play a huge role in this team this year. He's a guy that can force turnovers, to go back to that conversation earlier. And as a rookie, I want him there from day one, not burning through a day or two or a week or two of camp or whatever, because he needs those reps more than anybody. So in that sense, now you get past today and he's starting to fall behind.
According to ESPN's Shams Charania, free agent guard Chris Paul has agreed to sign with the Los Angeles Clippers. Are you guys bummed he is not heading back to the Suns?
A little bit.
There's some nostalgia.
Yeah, I don't, and it's not like it's going to alter the trajectory of this franchise forever. It's nothing like that. But I do think the younger players, there's no guarantee all these young guys they have on the team, Jalen Green, even Kamal Malwatch, Rasheer Fleming, any of these guys, there's Ryan Dunn, also they've got a lot of young players now, which is the opposite of what they've had for a while. There's no guarantee these guys are all going to develop and be amazing, but I would have felt a lot better about it with Chris Paul there, because Jordan Ott's thing is supposed to be player development, and I hope he's good at it. But Chris Paul, develops his teammates. It would have been great to have him for 1 year.
To Wolf's continued argument, this is all setting up for Devin Booker to be the leader of this team. And if you add Chris Paul to it, it makes it difficult for Devin Booker to really grab that control. Because when Paul was here the first time, it was clear Chris Paul's going to take the front of this. We're going to learn. We're going to grow. But now it's kind of set up for Devin Booker to be the one that's going to be the lead, develop, grow kind of guy. Also, who gets number 3 in LA?
In LA? It's got to go to Chris Paul, doesn't it?
I would hope it goes to Chris Paul, but
Chris Paul will probably get his jersey retired.
Brad's only worn number 3 for what it's
Beal
worth.
can get over it.
Can he?
Yeah, he can wear number 33 or 13 or something.
I do kind of chuckle because ESPN has already updated the roster with Chris Paul on it. And for guys that have not had numbers announced, like John Collins, Bradley Beal, and Kobe Sanders, except they put a number 3 next to Chris Paul.
Yeah, because he's getting it. That was probably part of the deal. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, how big of a sleeper are the Arizona Cardinals in the NFC this season? Are they the biggest sleeper? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, Mitch Ferrell, in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-0. Swung on in the air to right center. Long run for Carroll, but he is there, and he's got it. And the Diamondbacks sweep St. Louis to open up the second half.
A sweep of St. Louis at home feels nice. Time for the Astros to hit Chase Field for a 3-game series beginning tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information right now. Listen, Aria is led by Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe is super cool, man. Has a wide hawk. I call it the wide hawk. He shaves the sides of his head right there down to a point. This is what I had earlier, but with over 20 years of dental implant expertise, their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the All-On-4 dental implant treatment. I've had the All-On-4. I've got the wide hawk also and the All-On-4. With transparent pricing and no hidden fees, they make it simple and cost-effective. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
If you're ready to build your dream home, let the Window Depot help. Our expertise spans more than 20 years helping contractors provide custom windows built to last. Our in-house design team works closely with you and your contractor to create the perfect windows. From design to delivery, your contractor will have exactly what they need when they need it. And with the largest inventory and unbeatable prices, your dream windows are just a step away. Visit us in store to get started or find a location near you at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot. Best prices, biggest inventory.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Gambo, which Cardinals rookie could make the biggest impact in training camp? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
All right, we're at that point of the year with training camp starting up this week for the Arizona Cardinals. Mitch Farrell, this is in for Wolf today, where you start to get a sense maybe of what the national perception of the Cardinals is, what the national expectations are. You know, a couple years ago, it was pretty clear. People expected them to be bad, and they were. They were, starting a rebuild, essentially. But now they're a team that could very well win the NFC West or finish fourth in the NFC West with how sort of wide open that division is. And, they have a pretty wide range of possible outcomes this season, to be honest.
The wide range is what? They make the playoffs and they're everybody's darling that I predicted the Cardinals to be good and they're going to make it to the playoffs and they're going to either look good in the playoffs or they're going to fall out in the first round like they did the last time they made the playoffs.
I don't think it'll be like that. If they make the playoffs and lose in the first round, I think for them to make the playoffs, their defense is going to be so good that it will at least be a competitive game if they lose in the playoffs.
Well, I think we all agree that is the defense going to be better than the offense this year? I think we all agree that that's going to be the case, but the defense can't be as good as we expect it to be if the offense isn't at least putting up 3 touchdowns plus per game worth of points. It doesn't have to be 3 touchdowns per game, but I think if you average at least 21 or more points a game, then that's going to be a better benefit to the defense than if they were to score under 21 points a game.
I don't know. I think the defense could be better than the offense, but I bet that's probably pretty close to 50-50 if you polled Cardinals fans, maybe 60-40 defense. I bet there's a good amount of Cardinals fans that think because you got Trey McBride and James Conner that are as close to sure things if they stay healthy as anybody.
We talked about it earlier. The biggest thing going for the Cardinals offense this year, because they didn't add anybody of major significance. They added some guys, like Jacoby Brissett's going to be the backup quarterback. They added a couple of veteran receivers. They brought back Zay Jones, who didn't really do much last year. They brought in Simi Fehoko, who had some outings with the Chargers last season. So it's like they added some pieces. They didn't really do much with their offensive line, though. They didn't do much with their tight end room. They didn't do much with their running back room. Everything's basically the same. And it's set up that this group is going to get better because they're better together. And that's all that you can really bank on with this offense. So the hope that the defense is going to carry this team is justified. But at the same time, the defense cannot do it alone. Complementary football is talked about ad nauseum.
No. They can't do it alone. But I'm just saying if they make the playoffs, then to me, that means the defense was one of the better ones in the NFL. And so I don't think that sets them up for a blowout loss.
That's what the National is hanging their hat on, is that the defense is going to be what helps get this team into the playoffs.
The Bill Simmons podcast from yesterday, Simmons had Nate Tice on, and they were talking. So we'll set up the premise for this. They were talking about teams that could make a leap in 2025.
Yeah, the subject matter of having Nate Tice on, who's with Yahoo Sports, for those who are curious. Nate was asked to talk about teams of 3 different make the leap categories. The first make the leap is playoff teams to true contenders. So that's playoff teams from last year that they think could be true demons or like one of the final 4, basically. The next group is like the sleeper teams of like they're threatening on the outside of the playoffs and maybe they make it this year. And then the third group is the out of nowhere group of maybe they were bad last year and they did everything right in the offseason and they're just going to be one of the better teams in the league and squeak into the playoffs at the last second.
Okay.
And Nate Tice put him in that second group, which is sleeper team are the Cardinals this year.
Okay. So here's Nate Tice. I'll play a couple of these cuts talking about the defense.
But the defense, this defense last year was the 10th best defense in the EPA over the second half of the season. It coincided with a lot of guys coming back from injury. They had the 4th most Justin Gaines loss, according to what's now FTN Fantasy, which used to be Football Outsiders guys, but those guys, but they were 10th in the second half of the season. They had the 6th highest pressure rate in the second half of the season. They got Baron Browning. They added a whole bunch of new faces on defense, like real talent, draft and free agency. They get guys coming back from injury, like BJ Ojolari, who missed his second year, but had a solid rookie year. Signed Josh Sweat, Dalvin Tomlinson, drafted Walter Nolan in the first round. So they added real talent. And they were a top 10 defense without this talent last year. So the Cardinals, I think, are going to be at the very least frisky.
Frisky.
At the very least, frisky.
There was another F word that has been used a lot leading up to camp, and that was friction.
Oh, okay.
No. I just respectfully, I knew what I was doing.
Just making sure.
Worst case, I do have a dump button.
Oh, we were talking about
here.
the Cardinals, not this past basketball season. Okay, I hear what you're saying. Yeah. No, I think there's a lot to that. And I think a lot to that hinges on Nick Rallis, though, right? I mean, if you believe that the defense last year was, what did he say, EPA top 10?
EPA meaning expected points added, meaning on a defensive side, you're limiting offenses at a higher clip than the average team.
Yeah. So there's a bunch of different ways to measure defense, obviously, and say, okay, well, they were top 10 in this, but they were...
EPA is the popular one right now.
So if you just want that as the overarching one, if you want to say that they were there and you just assume... Because if you're bringing in all these new guys and you're saying the defense was good last year, well, you're obviously taking a lot of those guys out to put these new guys in. What you're not taking out is Buda Baker, Jalen Thompson, Nick Rallis, Mack Wilson Sr. Those guys are there. So you're putting a lot of confidence that those guys were at the center of it. And I'm fine putting that confidence there because Buda was. Jalen Thompson always is. Maybe it wasn't his best year last year, but he's still really good, and I expect him to be Jalen Thompson this year. And Nick Rallis, I think, is a huge part of this. And obviously Mack Wilson Sr., I think we're all a big fan.
Mack Wilson, the one who came on to the scene. Darius Robinson didn't really get much of a show last year, but he's a former first-round pick. There's high expectations for him. Even Bucky Brooks had him as a guy that is expected to break out this year. Had some really nice things to say about Darius. And quite frankly, we haven't really seen the best of Darius Robinson at all because they brought him on really, really slow.
And I'm afraid to bring him up again because the last time we talked about him and I said he could be a potential wrecking ball, Wolf sang Wrecking Ball by Miley Cyrus.
Don't.
And
Jesse?
Well, I mean,
no,
it's there for a reason.
He's aggressively looking for
it's
it.
the fastest I've ever seen.
But came in like a wrecking ball.
Yeah, see? So that's why I'm always afraid to bring up Darius Robinson's name. But he could potentially play like a wrecking ball.
In the middle, or do you think on the outside? Because that's another part of Darius Robinson that we haven't really learned is like, what is his best spot on the defensive line going to be? Is he an edge guy? Is he an interior guy?
I would think interior, but I really think he's going to get moved all over the place because Nick Rallis is good at that, and I think Darius Robinson will be good at that. And I don't mean that in like an Isaiah Simmons can play every position on the field, except that means then he can't play any sort of way.
Let's please hope that they're not going after dudes who played like every single position in football anymore.
You're just asking Darius Robinson to play variations of his own position,
which is fine
within this defense. Yeah,
as opposed to, hey, can you play safety? Oh, okay. Can you play box? Oh, can you play middle linebacker? Oh, can you play off the edge?
Oh,
easy.
Now you can't do
Star
anything
backer.
Yes.
Oh my gosh!
Can we invent a new position? That always works
Which
well.
is funny because Vance Joseph actually had one of the better defenses last year. But
here's more from Nate Tice talking about the offensive side of things with Marvin Harrison Jr.
I do think that they were trying to make him a true X, like I talked about with Pickens. He's not that. He's a route runner. He's a guy that has to move around the formation. And so I think they pigeonholed him in the first half of the season. And I think they're figuring out a little bit. But they need to do it. It's one of those I have to see. Like in theory, it's like, yeah, they can do it, but it's like I still have to see it.
There were games where you didn't even know he was playing. He was one of those. It was like Russillo's Tobias Harris joke. It was like, hey, there's Marvin Harrison. I didn't realize he was out there the last 2 hours.
No, he had some empty games. They faced I talked about that cover 2 stuff. He was getting the respect of that already. But I was kind of disappointed in the Cardinals passing game to like go like, okay, open them up. Like you're getting these cover 2 looks. All right, move them to the slot or move. I don't know, so it's one of those I want to see this year. But if they figure it out, they got a lot of good pieces, I do think.
And Marvin has already been on the record this offseason talking about how much more comfortable he seems to be and on the same page. My expectation that if they really want to unlock Marv, to Nate Tice's point, because he doesn't see him as a true X, move him around. Put him out on one side and then move him into the slot and then put him on another side and then move him into the next slot or have him go in full motion from right to left. Utilize your best receiver in ways that you've not utilized him before. There are expectations abound for this team and this one individual. Let's get the most out of him.
Remember when and this was not Jonathan Gannon or Drew Petzing, obviously. Remember when they used to have different sites would put up DeAndre Hopkins' route tree after,
and it was all just one side.
Here he is in this like little 7-yard area of the field. How ruined is your life now that you've heard Wolf singing Miley Cyrus?
I don't know if I'm going to come back when I leave for the restroom in this break.
Usually what people say when they fill in on the show. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back, which factor will ultimately determine whether or not Mike Hazen buys or sells this upcoming week and a half? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferreldis in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
But came in like a wrecking ball.
Cards can't. Tomorrow. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Tomorrow. From your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Will Swartz here, owner of State 48 Home Comfort. Got a quote for a new AC unit? Don't lock it in just yet. We're offering the best value in town, beating estimates by up to 20%. You heard that right, up to 20%. It's simple. Go to submittosave.com, upload your quote, and see how much you can save. That's submit2save.com. Again, that's submit2save.com. Let me help you keep cool, save big, and experience comfort you can count on this summer.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 finance, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks swept the St. Louis Cardinals over the weekend and are now just 4.5 games back of the final wild card spot in the National League. They start a 3-game series tonight at Chase Field against the American League West leading Houston Astros. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the Dbacks against Houston's Colton Gordon. An Arizona Cardinals training camp begins tomorrow for who might be the odd man out in their crowded defensive line room. Head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
I had a dream last night, we drove out to see Las Vegas.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Can the Diamondbacks stay hot? Can they stay desperate? We'll find out more tonight and talk about it tomorrow. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, Mitch, before we get into this segment, I do want to read this post on X that was up on TV that we both saw before.
On X, okay.
From Sarah Langs. The only 4 players have ever had 3 straight multi-home run games.
Oh, yes, this one. Yeah.
In Major League history, which, first of all, doesn't that sound unbelievable?
So back-to-back, was it 3 straight games with multiple homers in a game, right?
Because obviously Gino, if he has multiple home runs tonight, will do it.
Yes.
And that would make him just the 5th player ever. It's like all those years with Barry Bonds and Sammy Sosa where they were hitting 5 home runs in at bat.
I got to say, I love when a player just does something that's never been done before because we have to qualify it a certain way. And we're like, baseball's been around since like 1885. How has this never happened before?
Seriously. So here's the 4 players that have done it before, okay? So you know what context to put Gino in if he gets there tonight. Gus Zernial back in 1951. That one's obvious.
I'm familiar.
Yeah. Frank Thomas.
Big Hurt?
Well, it says 1962, though, so he would have been...
The other Frank Thomas, maybe.
I guess
common name.
The Big Okay? Or the Big Ouch?
The Big Pain. Lee May in 1969. So as you can tell, this is not a thing that happens very often. And then in 2003, the one that really caught your attention, Jeff DeVannen.
Jeff DeVannen. Diamondbacks legend Jeff DeVannen. Who remembers him? If you're in the YouTube comments and you remember Jeff DeVannen's short stint in the Diamondbacks,
let's really drive up the Jeff DeVannen YouTube chat, please.
No idea who that even is.
Well,
that's a shame.
You're missing out on a lot of Jeff DeVannen talk that's going to happen here.
Jeff DeVannen is a career, what's his career F4? It is, I scrolled all the way to the bottom for some reason. Career 5.2 F4.
He played 528 career games.
And in at least 3 of those in a row, he hit multiple home runs.
And his season high for home runs was 12. He played a total of 100 games for Arizona.
Right. This is a lot of DeVannen talk. Anyway, just that's on the line tonight. If you want Gino to reach Jeff DeVannen level heights, he needs to hit 2 more.
He's got to get there, man.
Now, I had this thought earlier when we were talking to Bob Nightingale.
Mm-hmm.
The way Gino is hitting and the way this, as much as this team is winning right now, they've won 4 in a row. They're 3-0 out of the All-Star break. If nothing else, that's got to help with leverage for trades. I mean, if teams are calling Mike Hazen and being like, dude, come on, you got to trade, he can just be like, we're on a 4-game winning streak, like get lost. Even if he ultimately makes a trade, it's not a bad thing that they're winning. Because I have seen that commentary from Dbacks fans like, oh, no, this is terrible because what they're going to do is they're going to not make trades and then they're going to miss the playoffs and you're going to just get stuck. Yeah, I mean.
Not necessarily.
No, certainly them winning is not a problem. Them winning, if anything, just drives up the price for some of these guys.
We would be happy with them winning, first and foremost, because winning cures all.
I'd rather they just won instead of trading these guys.
Right. Let's pretend there's a scenario where they win enough that they don't end up selling at the deadline. They stand pat, or they make like one trade and they make an adjustment that makes their team better. But they miss out on the playoffs by a game because, again, they're buried by 4 teams right now for the final wild card spot.
Mm-hmm.
Let's pretend that scenario plays out. They didn't lose by not trading away guys at the deadline. Because what they're going to do is they're going to offer a qualifying offer to Josh Naylor. They're going to offer a qualifying offer to Zach Gallen. Once both of those qualifying offers are declined, and let's pretend there's a scenario where they both sign elsewhere, it results in a compensatory pick. Is it the same thing as getting multiple prospects at a deadline? No. But it doesn't mean you lost as a result of not trading those guys.
It's a good point, just because so much of this conversation is treated like it's black and white. Like, okay, are they going to sell all 4 guys, or are they going to say they can win the World Series? And it's just the reality is always going to be somewhere in between there. Like you said, for those 2, they could get compensatory picks back if they leave. Maybe, I don't know, maybe you trade Gallen. Like we were talking about earlier, you get a couple young pieces back, and one of those is a pitcher that can pitch this season that isn't Zach Gallen right now, but you're banking that he will be in the future. And the team that trades him is like, we can't wait for the future because we're the Yankees and we're going for it right now or whatever.
Right.
And then maybe you are able to re-sign Merrill Kelly in the offseason, and then even if you lose Naylor and you get some compensatory picks, like then maybe the cost to go for it this year was just keeping Gino around, and then maybe he leaves at the end of the year. Like, it's still a cost.
Yeah.
But it's not like, and because you let Gino walk, as punishment, you have to give up Corbin Carroll and Geraldo Perdomo. Like, that's not how it works, So, yes, you have an opportunity to get a bunch of good pieces for the future. Now, just because you have that opportunity doesn't mean you will get a bunch of good pieces for the future. Even if you trade these guys, you might get a bunch of minor leaguers that barely pan out, or just pan out as major leaguers that aren't anything special.
And we talked already about how Mike Hazen has tried already to sell high on 2 guys in particular, Paul Goldschmidt and Zach Greinke. And the 7 guys that they got back 6-7 years ago are all gone. Yeah. All of them. 3 of them are still playing baseball in the majors as we speak.
And that is baseball. If you're trading for prospects, a lot of the time those prospects never really pan out
but
for
you.
it
To strike out that much and that frequently, even if you want to go to the smaller ones, like when he traded Eduardo Escobar and got back Cooper Hummel. Cooper Hummel's already on his 3rd team since then.
Yeah.
When they traded away David Peralta and they got back a 20-year-old catcher. Like, I don't even know what he's up to right now.
But there's also plenty of trades he's made, and these tend to be for guys. I mean, I would just make trades with the Mariners because every time you get somebody from the Mariners,
bingo card.
They end up being great.
They want Gino, they want Naylor.
We'll take Gino. Like, how many? Paul Sewald. I mean, that year they went to the World. How many times have they made trades with the Mariners and definitely been better off afterwards?
Every year.
So I'm hoping if they make trades, they are able to trade for. Yes, you're trading for younger players, but younger players that are already major leaguers that. Especially if it's a pitcher. I don't like the idea in this day and age where everybody gets Tommy John. I don't like the idea of trading for a pitcher that's 3 years away from pitching for you. That's 3 years worth of time he could just randomly get hurt. If you want to, hey, we got this pitcher that's a number 5 starter on a team, but ultimately, like some other teams equivalent to Brandon Pfaadt, right? Where probably he's your number 5, but if you wait a couple years, a year or two, then all of a sudden maybe he's got number 3, number 2 upside. If you were the Diamondbacks and you were going to you were all in on this year, and some team was asking for Brandon Pfaadt in a trade for like a surefire starter, somebody you saw as a surefire starter that could help you right now, you'd be looking at it.
I liked what Mike Hazen had to say yesterday with MLB Network, and if you have these, just interrupt me and fire them away. But basically, he was talking about how he would love nothing more than to choke out the sellers market as a result of the Diamondbacks being better than the other available sellers.
I've got it's all together, so I'm just going to play it
right. Go ahead.
Probably right now, still buyer seller. I hope to switch that dial firmly in the other direction, but I think right now we're in a pretty precarious situation relative to, you could look at being where we are out of the wild card record, 1-3 in a row in one way or the other. And that's going to be my job to ultimately make that decision on what direction that ultimately takes us. Most of the incoming calls, I get the sense that we're dead in the water. So they're mostly buying calls, right? It is what it is. Like I don't fault them for having that opinion. It is they're doing the math game too, right? And my response to that I'll leave alone. Certainly, we're engaging conversations because I have to. It's my responsibility to do that and be prepared for whatever may come over the next 2 weeks. But yeah, I think the majority of teams are like, you guys have a good team, but you are where you are, and it is what it is. And I think Jim's point about, where we sit in the marketplace is sort of probably the dominant narrative theme around our team. I would love nothing more than to remove every bit of that off the trade market and really help those sellers by choking out the supply because the Diamondback players aren't available. That's what I would like.
And Mike has been ad nauseum on the record, like he doesn't want to sell. He wants to buy.
No, if you give him any reason, because he already built this team for this season. So if you give him a reason to keep it together, he will.
He wants the winning product. He had even said like how he hates coming to the ballpark to watch a team that loses or that stinks. Like he hates it just as much as the rest of us do.
Probably more, actually. Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club this Wednesday as the Diamondbacks take on Christian Walker and the Houston Astros. Text half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to grab lower level tickets for half off. Again, that's half to 620-620. Text half to 620-620. When we come back, the Arizona Cardinals are suddenly really deep at a position they were very thin at last year at this time. So who are the odd men out when camp really gets going? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, Mitch Ferrell, in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Just getting Bradley Beal out of the room. I mean, forget about the financial benefits to it. Is there a benefit to just getting Bradley Beal out of the Phoenix Suns room? I think that's a question a lot of Suns fans are asking themselves.
How much of just being freed of not only Brad, but everything that went wrong with Kevin as well, being freed of that is going to help this team next year?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's back to school season, and Clorox is donating 2 million disinfecting wipes to classrooms across America. Because back to school means things can get a little bit messy. Just ask second grade teacher Mr. Torres.
Put me and just one Clorox wipe on a team, we can take on crayon smudges, sticky fingerprints on every surface, sneezes on the door handle, juice box explosion by the sink, snack crumbs, and don't even get me started on the bathroom passes.
Clorox disinfecting wipes, teacher's #1 wipe.
Think about it. Bathroom passes.
Clean feels good. Based on unit sales data.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
If you have been in a car accident in the past and have settled your case, I may have some good news. Some unethical lawyers have people known as runners who come directly to your hospital room or home and solicit your case. It's a disbarable offense. Anyone that would hire these scumbags needs to have their heads examined. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Now for the good news. If this happened to you, we will sue these lowlifes and fight to get all your fees back. And then look and see if these bottom feeders also malpractice your case and sue them for that too. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Visit forthepeople.com for a free consultation or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. If someone does this to you, call the Bar Association and report them. Let's fight these bums. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Don't you open up that window?
Hey, it's Gambo. Which Cardinals rookie could make the biggest impact in training camp? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
All right, training camp at State Farm Stadium. Be out there on Thursday. A year ago at this time, Mitch, who was in for Wolf. A year ago at this time, it was such a thin position, defensive line for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yes.
And even into the season. And then some guys kind of stepped up. You're like, all right, but then they would get hurt. And so it was just like, it was never a position of depth. This is where, in a lot of ways, I think Nick Rallis won a lot of people over of like, man, you're already playing with a team on paper that isn't fully formed yet on defense. Like, clearly, Monty Austin-Ford addressed defense this year, but that's because he addressed offense last year and the year before.
Mm-hmm.
So you were already, if you're Nick Rallis, dealing with a defense that wasn't fully formed, and then as he would get things to work, guys would just go down and be hurt.
You know what it is? It's that meme of, do you know the pipe that's like funneling water to that large individual at the end in a chair, and it's like guzzling all the water? And then there's the one scrawny individual underneath that's just getting the little drops that are coming out of the crack. That was, for the last 2 years, the offense.
Yes.
Funnel the offense.
Everything.
Defense, you just get the little droplets.
Just be there.
Now it's kind of reversed, but I don't think the offense is necessarily suffering from not getting anything this offseason.
No, because they already got their stuff. I mean, the defense got their stuff this offseason. They're not going to use every pick except Hayden Connor on defense next year. They're not going to only predominantly add defensive players in free agency next year because they did it this year.
Right.
But the result of it was defensive line that was so thin and got depleted is pretty loaded now, man. Like, to the point where some guys that you would love if you're another team are just going to get let go by the Cardinals here at some point throughout camp. So what exactly are they going to do here?
Well, so I was looking at the depth chart yesterday, and then it ties perfectly to Tyler Drake's latest piece on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi, where he points out where the one area where you expect to be one of the bigger strengths of this team also has a glut, like a massive glut.
Yeah.
I was just looking at the depth chart on ESPN the other day. I'm going to just read names, and you tell me where to stop.
Okay. Wait, so am I telling you where to stop if, like, that guy goes? Or
No, just tell me where to stop where you're like, I'm comfortable with all of those guys.
Okay.
Walter Nolan III.
Yep.
Dalvin Tomlinson. Justin Jones.
Yep.
Darius Robinson. Calais Campbell. Bilal Nichols. Elijah Simmons.
So, hold on.
Dante Stills.
You have to stop now because Justin Jones and Bilal Nichols are guys that I liked going into last year, especially Justin Jones, that are – do you think they'll both be back this year?
I mean, they're listing Jones as an edge on this depth chart. I'm not sure how the Cardinals are going to approach it. I was under the impression he was brought in as an interior guy. Now it feels like they're like the third line, so to speak. Like, I would imagine that Walter Nolan and Dalvin Tomlinson would get like the 75% of the snaps. Calais Campbell and Darius Robinson right behind them. And then it's Bilal Nichols and Justin Jones and Dante Stills. Like, that alone on the interior is 7 guys.
Yeah.
And there's no way that they keep all of those guys in the final
they kept
cuts.
6 on the defensive line last year.
And I'm not including edge rushers.
No.
And edge rushers play on the line now.
Yeah. So and Darius Robinson is the sort of player that maybe they can, when Nick Rallis is making his case to keep all of these defensive guys and they're cutting the roster down to 53, Darius Robinson can kind of slip around a little bit, and you might be like, yeah, look, I'm asking you to keep 7 defensive linemen, but really it's like 6.5 because Darius Robinson could play over here too. But, I mean, all those, like, is Bilal Nichols, some of it's going to come down to camp. But this is a team now that if you're another team that needs defensive line help, you're looking at the Cardinals specifically when cutdown day comes because you're like, probably whoever they cut, we're going to take.
There's just as much of a pressure on the free agent guys that were brought in this time around, so Dalvin Tomlinson and Calais Campbell, Because if we think back to the 4 key guys that Monty Austinfort signed last year, Justin Jones, Bilal Nichols, Sean Murphy-Bunting, and Mack Wilson Sr., one of them's already done for the year in Sean Murphy-Bunting. 2 of them barely played last year because of injuries. And the 4th one was the bright spot of the defense next to Kaiser White in the middle.
Yeah.
He is the least I'm concerned about in Mack Wilson.
Mack Wilson,
Sr.
I have no worries about him.
Sean Murphy-Bunting, as we said, is not going to play this year, so that already feels like a lost contract, to be quite frank, and nothing against the guy, but we're evaluating this from a performance standpoint.
I will say, too, before you go to those other 2 guys, with Sean Murphy-Bunting, and this just kind of speaks to where the defense was last year, he was the guy that, I mean, a lot of times you'd watch him like, dude, like, come on. Like, what are we doing?
I had a lot of frustrations watching him play last year. The Green Bay game drove me nuts. But it was like every other play he was getting flagged.
Yes. But at the same time, he led the team in forced fumbles and interceptions. Now, they weren't extremely high numbers, but it's just like, so that is kind of a sign of where they were last year, to where I'm hoping whoever leads the Cardinals in interceptions this year has more than 3, and whoever leads the team in forced fumbles has more than 2.
Yeah, that's always good.
Or it's like 10 guys with 2 forced fumbles.
And
you know
somebody
what I mean?
to break in the double-digit sack column, because I think their leading sack getter had like 5.5.
5 last year for Zaven Collins.
They didn't do a lot of the sexy numbers last year. They did a lot of the analytics stuff is where they got a lot of darlings on their side. But to my further point about the 4 guys brought in last year, yes, there's a ton of pressure on Bilal Nichols and Justin Jones to perform because they're in year 2 of 3-year deals. And if they don't perform this year, they could easily just be gone this year or next year.
Yeah.
Whereas there's also that pressure on Dalvin Tomlinson and Calais Campbell, because there's a 25% hit rate on the 4 guys you brought in last year. Well, now here's 2 more that you expect to do a majority of the reps. And what if they miss? Like, what if Monty misses again on another free agent class? Then I'm going to start to be worried about him.
I would be a little, I mean, those 2 names you just gave, though, we know what Calais Campbell is. I mean, his body of work is almost 2 decades deep.
And I don't mean as like a diss on these 2 individuals. They're severely better than Bilal Nichols and Justin Jones.
I think it's indicative of where the team is now, too, where they could go out and get a Dalvin Tomlinson as opposed to just trying to get guys to, not that Justin Jones was a fill-out-the-roster guy, but like 2 years ago felt like a fill-out-the-roster guy. Last year was like, okay, these guys could start for us, but we're probably not a playoff contender.
Yes.
Now they're adding guys to contend for the playoffs. I will say, though, and I mean, this means nothing. How camp plays out is going to be what matters.
Yes.
I'd like to see Justin Jones just to see what he could do in this defense. And I know he played a very little bit last year, and maybe it's not feasible. I don't know. But I'm intrigued still a year later by what he could do for this defense.
At the same time, you have to consider there's other guys too. So it's like, you want to see Justin Jones. So do you want to see less of Zaven Collins?
No.
Do you want to see less of Darius Robinson?
I want to see a lot more of Darius Robinson on the field.
BJ Ojolari? And I know some of these guys are edge, some of these are interior, but they have all of these guys. LJ Collier,
that's the reality.
Jordan Birch was a draft pick. Elijah Simmons was undrafted.
Baron Browning yet?
There's a ton of guys.
Yeah. There's another one that we're forgetting too.
Xavier Thomas
is the one. Yeah.
Owen Papo.
Yeah.
Michael Walker they signed in free agency. There's a lot.
They have a surplus.
Did you guys say Dante Stills yet?
I think a couple times.
Yeah.
Just don't play a West Virginia sounder as a result of us saying.
I won't. I'm just saying, good problem to have.
Yeah, it is, right? I mean, this is a
great problem, but sooner or later they're going to need to figure out how few of these guys they want to keep.
Well, it's going to be in the next.
Or do
weeks.
they pull from a different area, and then you're weaker at a different position because you have less depth there.
When you're going to Dante Stills and be like, could you play running back if we needed you?
Could you play right guard?
How many of you guys can play special teams? Could you play right guard? It's a good problem to have. It's not necessarily an issue in the sense of like when we were going into the baseball season, it was like, man, can you have 6 starting pitchers for the Dbacks, or is one of them going to be upset?
Good depth is not an issue.
Yeah, this is not an issue. It's just more of you're not going to get to keep it.
Yes.
Like you're going to have to give some of it up because other teams are going to want it. And
then as it turns out, the Diamondbacks depth it figured itself out because Jordan Montgomery was hurt before the year started, and then they lost Corbin Burns.
Yeah, I mean, you hope that doesn't happen in camp, but football is football. Probably one of these guys will end up missing time, and then another guy will be an opportunity or whatever. But it's nice to have depth at that position of all of them. All right, when we come back to baseball. How valuable can Corbin Burns be to the Diamondbacks, even though he's still hurt? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Fereldas in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Bradley Beal had a lot of leverage. He gives up $13.9 million basically to get the Suns under the waive and stretch threshold. This was the best of a bad situation. Instead of feeling the crunch of Bradley Beal for 3 years, he will have an effect on this team for 7 years. He's going to get heat and hatred and vitriol from Suns fans moving forward for the next 5 years. I don't think it's that deserved. He shouldn't have waived the no-trade clause. Why should he have? Something he earned. I'm not bending over backwards to help out a team that wanted to get rid of me either.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. We're rolling through the summer with back to school already happening for so many families. Do you believe it? The Arizona heat is brutal. The last thing you want to do is move, man. You don't want to move yourself. You want the moving team professionals, and that is Moving Team 6. Moving can be difficult, and Moving Team 6, they understand that. You want to trust the professionals to pack your belongings safely and move your most important possessions safely and securely. You're going to be glad that you hired Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6, they strive for excellence. They're the moving and storage pros right here in the Basin, whether it's local Basinonians, it's long distance, commercial, residential, with a massive air-conditioned storage facility right here in Phoenix as well. You need Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Your move is their mission.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another 0 out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1-ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. and so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks swept the St. Louis Cardinals over the weekend and are now just 4.5 games back of the final wildcard spot in the National League. They start a 3-game series tonight at Chase Field against the American League West leading Houston Astros. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the Dbacks against Houston's Colton Gordon. And Arizona Cardinals training camp begins tomorrow. For who might be the odd man out in their crowded defensive line room, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Disc physicians are the leaders in the valley for minimally invasive spine care. If you have neck or back pain, check us out online at sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. Enjoy life again.
Hey, it's Gambo. What should the D-backs be prepared for when they welcome back Christian Walker and the Astros? Preview Game 1 starting at 2 on Arizona Sports.
If Wolf was here right now, you would get one of these. You might want to turn this up.
Right.
But he's not.
Look at it hit the post.
But you still get it. You still get the...
Well, I do feel like I'm sitting in an angry chair, if that helps.
It does.
I don't feel like I'm riding the lightning, however, but it does feel like an angry chair.
Wow. How many random song references are you going to make in one sentence?
I have an interesting note for you guys.
Okay.
Corbin Carroll's playing center field tonight for the first time this season.
Pardon?
Corbin Carroll
How
is
is the
playing
lineup
center
already
field.
out? It is 1 in the... I guess it is late enough, I guess. Center
This
field.
is your lineup for tonight.
Okay.
Cattella's leading off at DH.
Nice.
Fair.
Welcome back.
Corbin Carroll, second center field. Lourdes, third left field. Lourdes has been scuffling a bit. Fourth, Gino at third. Naylor first at batting fifth. Grichuk in right, batting sixth. McCann catcher seventh. Alexander second. Eighth, and Perdomo's back to the 9-hole.
I like the idea of especially if they make like a run and they make the playoffs, we have Rick read off the lineup, but with commentary. Like, okay,
just a casual barb at Lourdes. Like, he's kind of scuffling.
Batting third, playing left, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Kind of scuffling. Batting cleanup, playing third, Gino Suarez.
Okay, so I guess it makes sense. They're facing a lefty, so they don't want Alec Thomas to hit. Cattell said he was going to be the DH, so they put Blaze in, they put Randall in, so now Corbin's in center, where he's not as strong defensively as we've come to learn, but for one night, it's fine.
I don't have a problem with that lineup. I wonder, you might know
I think they're going to score 8 runs.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, for as much as everybody's like, oh, what a terrible lineup, why are they doing this? Every night they score 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 runs.
Yeah. Here's another thing to watch, too. James McCann behind the plate once again for Zach Gallen. He's become the new, is he the catcher that's fixing Zach Gallen kind of guy? But specifically, he was the one that told Gallen to throw his fastball.
If you if you go too deep into a James McCann conversation, this is like catnip for Rick behind the glass. But just carry on.
Orioles legend James McCann, White Sox All-Star James McCann.
Again, I've said to people, the D-backs were picking up a former All-Star.
Everybody is a one-time All-Star if you look deep enough into their baseball.
Well, I'm sure I could find at least one that isn't.
Anyway,
all right. So Corbin Burns is
Burns
not pitching, obviously, currently. Will not be pitching to start next season either. But he was available to speak yesterday, and I'm looking to, I'm going to move to this one specifically just to make sure we get it in before we run out of time. Talking about Brandon Pfaadt in particular.
Obviously, it's different. My routine and my process throughout the week is definitely a lot different. It's a lot more geared to getting healthy and being a dad and a husband. I still obviously tune into every game, but I do what I can to help guys out remotely as far as game planning and scouting reports. And when guys have questions, I always got my phone with me. I come in here a couple days a week whenever I can. So just do what I can to help out and be a be a source to the young guys for sure.
Who have you been in touch with on that?
I talked to Fott a lot. I text him quite a bit. Obviously in touch pretty much every day with Kaplan, just kind of talking about things, and whether it's baseball, whether it's life. He was outside of baseball, he was ran the organization that rehabbed a lot of guys. So just whenever things come up, I can talk to him. So just doing what I can to stay involved.
Him mentioning Kaplan, that was one of the big reasons why the Diamondbacks brought him in. I'm sure was because he had I forget what the program that he started was, but essentially he had like a new development program that he started that helped him get the job in Philly, and that led to a lot of the success that the Phillies pitchers had, Christopher Sanchez, Ranger Suarez in particular. And now he's here, and the whole idea was he was supposed to help develop these pitchers in the way that he's developed the Philly pitchers and everybody else that goes to his outside setup. And I promise I'm not trying to say these things are correlated, but the fact that there's all these elbow and arm issues within the first year, it either means the process that they're going about is really aggressive, or it is just a wild coincidence that all these players are having these injuries at the same time.
Well,
but go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, with Corbin specifically talking to Brandon Pfaadt and mentoring him, is he the only injured player to ever help out a younger player? No. But I think there's some value in that. And he didn't really say specifically like, hey, I started really talking to him 2 weeks ago or whatever. But Brandon Pfaadt, in his last 2 starts, in case you have missed it, his ERA is 1.2. He has pitched 15 innings, struck out 10, walked 0 against the Padres and then Cardinals over the weekend.
Pretty good.
So, I mean, can you say that's all because he's talking to Corbin Burns? No, you can't. But can you think of a better mentor for a young pitcher right now than Corbin Burns? I mean, there are other good ones, but not the worst guy in the world to talk to if you are Brandon Pfaadt and you're introducing a new pitch and you're like, hey, how do I make this work? And we talked to Jody Jackson about this a little bit earlier in the show as well. And some of it for Corbin Burns is just he is just blessed with the but some of it he can pass on to a younger pitcher, and Brandon Pfaadt is that guy. And Brandon Pfaadt, I mean, his ERA in June was 6.26, and his ERA in May was 8.10. Like, not Brandon Pfaadt-like numbers, even though his career overall is still a relatively small sample size. Those 2 months didn't fit at all. The month of July against the Giants, Padres, and Cardinals, so 3 teams the Diamondbacks are trying to run down for a wild card spot, he's got a 2.57 ERA, he's struck out 18, and he's walked 2. So something has changed.
And it seems like a lot of people are pointing to the cutter. I remember reading in the story, and Corbin also talked a little bit about the cutter as well, about how, in particular, the cutter plays really well off of his sinker because they both come in straight. Like the phrase that they use is tunneling. And for those that don't know what tunneling is, basically the ball goes in one way and it splits depending on what the pitch is. So the cutter, it cuts inward to the left from the mound facing the plate. But this sinker, it cuts the opposite way. And what the goal is you want the ball to go in the same directional path.
And then have no idea where it's going.
Exactly. Yeah. So when it cuts, it goes in and a little bit slower. But when it sinks, it goes the other way and a little bit faster. And that has been pointed out as one of the reasons why Pfaadt has succeeded as of late.
Yeah.
And it's not a pitch he's thrown a whole lot either. He's only thrown it 3% of the time this year alone. So it's brand new to him.
I like stuff like that has a very specific, tangible reason why he might be turning a corner. You know, you can look and you can say, wow, his ERA was bad in May and his ERA was bad in June. And all of a sudden in July, he had a couple good starts. Okay, cool. I mean, Zach Gallen's ERA has not been as bad as Brandon Pfaadt's, but Zach Gallen has struggled, and all of a sudden he had 2 great starts. And then he struggled again going into the All-Star break. Now, you kind of know what Zach Gallen is for his entire career. There's a much bigger sample size. There's much higher expectations for Zach Gallen right now. But there's not really a clear reason. I mean, you can get into stuff and you can say he's falling behind in counts and stuff like that. Yeah, I understand that. Mm-hmm. Like, maybe reason isn't the right cause is maybe a better way to describe it. It's possible Brandon Pfaadt, by adding or tinkering or getting closer to perfecting this pitch, that's the cause for why all of a sudden he doesn't walk guys and teams are having a hard time hitting off of him.
Also, who better to talk to about a cutter than the man who's made a career off of that pitch?
Kind of what I'm saying.
Right? Also, it's just encouraging because if a guy gets injured and he's out for the whole season, I don't necessarily expect him to just be around all the time.
Like disappear.
It's his job to obviously be around the team. I understand that, but like also good on Corbin Burns for being a dad, right? Like that was one of the big reasons why he wanted to be here. But just as doubly so, good on Corbin Burns for at least providing some advice to some of these guys that are basically fighting for their lives every single day. And the pitching has been one of the biggest reasons as to why they are fighting for their lives as much as they are.
All right. Think you got what it takes to take us down in fantasy football? Prove it. Text fantasy to 620-620 and join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. This is going to be fun, and we're going to make Wolf.
You've got a league. I've got a. It's going to be great.
Yeah, we're going to have our own individual teams, and fans are going to have teams. Step into your favorite host leagues, battle for glory, and the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. It's the first I'm hearing of that. Nice. Spots won't last, though, so text fantasy to 620-620 now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. When we come back, how patient is Matt Ishbia willing to be with a Suns rebuild? He talked about it. We'll get you what he said next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferreldis in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
It was a normal day. I loaded up my twins in the stroller 6 a.m. and we walked to the park. Odin loved the swings. After that, we went home, and a family member of mine had recently moved to Arizona, so I asked if she would mind watching the boys while my husband and I went out for dinner. I said goodbye and we left. Not long after that, I got a call from my neighbor who said Odin had been found in our backyard pool. We rushed to the hospital, but when we got there, they were still attempting to revive him, but they gave up shortly after and he was gone. My family member had fallen asleep, leaving my boys unsupervised. I never in a million years thought this would happen to us, and I think that's the biggest thing that I want people to know is that if you think for a second it won't happen to you, it can, I promise.
Fulton Homes remembers Odin and reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Visit Fulton2seconds.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Waltz?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 1.99% financing for up to 72 months on a new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1876 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 1.99% with 1475 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/4/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Chris Paul's not coming back to the Valley. He's going to L.A. So what do the Suns do to pivot, if anything? That and more starting at 6 on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports.
It's one of those questions that comes up when you talk about the direction of the Phoenix Suns. How willing are you as a fan to wait through a rebuild? How long should a rebuild take? I don't believe rebuild has the negative connotation some people do, Mitch, but I also don't feel it should take that long. I think they require some patience, but not like the 2010s with the Suns where it was like, hey, just wait 7 more years and Marquise Chris will be decent.
Yeah, I was going to say each sport handles it differently, right? Like football, it can be within 2 years, quite frankly, if you're lucky. Basketball, it should really only be a couple of years, 3 years at the most.
Right? Yeah, between 2 and 3 years, and you can see progress by year 2. You got to see progress.
Yeah, baseball sometimes it takes a half decade. Same with hockey. Like it just
because your rookies aren't coming in quickly.
Deeper rosters and all that turnover that you're dealing with. So for a basketball sense, like if we're talking about this iteration of the Phoenix Suns, and let's pretend how long do we think that this retool, rebuild, whatever should take? If they're not back in the playoffs by the end of the 27, so the 26-27 season.
So that's 2 seasons from now.
Yeah.
And are you counting play-in as a playoff, or are you saying postseason?
No,
or
I want them to be a top 8.
I mean, part of what's tough about
or
that
top 6 technically
has nothing to do with the Suns, and that's just the Western Conference.
Yeah.
But I hear what you're saying. I mean, that to me would be the goal if I were the Phoenix Suns right now. I'm not going to try and rush it. I'm not going to go out and add a bunch of players like the Clippers are. I know I said I would like Chris Paul. It's just not an option now. But I mean, like,
well,
the
we
Clippers,
could just try to trade for the entire Clippers roster instead.
You want Bradley Beal back?
Actually, hold on.
He has a no trade clause, so you can't trade for him.
No, he doesn't have that anymore.
Oh.
No matter how much he tries.
The Clippers are obviously in a different spot right now, but
yes,
there's no reason for the Suns to go out and add a bunch of like win now guys. You're trying to build this. I think, honestly, similarly to the way the Cardinals have over the last 2 years, where they changed the culture and then they built it up, and now they have to take the next logical step. But they've been pretty linear with their movement. But at the same time, this should not drag on for years and years and years. If it is going to, why did you keep Devin Booker? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, but the other part of that question is, you think you want to win now. How do you think Matt Ishbia feels? So you guys had him on, Burns and Gambo, on Friday afternoon, and you guys asked him if he's okay having to be patient for some success.
Yeah, well, I don't think anything happens overnight. Anything worthwhile takes a while, right? And so, when like I said, once again, when I bought the team, I tried to stay out of a lot of this stuff and say, let's give, what do we need? They need to go over the salary cap. They didn't go over the luxury tax before. Let me give them the resources, which I was fine doing. But we didn't build the identity and the vision and what we really believe in. We thought, hey, just make the team a little bit better, follow the basketball minds on some of this stuff. And by the way, to give credit, I didn't disagree with some of those decisions, and I don't think any fan did. When we traded for Kevin Durant, there were some fans like, oh, bad decision. Oh, we traded for Brad Beal. I mean, if you watch all the reactions, everyone thought it was the best. Now, Monday morning quarterback, you can say that stuff didn't work, and we all agree it didn't work. But we were the favorites to win the West when we traded for Grant. We were the favorites to win, compete for the NBA championship the following year. People believed in it. Everybody thought it was going to work. It didn't work, and now I see things differently.
It's just interesting because I think if he wanted to establish an identity from the get-go, and I get the defense for wanting to keep pushing on the win now mentality. I get the defense. I really do. But if he really wanted to establish his own identity, why didn't he do it in the offseason when he had his first full season as owner? Like, why didn't he go about emphasizing what he wanted the team to be from the beginning? Not from the middle of the season in which he took over the team, but that first season.
Like that summer.
Where they ended up trading away Paul for Beal, where they ended up trading away Ayton for Nurkic. Why didn't he establish and set that tone of what he wanted this team to be then, as opposed to now 2.5 years later, it feels like they're starting over, quite frankly.
I can't answer for him, but I would guess the answer is somewhere along the lines of there have been some lessons learned, hopefully, over the last 2 years. Because at that time, you're coming off the summer so that was the summer after the Nuggets just kind of steamrolled everybody in the playoffs. Except they didn't really steamroll the Suns. Like, they handled them. It's not like there was some, contentious call.
Chris Paul got hurt in Game 5, and at that point, it was like a lost cause almost.
Yeah, but the Suns, you could make a pretty strong case, gave the Nuggets more of a push in that playoff run than anybody. So if I'm Matt Ishbia, I can at least make the case where I'm looking and I'm saying, okay, it is going to work with Durant and Booker. I never loved the idea of bringing in Beal. I did like the idea of bringing in Durant. I never loved the idea of bringing in Beal, but it was more about his contract. And at the time, the biggest concern for the Suns was, man, Chris Paul just can't stay healthy in the playoffs. We have to get rid of him. So I'm guessing maybe that's why it was caught up in we have a team that can win right now. Now, he can say all this stuff, and I agree with Matt Ishbia actually on a lot of this stuff. We got to see how it plays out, though.
Yeah.
One of the most important people in the organization to me, like, I'm not worried about the Suns in a lot of ways other people are, because Ishbia is willing to spend money when they need to. So the cap hit from Bradley Beal over the next 5 years, it sucks. It's not a good thing, but it's not as damaging as it would be to maybe another team that the owner's not willing to spend money. There are ways to mitigate some of this, but a lot of it's going to come down to Brian Gregory. If he knows how to draft guys, if he knows how to go out and acquire talent, maybe more so next offseason. But if he's good at that, they can pull this off and be back to being a playoff team within 2-3 years. If he's not, and that's a huge question mark because he's very inexperienced, then it doesn't really matter how much money your owner has.
I mean, there's quite frankly a lot of reliance on people that have never held these types of positions before.
That's the part I don't agree with. That's the part I'm concerned about.
Owner who's run a company, don't get me wrong, he's run a company before, built it up from the ground up, United Wholesale Mortgage, we know that story already. He's very short into his sports ownership tenure. He's had great success with the Mercury this year, don't get me wrong. How much of that is him versus how much of that is the people that he hired? He deserves credit for the people that he hired, but it's kind of a different path because that Mercury team was at a low point, and when he invested in them, he changed things up. They've restructured around what was an ending era of Diana Taurasi and Brittany Griner. Now they're much better off because of the players that he was able to bring in and expense capital on. Hold on one second. This Suns version, it was almost like the success was already there. Now he's trying to do it his way, but he's putting a lot of faith in people that we don't know anything about or next to anything about.
Nervous. What were you going to say, Rick?
Just on the Mercury front, he was on the air on Friday and he was talking. I think this cut is here. He talks about how like they're aligned and everything, and that's why they're having success. In my opinion, they're having success because they got 3 stars and they just happened to hit on those like minimum contract players that the Suns weren't able to do.
Right.
So I don't know how much of it is alignment, like he's saying. It's just what they try to do with the Suns is working just for the Mercury.
And the 3 stars actually coalesce rather well. Even though they haven't spent a ton of time together on the court, they play off of each other really, really nicely.
I would love to know how much of the alignment push is a result of Mike Budenholzer being so out of alignment with what they're because
he kind of destroyed the internal affairs of that organization.
Yeah.
Not like to a grand scale, but like that basketball team was just dreadful.
Yeah,
last year.
And I don't want them to overcorrect. That's kind of where I was going, just because of one guy. Although,
well, this doesn't feel like an overcorrection only because the individuals that are now put in charge, we again know nothing about. Yeah, but maybe that's a good thing.
I like the idea of everybody kind of being on the same page. I don't like the idea of everybody has to agree with everybody. And so that's what I'm saying. Like if you looked at last year and you're like, man, we just weren't on the same page. And if they identified Mike Budenholzer as a big part of it, okay, well, you've moved on from him. And you're right. You talk about lessons learned. Make sure everybody's on the same page. But if you go so far where everybody just has to agree and it's an echo chamber, not going to win a lot of games. So, I mean, that's one of those things that you just, I guess, have to wait now and see what's going to happen here. All right, take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, when we come back, what is the ceiling for the 5 Arizona Cardinals? We're going to ask senior NFL writer for The Athletic, Mike Sando. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferrell, in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Jonathan Gannon said multiple times coming out of the OTAs, friction. There's going to be more friction in camp. What does that mean? Is there going to be more fights? Is it going to be more physical?
Yeah.
Is it going to be more intense? Is he going to dial it up? Is he going to ask them to dial it up? If we're talking specifically what we're looking forward to watching at a camp, it's that. What does friction look like in a training camp for Jonathan Gannon?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 financed, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here, that is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge, love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks swept the St. Louis Cardinals over the weekend and are now just 4.5 games back of the final wild card spot in the National League. They start a 3-game series tonight at Chase Field against the American League West leading Houston Astros. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the Dbacks against Houston's Colton Gordon. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submittosave.com. That's submit2save.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Which Cardinals rookie could make the biggest impact in training camp? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports. All right, welcome back to Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferrell is in for Wolf today, and we are pleased to be joined on the Arizona Sports Line by senior NFL writer for The Athletic, Mike Sando is joining us. Mike, thank you so much for the time. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. We're ready for football, as I'm guessing most people are right now, ready for football to start up.
Well, I mean, except for Wolf is obviously dodging me today. He didn't want to, step into the ring with a heavyweight here today. Yeah. I hope Wolf's doing well, so we'll get him next time.
He's just ramping up for football on Thursday.
He needs to go into like a hyperbaric chamber and just prepare himself for all of the blood sport that's about to happen.
Right. Well, okay. So while we have you, let's start at least with the Cardinals. And Mitch and I were talking earlier, like what are the national expectations for a team like this? Because they have a pretty wide range of outcomes. At least that's kind of the feeling here locally. Yeah. What are you expecting from this team?
Yeah, so I'm expecting there to be defensive improvement. I think that's where they obviously invested a lot in the offseason and free agency. They made a jump last year to not be at least horrible on defense, but I think they really got to make a move to be in the upper half of the league probably. If you look in the division, last year, Seattle went from 29th to 8th in defensive EPA per play with their new defensive coach. The Cardinals, I think, were 32nd in Gannon's first year, 23rd last year. So you would like to see them make a Seattle-type move, be 12th or something. I think if they do that, they have a much better chance to beat their Vegas win total, or at least by our model, was 8.5 at the Athletics. So, you'd like to see them, I think, get 9 wins, right? Be in the mix for playoffs. I think that's doable if the defense does what it should do after making some investments.
As far as on an individual basis on the defensive side of the ball, who's a guy you're excited to watch on this year's Cardinals defense? And then who's a guy do you think is going to be a real difference maker for them this year?
Well, I mean, Josh Sweat for the money needs to be that guy for them. I think we're definitely going to be watching him. And I think the first-round pick, Walter Nolan, is interesting. Now, rookies oftentimes don't, make the impact right away that people, maybe get excited about during the draft. It's why after the draft, the win totals don't really change, for most teams, unless you draft Andrew Luck or somebody like that who plays the quarterback position. So I think, he's one to watch. I think that I think they got some guys in the draft who've been, shown some good instincts and maybe been leaders and that type of thing. And maybe they obviously brought in Calais Campbell, who's a leader. So you're getting maybe it's, besides Josh Sweat, maybe it's not one guy who's going to transform it. It just was a lot of different people, a lot of picks. I think, what was it, our first 5 picks were defense, something like that,
yeah.
4 or 5 picks. So it has to be a collective with those guys on that side of the ball, just to give them some, legitimate starters. I feel like they haven't had that up front. I feel like they probably have that now. So they can at least be, middle of the pack defensively. even if there's not necessarily a superstar.
We're talking to Mike Sando of The Athletic. Mike, it feels like every year that by this time, at least around here, we've talked so much about Kyler Murray that we're just burned out and ready for the season to start. The conversation hasn't been as much about Kyler this year because the sense around here just seems to be like they're either going to make the playoffs and he's fine or they're not and he's gone. How much pressure do you think there is specifically on him this season in terms of just his career being at a crossroads?
Yeah, I think it definitely if he were to not play the whole year or have a bad year, yeah, no doubt. That's going to be a huge topic for conversation. I will say this, in his defense, he has gotten way less defensive support and special team support for that matter than other quarterbacks in the league. And I believe I did a study this maybe a few months ago where I looked at Kyler Murray and maybe some other quarterbacks over the past 3 years who had played a lot, had started a lot of games. And I think he had the worst support from defense and special teams of anyone in the league combined, putting those two things together. I don't think the Cardinals special teams in particular has been bad, but the defense has. So I think, most of the quarterbacks in the league, unless you're just Patrick Mahomes or one of those guys way at the top, need more help than he's gotten from the other side of the ball just to make the games easier to win. Now, that being said, he's got to win some of those ones that are close where they've had a chance and he hasn't done it. So I think that's what he has to do when they have a game like against Carolina or some of those ones they had in the past where you're waiting for him to make a play or finish it out. He's got to do that better, but they've got to you can't be a bottom 10 defense with a middle of the pack quarterback and wonder why you don't win.
Given your point, it seems like the Cardinals invested a lot on the defensive side of the ball, and I would imagine that in turn is going to help the special teams because you create more depth, and a lot of guys then move to special teams and play on those areas. But the offense is relatively the same. How is that a benefit to Kyler Murray, and how could that be a detraction for him?
Their offense statistically has been okay. They have been in the top half of the league, so I agree. I'm not overly worried about it. I think he took 19 sacks last year in the final 8 or 9 games, and that was way up from the first half of the year. So that would be something to watch, just the attrition of the offensive line and the development of the receivers and how he's getting it out, that sort of a thing. But I haven't sensed, to me, the offense has, even though there's a lot of focus on Kyler and that people want more from him, the offense has been okay.
We're talking to Mike Sando. Mike, Trey McBride was starting to look really good 2 years ago. Last year, obviously, really broke out. Just in your experience covering this game, there's so much focus on whether or not Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to take that jump into year 2, and ideally he will take some sort of jump. But can they find success with Trey McBride being their best weapon in the passing game if it comes to that?
Yeah, I think you can. I think any more of the tight ends that are in these offenses are kind of receivers anyway. So we will see that sometimes that a receiving tight end ends up being your number one option. Of course, you'd love to have a number one wide receiver who really takes the pressure off of him and makes teams have to pick their poison. But I think you can succeed on offense with a tight end getting a lot of the targets.
I want to ask you about Jonathan Gannon because Luke and I were talking earlier today. There was an article that we read that had mentioned that how Gannon's fate is tied to Kyler's in a way. And I don't know if either one of us necessarily agree with that, but we could see the defense for it. But what does Gannon in particular need to do with this group to more so convince the fan base that this team is still headed in the right direction?
Well, number one, your side of the ball. That's what I mentioned last year with, the Seahawks have been bad on defense for a number of years, and they hire a defensive coordinator from the Ravens, Mike McDonald, and by the second half of the year, they're a top 5 defense in the league statistically. So they probably had more firepower than Gannon's had to work with there. I think they have better talent, so that's part of it. But after the third year, you feel like this defensive-minded head coach that we hired is giving us has enough to work with and is giving us some kind of a competitive edge from his side of the ball. I think that if he has that, you can survive the quarterback decision, right? If they feel like, oh my gosh, this coach has done a great job, we've got a great defense, that's his side of the ball, let's not disrupt this. Kyler has a life of ups and downs before Gannon got here, right? So I don't think they're only tied to each other to the extent that Gannon can't get the defense going. Because if he gets the defense going, they can have a good record with Kyler Murray not being a huge part of their future.
Yeah, that's a good point. Mike, thank you so much for this, man. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike.
Hey, thank you.
All right. That's Mike Sando of The Athletic joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line as we close in on the start of training camp. It's interesting what you were saying at the end. You get the defense going, and that's maybe where you're not looking for a split between JG and Kyler, but if this team doesn't take the step forward, that's where those two kind of aren't tied together.
Look, we should emphasize one point very heavily. It does sound like whenever we talk about this sort of negative idea of like split or release or moving on, et cetera, don't get that confused for the fact that we would want that to happen. We don't want that to happen.
No, they can just make the playoffs.
We want the success of this team, but we do also understand that there are scenarios that, if presented, could result in, some form of drastic change to happen after this season is done.
I think this will be a playoff team, probably just barely. But it's funny because, I talked to two people over the weekend about this that follow the Cardinals very, very closely. And one of them's like, dude, I could see this team, honestly, just going on a run and surprising people and win like 12, 13 games. And another friend was like, I think they're going to fire everybody. That's how bad it's going to be. And it's just like...
Isn't that not Arizona sports in a nutshell?
It is, and those are the two extremes. I mean, if you're trying to put them on a range, I really think their range is probably about 7 to 11 wins. But I tend to think with the defense, they're going to get it done enough. If you think you've got what it takes to take us down in fantasy football, prove it. Text fantasy to 620-620 and join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Step into your favorite host's league and battle for glory and the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots will not last, so text fantasy to 620-620 now. You get to play fantasy football against Wolf. I mean, how great is that? The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. When we come back, Dbacks Astros starts tonight. How many wins does Arizona need from this series? It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferrell in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. Tomorrow. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Tomorrow. From your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Orthopedic care.
At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, zero down payment, and zero payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another zero out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the mobile protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
Hey, it's Gambo. What should the Dbacks be prepared for when they welcome back Christian Walker and the Astros? We'll preview Game 1 starting at 2 on Arizona Sports.
All right, final segment of the show. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Vareldis is in for Wolf today. Looking at the YouTube live chat, Landon points out ESPN just posted the Coyotes jerseys on Instagram, which is true. Actually.
Landon.
Felisa just brought that to my attention the previous segment as well. It's a great jersey. They should bring a hockey team back and put them in it.
Mitch, do you have an issue with Heart of a Champion by Nelly?
I guess we're done with the Coyotes conversation.
I was trying to keep it going for you, but as soon as I heard the riffing of John Tesh's Round Ball Rock, I was like, what on earth am I listening to? Anyway, hi, YouTube chat. King Nacho, I recognize you. By the way, King Nacho, because I know you've been asking, Big Red is okay. I'm looking at the camera. I'm looking at you, King Nacho. Big Red is okay. He actually recently just did pulling cards with Tyler Drake on Cardinals Corner, too. So he got to do that fun stuff. Right. I'm tangenting so far off. I apologize, but
it's the final segment of the show.
Yes, I do have a problem with Nelly's Heart of a Champion. Thank you for asking.
It's a classic.
Wouldn't it be great if we had Nelly right now and he just walked through that door and he's like, "All right, our next
he's
guest
going to teach me
Nelly.
some country grammar," is what he's going to do.
But yes, Luke, they should bring back the Coyotes or an NHL team with a different name. I don't know.
It is random that ESPN's just like, "Hey, look at this jersey today." I mean, I don't know, just to rip our heart out again. Maybe that's what it is.
Just like, hey, you can get this for $50 on eBay.
It's also random that I'm wearing their shirt today.
Well, I don't know if that part's random.
Not as random. All right, Mitch, what was you had something from Ken Rosenthal over there during one of the breaks.
It's I'm trying to see when this was published. This was
1971.
No, this was published this morning, July 21st. Ken Rosenthal. I think it's his latest notes piece. Dbacks need to trade several veterans, Mason Miller's market, and more MLB notes. Yeah. So a majority of this is naturally about the Diamondbacks. And there's a section in here. We had talked earlier about qualifying offers versus holding on to the guys versus trading the guys versus trying to prepare the team for next year. And Ken brought up what I thought was at least an interesting nugget. So it talks about this is direct verbatim now. If the Diamondbacks stay within striking distance, the logical course for Hazen would be to trade at least some of his potential free agents while simultaneously acquiring bullpen help. It is unlikely he would move both Gallen and Kelly, for it would leave him scrambling to fill out the rotation the rest of the season, but top prospect Jordan Lawler could replace Suarez at third. Pavin Smith, once he returns from right oblique strain, could step in for Naylor at first. The challenge for Hazen and any head of baseball operations seeking controllable starting pitching would be finding Major League ready options. Teams are reluctant to move even their better AAA starters, viewing them as one injury away from the Major League rotation. Hazen could collect prospects to improve his talent base for the offseason maneuvering, but would face the same problem trying to acquiring pitching then. Which is to say, the Diamondbacks, with the one option that they want to do in terms of trading away their guys, it seems like a lot of the teams might be reluctant to give the Diamondbacks what they want/need.
Yeah, and maybe that needs to be a huge deciding factor here. Assuming they're still in it. And the question we posed going to the break was, how many wins do you need against Houston? Well, you need at least 2. I mean, you still have a lot of ground to make up. But if you're hanging around in this and we're getting to July 28th and you're, 3.5 games or 2.5 games out of a wild card spot. I mean, I think there's a range where if you're within, I would say 2.5 or closer, I would just keep the team basically and try to make a run at this. But, if you're right there on the border and you're getting just crazy offers for some of these guys, then that's a really difficult decision. If teams are just being like, yeah, we'll give you some AA guys, we'd like to just get lost.
This isn't trying to sell David Peralta on 30 cents on the dollar. This isn't trying to sell Eduardo Escobar on 10 cents on the dollar. This is Eugenio Suarez probably at his highest value in maybe his entire career. I mean, I know he's had a 40-plus homer season with the Reds, but this is by far the best Eugenio Suarez has looked in a long
time. When you consider, I know his batting average isn't he's not hitting 320, but this isn't a just power only home run or nothing. I know it feels like that sometimes, but he's got an okay batting average when you consider that he's kind of a pure power hitter right now. I don't have to give any of these guys away. Now, if you go out there and you go on this huge losing streak right now and you have no chance to make the postseason and everybody knows it at the trade deadline, if you slip and all of a sudden you're like 7.5, 8.5 back, then you lose some leverage too. But it's like leverage, but it's also an honest thing of if you get within like 3.5, 2.5 games of a wild card spot and the trade deadline's rolling around and teams are offering you guys that they value, but they're all AA or maybe like AAA, but a couple years away from playing in the majors, and that's all you're getting offered. You don't have to take it at that point. The argument.
Well, it's like the argument would be: would you rather have one shot at a guy either at the end of the first round or end of the second round in the next MLB draft, wait on them for a few years, or would you rather get a couple of shots at a couple of guys that are already in affiliated ball? And maybe you're waiting the same amount of time for those guys because the guys that you really want are just not going to be available to you.
But you also, in that scenario, have a chance to make the playoffs this year. You know what I mean? Like the argument against that seems to be like, well, they're going to get these 3 All-Stars from the Yankees for Gino. Why wouldn't you make that trade? Yeah, if the Yankees are giving me guys I can use within, I would say, the next 12 months, then there's a conversation we have to have. Or the Mariners, teams are lining up for him. But if you're just giving me guys that really have to develop, and there's not even a guarantee that they're going to develop, I need more than that. For Gino specifically, I need whoever they trade him to, if they trade him, it might win them a championship. It might win them the World Series. I'm getting more than some minor leaguers back.
I think Naylor could get you close to, if not almost as much as Gino too, because of his age, because of the peripheral numbers are actually really good for. They're not his 40 homers from a year ago, but they are certainly hitting for average, hitting with some power, hitting with some, or not hitting, you don't hit on the base paths, but very smart base running. Like he's got double digits in steals, which I don't think I would have anticipated.
No, I wouldn't have either. I would like to just keep him.
And his defense is not atrocious. Either way, yes, to your point, this series is probably going to dictate how they end up because the road trip's not going to be any easier. You got the Tigers right before the deadline. That's the best team in baseball this year.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of it is just, what do you do? If you go out there and you win one of the next 3, then you're probably, where you are, but if you go out there and sweep the Astros too, then at a certain point, you got to be like, hey, we're winning all these games at just the right time. Maybe my players are telling me something. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Mitch, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
The next man up philosophy to me is really fascinating when you think about it. The teams that say it are the teams that have been faced with injuries, and they have somebody come in and do the job to an excellent level. There was a year where the Cardinals, you couldn't talk to a member of the Cardinals coaching staff or player without hearing next man up because the guys that they were elevating were doing the job. When you elevate guys or you get hit with a rash of injuries and your replacements don't perform, nobody's talking about next man up. And nobody's talking about that now with the Diamondbacks.
Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All 3 offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No-charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks swept the St. Louis Cardinals over the weekend and are now just 4.5 games back of the final wildcard spot in the National League. They start a 3-game set tonight at Chase Field against the American League West leading Houston Astros. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Zach Gallen gets the start for the Dbacks against Houston's Colton Gordon. An Arizona Cardinals training camp begins tomorrow. For who might be the odd man out in their crowded defensive line room, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Monday in Phoenix. John Gambadoro and Tim Ring filling in for Burnsy. Burnsy's got the week off. Ringo will be with me every single day. A lot to talk about. We'll be at Cardinals camp this week.
Yeah.
Another Cardinals camp for me.
It's here. It's here.
Cardinals camp. So what day are we there, Lauren? Thursday? Thursday. We're there. We're at Cardinals camp. So we will be at Cardinals camp on Thursday. We got a lot of stuff to talk about with the Suns and obviously the Diamondbacks and a little Cardinals and a lot of stuff to go over. But how are you, my friend?
I'm well. I'm partner swapping with you and Burnsy. Did the show for you a couple of weeks ago with Burnsy. We had a good week.
I went on vacation. I actually had a passport that didn't expire. So unlike you,
I'm going to be hearing grief about that for the rest of my life. And
Tim Ring's family went on vacation without him because his passport expired. He couldn't get on the plane.
And deservedly so. I deserve everything I get.
Yeah. Decided to check that like the day before you left, and it was too late to go get your passport renewed.
It was too late.
Remember what everybody out there, check your passport, make sure the expiration date is valid before you go away.
Lesson learned.
Yeah, lesson learned.
You can get a same-day one. By the way,
you got to go to Tucson.
Educational time for anybody listening. You can get a same-day one in Tucson. You'll pay through the nose. I happen to be, when I learned it was expired, I happen to be, of all places, Flagstaff for my daughter's basketball tournament. So I was about as far as Tucson as one could be.
No way you could have made it
in the state of Arizona, unless I were in Kingman.
Wow.
There was no chance, and I sat home, and they all went on a cruise.
They went on a nice vacation, and you sat home. All right, let's waste no time. Let's tell you what our top story of the day is.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
D-backs sweep the Cardinals at home. Terrific performance by their starting pitching, their offense with Gino Suarez and Corbin Carroll, Geraldo Perdomo, and all of a sudden the D-backs 4.5 games back, 4 teams to pass, 62 games left. 62 games left, and I think the biggest question that everybody wants to know right now, are the Diamondbacks actually in this thing or not? Because they're always right on that verge. You get swept by the Cardinals, we're done, we're over, trade everybody. Sweeping the Cardinals, you're on that. It's that fine line. It's that fine line. I think if you're 6 or 7 out, it's like trade everybody. When you're under 5, it's hard. It's hard. Now, the thing that I would say is there's still 4 teams ahead of you. It's not like there's one team ahead of you. There's still 4 teams ahead of you. Now, I spoke with some people in the organization today, and what I was told is, look. This Astro series is big. They haven't made up their mind yet if they're sellers or buyers. But even after the sweep against the Cardinals, they are still more sellers than they are buyers. So it was a good sweep. It kept them afloat, but I don't think it convinced the powers that be that they got to go all in and become buyers. Now, maybe if you sweep the Astros, that changes things. But there's still the problem with all the injuries. And the problem that there's 4 teams ahead of you that you would have to pass in order to get to the playoffs.
You're breathing right down the Cardinals' neck now thanks to that sweep, though, Gamble. You're just a game back of them. You're 2 games back of the Reds. You could wipe those teams out if you have a really good weekend, and they do not have a really good weekend. But you deal with hypotheticals like that. The fact remains there are 3 teams to leap to get into that final wild card spot. The Brewers are red hot. They've won 10 in a row. So the Brewers or Cubs will be one of those wild card spots. Obviously, if you're the D-backs, you're just concerned about the final wild card spot at this stage. The Cardinals sweep, you mentioned it. It kind of kept the conversation alive.
It did.
Kept hope alive. Torey Lovello talked about it at the All-Star break. Like there's an opportunity here to still do some good things. And the way I put it, if you got bullets in the chamber, you still have a chance, and they took the most of that, made the most of that.
Had a great series.
Over
that
the
was
weekend,
a great series.
But now you got to keep it up. If you go out and lose 2-3 to the Astros, 2 of 3 to the Astros,
right,
you're kind of right back in that same spot. If you get swept, you're definitely right back in that same spot. You go 5-1 out of the break, but then it just becomes, well, let's see how they do in the next series and the series after that. And at that point, you will be at the trade deadline, and Mike Hazen will have to make those decisions.
Yeah, I think right now they're literally day by day. Let's see how we do. They don't have to make a decision right now. They do not have to make a decision today. Obviously, they're fielding calls from teams. They've got a lot of players. They're a hot commodity right now. They're going to be the number one team people turn to. They got starting pitching. They got a corner infielder. They got 2 of them. They got power in the lineup. They got bullpen guys. Like, they are a team that everybody's going to call to see what's available, especially with 2 starting pitchers that you could trade, and maybe the most power bat in all of baseball that could be on the trade block in Geno Suarez. We'll talk about that in a second. So the sweep was good. I still believe from my conversations that right now they are more sellers than they are buyers. So that would mean you have to have another good series against the Astros. You got to try to creep a little bit closer to make it more interesting. I think if there's still 4 teams ahead of them, when we get to the deadline, I think it means they're sellers. Because, again, it's not just you're 5 games back. It's you got to leap 4 teams. You got to leap the Cardinals. You got to leap the Reds. You got to leap the Giants. And then you've got to leap either the Padres or the Mets. You've got to leap 4 teams. Can they do it? I mean, stranger things have happened in baseball. They're not, I wouldn't say they're out of it right now, but they are a 500 baseball team. That's who they are. 100 games in, they're a 500 baseball team.
And we'll see if that continues. I mean, let's just throw it out there. Bob Nightingale was on earlier today. Obviously has covered this league for a long time. He had some really interesting thoughts on it. I'll get into those over the course of our show here today. But you'd have to probably win 90 games to be a wild card team. I mean, give or take a game.
40 and 22.
And think about that, though, Gambo. They've already won 3 out of the All-Star break. You'd essentially be looking at a team post-All-Star break that would have to go 43 and 22. Now, you got 3 up, 3 down coming out of the break. But, yeah, you'd have to be a 43 and 22 baseball team after the All-Star break to win 90 games. But the problem is you don't have from now until the end of September to see if that comes to fruition. You have 9 games before the trade deadline when Mike Hazen has to make these type of decisions, whether or not he believes a team has it in it to make the playoffs.
Yeah, the starting position is good. The position players are out. I thought they had a great series against St. Louis. I think maybe the best series that they've had. Their starting pitching was outstanding. Their offense was outstanding. Bullpen was good. Like, everything really went well. So you look at it, the 62 to go. Do you trust the bullpen? Like, no A.J. Puck, no Martinez. Like, do you trust this bullpen that they're going to be able to lock down some games for you when it comes to it? Now, in the St. Louis series, it wasn't – they didn't need the bullpen as much in those games. They didn't need the bullpen as much. They won 7-3. They won 10-1. It got a little dicey yesterday. It definitely got a little dicey. But DeSclafani in the 9th inning, you thought, okay, maybe they're going to pull him out, but they let him finish that thing off, and they ended up winning the game 5-3. But you do worry in close games. Can you count on this bullpen to take it home for you? So, again, I think there's still more sellers than buyers. There's still time. My understanding is day-to-day at this point, but you got to follow up that St. Louis series with a good series against the Astros, to make Mike Hazen decide that, okay, I'm not going to sell off these pieces I have.
The way Geno Suarez is swinging the bat right now, the emotional reaction of Dbacks fans, you monitor this on social media, is we can't trade him. How can you trade this guy?
Because he's a free agent at the end of the year, and you're not going to be able to keep him.
I understand that, but it's almost like there's a belief now that's been infused in the fan base that the D-backs are very much in this thing. And we saw a team go from the wild card, have 84 wins, and end up winning the National League pennant and going to the World Series.
What's the risk of hanging on to Suarez, bypassing a big trade that will bring you top prospects back, and then you don't make the playoffs, and then you kick yourself because you didn't trade Suarez for top prospects in an organization?
I get it. Bob Nightingale, again, took it a step further. I was going to talk about this later, but since you bring it up, I'll bring it up now. Bob even said, listen, you could make the playoffs and your season could be still over in 2 days. And then you look at yourself and say, man, maybe we still should have traded him. I get it. You have to be in it to win it. And we saw a team go from the wild card to the World Series right here in our town less than 2 years ago. But I understand that. And the way Suarez is hitting the ball right now, Gambo, he's going to be in demand. there will be a bidding war for his services.
Right.
With the big market clubs that find themselves in a position of need and in contention.
Well, Naylor, Suarez,
but the haul
Kelly,
you're going to
Gallen.
get for Suarez is going up by the day.
Yeah, but I look at this pitching, man. I look at what Merrill Kelly did yesterday. I look at what Brandon Pfaadt did. I looked at what Ryan Nelson did. Pitchers carried them. The pitching was great in that series, terrific in that series. They took a team that was ahead of them and they swept them, and they beat them up in the first inning of all of these games. They jumped on Sonny Gray. They jumped on the kid yesterday. Like they had Alec Thomas made one of the best catches I've seen this year. Full go into the wall like he was trying to get that Chick-fil-A for him and his girlfriend. I mean, like that's how fast he was running into that wall. Like somebody was giving out the free Chick-fil-A. If anybody actually
he had
seen
a hell of a sliding catch when you were away. Maybe you saw it on Twitter. It was absolutely unbelievable. But yeah, the starting pitching was great. Pfaadt went 7, Nelson 6, Kelly 6.
Great starting pitching.
If you can get that, now of course you're never going to get it every game. No team will. But if you can consistently get that, I feel better about the bullpen if you only need 9 outs out of them.
Right. You don't have to carry.
Or sometimes, in some cases,
sometimes
6 outs.
If you can get 7 innings, you can get 6. All right, Gino Suarez. He leads the National League in home runs. He leads the National League in RBIs. He had 2 homers Saturday, 2 homers Sunday. I don't believe that the Diamondbacks can keep him beyond this season. I think he's priced himself out of their category. So do you trade him? We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-0. Swung on in the air to right center. Long run for Carroll, but he is there, and he's got it. And the Diamondbacks sweep St. Louis to open up the second half.
A sweep of St. Louis at home feels nice. Time for the Astros to hit Chase Field for a 3-game series beginning tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Would you rather stand in the sun or in the shade? It's a no-brainer, so why would you let your patio roast in this heat? At All Pro Shade Concepts, we can save you from burning feet, fading furniture, and being stuck inside all summer. Custom fit patio shades and awnings that cool with the touch of a button. Get free installation from our shade pros plus a 10-year warranty. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate. That's allproshade.com.
Gotta call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade. Call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and no bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 finance, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Can the Diamondbacks stay hot? Can they stay desperate? We'll find out more tonight and talk about it tomorrow. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, the fun begins in trying to figure out just how high the price tag is for Gino Suarez. I was on with Brock Hewitt on Seattle radio. They want him. They want Gino back in Seattle. The Cubs want Gino. The Yankees want Gino. Everybody wants good vibes. He leads the National League with 35 homers and 85 RBIs. He's on pace for 57 home runs. He hit 2 on Saturday. He hit 2 on Sunday. You have to think, rental or not, you're gonna get a small fortune for Gino. And I know when you got a guy with no control, you say, what are you really gonna get for him? This is the hottest bat on the market. The hottest bat on the market. A guy that can change the complexion of a baseball game with one swing of the bat. He is on fire right now. A good clubhouse guy. He's a free agent. He's on an expiring contract. Everybody wants him. Everybody. A lot of calls going for Gino right now. Can the Diamondbacks keep him? A lot of people have asked me that. The answer is no. The answer is no. He's probably going to get back more than what Christian Walker got. Christian Walker got 3 years and $60 million. Gino's going to get somewhere between $20 and $25 million a year on a 3 or a 4 year deal. He just turned 34 the other day. You've got to think somebody's going to give him 3 years and 60 to 70. So I don't think that he's in the Diamondbacks price range. I don't believe that. So the question is, do you hold on to Gino in the hopes that you can make the playoffs and make a run? Or do you trade him and try to get back a haul for Gino Suarez? You go to the Yankees, you go to the Cubs, you go to Seattle, you go to anybody else that's interested. Give me your best offer. And you've got when you've got several teams making offers, it's going to drive the price up. You got one team, not so much. But with several teams interested in the Cubs situation at third base is a disaster, right, Lauren? The Yankees is a disaster. Seattle, disaster. These teams are desperate for a power hitter. So I think that the price tag for Gino will be high. The question really is, do you make a decision if you're 4 or 5 games out to trade him? Here's Buster Olney talking about Gino Suarez and I think the Yankees.
Diamondbacks have been telling Team Shea is that they are probably going to sell before the trade deadline, and Suarez would be the biggest name move. The New York Yankees would love to have Suarez because, of course, they could drop him at third base, which has been a problem area for them this year. The Chicago Cubs, he certainly would be a great fit there. Those two teams have made deals in the past. The Cubs' priority so far has been for a starting pitcher. And the Seattle Mariners would be another team that would be a fit. They need help offensively at first base and at third base. Suarez has played there before. And look, I love how the Mariners are set up for the second half. They're getting the starting pitching back together. If they upgrade their offense, this could be the most dangerous team in the American League.
There you go. So the Yankees, the Yankees are going to go for it. They're going to go for it. Would they trade their top prize? Now, we're not talking about listen, if you trade Randall Grichuk, you're going to get a lottery ticket. Or you trade Shelby Miller, you're probably going to get a lottery ticket. You're trading Naylor and Suarez and Kelly and Gallen. You're getting north of a lottery ticket. You're not just getting a flyer. You're going to get back good players. Somebody's going to give you good players.
Well, good prospects.
Good prospects.
That you hope will become good players.
Yeah, good prospects in an organization. You're not going to get back the 22nd best player in somebody's farm system for Geno Suarez. You're going to do much better than that. We're talking, again, one team's top 10 is much different than another team's top 10. But you're talking about guys that are probably top 10 prospects that you could get in a trade for Geno Suarez. Listen, I just want certainty, one way or another. And right now, to me, even after the sweep against the Cardinals, I'm selling. Right today, I'm selling. Sweep the Astros, I may change my mind. But today, July 21st, you ask me, what are you doing? I got 4 teams ahead of me. I got 4 teams I got to pass. I got 62 games left. I'm going to trade. And I'm going to line my farm system up with as many good prospects as I can for all of these guys. And then on the offseason, I might try to go get Merrill Kelly back or get Josh Naylor back. We'll see who I could get. But if I have an opportunity here to load my farm system up with talented players that may be Diamondbacks or may be used for good trades down the road, I'm going to trade. The sweep against the Cardinals was great. It keeps you in it. But it hasn't convinced me yet that I want to be a buyer over a seller. I'm still leaning towards selling at this point.
If you're Mike Hazen, you have to take emotion out of it. He doesn't want to sell. He wants to be a buyer. He said it as much on the radio last week. Like, give me a reason. Give me a reason to be a buyer, and I'll do that. And I think the way the Dbacks really stumbled towards the end of the All-Star break kind of put this thing heading down a path where they are going to be sellers. And you're right, Gamble. One sweep against the Cardinals was great, keeps the conversation going, but it does not mean you reverse course and stem the tide or halt the tide or reverse the tide on your ultimate plan, which is, of course, to sell. It's hard because the fan base now has gotten a taste, right? And Mike Hazen, not that you can put what the fans think on the table in terms of any decision-making for the future of the ball club, but right now, you listen to fans, and it's like, you can't do it, you can't do it. No player with 35 or more home runs during a season has ever been traded by their respective ball club. So this would be
that's a good nugget. I did not know that.
This would be major league history if the D-backs do this.
No
with
player
Suarez.
with 35 home runs by the trade deadline
has ever been traded.
Geno Suarez he's on pace at 57. So I'm paced at 57 home runs.
I understand.
Just turned 34. Good defensive player. Hasn't been as great as this year, but still a good defensive player. Great team guy. Middle of the lineup, protection in the order. Guy, and man, he's on a bender right now, man. He is just raking. 2 home runs Saturday, 2 home runs Sunday. He's just, he's the most feared bat. One of the most feared bats in all of baseball right now is Geno Suarez. All of baseball.
For the last 12 months, he's been one of the best players in Major League Baseball. Clearly one of the best hitters in Major League Baseball. So it's tough. It's tough. It's also, you do that, you kind of wave the white flag on this season.
Yeah, how do you sell that? And you know what? I know you have to do it.
I know.
It's hard. But if you decide you're 4 games out and there's still 4 teams ahead of you, and you decide you're going to have to go tell everybody we're selling. And you have to explain why. Because they're going to say, we want a chance. The players want a chance.
You're basically telling the clubhouse, we don't believe
in you.
And that's a very hard conversation to have.
I know.
And then when you factor in the Burns injury and
A.J. Puck, and Justin Martinez.
You worry about 2026 now, too, in terms of, can this team not compete in 2026? We're starting to look towards 2027 now, when the team can conceivably get back into the playoffs or compete for a championship.
I think that there's a chance that they could trade Merrill Kelly and get him back. This is my belief from people I've spoken with, that he's local, he likes it here, not going to be as pricey as some of the others because of his age, that you could trade Merrill Kelly, let him go help somebody, and then go bring him back. We see it happen in sports all the time. It does. It happens. So you could literally trade him and then sign him in the offseason as a free agent. Gallen, I don't know. I still think Gallen's going to get a pretty good contract. Naylor, possibly. I think Suarez is out of your price range. I just think Geno's for age, you'd have Geno for age 34, 35, and 36. At somewhere between, 20 and $25 million a year? I mean, Christian Walker didn't hit 40 home runs, and he got $20 million a year.
Oh, no, he's going to get a great deal. Part of me is kind of like, well, do you want to be a player or not? Like, you might have to crank open the checkbook. But Kendrick has done exactly that and then some, especially with the pitching staff the last couple of years, and his ROI in terms of money spent on starters and the wins he's gotten back from those guys. Yeah. I'll factor in Montgomery. That's money spent.
Money spent, $25 million.
0 wins.
No
Corbin
wins.
Burns, 36 million. How many wins does Burns have?
Just a couple, right?
Rodriguez, $20 million. How many wins does he have? I don't have the stats in front of me right now on Burns, but it's like that's.
I like Ryan Nelson. I think he's got top end stuff. Like he could be a number 1 or a number 2. He looks that good. Eduardo Rodriguez is your 4, is pretty good. If Brandon Pfaadt could be a 3 or a 4, you're okay. If you bring Merrill Kelly back, if you have Merrill Kelly and Ryan Nelson at the top, it's not going to be the best rotation in baseball. But I think you could win a lot of games with Merrill Kelly, Ryan Nelson, Brandon Pfaadt, Eduardo Rodriguez, and somebody else. Now, I still think you'd have to go get somebody. The question is, like, what can you get back for these guys? Can you get back a starting pitcher? Can you get back somebody that's within a year of being a starting pitcher?
Can you get back somebody like Zach Gallen when you made that trade with the Marlins all those years ago?
My belief in my talks with them is no. Those trades are really hard to make. That was a rare trade to go get back a controllable pitcher like that. Those trades don't really get made that much anymore. So I think it would be hard to do. But can you go get the AA guy that's could be up at the end of next year? You might have to go that direction. So we'll see. But right now, Gino Suarez, Player of the Week, right? Player of the Week, Gino Suarez?
Nationally Player of the Week. Just announced. Yep.
Just announced. He's the Player of the Week. Chris Paul, not coming to the Phoenix Suns, as we had told you many, many times. Marcus Smart, he goes to the Lakers. So who are the Suns going to get to play guard? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-0. Swung on in the air to right center. Long run for Carroll, but he is there, and he's got it. And the Diamondbacks sweep St. Louis to open up the second half.
A sweep of St. Louis at home feels nice. Time for the Astros to hit Chase Field for a 3-game series beginning tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks started out of the break on a roll, sweeping the Cardinals in 3 games this past weekend. Next up is the Houston Astros and the return of old friend Christian Walker. Zach Gallen will make the start tonight. He'll oppose the left-hander Colton Gordon. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And in NBA news, ESPN's Shams Charania has reported that Chris Paul is heading back to the City of Angels and signing with the Clippers on a 1-year deal. Paul is also likely playing his final season of what will be a 21-year career. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Chris Paul's not coming back to the Valley. He's going to L.A. So what do the Suns do to pivot, if anything? That and more starting at 6 on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports.
All right, we'll talk a little Phoenix Suns basketball here as the Suns look to move on from the past mistakes of Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal, mistakes they were, and try to put together a basketball team that at least, and you know this, because, man, how many times did me and you talk after a basketball game last year?
Usually about every other one.
How many times did it got really tough to watch Phoenix Suns basketball? I hated watching the team play. And you hated watching the team play. We can admit that.
They didn't compete. Especially, well, they obviously it was a disappointment pre-All-Star break, or excuse me, pre-trade deadline. Once the trade deadline came and went, they didn't get Jimmy Butler, and their fate was sealed. They stopped competing.
And it was tough to watch a team with a lackadaisical effort. You watch a team playing at home, they're down by 10, and you knew before the blink of an eye it would be 15, then it would be 20, and then it would be 25. It never went the other way. There were two games where they actually showed some heart. One was a Nuggets game. They came back and forced overtime on a Durant 3, and then they lost. And another was a Clippers game. They were getting their asses handed to them. They came back and won. 2 games. That's the only 2 games I remember that team showing some damn heart. So they move on. And they now the roster's not finalized. They still would like to add a guard. Now, I had reported many weeks ago that they were not interested in Chris Paul. And I know I had talked to Ramona Shelburne. It was on July 2nd. Ramona had said that, the most likely landing spot for Chris is the Suns. And I had spoken to her that day, and we talked about it. I just and I know Ramona, she does a great job. And it's not here. Like, he's not going to come here. I don't think he might have a little bit of interest in coming here, but I just don't see Chris Paul coming back to the Phoenix Suns. He wanted to be close to home. He wanted to go to his kids' games. He wanted to be in L.A. Like Milwaukee wanted him. He didn't want Milwaukee. Now, you could say it's a 45-minute or an hour flight, Phoenix. I think Phoenix was – I think he would have considered Phoenix, but if he had a chance to go to one of the L.A. teams over Phoenix, he was going to take that. And I had said it back in early July. I said, I'm sticking with what I said. I do believe Chris would want to come here, even if it means an extremely limited role. I just don't see it happening. I will say highly unlikely. Chris goes to the Clippers. I think it's a decent spot for him. reunited with James Harden, back to the Clippers. We had a lot of success, and he moves on. Now, could Chris have helped the Phoenix Suns? I don't, maybe not. He was healthy last year. He was pretty healthy last year.
But he was very healthy. He played in every game.
Played in every game. He was very healthy last year. He's still a smart basketball player. He might have been able to help the Phoenix Suns. For me, though, here's me. I kind of want to see Booker take this leadership mantle. I think if Chris is here, it changes it a little bit. I'd like to see Book really take charge of the basketball team. This is my team. This is my team. I'm going to lead this basketball team, and nobody else is going to lead the team. You know, not the coach, right? Mike Budenholzer telling him, I don't want you. My voice is more important than yours. Don't say anything. I want to see Book take that leadership role. Like, Chris is going to play one more year. He's in his 40s. It's not that he can't play. It's just, I want to see the Suns move to a younger, more athletic team that's going to, Chris slows everything down.
Yeah, but he wouldn't be playing. He wouldn't have the
he'd
role.
have a limited role.
He wouldn't have the role he had here in 2022.
I get it. I want to see the Suns are younger. They're more athletic. They're bigger. There's a lot to like about the youth and athleticism. How many times did we see the Suns play teams last year when that were younger and more athletic? Like, they're going to get drilled by this team. They can't play with them because they're too old.
Do you think, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds to me like you're saying that if the Suns want Booker to take a bigger, more prominent leadership role and take control of this locker room, if Chris Paul is in that locker room, it impacts Booker's ability to do that because Booker will defer to Chris because he's such a natural leader and he's been the leader his entire career. I mean, is that kind of where the thinking is? Because I
don't know.
guess
That's my opinion. This one is my opinion.
I know it's your opinion. That's why I'm asking you think that.
I believe that it's time for Book to really, like, when Ricky Rubio was here, Ricky got to be a little bit of the leader, right? He was, you know that. Then Chris came and he took over the leadership. And you had other guys that were leaders too. Jay Crowder was a leader on that basketball team. So you had other guys where Book didn't have to lead as much. Durant comes in and he's not really a leader, and Bill comes in and Bill's not really a leader. So we had a rudderless team of leadership last year and the year before.
In 2 years, yeah.
2 years. We had a rudderless leader, no leadership. I think that they want Booker to be the leader, and I think it's time to kind of force feed it. For those people that believe that he can be a leader, and there are people out there that believe you can turn. Now, me, I kind of think you are who you are, but I want to see. Can Booker, this is your team. You just got a $150 million extension for 2 years. This is your team. You got a combination of young guys that are going to look up to you, and you've got some, players in your age category that, they're going to rely on you. I want to see Booker take the bull by the horns and be the leader of this basketball team.
I can see that. I can see Matt Ishbia and Suns leadership not wanting to go back in time and move forward and not bring Chris Paul back. I can see Matt Ishbia being a little bent out of shape with Chris Paul because Paul blamed Isaiah Thomas for him being traded for Bradley Beal, and he did so publicly on national television. So I could see all that happening. What I can't see, though, and this is just a pure basketball conversation, for everything the Suns are looking for in this summer signing area now, period, in terms of somebody to come in and help the backcourt and do what they need to do, and that's play point guard for 20 minutes a night. He seems to check a lot of those boxes.
Yeah.
And compared to what else is out there, I'm not sure how many guys are going to help you more than maybe Chris would have in that role.
Let's talk about that. Who else is out there that you think?
Let's talk about it.
Okay, give me a name.
Who's still out there?
Yeah.
I mean, now that Marcus Smart is off the board, campaign. That was such a setup.
No on campaign. No on campaign.
All right, so the Reaper is spoken on campaign. Let's go back real quick, though, before we even talk about campaign. Were they interested in Marcus Smart?
Yes.
Okay.
There was some interest in Marcus Smart because when there was going to be when you would look at the possibility, there was a thought that you could trade Beal to Washington for Jordan Poole and Marcus Smart. A thought. Like, okay. Now, again, they were able to trade Poole and make a great trade with Memphis and get that deal, New Orleans, and get that deal done. But there was a thought that maybe you could have done Beal for Poole then bought Poole out, and then had Marcus Smart and kept Marcus Smart for a year. And I think that they would have liked Marcus Smart, so I'm not going to say no on Marcus Smart.
Let me give you another name.
Give me another name.
Circulating the Twitterverse. Ben Simmons.
The interest in Ben Simmons. You ever watch the movie with Andrew McCarthy, Jamie Gertz, and Robert Downey Jr.? Anybody watch that movie?
What's it called?
Andrew McCarthy, Jamie Gertz, Robert Downey Jr. Crank it up, Lauren!
When the sun and the rain be like they are. Come on, baby. Baby, take my hand. Don't feel the reaper. We'll be able to fly.
The movie starring Andrew McCarthy, Jamie Gertz, and Robert Downey Jr. was called Less Than Zero.
Oh, Less Than Zero.
Less Than Zero. The interest in Ben Simmons is less than zero, despite what other media members want to say. Despite what other media members want to say, as I have said over and over again, they're not interested in Ben Simmons. They're not interested in Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons is not coming to the Phoenix Suns. 3 months ago, what did I said 0% chance Bradley Beal comes back, right? 0% chance. 3 months later, Bradley Beal's gone. Less than zero for Ben Simmons. Less than zero. There's more of a chance that Bradley Beal would have came back at 0% than Ben Simmons coming back here. This is not a guy you want either. Ben Simmons is not the best teammate. He's always injured, right? Isn't he always injured? Always.
Yes, it's been his calling card.
Yes.
Doesn't play.
Yes, doesn't play. Ben Simmons is not the guy you want for the Phoenix Suns.
Let me throw out one more name. Just if we have to hear the music again, we'll hear it. Magic Johnson. Wait, no music. Oh, all right. So Magic Johnson's in play. Everybody,
Yeah.
There we go.
I don't understand it because a lot of people keep asking me about this. I guess there was another report out there. Suns looking to add veteran ball handler had discussions with Ben Simmons.
But Gambo, like it's pretty bleak. I mean, Markelle Fultz, I don't think he's signed. Monte Morris and Tyus Jones, I think, are still out there.
Listen, I'm going to say the thing on Ben Simmons is this report. The Suns have been in recent contact with Simmons. He's drawn interest from the Knicks, Celtics, and Kings. I've been around this block long enough to know that that's an agent. That's an agent telling these guys, hey, we've got this team, they're all interested, to try to make somebody jump. Okay, this is how this works. You talk to the media guys aren't talking to the four teams, and the teams are saying we're interested in Ben Simmons. You're talking to an agent. The agent said there's a lot of interest in my guy. Really, who? Well, this team. Now, the agent may have called the team and say, hey, would you be interested in my guy? And he could say, I talked to this team about Ben Simmons. Okay, they're not interested, but I talked to them about him. So now you could go to the media guy and say, yeah, I talked to this team about Ben Simmons. They don't want him, but I talked to him. So you could say, because you're just trying to create interest for your guy. The Suns are not getting Ben Simmons, and campaign. They're going to get a guard. I've ruled out Chris Paul. I've ruled out Malcolm Brogdon. I've ruled out Ben Simmons. I ruled out Russell Westbrook. I don't know who they're going to get. Okay, but this is what we do. We reaper things. It's what we do. We reaper it. You come up with a name, and I'll tell you if they're interested in the guy or not. But I do think that they still want to fill that spot with a guard. I still think that they want a guard, either point guard or combo guard, somebody that come in here and play a little bit. Listen, you know this. What Colin Gillespie did at the end of last season was pretty damn impressive. It was pretty impressive. When he got some opportunities to play, it was like, oh, okay, I see you. I see you. There's a thought that he could be T.J. McConnell-esque, that he could be a little bit like T.J. McConnell. And so you keep your eye on that because it's somebody that they played. When they started to play him, they started to figure out that, hey, this guy can play. Now, if Booker and
he was playing in zombie basketball time, though, Gamble, I agree that he showed signs.
Oh, he played in some important games, though.
Well, was any game important in March, in April? I mean, come on now. I mean, but there could be something there. We don't know. And if they have every right to give him a run and a shot in early season games when everything still matters to see if he can replicate what he did late in the season.
ESPN ranked the Cardinals roster. Where did they finish? Strengths, weaknesses, X factor? We'll tell you next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. Tomorrow. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Tomorrow. From your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
There's never been a better time than right now to join Global Credit Union. Dave Burns here. I'm a very happy member of Global Credit Union as they celebrate a decade of member service here in Arizona. They offer everything a bank does. Full financial services like checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, and more. But it's just better banking at Global Credit Union. Why are more and more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. That's big right there. And they get higher interest than they can at a bank. As a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. They've got 10 branches throughout the valley. Their easy-to-use mobile app puts you in full control of your finances. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
I'm with another one of the founders of Moving Team 6, Garrett. You guys stress teamwork. Talk about that connection to team.
There's difference of opinions. There's personalities that are involved. You're not always going to agree, but you have an end goal. Obviously, our end goal is to serve the customer at the highest standard and give in everything we got, and knowing that, hey, we're not leaving until the job's done. In order to get the job and accomplish a 10-hour move, I can't do that by myself. I need my team.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602 the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll, presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, online at sandersonford.com. That's where I went for my car. I've been going to Sanderson Ford ever since the late, great Al McCoy told me about Sanderson Ford. They've got a poll update. I'm going to guess it's Diamondback related.
That's a good guess.
Okay.
That's a very good guess.
Okay, I'm going to guess. I haven't even looked.
Okay.
Trade or not trade?
Sure, yeah. It's a little bit more loaded than
Okay,
that.
what do you got?
Which is, what would you prefer the Diamondbacks do at the trade deadline? Do you want them to buy, sell, do a combination of both,
Nah.
or stay where they're at?
I don't want to stay where I'm at. I don't want to do a combination. I'm either all the way in or all the way out. Right now, today, 4 teams ahead of me, I'm selling. I'm selling right now.
Yeah, but those two teams right ahead of you, it's 2 games. 1 game behind the Cardinals.
I still have to play better than 4 teams to get to the playoffs. Not 1. I have to play better than 4 teams.
I don't know, but you could be ahead of 2 of those teams in a week.
You could.
I get it.
I'm not now. I have time here. Sweep the Astros. I might change my mind. But right now, today, if I had to make a decision today, I would sell.
All that it doesn't matter what we think. It matters what Mike Hazen thinks. If I had to guess, I think Mike Hazen thinks the exact same thing. Like right now, great sweep, great weekend. But we're not changing the course yet.
Right.
And the course is to make these trades.
Okay.
Period.
What does it say, Lauren? What's the update?
36% are saying they would sell.
Ooh.
28% are both going with they would buy, and they do a combo of both. We're tied there.
Oh, wow. Okay. Good poll.
Yeah, and 10% going with
question.
neither.
Okay. Good poll question right there on the Burns and Gamble page. We'll update it a little bit later on. All right. Ranking the 2025 NFL rosters, best projected starting lineups. I got a kick out of this. This was on ESPN today. They had the Cardinals ranked 17th, which is, kind of middle of the pack, right in that middle of the pack thing. They said their biggest strength is the interior defensive line. It says their biggest weakness last season has become their biggest strength. After finishing last year ranked 28th and 20th in pass rush win rate and run stop win rate, Arizona now has potential. Talks about Tomlinson, Calais Campbell, Darius Robinson, Walter Nolan, and some of the other players that they have and all the depth that they have, and they think that that's a strength. Their biggest weakness, they think, is off-ball linebacker, with Kaiser White being gone. Talked about the guys that they have, Davis Gaither, who they signed, Cody Simon, the rookie, Mac Wilson. They said the X factor is Josh Sweat, and which version will they get? I think that was a great signing. So they had that roster ranked 17th. Tough spot to be in. I was on with Brock Heward today on Seattle. We talked a little bit of Cardinals, and I think, we all kind of agreed. Like the Rams, we think the Rams are the best team, but who is the second best team in the NFC West? I mean, it could be Seattle, it could be Arizona, it could be San Francisco. I think that the battle for number 2 is really wide open in the NFC West.
No, the division is wide open. I'll even say the battle for number 1 is wide open. It's a year-to-year proposition in this league, and I think the Cardinals right now, look, they need a lot of guys to take a big step up. Whether you're a rookie taking a step up to be a contributor in the first season that you play in the league, second-year guys taking a big step up. Across the board, they need a bunch of that. Because right now, this is still a roster that on paper is void of a lot of guys with a lot of accolades in terms of Pro Bowls and All-Pro and all that kind of good stuff. But the potential is there. Gambo, they've done a great job, you're right, with the defensive line. I mean, not only Walter Nolan in the first round, and actually, I talked about this with Burnsy a little bit last week as well. B.J. Ojolari and Darius Robinson.
We haven't seen.
So you're not only are you injecting like a Will Johnson and a Walter Nolan,
but you guys have been here for a couple of years. Well, B.J. Ojolari has been. Darius last year,
but we haven't really seen them. And Robinson, come on, did he play last year? Technically, yes, but
not really.
Give me a break. You're actually injecting another first-round pick in Robinson and another second-round pick in Ojolari into the mix. They had high hopes for Ojolari.
Loved him
last year, and I would assume they still do for this year. And then you got the veteran leadership of Calais, but he's not just a figurehead. He can still play. And Browning, I don't know what you think of Browning. I don't know.
They liked him enough to keep him.
They liked him enough to keep him.
They liked him enough to say, you know what, we want to keep him. So they kept Baron Browning. He was a trade that they made. It's a good trade. He came in and helped. They needed a lot of help there. But now when you just look at the amount of guys that they could rotate in and out, because you talk about Calais, right? He's not playing 65% of the snaps. He's playing, 35 to 45% of the snaps?
They've got dudes. I mean, one depth chart, LG Collier is running third team, and that guy was
LG Collier's a good player.
He's a hell of a player when he's healthy.
When that's your depth, like you're in a good, strong spot. Like it's going to be hard to make that roster for some of those, back end guys.
Like Nichols and Jones, these guys all kind of show
battling
flashes.
for spots, yeah, because it's just you're really. they went all out. We were talking when I was on with on Seattle radio today. We were talking about the draft. Like every draft pick was a defensive guy except for one. Except for one, yeah.
And
then the free agent
lineman,
yeah, the free agent signings were all like, let's go. They got Calais, they got Tomlinson, they got Sweat. Like they really went out there and addressed the defense because last year we went into the season thinking the defense is going to be a problem. I'm looking forward to being out in camp. I'm looking forward to it. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to tell Trey McBride I was not able to make the Morgan Wallen concert. I was.
But didn't Chelsea go?
She went and she took our son because I wasn't feeling good. I was like still sick from coming back
stuff.
So I was like, honey, like you're gonna have to get a pinch hitter here. You're gonna have to get somebody to pinch hit. I cannot go to this concert.
Did she go with the
Trey,
CEO of her company?
Oh my God. She went with our son.
Just kidding. Come on, timely humor.
She went with our son. Yeah, don't get on any kiss cams, honey.
Oh, my gosh.
At the Morgan Wallen concert. So the Cardinals ranked 17th. The interesting thing is, you look at like the Cowboys are 18th. Seattle was 20th. So they had Seattle number 20. So they had San Francisco ahead of them, and they had the Rams ahead of them. But they did have Seattle behind them. So that was the update there. I just wanted to get a little Cardinals in. Looking forward to getting out there and talking some Cardinal football when we get out to training camp. All right, starting pitching for the Arizona Cardinals. Very, very dominant. Does it give you hope that starting pitching can carry them to a playoff spot? We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play.
And on score!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge, plus big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. How about a new 2024 Bronco Sport Big Ben for $30,899 and new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STS trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. They're 70 years in business. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, or go online at sandersonford.com.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our Energy Support Program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives.
It's really about giving patients their dignity back, the ability to have teeth again. For those who are missing multiple teeth or have gum disease where they have loose teeth or just not comfortable wearing their dentures, having problems wearing their dentures, they can't smile, they can't really eat the foods they love. This is giving them the ability to really live their best life.
How do your clients react when they see their new smiles?
To see yourself as a new person looking into the mirror is really life-changing, and it's something that everyone deserves to experience. It really changes your perspective on who you are as an individual.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, zero down payment, and zero payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another zero out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers, through Ford credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Life Buoy.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks started out of the break on a roll, and one member's taking home some hardware as a result. Eugenio Suarez, thanks to the 4 home runs he clobbered over the weekend, has been named the National League Player of the Week. This is the second time, if I'm not mistaken off the top of my head, that Gino has received such an honor for the Diamondbacks this year. Next up for Gino and the rest of the Snakes is the Houston Astros and the return of old friend Christian Walker. Zach Gallen will be making the start tonight. He'll oppose left-hander Colton Gordon. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And in NBA news, ESPN's Shams Charania has reported that Chris Paul is heading back to the City of Angels and signing with the Clippers on a 1-year deal. And then he also says that Paul is likely playing in his final season of what will be his 21-year career. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. How big would a Darius Robinson leap be for the Cardinals in 2025? We'll be talking training camp tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
If you want a sign that the Arizona Diamondbacks have the ability to get into the postseason, you look no further than not the offense, because the offense has been good all year. You look at that starting pitching against the St. Louis Cardinals. You look at what Brandon Pfaadt did on Friday, Ryan Nelson, and then Merrill Kelly. You look at those outstanding outings by those 3 guys, and you say, okay, that's your ticket. You want to give your ticket punch to the postseason? That's how it's going to happen. The offense has been good all year. They have a lot of power in the lineup. I'm not worried about the offense. It's the starting pitching. You lose you lose Corbin Burns, your number 1 guy, and you're like, okay, that's going to have a major effect on the rotation. Zach Gallen has not been as consistent as we are used to seeing Zach Gallen. He hasn't been as dominant. But what you saw out of Merrill Kelly yesterday, out of Ryan Nelson, who looks absolutely sensational. Can't wait to watch his kid's career, by the way. I mean, every time I watch Ryan Nelson pitch, the more and more excited I get about his future as a Diamondback. He's fun to watch. I love watching a 3-2-2-1 baseball game. You know, I'm an old school player like you are. I like that type of baseball game over 10-7. And I think that starting pitching against the Cardinals was outstanding. Is it enough to carry them for the next 62 games? I don't know. But those guys all pitched very well against the Cardinals.
Pfaadt had an 8-inning game right before the All-Star break, so he's gone deep in a couple of his last outings here. 7 innings pitched in that opener on Friday night. And you're right, Ryan Nelson and Merrill Kelly each went 6. And again, we talked about this earlier. You're asking less of your bullpen when you get quality starting pitching. I know that's hello, Captain Obvious. I get it. But it all works in unison together. You're right. The offense is going to be fine. It's a top 5 offense in Major League Baseball by a ton of different metrics. But the starting pitching has been inconsistent, and obviously the bullpen is a crapshoot, and that's putting it positively.
It's the weakest link.
You know,
and that's the one thing you worry about, like, you know, because you're going to have to go to that bullpen in every single game. Guys aren't throwing 9 innings anymore. They aren't complete games. You're going to have to go to the bullpen every single game.
You're going to need guys sometimes to get you 9 outs, maybe 6 in a perfect world. That's if you get the quality starts out of your starting pitching. I'm interested to see how Gallen does tonight. Gallen had 2 quality starts in a row before being a little shaky in his last outing before the All-Star break. Torey Lovullo switched up the rotation coming out of the All-Star break. It was kind of funky in what he did, and we were trying to put our finger on maybe why he did it. Torey talked about matchups and metrics and analytics and all that stuff, and that's fine. I kind of had a theory that they've had such trouble closing out series for sweeps or for series wins. I think they wanted to put themselves in a position that if they had a chance to sweep a series or win a series on Sunday, you were putting Merrill Kelly out there on the mound, and lo and behold, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, but didn't you feel like they were going to sweep once they got the first 2 wins because Kelly was pitching yesterday? Like, my confidence in Merrill Kelly is through the... Like, if I'm trading for a starting pitcher right now, I'll take Kelly over Gallen. If I'm a team...
Oh, he's much more consistent. I get it. The Gallen ceiling is higher.
Right. I agree. I'm a Gallen fan. I like Zach Gallen.
Sure.
But Merrill Kelly is the model of consistency. I'll give him the ball in a playoff game, and I have no doubt that he's going to give me 6 innings and 2 runs. And, like, I have that much faith in Merrill Kelly that he's going to get the job done. Nothing phases that guy. He knows how to pitch. He knows how to pitch.
And I don't know if that's why my little theory about why they jumbled up the rotation coming out of the break, that's what they were thinking, but it turned out that way, and that you had a chance to win a series or sweep a series. And they haven't taken advantage of those opportunities time and time again this year, but they did it on Sunday. And now you're going up against one of the better teams in baseball, and in game 1 you got Zach Gallen.
Right.
And if Gallen can go back to the form he had the previous starts prior to the last one, he was really good.
The crazy thing about Gallen is, like, there have been, like, it's never been, like, really bad for a long period of time. When you look at Zach Gallen, like, there are so many good starts mixed in. Like, his last start was a bad start against the Angels. The start before that, 6 innings,
he was lights out.
No runs against San Diego. 7 innings, 1 run against San Francisco. Like, there's always, like, okay, 2 bad outings, like, okay, really great outings. So he's kind of mixed he hasn't been good overall. Let's just not say it like it is. This has been a really down Zach Gallen year. It's probably cost him a lot of money, tens of millions of dollars in free agency because he hasn't pitched well. But there's enough of those games that you look at and you think, oh, okay, that's a good game. That's a good game. That's a good game. Against the Mets, 2 games against the Mets, 1 run, 7 innings, 7 innings, 1 run, 6 innings, 1 run. But there's been enough of the bad outings, too, to where you just don't know what you're going to get night in and night out.
You know how he can make up that money? He gets traded to a contender.
Oh, yeah.
And he's on the field for the Cubs on the mound in October, and he's winning meaningful baseball games in the postseason.
That'll change everything, won't it?
He'll get his dollars right back up. Gallen was on the record. He was asked about the trade deadline, and he was very honest and candid. He said, look, I don't want to be traded. It's up to us to go out there and give our general manager and our front office a reason not to have a fire sale. And then Gallen went out in 2 straight outings and backed it up. And we had him on the radio last week. Bernsey and I did. And I said, hey, listen, would your comments in terms of not wanting to be traded and kind of did you turn it up a notch? And it was funny because he was kind of like, well, I don't want to say that because it sounds like I wasn't pitching as hard as I could prior to those comments. But yeah, I mean, he admitted that it's kind of, this is the rubber's meeting the road right now, and he's got to be the guy to get out there and deliver every time he takes the ball. So I'll be curious to see if he can do it tonight for the 3rd start in his last 4. That'd be great.
Yeah, usually Kelly would follow Gallen, but I almost like Gallen following Kelly because Kelly is just a master at, now, again, different teams, right? But I like following Kelly because, because Merrill's just so good at just pitching, like really knowing how to pitch. I think you're right. I think these are all big starts for Gallen, and not just for like the money in the contract next year, but either the Diamondbacks are going to rely on Zach Gallen to help them get to the playoffs, or somebody else is.
He's pitching in big games no matter what.
Yes,
he's not getting.
You're not getting traded to
a non-contender. Yes,
right. Right. You're not getting traded to a team that has no. You're not getting traded to the Colorado Rockies. You're going to get, if you stay with the Diamondbacks every 5th game, your games matter, and if you get traded at the deadline, you're going to a team that's going to count on you every 5th day to win. So all of these games are so important for Zach Gallen. I always liked Gallen. I was a little concerned going into this year with the contract year. And this is the gamble you take when Scott Boras is your agent. The Diamondbacks would have loved to have signed Zach Gallen to an extension 2 years ago. to an extension, a fair extension.
That's not the Boris way.
It's not the Boris way. But,
and there's no hometown discount coming next offseason because he really likes it here. And he's got a house and a family. I mean, like, Boris doesn't play those games.
No, but 2 years ago, he could have signed a contract that set him up for the rest of his life financially. Like, not that he hasn't made a lot of money, but he's never been a free agent before. He's always been on arbitration and getting those deals. Like, but you bypass that because Boris wants to get to free agency and have every team be able to bid on you. But his ERA, and I haven't looked at, but his ERA is what, like 5.5? Let me call it up because I had it up before.
Prior to the All-Star break,
5.40. He's got 7 wins, 10 losses with an ERA of 5.4.
It's the highest starter ERA in Major League Baseball. Okay. And the only reason Rodriguez's wasn't higher, ranked
not
higher,
as many
because he didn't have enough starts. Yeah,
but I'm saying, like, that's cost you money. That's cost you money. If he was 10-7 with an ERA of 3.2, it's a lot different than 7-10 with an ERA of 5.5. So, like, that's the risk you take when Scott Boras is your agent and he wants to play, right to free agency when, there's teams out there. Like, look at the guys the Diamondbacks have signed to extensions. A Justin Martinez, a Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte. Like, there's been enough guys, Perdomo, that they've signed to contract extensions that, okay, I'll take the security over trying to make as much money as I can. But when Boris is your agent, a lot of times, he kind of leads you towards you're better off hitting free agency.
Oh, he doesn't kind of lead you. He leads you.
Like, he's working for you. If you tell him no, he's got to listen. I want to get a deal done now. I want the security. He's got to listen to you. His advice is going to be, you're a really good pitcher. In free agency, you could get this much money. Just keep pitching well.
It seems
that's his advice.
It seems over history, though, a lot of players don't stand up to him that way.
Probably not.
But also, isn't that why you hire him? Because you want him to
get you the most money. But there might come a time where you like, hey, listen, I want to lock in that security. I don't want to risk it. It's all like these what's the game show where you're always like, do you want to keep risking it or not to get the suitcase to open up? What's the game with the suitcase?
Deal or no deal?
Deal or no deal? Like, eventually you're like, I'm just going to take that money because that's a good amount of money. I don't need to risk it anymore. All right, let's continue talking about the Diamondbacks. Ranking the top trade candidates. We know who number 1 is. They got 3 other guys in the top 15. We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-0. Swung on in the air to right center. Long run for Carroll, but he is there, and he's got it. And the Diamondbacks sweep St. Louis to open up the second half.
A sweep of St. Louis at home feels nice. Time for the Astros to hit Chase Field for a 3-game series beginning tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Oh, it's heating up, Aceronians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now to get the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through July 29th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Your Arizona Diamondbacks face the San Diego Padres at Chase Field for a 3-game weekday series starting August 4th. Get your tickets now at Dbacks.com.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Rowe to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Hey, it's Luke. Can Zach Gallen deliver another strong performance against a good team? We'll talk about it tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Turn the mic on. That might help a little bit. Thank you. Sorry, I was away for a couple of weeks. Tim Ring filling in for Bernsey. He's got his vacation going right now. Summer vacays. Lauren just got back. Mitch, were you gone? Any vacation for you?
Yeah, he was sick.
That's not really a vacation, though, Ringer.
Mitch, did you get sick?
Yeah, last week.
You had been on a really good roll of not getting
I
sick.
was doing so darn well. I almost made it a full calendar year.
You did a good. You know what? You almost went a year without being sick because you used to get sick all the time.
I know. It was a real problem.
Yeah, so I was like, wow, Mitch was on a roll. He had a little streak going right there. All right, let's talk a little Dbacks baseball. The rankings for the top trade candidates is out. ESPN.com did a story on the top guys. No surprise here. The number one trade candidate is Eugenio Suarez. Good Vibes is number one. Stephen Kwan of the Indians, number 2. Duran from the Red Sox, number 3. Alcantara from Miami, number 4. Seth Lugo from Kansas City, number 5. So Gino is number 1. Number 12, Zach Gallen. Number 13, Merrill Kelly. Number 14, Josh Naylor. So they've got 3 guys in the top 14 when it comes to trades. This is tough because I love the Diamondbacks. They're my favorite team here. I love the Diamondbacks. I love baseball. Baseball is my favorite sport. I had so much enjoyment a couple of years ago when they went to the World Series. So much enjoyment out of that run. Like, it was phenomenal. It was an incredible run to get to the World Series. Thoroughly enjoyed all of it. And I want that again. Like, I don't want to bypass that. But you know, realistically, buyer is seller now. I still lean sell. Part of the thing that makes it easy to sell is that all these guys are on expiring contracts. You're not trading somebody with 3 years left on a deal. I mean, you're not trading Ryan Nelson. You're not trading Brandon Pfaadt. You're not trading Corbin Carroll. You're trading guys whose contracts expire in 2 months. You could always go back and try to re-sign them if you want to, but they're going to be free agents. They're going to be free agents. There's nothing you could do. They're going to be free agents. So the top guys that we're talking about are all guys that may end up being rentals for somebody else, most likely. So it's a little bit different than trading a player that's got 2 or 3 years left on his deal.
It's just good business. If they had 2 or 3 years left on their deal, they wouldn't be on the trade block.
Right.
You do your best the rest of these games, all 62 of them, and you have all these guys back next year, and you try to make another run at it. But that's just not.
Take Kwan. He's the number 2 guy. He's got 2 years of control left. So Stephen Kwan from the Indians having a great year, All-Star the past 2 years, Gold Glove winner, all of that stuff. If you trade for him, you got 2 years of club control after this year. The Diamondbacks aren't trading somebody like that. They're trading guys that are going to be free agents.
Right. And you could sign these guys back. I will say, I know Chapman did it. I'm sure there are other examples of guys that have been traded at the deadline. And there's a wink, wink. We're going to have you back, and the player's on board with that. I just don't recall it happening all that much.
I remember in hockey, Keith Tkachuk left St. Louis, got traded by St. Louis to go to Atlanta.
Other sports,
and then re-signed back with St. Louis. So it's happened. Yeah, the Chapman thing. It's happened a few times. You can re-sign guys. You could could re-sign Merrill Kelly. I think there's a good chance you could re-sign Merrill Kelly.
I would say Kelly is a unique example of this because not only his age, but he's from here. He went to high school here.
Right.
I could see him being dealt with a handshake agreement like we're going to talk to you and try to get this done in the offseason. But if a Josh Naylor or Suarez or Gallen go, like that's it. See ya. They're not coming back.
You're not getting Suarez back.
You're not getting Suarez back.
You're probably not getting Naylor back.
And you're probably somebody's going to pay Gallen. I mean, unless he absolutely tanks these last 60-plus games, no matter where he is.
Yeah.
You're probably not going to be able to afford him either, which sucks because Ken Kendrick over the last couple of years has
spent a lot of money.
He's proven that he will spend if he believes this player can help.
He really has, yeah.
This team win a World Series. But do you put that money in Gallen? Here's the problem with trading Kelly and Gallen. Steve Gilbert had brought this up a while ago. Trading Gallen and Kelly is great in theory because you're going to double your haul, whatever that haul may be, because you're trading 2 really good starting pitchers. You do have to consider these final 62 games a little bit. And if you trade both of those guys, I mean, that, even though you're obviously waving the white flag, even if you trade Gallen, you trade them both. I mean, somebody's got to pitch.
You'll find somebody. DeSclafani, you'll figure it out. You're talking by the time the trade deadline comes, you've got 55 games left.
So you don't think the rest of this season will be a consideration
if you decide to trade, I'll just start with Suarez.
Sure.
If you trade Suarez, you're waving the white flag. You can't make an argument to me that I'm going to trade Suarez but still try to win. You can't. So if you trade Suarez, you might as well just go all in and trade everybody else. And I know you're worried about who's going to pitch these games. So I got Fott, I got Ryan Nelson, I got Erod, and I'll bring up a couple of guys from the minors to figure it out. I'll get through it. I don't have a lot of the season left. I'll have 50-something games left. I'll figure it out. Here is Jeff. Do we have the cut on Jeff Passan? Jeff Passan? Sorry if I didn't. He's got a belief that Gino is the top guy on the trade market, and here's what he said.
We sure can, Kevin. And he's moving up to our trade deadline rankings #1 spot tomorrow because the guy has been unbelievable and will help whichever team does deal for him. And the belief at this point is that Eugenio Suarez is going to move. The Diamondbacks have Jordan Lawler ready at AAA to take over. And whether it is the New York Yankees, the Chicago Cubs, the Detroit Tigers, the Milwaukee Brewers, the New York Mets, whoever it may be, they are going to get one of the best power hitters in baseball already with 35 home runs this season. Absolutely incredible.
There was a WFAN in New York, Ricky Ricardo. There's a proposal on the table, 5 Yankee prospects for Merrill Kelly, Suarez, and Jalen Beeks. I will check on this. I don't know if it's true or not.
But it's none of their top prospects.
There's 234,000 views on this. No, it's one of their top prospects. It's one of their top prospects. I'd have to look at their prospects. It says 5 Yankee prospects, not Lombardo, not Jones. 5 prospects, including.
So clearly, Lombardo and Jones are their top 2 prospects.
Like 2 of them.
That's how I read that.
Yeah.
I don't profess to have intimate knowledge of the Yankees farm system.
Yes.
But I do believe.
And I'm a Yankee fan, but I don't know all their
Of
farm
course
system
not.
either.
Come on, let's be
So there is a right-handed pitcher I believe is in their top 10, Cam Schlittler.
I didn't want to try to pronounce the name.
It's
a
dangerous radio name to pronounce.
I'm not, and I have it here.
Yeah.
But Lombard and Jones are their top two prospects. They're their top two prospects. Jones is an outfielder, and Lombard's an infielder. Then the guy he's mentioning, I'm not going to pronounce his name because I will mess
Just
it
say
up.
Cam S.
Cam S is a right-handed pitcher. He's a top 10 prospect for them. So you would get back a 6'6", 225-pound right-handed power pitcher. That's a top 10 prospect for the Yankees. Now this is for Beeks, Suarez,
and Kelly.
Yes.
There's a lot of meat on that bone.
Okay, you're the Yankees. You're the favorites in the American League. You just got Merrill Kelly and Suarez, and you got Beeks to help in the bullpen. You're the favorites in the AL. That's a great trade for them. So,
But here's the beauty of Suarez swinging the bat the way he is. If the Cubs come in and say, well, we're going to beat that deal, you go back to the Yankees and say, we need one of those other guys. We need Lombard and the other guy. And that's the
Spencer Jones.
Yeah, so that's the bidding war that you could potentially, if you're Mike Hazen, create. Like, okay, you want him? Well, here's what the Cubs are offering.
Right.
Here's what the Mariners are offering.
Sure.
They're offering, their top guy.
Are you better piecemealing it or trying to make one blockbuster? Here's 3 guys for 5 guys.
This is where your scouting department has to come up big, and you got to let Mike Hazen know exactly who these guys are out there in the minor leagues and who you believe in. Who you believe in can help this team win within a couple of seasons.
Corbin Carroll almost became the 50th player in Major League Baseball history to do what? And why did he not do it? We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Back to tell you about the Lund Mortgage team, where they're ready to help you every step of the way. I was looking at an article today. It says, if you've got to do a remodel on your house or pay for an education, don't take out a loan. Take out the loan from your house. Take out the money from your house. That's what you could do with a refinance. You could do that with a home equity line of credit. There are many ways that the Lund Mortgage team can help you. The Lund Mortgage team has got over 30 years of experience. Matt Oliver, Lisa Lund, truly second to none in the industry. I know they took a little bit of time off to go to the Morgan Wallen concert the other day, but outside of that, they are pounding the pavement, helping people every single day with their mortgage needs. So if you need a refinance, a new home loan, if you want to get pre-approved for a mortgage, this is a great time to buy. A lot of houses on the market. So we got some great, seller incentives for you to buy a home. Just contact the Lund Mortgage team. Let them get you pre-approved. Absolutely free. Call 623-889-0130 or go online at lundmortgage.com.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
Hey, it's Pat. The other day at work, they brought in pizza for lunch, so I swooped in and I grabbed 3 slices. The coworker next to me said, "Geez, Pat, you can't have it all." Then I corrected him and said, "Yeah, I can, and you can too." With a new 2025 Toyota truck, power and performance, capability and reliability. Well, I must have convinced him because he grabbed the plate out of my hand and he said, "Good point, Pat."
Right now, get low 1.99% financing for 72 months on a new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.99% 60-month financing on Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and Grand Highlander. Plus, check out great lease deals on any new Toyota. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places. 1.99% with $14.75 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.99% with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 8/4/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing, call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks started out of the break on a roll, sweeping the Cardinals in just 3 games this past weekend. Part of that was helped by the performance of Eugenio Suarez, who was named National League Player of the Week for the, not second, not third, but 4th time this season. His 4 home runs helped power the Snakes past the Cardinals over the weekend. Next up is the Houston Astros and the return of old friend Christian Walker. Zach Gallen will make the start tonight. He opposes the left-hander Colton Gordon. First pitch is at 6:40. Pregame coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And in NBA news, ESPN's Shams Charania has reported that Chris Paul is heading back to the City of Angels and signing with the Clippers on a 1-year deal. Paul is likely playing in his final season as well of what would be a 21-year career. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. I'm Tyler Drake. Diamondbacks Eugenio Suarez named NL Player of the Week. Larry Fitzgerald makes Sports Illustrated's all-quarter-century first team. And Diamondbacks Eugenio Suarez paces ESPN's top MLB trade deadline candidates. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi.
And another top headline, the Suns have less than 0% interest in Ben Simmons. Less than 0.
I saw you put that on Twitter. You actually put the movie poster.
Yes. People are like, that's Jamie Ertz. She owns the Hawks.
Now
she owns the Hawks now.
You're artistically tweeting your Grim Reaper.
Well, less than 0, because I remember the movie Less Than 0. Robert Downey Jr. and Andrew McCarthy and Jamie Gertz. Burns, you'd be able to tell you like who the producer and the director was, and I don't know who the people in the orchestra were. Like he would be able to tell you all of that.
Speaking of pop culture, did you see Theo from The Cosby Show passed away? He drowned.
I saw that. Me and my wife used to watch a show called The Resident, and he was like the main doctor on the show. He was good. He was a good actor. I'm sad about that. I liked him. He was a really good actor.
54 years of age.
Yeah, that sucks.
Got caught in a current, I guess.
Yeah, is that what happened?
Yeah, well, very early reports. I don't know where he was or what happened, but he drowned.
Oh, it sucks.
So,
that just
Theo.
sucks.
Yep.
Yeah, he was on a show called The Resident. Me and my wife watched a lot of the doctor shows. Like one of my favorite TV shows ever was House. I loved that show.
House is good.
House was a great TV show. And then what was the one with the kid?
Doogie
the autistic
Howser?
Kid. No. No, the autistic kid. It just ended like last year. We really liked that one too.
Doogie Howser was a good guess for you throwing out. What was the one with the kid?
Oh, the kid. Yeah, I know. Oh,
Remember Trapper John M.D.?
Yeah, I remember Trapper John and ND. I can't remember the show.
St. Elsewhere,
ER.
Yeah, all good stuff.
I like all those shows. So we watched The Resident, and he was on that. All right, the other day, Corbin Carroll had 2 triples. Then he was about to hit another one, but Blaze Alexander got held up at third base, and Corbin Carroll had to stop. He would have become the 50th Major League Baseball player to have 3 triples in a season. In a game, excuse me. Yeah. In a game. 3 triples in one game. Got the first one, and that would have been a triple too. Except they held Blaze Alexander up. Maybe not knowing, but like they held him up, and then Corbin Carroll had to stop at a double. You could see him laughing a little bit because he was halfway to third base when he realized that Blaze Alexander wasn't going home. So a triples machine. I remember being at a Diamondback game earlier in the season when he hit a couple triples, and it's like, man, I wonder what the most triples in a season was.
23, and for the record
in a season.
Major League Baseball, I think it's 23. He's got 13.
I got 36.
Oh, you got 36?
Owen Wilson in 1912 had 36. Dave Orr in 1886 had 20. Maybe it's the NL record.
Or the modern record.
Yeah. Well, that's the difference. I was looking at this list, and I'm like, okay.
When those guys played, they didn't have walls. The ball just rolled for days.
1886, 1894, 1893, 1897, 1894, 1893. I was sitting next to Alex Weiner at the game, and he decided to look at the dimensions of some of those ballparks.
Yeah.
They were like gigantic parks. Like, yeah, you're right. You hit the ball, and if it got by the outfield, that thing was going.
Forever.
I was trying to figure it out. Why are so many of the single-season triple leaders all in the 1800s? Like, why is it? It was the dimensions of the ballpark.
Of course.
So nobody hit home runs.
They probably hit inside the park home. They probably had 15 inside the park home runs every year.
Yeah, but you go back like nobody hit home runs back then. But here's like Ty Cobb. Okay. Earl Combs, Sam Crawford. Finally, you get to Curtis Granderson in 2007, who hit 23.
There you go.
That might be it, the modern record.
The
last time you could get to somebody. So what's he got now? How many does he have now?
He's got 13 now.
Yeah, I don't know if he can get to 23. He needs 10 more with only 62 games left.
That's going to be tough. Although in the span of 6 at-bats over the weekend, he had 2 triples and a double. Yeah. And he could have, and as you mentioned, he could have had the third. Come on, Sean Larkin over there at third base.
Right.
Keep an eye on history here.
Yeah, like that on-base plus slugging percentage is going to go through the roof. Yeah, so you look at Carroll, and he's batting .249. I remember when I left, I'm like, so he obviously, just trying to look at his profile here, he must have had a little bit of a slump while I was away on my vacation.
Well, no, he did. He was not 100% healthy.
Okay.
They got him back. They rushed him back. Well, not they. I think he rushed himself back.
Okay.
And it took him a while to kind of get back in the flow. He had a lot of 0 for 5s while you were gone.
Yeah, because I think when I left, he was around 260. He was in like the 260 range. And when I came back, he's like in the 240 range. I'm like, okay, what happened? And obviously his batting average went down. You look at it, July 5th, 0 for 5. July 6th, 0 for 4. 0 for 5 against the Angels on the 13th. 0 for 4 against St. Louis. So it definitely probably came back, and it probably took him a little while after coming back from the injury to kind of get going again a little bit. So, yeah, when I left, his batting average was 255 when I left, and the other day it was down to 242. And I was like, well, what happened to Corbin Carroll? He went down a little bit, and that must have been it. Just a little bit of a slump coming back after the injury.
He's playing center field tonight. Mitch, is it the first time in his career he's played center field?
No, not career. I think it might be the first time this year.
Is it this year? Okay.
Yeah, they're avoiding because there's a left-hander on the mound, so Alec Thomas is taking a seat. Ketel Marte said he was going to be at DH, so they got Randall in the outfield tonight, and so Corbin has to play center.
So Marte back, and Marte's going to DH tonight. Okay. And Alec Thomas is not. Alec Thomas made a catch the other day running into that wall. It's just incredible.
He made a hell of a catch when you were gone, a sliding catch. I think it might have been in San Diego. Oh, my gosh, catch of the year.
They went into the offseason thinking about trading one of the two guys, McCarthy or Thomas. McCarthy obviously had a really good year last year, so his value was kind of high. They didn't trade either one of them. Man, I'm really glad they didn't trade Alec Thomas. I hope he's the center fielder for a long time. There's not a center fielder in baseball that's better than him, in my opinion. I don't think there's a defensive center fielder better. That guy runs down every. Who's better?
Pete Crow Armstrong.
Stop. He's a great player.
Gambo's a
former Mets farmhand, by the way. Pete Crow Armstrong. But Alec Thomas is so good defensively. Just so good. He ran into that. He caught that ball the other day when Fott was on the mound. full speed caught it and then hit the wall, and then gets up and just like it was nothing. Like he didn't even like brace for the wall. He just ran into it.
He always has that smirk on his face when he makes a great play.
Yeah.
The play I'm talking about in San Diego, these guys will remember. He was on the run in the gap. He had to not only navigate the ball, the wall, but he also had to navigate Corbin Carroll, who was sliding over there with him, and he was able to contort his body and slide feet first and reach back with the glove with the right hand and make the. I mean, it was spectacular.
Yeah,
It was so good out there.
Back to Carroll, man. He's such an exciting player to watch. Like everybody gets jacked up against home runs, but anything down the right field line, and you're on the edge of your seat watching to see him go to third base, because the way he turns the corner at second, the way he kind of like puts on the burners once he gets to second base, then that face it's just such an exciting. A triple is such an exciting play. Like a home run's great, I get it. I mean I totally get it. But anything down the right field line, you're thinking Corbin Carroll's going to get a triple. Like it's almost a given that guy's going to get a triple on anything that's right down that right field line.
It's not fair to say as Corbin Carroll goes, the D-backs go, but I will say this. Since he's been at the big league level, playing for this team pretty much every day, if he's on a roll, if he's in a good spot at the plate, the D-backs are an elite baseball team. I've always said that.
Right.
If he's having a multi-hit game, more times than not, the Diamondbacks are going to win the game.
Yeah.
But just bigger
creating chaos on the base paths. That's what they're great at.
That's micro, but macro.
Yeah.
If Corbin Carroll's in a groove at the plate, the Diamondbacks are an elite baseball team. The record bears it out. The winning percentage when he has 2 hits or more in a game is something. I think it's around 640.
Is it really that high? I didn't know that.
It's pretty good.
Okay. There was a stat in MLB history. Only one player has had, over the course of his entire career, a season with 4 multi-homer games and a season with 3 multi-triple games. That's Corbin Carroll. He's the only guy that did it, and he did it before the end of July. So in Major League Baseball history, only one player over the course of his entire career, same season or not, has had 4 multi-homer games and 3 multi-triple games. Corbin Carroll's done that. And he's going to have more triples, and he's going to have more home runs. He might have more multi-triple games. But, man, just a fun player to watch.
Think if he played in the 1800s.
God, if he played in the 1800s.
50 triples a year.
Yeah, exactly. Who were some of these guys we were talking about? Ty Cobb would have had nothing on Corbin Carroll.
3-legged Jackson, whatever those were all called back then.
Those guys would have had nothing on Corbin Carroll.
Martin.
Nobody would have had more triples than Corbin Carroll did.
Pegleg Smith.
Well, so Curtis Granderson with the Tigers and the Yankees, I don't know which year he did it, but probably the Yankees in 2007, would be the modern-day record of 23, which means Carroll is 10 behind him for that. All right, we're going to open up the phone lines. Caller segment. Should the Diamondbacks buy or sell? Do you want the D-backs? Be realistic here. Do you want them to buy and try to add? There's 4 teams ahead of them. They're 4.5 games out of a wild card spot. Or do you want them to sell and load up their system with top prospects? 602-260-9870. There we go. I remembered it.
How long have you worked here?
I know. I just mixed it. I got to 602-260-9870. That's 602-260-9870. Your call's next. Do you want the Diamondbacks to buy or do you want the Diamondbacks to sell? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. Tomorrow. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Cards Camp. Tomorrow. From your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Love telling you about JLC Roofing, and if your roof is going to get you through this summer, good for you. But we got monsoons coming up. We're going to have those monsoons. Plus, make no mistake about it, all this heat does a lot of wear and tear on your roof. If you need a new roof, I want to tell you about a local roofer-owned roofing company. That's JLC Roofing. They are third-generation roofers. I love giving my business to family-owned companies. I love giving my business to people who have been involved in this valley for a long time. JLC Roofing is a third-generation roofer. They didn't sell out their company to some big corporation. They kept it in the family, and that's why they're one of the largest roof builders in all of Arizona. They do it all: tile, shingles, foam, rolled roofing, and they offer our listeners $1,500 off a new roof. If you think that, hey, I'm going to want to replace my roof real soon, give them a call at 602 Roofing. Say, Gambo said I could save $1,500 on a new roof. That's 602 Roofing, or go online at jlcroof.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My buddy John Nissen, GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team have just kicked off some amazing deals you've got to hear about. But first, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, that's right, zero. Not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right, with approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And folks, all this is available on their most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightning, Expedition, and 2024 Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another 0 out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got no bull deals you've been waiting for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.P. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Burns and Gambo. Open phones.
Hello? Let it all out. These are the things I can do without.
All right, Dbacks, sweep the Cardinals. 4.5 games out of a wild card spot. 4 teams they have to pass to get there. Do you want them to buy? Do you want them to sell? 602-260-9870. We got full phone lines. We'll start off with Josh in Phoenix. You're on the Burns and Gambo show. Hello, Josh.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
After that sweep, if they keep playing like this, man, I'd say go for it. Why not?
So you want to go for
Suarez
it?
is killing it. He obviously wants to stay here, so why not just go for it? Screw it.
I wonder if you could pay Suarez. I don't know if you'd be able to pay Suarez.
Well, because you could lose all these. You could not make the playoffs and lose all these guys, or you could make the playoffs, be finished with the playoffs in 3 days, and then lose all these.
You
guys.
also don't want to.
Very tough decision.
You also don't want to regret it either. You don't want to hey, we got 52 games left, and we're going to trade everybody. We're 4 games out, and then you have those regrets that you didn't go for it. Let's go out to Ellery in Santan Valley. Hello, Ellery.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I think we buy. This is a historic run Gino's on. It's so fun to watch. That type of magic can really carry a team at the second half of the season. So I think you keep going with that. The other part of this too is that if we're close, obviously buy, but you're not guaranteed anything for these prospects. A few years ago, it was, hey, we got to trade Goldschmidt. Who do we have left, from that? What did that yield? That's a gamble too. So it's not guaranteed.
Yeah,
so
you got Luke Weaver,
I don't know. I'd hate to see Gino on another team.
Yeah, they got Luke Weaver, Carson Kelly. They didn't work out. The 4 guys for Zach Greinke, none of those guys worked out on the trade for Zach Greinke. I know what you're saying. I get it. but there's an opportunity here to load up on some prospects. Gino's having a terrific year. If there weren't 4 teams ahead of him, I would probably agree and say buy. Right now, I'm leaning sell. But there's still time left to figure it out. Let's go out to Eli in Sun City. Hello, Eli.
Hey, Gambo, Ringer, what's going on?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. I still think that they should sell. I don't know what they're in the market for like a relief pitcher or for anything else, like in the bullpen. I don't know. But I don't know. I mean, we were talking about it in my sports chat today. There's a 50-50 chance that they go on a run, right? So I don't know. I mean, it could be a 50-50 chance with that too, right? Thanks, guys. I'll take your thoughts and comments off the air. Have a great day, guys. Glad you're back, Gibbo.
Thank you.
Thanks. I appreciate it. There are no sure things. And even what the previous caller said, you're right. You could trade these guys for a boatload of prospects and not one of them work out. That's the name of the game. But that just because it didn't work out with the Greinke and the Goldschmidt trade doesn't mean that it's still not good business to make those deals again. You hope your scouting department can do a little better job and identifying the prospects that you believe are going to be big league players someday, if not just big league players, but really good big league players. It's a very difficult decision because of the expiring contracts. And this is not a problem, but this is, when you sweep the Cardinals and you give a fan base hope, I'm not surprised that the majority of our callers want to play this thing out. I get it. And I monitored the social media landscape last night, and I heard a lot of the same things, and I can totally respect that. I understand fans don't want to wave the white flag. They want to go for it.
The Minnesota Twins traded Eduardo Escobar to the Diamondbacks for a lottery ticket a few years ago. Eduardo Escobar to the Diamondbacks. That lottery ticket was a young kid named Johan Duran, who in the last 3 years has had like 60 saves. 60-something saves. Got an ERA of 1.62 this year, 15 saves. He's phenomenal. It's a lottery ticket, and it cashed in. So sometimes the trades do work out. Let's go out to Matt now with Tukey. You're up next on the Burns and Gambo Show. Hello, Matt.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
All right. So I vote keep Suarez. I'm a diehard Dbacks fan, have been for a long time since they came to the Valley. I mean, what was our plan 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago? I know you're talking about, nothing is guaranteed on re-signing him, but he is exciting the fan base, right? I think a lot of people would be upset to just sell a guy, right, with nothing planned or nothing guaranteed coming back.
Yeah, you are putting yourself in a position by winning those 3 games against the Cardinals where you're putting Mike Hazen in a really difficult position. I understand. That's why I just said I understand, Gamble, why the fan base is leaning towards this, because they want to compete. They want to make a run. They like watching Gino Suarez play baseball.
Yeah, you just don't know if you're going to be back in this position again.
And they're the consumers, so I understand that. Mike Hazen, unfortunately, Mike Hazen doesn't want to sell these guys either. He doesn't want to trade these guys. He doesn't want to give up.
No.
But at some point, you might have to make a really. Here's the thing, Gambo.
Hard decision.
What is there a number he's looking at? Like if we are 4 or fewer games back, we hold. If we're 4.5 or more, we trade. Like, is he putting a number on it? Is it more of a feel? Like, do I believe this team, no matter what we did against the Cardinals or what we do against the Astros, do I really believe this team has what it takes to make the playoffs?
Yeah, it's a great question. I don't know. I think, again, based on my knowledge, I think they're more sellers than they are buyers right now, but with still time to go. But I would say right now, I would expect that they're going to be sellers, not buyers. Jim and Mesa, you're up next on the Burns and Gambo Show. Hello, Jim.
I'm up. Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey,
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
It kills me to say it, but I feel like we need to be sellers here. My family is big-time Diamondbacks fans, but we just don't feel that this is the team to do it this year. There's been so many injuries. We totally trust the GM, Mike Hazen, to make the right decisions, whether it is buying or selling, because he has proven that he's going to make the Diamondbacks good no matter what. So thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, I believe in Mike, too. I think Mike's done a really good job. He's got to look himself in the mirror and say, okay, is this, like what Tim said, is this the team to do it or not? They've been pretty bad defensively most of the year. Their bullpen has been a disaster. Their offense is great, and their starting pitching, Kelly's been good, and Ryan Nelson's been good, and Fott was really good. Then he was really bad. Now he's starting to get better again. So, I'm not sure. It's a tough spot to be in because, again, you're not far enough out of it to where your players think that they're out of it. Your players all think that they can make up that ground. So if you trade everybody off, it's tough. Let's go out to Danny and Chandler. You're up next on the Burns and Gambo show. Hello, Danny.
Hey, Ringer and Gambo, how you guys doing today?
What's up, man?
Good.
Well, I admit that, look, as Gambo's been saying, you got 4 teams ahead of you. So, you have to outplay those teams, obviously. So I admit that I'm making somewhat of an emotional response here, but I want to either buy or at least stand pat. I like Suarez and a lot, and I don't think he's the best fielder. He can make some nice plays out in the field, but he's also a little bit erratic, obviously, with his throws. But the guy's bat is ridiculous, and to have Marte, Carroll, and Suarez, and even Naylor in a lineup, you just don't have that much firepower. You don't see that every day. So I want to keep him, for the more than anyone, because I don't think we could find anyone as exciting as he is.
I don't think that they can. Listen. We've all enjoyed Gino, but Gino's going to get 3 years and $20 to $25 million a year, and I just don't know that the Diamondbacks would pay him that. I think it's unlikely that the Diamondbacks would be able to pay him that type of money. So I think either way, Gino leaves. That's my opinion. I'm not stating it as fact. I'm saying I think it'd be really hard for the Diamondbacks to give Gino $60 to $75 million over the next 3 years at age 34, 35, and 36. I don't think it happens. All right, that's it for the call. We'll do another segment of callers a little bit later on, because I think a lot of people want to talk about the Diamondbacks and the season and where they are right now. But we got the 4 o'clock reset coming up. We'll tell you everything that's going on in the world of sports. That's next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Kyler Murray is a guy that is really good at the game of chess. What if you let him call his own plays? What would it look like? I think it's an interesting thought. Again, acknowledging it will never, ever happen.
No, especially because Kyler Murray's never been given that opportunity throughout his playing career, from all the way playing as a youngster to now.
Right.
And the other big difference is the chess pieces aren't trying to kill you.
Right. The rooks aren't coming on blindside blitzes.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One of the things I notice, especially when I'm away, and I sit out on a balcony overlooking a lake in Hallstatt, Austria, and I've got a book in my hand I'm reading. It's just how good my eyesight is, thanks to Dr. Jay Schwartz. Whether I'm looking at the mountains and the lake or reading a book, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center has helped me and my eyes tremendously. It's why I highly recommend Dr. Jay Schwartz. I don't wear glasses. I don't wear readers. I don't have contacts. I'll be 59 years old in a few months, for goodness sakes. Then I don't have to do anything. I had LASIK surgery done by the Schwartz Laser Eye Center 15 years ago, and I tell people to this day it's one of the best things that I've ever done for myself. So if you are interested in changing your vision, if you're struggling with your vision, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help. Nearsighted, farsighted, and astigmatism, contact Dr. Jay Schwartz, Team Eye Doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Hey, we can use vacation days, or every day can be that escape with a brand new pool from California Pools and Landscape. And this month, they're celebrating 37 years of creating backyard bliss with a free water feature with your new pool. Hey, Casa Calvici is one of more than 36,000 projects that California Pools and Landscape has built. They have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, and they're making a donation to Phoenix Children's for every pool sold this year. See my backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit, because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing because, we all have bills and everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks started out of the break on a roll, sweeping the Cardinals in 3 games this past weekend. Part of that helped by the performance of Eugenio Suarez, who was named National League Player of the Week for the 4th time this season. His 4 home runs helped power the Snakes past the Cardinals in the 3-game set. Next up is the Houston Astros and the return of old friend Christian Walker. Zach Gallen will make the start tonight. He'll oppose left-hander Colton Gordon. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And in NBA news, ESPN's Shams Charania has reported that Chris Paul is heading back to the City of Angels and is signing with the Clippers on a 1-year deal. Paul is likely playing in his final season as well of what would be a 21-year career. Hey, did you know that you could take the Burns & Gambo show with you wherever you go? If you can't catch them live, you can find them on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Burns & Gambo Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, the 4 o'clock reset. Everything that is going on in the world of sports, including Christian Walker returning tonight as the Astros take on the Dbacks. That's all going to be brought to you by Lauren. Our 4 o'clock reset. Take it away.
I like that you said brought to you by Lauren as if I'm sponsoring
Brought to you
segment.
by Lauren. Lauren sponsors the segment. This is brought to you by Lauren.
All right, well, Lauren says that the lead story of the day is obviously Good Vibes. Gino has been named the NL Player of the Week. It is the 4th time he's won it this season. No other Diamondbacks player had ever won more than twice in a single season.
I said he's going to get some MVP votes, keeping this team afloat with everything that's out. He's going to get some MVP. He's not going to win it, but he's going to get some votes for MVP.
I love he was so honest after the game yesterday. He's like, we had to come back out of the break with a new mentality. Like, just admitting that what they were doing up until the All-Star break wasn't good enough, and they needed to get their you-know-what together. And through 3 games, they've done exactly that.
What'd you guys think of Perdomo being mic'd up during the game? That was so odd. He had like, okay, guys, I got to go because I'm on deck. I got to get ready to hit.
Well, maybe he saw it in the All-Star game and said, that's pretty cool. I'll do that.
I find it odd, though, when they have the players mic'd up, like, during Sunday Night Baseball, and they'll be, like, talking to a guy who's out in the field.
Yeah.
And then there will be a long pause as they get ready for the batter, and then go back to them in the outfield.
I don't think it works. I think it works better in the heads of producers and directors and broadcasters.
I don't think it works either.
It doesn't. Like, it worked for Clayton Kershaw at the All-Star game. Gamble, he was really good with it. Like, Clayton Kershaw understood the mission. Plus, it was an All-Star game, so he probably didn't care that much about how he was pitching, for the most part, relatively speaking. But Kershaw got it. Most guys, there's just so much dead air because they're trying to concentrate on the game
and have a conversation.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of it.
No, but it is fun. I agree with you, Ringer, though. Like, the All-Star game, like, that's something fun. It's something less serious for that. And we've got a little bit of NFL news. Desmond Ritter's agreed to join the Cincinnati Bengals. He will be their backup quarterback behind Joe Burrow. He's a third-round selection by the Falcons in 2022. He started 18 games, including 13 in 2023. He threw for just 2,836 yards, 12 touchdowns, and 12 interceptions.
All right.
Desmond Ridder?
Desmond Ridder.
All right. Desmond Ridder gets a job.
Former Cardinal legend, right?
Former Cardinal.
Former Cardinal
That's all
legend.
he can say.
Either
I'm a former Cardinal.
Cardinal legend, yeah.
And in a little bit more QB news, Titans quarterback Will Levis has elected to have season-ending surgery on his right shoulder. He suffered an AC joint injury in a game against the Miami Dolphins on September 30th, but now he's having surgery on July 29th.
So the Rooks... Right. Like that much later?
Mm-hmm.
So the rookie's going to be the quarterback, huh?
Cam Ward. And let me
Cam
tell you
Ward's the
something.
guy.
I ran right to the schedule because I don't have it memorized yet by heart. They play the Titans in Week 5. The Cardinals do. So you are getting either Tyler Shuck or Spencer Rattler in Week 1, and then in Week 5 you're getting Cam Ward, a rookie quarterback. I'm trying to localize the Will Levis story here. I love the way the Cardinals' first 6 games of the season are shaping up.
Me too.
Got a great chance to go 6-0 if they can win.
Great chance.
At San Francisco.
I think 5-1 at the least. I think they could have a really good shot, too, to have a great start.
Set the entire tone of the season.
Let's go.
And with the NFL season just around the corner, it's the return of everybody's favorite soundbite. That would be Jerry Jones. Because today, the Dallas Cowboys pass rusher Micah Parsons reported to training camp in Oxnard, California, but it's not clear whether or not he will take place when formal practice begins tomorrow. And here's Jerry Jones from his presser today, taking a shot at Micah Parsons.
Just because we signed him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year. Seriously. We've signed, I remember signing a player for the highest paid at the position in the league, and he got knocked out 2/3 of the year, Dak Prescott. So there's a lot of things you can think about when you, just as the player does, when you're thinking about committing and guaranteeing money.
Did you see the J.J. Watt response?
Yeah, about the way to slam your starting quarterback.
Anytime you could publicly take a dig at your star quarterback and your star pass rusher, simultaneously, right before the season begins, you just got to take it. Nothing makes guys want to fight for you more than hearing how upset you are that they got hurt while fighting for you.
I mean, first of all, is it just me or does Jerry Jones sound like he's like 105 years old right now? Second of all, Micah Parsons didn't miss 6 games last year. He missed 4. So you weren't even right, Jerry Jones. And you know what? If you would have signed Micah Parsons to an extension last year, you would have saved yourself a ton of money. Because looking at what T.J. Watt and Garrett and these guys got, you just cost yourself millions. So good job, Jer.
He messed up a lot in 22 seconds worth of sound.
It's just, look, listen, it's reality. The older you get, the more chances you're going to put your foot in. It's just true. It's just true. Cognitive decline, all of that stuff. The older you get, not everybody, but a lot of people.
Every NFL owner knows there's an injury risk with every single player and every single contract. Come on now.
And Cardinals training camp starts this week. You guys will be out there on Thursday. But today, Mike Sando joined Wolf and Luke and discussed the Cardinals offense.
Their offense statistically has been okay. They have been in the top half of the league, so I agree. I'm not overly worried about it. I think he took 19 sacks last year in the final 8 or 9 games, and that was way up from the first half of the year. So that would be something to watch, just the attrition of the offensive line and the development of the receivers and how he's getting it out, that sort of a thing. But I haven't sensed, to me, the offense has, even though there's a lot of focus on Kyler and that people want more from him, the offense has been okay.
Well, we're at a training camp this week. Are you guys going to have your eyes peeled on the offense more or the defense?
Well, the defense, there's all those new players. I want to see Will Johnson. I want to see Walter Nolan. These guys that not only rookies, but have an opportunity to compete.
Offense.
But you always look at Kyler. Just always do.
Offense, especially like the wide receivers. Like, is the wide receiver, like, I know the tight end's great. I know their running back is great. I want to see the wide receivers be great. I want to see, so, yeah, the defense I'm excited about, but I want to see these wide receivers pop.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Sando does a great job, and he's right. Statistically, their offense was okay, but it was really based on a top 3 running game in franchise history and one of the best tight ends in football. Kyler throwing the football downfield consistently with great success, they didn't do that.
No.
And they're still looking for a guy to take the number 1 receiver job. I know they have one who's supposed to be the guy.
I think he will.
But he's got to prove it. And the other guy has got to prove he can be a number 2 receiver. And the other guy's got to prove he can be a number 3 receiver. So, I mean, that's what we're looking at. So there's a lot to... You're right.
Fitzgerald, Bolden, and Breston, 3 guys with 1,000 yards. They need to... The wide receivers need to pop.
And Phillip Rivers, he's formally announced his retirement today, retiring as a member of the Chargers. He went on social media and had a sit-down, just about 4-minute long thank you to Chargers fans.
Formally retired?
How long is he been?
What's next? Fitzgerald's going to formally retire tomorrow?
He was with the
Hey,
Colts
we're
the last
still
time.
waiting on it.
When was the last time Phillip Rivers played?
It's a couple of years, right?
Oh, yeah.
3 years?
2020.
So it's
5?
5 years?
He hasn't played since 2020.
Yeah.
Well,
you wait 5 years to announce your retirement?
we're waiting on Fitz.
So does his Hall of Fame clock start now as he's formally retired? Does he got to wait another 5 years at least to get into the Hall of Fame?
Oh,
That's odd. That's an odd one.
No, I don't think he does, by the way, but yes.
No. And now in NBA news, everybody, you can push your feelings aside on this one because it's over. Chris Paul has agreed to a deal with the Los Angeles Clippers.
Yeah, I think it's a good fit for him. He's home. He's close. You start to look at that team and what they've done now. They're an older team. They're an older team, but like there's a lot of talent on that roster. You look, so their starters are Harden, Beal, Kawhi Leonard, John Collins, and Zubac. Pretty good. Their bench is Brook Lopez, Chris Paul, Bogdan Bogdanovic, Derek Jones Jr., Chris Dunn, Nicholas Batum. Like,
that's good.
It's a good team.
But
the other thing is Harden's old, Beal's old, Kawhi's old, Paul is old, Brook Lopez is old. They got a lot of old guys.
Also, it's the Clippers. They've had really good rosters the last 20 years at times. They never deliver. They got close in the year the Suns went to the finals.
They're definitely deep.
But they rarely deliver. I'm kind of with Shaq on this. He just throws his hands up every time Barkley says, look out for the Clippers.
It's a young man's game.
And finally, we'll end with a little bit of Big 12 news because Memphis was making a big push to join the Big 12. Their details have been released as a no-risk concept. The school would take zero distribution for 5 years. Memphis would secure between $200 million and $250 million and various sponsorship commitments as part of its bid to join the league. And it subject itself to expulsion after 2030 if the Big 12 deemed it not adding value. They've had meetings going on over the past year, but the conference came back to Memphis and said, we've got no interest in adding you to the Big 12.
Wow. So they threw everything at them. We'll give you all of this stuff and you can kick me out after 5 years. And we won't take any money.
Nope. And they said.
And they still don't
nope.
want them.
I wonder why. I think about that for a little bit.
Why not add
Zero
Memphis?
distribution for the final 5 years of the league's television deal.
Penny Hardaway had that basketball program cooking. They're in some trouble right now. I think he's a bit of a cheater, if you will. But the football program has been okay. Huh.
Go to the Pac-12. They'll take you.
Jump to a different 12. Just not the Big 12 here.
Go to the Pac-12. I don't know
It sounds
schools in the
ridiculous,
Pac-12.
but really, if Stanford can be in the ACC, Memphis certainly can be in the Pac-12.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter anymore.
It doesn't matter
It
where
doesn't
you are
matter
geographically at all. And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
All right, that's your 4 o'clock reset. Thank you, Lauren. Appreciate it. Next up, Mike Hazen was on MLB's network, and he talked about whether the team is going to buy or sell. We'll talk about that next, right now, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. Tomorrow. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Cards Camp. Tomorrow. From your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with a Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
On Friday, September 5th, enjoy a post-game concert featuring Flo Rida, presented by Coors Light Bird's Nest. Get your tickets and VIP field passes today at Dbacks.com.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in a parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword micro to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say micro to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Summer's a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from models like Camry, RAV4, Highlander, Tundra, and Tacoma. Or check out the all-new 2025 4Runner. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Can the Diamondbacks stay hot? Can they stay desperate? We'll find out more tonight and talk about it tomorrow. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, big decisions coming up, man. Mike Hazen, it's going to be very, very difficult for Mike Hazen to make a decision here. His team just swept the Cardinals. They're playing good baseball. He's got one of the best offenses in all of baseball. He's got some really good starting pitching, and he's got a bullpen that's been a disaster most of the year. And you're 4 games, 4.5 out of a wild card spot with 4 teams ahead of you. And you got this very, very difficult decision to make if you're him. You got a lot of pieces that teams are going to want. You could trade Josh Naylor, Eugenio Suarez, Shelby Miller, Randall Grichuk, Josh Naylor, Merrill Kelly, Zach Gatt. Like, there's so many pieces you could trade and really replenish your entire farm system and maybe hit on a couple of those guys. But as we inch closer to the trade deadline, it's becoming more and more difficult for Mike Hazen to really know which direction they're going to go in. Here is him on MLB Network talking about how he'd like to make it difficult for these other teams.
Probably right now, still buyer seller. I hope to switch that dial firmly in the other direction. But I think right now we're in a pretty precarious situation relative to, you could look at being where we are out of the wild card record, 1-3 in a row in one way or the other. And that's going to be my job to ultimately make that decision.
Yeah, one way or the other. So I think right now it's like you're in limbo. You're in limbo. It's just like part of you wants to buy and go for it, and part of you wants to say, I could sell and I could get a whole bunch of... That's got to be enticing to Hazen. Because as we mentioned earlier, everybody that they are trading or would trade are guys that are on one-year contracts, expiring contracts. Shelby Miller, Beeks, Grichuk, Naylor, Suarez, Kelly, Gallen. Those are all expiring contracts. You would love to be able to cash in on those. And then if you want to go after one of those guys in free agency, you have every right to make an offer to try to keep them. So I think that's the fascinating part for me is like, I would love to replenish the farm system with top prospects if I can make some good trades here. And the sad part would be if you say, okay, I'm going to stand pat, I'm going to stick with it, we're going to go for it. And then you don't make the playoffs, and then you look back and you regret all the trades you could have made. You don't want that either.
His team, in a way, is making it easier on him if they keep on winning, but also in a way, the team is making it harder on him because the emotional blow to the fan base and also the emotional blow to that clubhouse. I mean, if they come out of the gates and at the trade deadline, there's 12 games between the All-Star break and the trade deadline. Let's say they go 9-3, and they're feeling pretty good. And they still have to sell. You got to go into that clubhouse. Well, Mike doesn't. Torrey will. And you got to look those guys in the eye and say that
Mike will.
We don't believe. You think Mike will address the team?
Yeah.
You don't think Torrey will?
I think Mike will address the team.
Either way. Okay. Both guys do. I mean, Torrey certainly will. But you're looking at those guys and saying, they're not going to say this, but essentially when you trade like this, you're telling the group that we don't believe that you guys are going to make the playoffs.
They're 50-50.
Right.
They're a 500 baseball
And that's
team.
where I'm going with this. They really have nobody to blame but themselves.
Right.
This is a baseball team that you can talk about injuries, but they were a 500 team essentially before the rash of injuries kicked in. They're 50-50. 5 more wins. Just find 5 more games that you get the job done. You're 55-45. You're not only in the wild card race, you're in the division race with the Dodgers because they can't win a game lately either.
Right. They're struggling.
They're struggling. I mean, you'd be right now, you'd be 3 games back of the Dodgers for the division. If you just found 5 more wins.
And how many games did they just implode because of their bullpen?
Yes.
How many games did they just fail to, we have me and Burns, you had a tracker on all the games that they should have won and lost, like all these collapses, just absolute collapses in baseball games. And that's the thing. You still don't have Justin Martinez. You don't have A.J. Puck. Right now, guys are on throwing programs. Shelby Miller and Ryan Thompson and Beeks, all these guys are on throwing programs. Your bullpen's pitching a bunch of guys nobody's ever heard of. Nobody's ever heard of. You got guys that were not even on their radar. DeSclafani, guys that weren't even on your radar that are pitching for you right now. I don't know that you could trust the bullpen over the next 62 games to be lights out and win you games that you're supposed to win.
That's a great point, because Torey Lovello and Mike Hazen publicly, when they do interviews or have press conferences, they will say, next man up. Those guys are in the big leagues for a reason. We trust them to get the job done, and we believe that they will. That's what Torey Lovello would say. Behind closed doors, when those guys are talking about what in the heck they're going to do here at the trade deadline, I guarantee that conversation's a little different.
Yeah.
About, like, do we really believe we can make a playoff run with this bullpen as it's presently constituted? I'm going to guess the answer is that they have their doubts. And then you talk about the expiring contracts, it all goes into it. And that's why...
Right, you're not trading Corbin Carroll.
Yeah, you're not trading Ketel Marte.
You're not trading Perdomo. You're not trading guys that are like your future. But it is waving a white flag on a team that's within 5 games of the playoffs. That's hard to do. It's hard to do. But see, because there is a regret both ways. If you trade everybody off, you are going to regret. You're going to have these regrets. Like, I wonder what would have happened if we just stayed with our roster. And you'll never know. You'll never know. Could we have won 10 out of 12 and got in the playoffs? But if you don't make the trades, you're going to have a huge regret. If you don't make the trades and you fail to make the playoffs,
and all those guys walk,
and you're looking, okay, the Yankees would have offered me this, the Cubs would have offered me this. Right now, the teams that have called the Diamondbacks the most of the Royals and the Cubs. The Royals and the Cubs have called the most. And you have an idea of what you could get from these teams. If you decide not to make these trades, you're going to kick yourself down the road if you don't make the playoffs. You'll be like, we could have replenished our farm system with 7 or 8 prospects. Some of those guys may have hit, and we didn't do it, and we didn't even make the playoffs. It's a fine line Mike Hazen's walking. It's a fine line.
And you can't, I understand what human nature is. Like, hey, we're getting hot. We're getting on a roll. This team's found something. They've unlocked something. They're focused now. They're dialed in. Let's see how many wins they can stack together post-All-Star break. But Mike Hazen can't just make this determination based on the 12 games between the All-Star break and the trade deadline. He has to look at the 112 games, or whatever the heck it is, 107 games that they've played this season, and make that a kind of educated guess. It's a tough decision. It's tough to do it. It's tough to do it from an emotional standpoint. He built this team. He's a fighter. He wants to win. He'd love to go to the mat, but at the same time, and some of the callers agree, most don't. I understand that. At the same time, you have to separate the emotion from the business of baseball.
Yeah.
And if the Cubs and Mariners and Yankees are going to put some prospects on the table for guys that
especially if it's not, look, there's top 10 prospects and then there's lottery tickets, right? The Diamondbacks can trade Randall Grichuk for a lottery ticket. Okay, I get some single A guy that was good in college or good in high. It's a lottery ticket. But for Suarez and Naylor and Gallen and Kelly, you're going to get good players. You're going to get good players. You're going to get guys that you expect to be major leaguers.
You hope to.
You hope.
You hope to. I mean, you should have gotten at least one great major leaguer for Paul Goldschmidt. You got 5 guys back, and none of the 5.
Yeah, you were in a tough spot there because it was the end of his contract, and it was going to cost a lot of money to re-sign him, and they got back. Luke Weaver was a good pitcher, and Carson Kelly was a good catching prospect. Look at Carson Kelly now; he's having a great year. Look at Luke Weaver; he's turned into a great relief pitcher. Those two guys are good major league players.
Just not here.
They just weren't here.
Just not here.
Ranking the top 50 players in the NFL, Pro Football Focus did it. How many Cardinals are on that list? We'll tell you next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. One of the things that I'm really passionate about is saving money, saving for retirement, saving for my future, being able to live the life that I want to live. And that has to come with having a financial advisor that can help me along the way. I've used asset preservation, wealth, and tax because Stuart Willis is a fiduciary that not only helps me with my retirement plan, not only helps me with my investments, but he also helps me with a tax plan. And a lot of financial advisors out there, they don't have a tax plan for you. See, there's 5 locations for asset preservation, wealth, and tax, but they understand one thing. The vast majority of us, we're putting money away tax deferred. If your financial advisor is not talking to you about a tax plan, like when to pay those taxes, how to pay those taxes, he doesn't care about how much money you keep. But it's not about how much money you make, how much money you save. It's about how much of that money are you going to be able to keep. Call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax for a free portfolio review at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Home sellers, have you heard the news? We're entering a buyer's market. Sellers face more competition and buyers have more choices. Before you make a move, do what I always do and call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's multiple cash offer program, you'll receive up to 6 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer, where Carol guarantees the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you, or she will buy it. Call Carol Royce today, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com and sell with certainty. Carol and Selenos to grand price and possession.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP, or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 finance, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks started out of the break on a roll, sweeping the Cardinals in 3 games this past weekend. Part of that was helped by the performance of Eugenio Suarez, who was named National League Player of the Week for the 4th time this season. His 4 home runs helped power the Snakes past the Cardinals in the 3-game series. Next up is the Houston Astros and the return of old friend Christian Walker. Zach Gallen will be making the start tonight. He'll oppose left-hander Colton Gordon. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And in NBA news, ESPN's Shams Charania reported earlier today that Chris Paul heading back to the City of Angels and signing with the Clippers on a 1-year deal. Paul is likely playing his final season of what will be a 21-year career. Hey, do you think you have what it takes to take us down in fantasy football? I mean us, as in Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Well, prove it. Text FANTASY to 620-620 and join the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Step into your favorite host leagues, battle for the glory, and the ultimate prize, the Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Championship belt. Spots won't last, so text FANTASY to 620-620 now. The Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't forget to book your own fantasy football draft party at DraftKings. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey, it's Luke. How big would a Darius Robinson leap be for the Cardinals in 2025? We'll be talking training camp tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
But I hate fantasy football, Mitch.
Too bad.
I don't want to play.
Too bad. You're going to have a team.
I don't want a team.
You're going to have one.
I don't want to play. I swore off fantasy football.
That was just a one-year
play
hiatus.
either.
I hate it.
I don't believe Bickley plays.
All right.
I just.
Bickley's going to play too.
I might have to reach out to my guy that helps me when I put a team together.
Well, you don't need help.
I got a guy. Yeah, I need help. I don't want to look. You know how much time people spend researching all this stuff?
I get it.
You just want to go with the automatic pick?
You know, I don't. Fantasy football is fine. What I hate is the guy that runs around the office on a Monday going, I just need 8 more points. I just need Justin Jefferson to have 2 touchdowns. Nobody cares.
No.
Nobody cares about your fantasy football team.
No.
Zip it.
God.
That's why I don't like fantasy
I can't believe I benched that guy. He had 30 points. I shouldn't have benched him. Why did I bench that guy this week? And I played some Scribini that didn't get any points.
Stop talking!
Right. God. So when is this thing coming up, Mitch? You got a
So
team?
it's our Arizona Sports Fantasy Football Frenzy. Hold
Okay.
on, I got to pull back up the read.
Do you have a team?
So, as far as I'm aware, it'll be you, me, Bernsey, and Lauren are going to be in one of the leagues, and we're going to compete against listeners that sign up and try to compete
So you're
with
going to
us.
have a team?
Yeah.
Okay.
The 4 of us.
All right, so I can't have you help me with my team.
Yeah, sorry, I can't help your team and my team.
All right.
We're also drafting it live on air.
Yeah, we're going to be at the DraftKings Sportsbook on, I think it's August 8th, and we're going to be drafting our teams live on the air. It'll be cool.
Okay. I'm going to bring
We got to get you hyped for fantasy football, man.
I'm bringing in somebody to help me.
Bring your cheat sheets on Friday.
Bring in T-Bone.
Bring
in
your cheating human being with you.
Bring in Squee. Or whatever.
I got a guy. I'll bring him in to help me, so that way I don't have to put that much time and research into it. I'll make 50% of the decisions. 50%. Did you guys see this? Did you guys see this list on Pro Football Focus? The 50 best players in the NFL.
Yes.
How many Cardinals do you think are in the top 50 players in the NFL?
Well, I saw it, so I know, but go ahead.
But wouldn't you have expected that they would be more?
I'd expect Buda Baker to be.
How about Trey McBride? Is
And
Trey
Trey
McBride
McBride.
not a 50 best player in the NFL? The Arizona Cardinals have 0 top 50 players in the NFL. 0. Now, number 1, Myles Garrett. Number 2, Patrick Mahomes. Number 3, Joe Burrow. Lamar Jackson is 4. Josh Allen is 5. So 4 of the top 5 guys are quarterbacks. You know, I get it. 4 of the top 5. George Kittle is number 9. He's a tight end. So then I went down the list and I'm saying, all right, where's the other tight ends?
But where's Kelsey?
Not in there.
So one tight end in the top, or do
The
they
only-
have,
the
they have,
only
they have
tight end
Bowers?
is- the
They have
only-
Bowers in there. Yeah.
The only tight end is Kittle. They don't. So even you go back later on. Like I thought Buda would have been in there, and I thought Trey McBride would have been in there as well. But when you get to the 40 to 50, Jesse Bates from the Falcons, the safety, Trey Hendrickson, the Bengals, the edge rusher, Antoine Winfield Jr., the safety, Joe Thuney, the guard, Quinnen Williams, the Jets defensive lineman, Jalen Carter from the Eagles, Jahmyr Gibbs, the running back, Jared Verse from the Rams, Mike Evans from the Bucks, Josh Jacobs, the running back now with the Packers, and then Jalen Hurts is number 50. The Cardinals did not have a top 50 player in the NFL. Does it matter? I mean, you'd like to have great players. I think, you got to have great players. And I think I can't imagine Trey McBride's not going to be here next year. I've always thought of Buda as a top 50 player in the league, and I think Trey McBride is. So that's me being a little biased, maybe. Now, I wouldn't think of anybody else being a top 50 player, but I would think those 2 guys would have made the top 50.
Trey McBride is arguably a top 3 tight end in the league right now. And maybe, given Kelsey's age, and I understand he's lost a lot of weight in the offseason, that's fine. You can make the case that Trey McBride is top 2 tight end, no matter how you feel about George Kittle or Brock Bowers, whatever. He's in the conversation. That's the point. Buda Baker, but I can see McBride maybe another year or two to establish himself. Buda Baker's done that already. Buda Baker's been All-Pro 4 times already in his career. Buda Baker just last season was second-team All-Pro. Not Pro Bowl.
No.
Not Pro Bowl. All-Pro.
All-Pro.
Big difference.
Yeah.
Now, if you're a second-team All-Pro at your position, I think you got a real good case to be a top 50 player.
The question is, can you win without it? Like, okay, nobody thinks the Cardinals have a top 50 player in the league. Can you win without those guys? Or do you have to have, like, if you look at the list and you start to go through it, like Kansas City's got a bunch of guys on here, Philly's got a bunch of guys on here.
Yeah, you need those guys.
You need those guys. The Ravens got a bunch of guys on here.
When's the last time they won a playoff game?
It's
the Cardinals.
The Carson Palmer year.
So, yeah. I mean,
Kyler Murray's never won a playoff game. They made one. They lost to the Rams, got blown out in L.A.
Right. I mean, I know the answer to my own question, but I'm just kind of bringing up a point. Yeah, they haven't had enough of those guys in the last decade.
Yeah.
And they had they have no playoff wins to show for it. It goes hand in hand. But for the Cardinals this year, what you're hoping is guys have breakout seasons, right?
In the next, how many guys on this roster right now do you think could end up being top 50 players in a year or two?
Well, I still think Buda Baker and Trey McBride can be there.
Marvin Harrison Jr.?
There's another one. I think Paris Johnson Jr.
Can
be one of those guys.
How about one of the rookies this year?
I think
Will Johnson, Walter Nolan.
I don't know about Walter Nolan because it's tough defensive tackles. Like watching him at Ole Miss, it's like who knows how he's going to play. Will Johnson, had he not had the injury problems, could have been a top 15 pick in the draft.
Sure.
So if he plays, if he reaches his ceiling as an NFL player, I could see in a couple of years him being a top 50 player. You're talking about who has the ceiling, right? Guys that we know of. Like I don't know about Darius Robinson.
No, that's why I wouldn't add him, DJ Ojulari, those guys. But I would think Trey McBride should be a top 50 player within the next couple of years. How many guys on this roster have a chance to be a top 50 player? Buda, I think, still does. Yep. He's running out of time with Buda, but he's still there. Trey McBride for sure. Paris Johnson Jr. possibly. Marvin Harrison Jr. has got the ability to be a top 50 player. He's got a pop this year. He's got that ability. Defensively, if Josh Sweat maybe now, look, on that Eagles team, you had like 4 different guys that could all get 10 sacks. Now, maybe here he pops. Maybe Josh Sweat really pops and becomes that guy that gets 15 sacks. Possible. Not likely, but possible that he could pop and be that guy. Will Johnson, you're right. Everybody thought he was the best cornerback in the draft. So maybe he ends up being that guy. But I think that the question I had was, do you need those guys to be great? Now, there's a lot of teams that are bad that have like the Giants have a top 50 guy. They're not very good. So a lot of bad teams have top 50 guys. But most of the good, like if you look at Detroit, Detroit and Philly have a ton of guys on this list. A ton of guys. The Lions have Amon-Ra St. Brown. They got Hutchinson. They got Sewell. They got Montgomery. They got Gibbs. Like the Lions, tons of players on this list. And that's why, that's why they're good. They're really good. The Eagles have a bunch of players on this list. So I agree with you. I'm not going to say, you don't need to have it. No, you need to have great players. You have to have great players. You do. You win with great players.
But at some point, every player is just a guy with potential, whether he's a rookie or year 2. And eventually he became a guy on the field that the next season, when they did these stupid lists, he would pop on it. So guys like Darius Robinson and Walter Nolan and Will Johnson, even Max Melton and Garrett Williams, they have the opportunity to go out there this year, play like that, lead the Cardinals to the postseason, maybe win a game, make some noise in the playoffs. And then when they do these lists in the summer of 2026, those guys have a chance to be on there.
Yeah.
But then nobody's outside of Buda, nobody's really proven it except for maybe Trey McBride, or definitely Trey McBride. That's
maybe
two guys.
They want to see more than one season out of Trey. They got to see more than one guys. How
many All-Pro players have the Cardinals had outside of Buda Baker in the last 5 to 10 years? I don't know. I mean, I don't think Kyler's been All-Pro.
No.
First team, second team, third team.
Kyler's a middle-of-the-pack quarterback.
Right, but he had the
one. Not going to be a top 50 player as a middle-of-the-pack quarterback.
Right. He had the one great year that in 2021. Great start to that season.
You're the first 10 games. Then I go into hell in a handbasket. All right, the Clippers have signed Chris Paul. Marcus Smart is not coming here. Where do the Suns go now? We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Bradley Beal had a lot of leverage. He gives up $13.9 million basically to get the Suns under the waive and stretch threshold. This was the best of a bad situation. Instead of feeling the crunch of Bradley Beal for 3 years, he will have an effect on this team for 7 years. He's going to get heat and hatred and vitriol from Suns fans moving forward for the next 5 years. I don't think it's that deserved. He shouldn't have waived the no-trade clause. Why should he have? Something he earned. I'm not bending over backwards to help out a team that wanted to get rid of me either.
Bickley and Marotta mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
At Cox, we're always a step ahead, like your dog who barks before the doorbell rings. Senses trouble before there's trouble, like advanced security that blocks online threats before they happen, and knows when the peanut butter's hiding medicine. That's why we keep surprises off your bill. With Price Lock, the price of your internet and mobile plan won't go up for up to 3 years guaranteed. Right, Sir Berkelot? Cox, a step ahead. Requires at least 500 megabits per second speeds and gig unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from Price Lock. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
At Spark Men's Health, we treat ED differently. Instant, lasting solutions tailored to you. 87% of our patients see results on their very first visit, or it's free. That's the Spark Guarantee. Reignite your confidence, your performance, your life. Book now at sparkmenshealth.com or call 480-550-8579. Again, 480-550-8579.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, online at sandersonford.com. If you're looking for a new car, truck, or SUV, Sanderson Ford, America's most awarded Ford dealership. All right, this was a pretty good poll question. It was very tight earlier on, so we'll turn it over to Lauren to get an update on it.
All right, our poll question today is, what would you prefer the Diamondbacks do at the trade deadline? Do you want them to buy, sell, do a little bit of both, or do neither and stay where they're at?
I'm leaning sell right now.
Yeah, as am I.
I'm leaning sell.
I don't like it. I don't want to, but it makes the most sense because despite a great series against the Cardinals, I just haven't. I've seen 100 games. I lean towards sell right now because it's the right thing to do. Painful, but right.
And sell is leading the way with 33% of the vote, 29% going with buy, 26% going with do a little bit of both, and 12% going with stay where they're
All
at.
right, so it's pretty close.
Still
pretty
tight.
close. It's hard. It's hard to like. It's grabbing your purse strings, grabbing your heartstring, whatever the thing is.
Tugging
like,
your heartstrings?
Tugging your heartstrings.
Yes.
Is that the? I was trying to look for the.
Tugging your purse strings, whatever.
Not your purse strings. Tugging your because you want the team to do well. You want the team to succeed. Nobody wants the Diamondbacks to not. We all want the Diamondbacks to win. I'm going to watch a baseball game tonight. I'm going to go tomorrow's game. I'm going to go tomorrow. I want them to win. I don't want them to lose. I want them to win. I'm not. I don't go to a game now. Once they're out of it, I might want them to lose because then I care more about draft picks and draft positioning. I do care about that stuff. But if I don't believe the team, if I get to a point where I don't believe the team's going to get in there, I'd rather trade the guys and get prospects back. All right, that's our poll question. You can vote for it on the Burns and Gambo page. All right, Chris Paul. Chris Paul is now on the Los Angeles Clippers. So there was a lot of people that thought Chris Paul was going to come to Phoenix. Not me. I'm not one of them. I had reported that I did not expect that he would come to Phoenix. I said it was highly unlikely he would come, but there was a lot of people that thought there would be a reunion between the Suns and Chris Paul. Chris ends up going to the Clippers. He's home. It's kind of where he wants to be. He wants to be around his kid's life. Milwaukee had interest. Other teams had interest. But for him, LA is home. He wants to be able to go to his kids' games, be an active father. That stuff was all important to Chris. So he ends up going with the Clippers. Marcus Smart was another guy that we had talked about because Marcus Smart is somebody I believe that the Suns did have some interest in. So Marcus Smart ends up signing a deal with where did Marcus Smart
the Lakers,
go? The
right?
Lakers. He went to the Lakers. Excuse me. Yes. So Marcus Smart was the guy they want. He signs a deal, a 2-year, $11 million deal with the Lakers. So he goes to the Lakers. Chris Paul goes to the Clippers. The Suns are still looking to get themselves a guard, whether it's a point guard or a combo guard. They're still looking to find somebody at that guard spot. It's not going to be Chris Paul, and it's not going to be Marcus Smart. Those guys are gone. There are still many guys out there, but some I'm ruling out. Ben Simmons, I'm ruling out. Campaign, I'm ruling out. I don't know who they're going to sign, but I do not believe it's going to be Ben Simmons. I do not believe it's going to be Campaign. I do not believe it's going to be Malcolm Brogdon. There are a lot of guys I don't believe it will be, and I will say it's not going to be those guys, but I do expect that the Suns are going to have interest in a guard that's either a point guard or a combo guard to come in and play a little bit. Somebody that can give them some depth and some minutes at the position.
Well, yeah, because I don't love Devin Booker at the point at all, and I certainly want Devin Booker at the 2 when Jalen Green's on the bench, right? So you want a veteran kind of point guard that can come in and try to stabilize this offense and distribute the ball a little bit, handle it. We don't want to see the rash of turnovers that we saw last season and the season before. Tyus Jones should have been that guy. Tyus Jones, in theory, could be that guy this year. But the Suns are in a position right now where not an interest in Chris Paul for whatever reason. We talked about some of those reasons earlier today. Perhaps they want Devin Booker to take control of this locker room and this team. And if Chris is here, and this is Gambo's theory, this is not something that we're reporting, that if Chris Paul is here, it kind of puts the foot on Devin Booker's ability to do that because Chris is such a natural leader. I don't know. I theorized that maybe Chris Paul blaming Isaiah Thomas publicly when he got traded for Bradley Beal didn't sit too well with management, and management wants to move on. Whatever the reason is, they didn't want Chris Paul. From a basketball standpoint, to me, he's kind of the guy that makes sense for what you're looking for, right? You trust him. You know he can play. You know he knows what he's doing. He's good with young players. He probably would be good with Malawach. Chris Paul throwing that guy lobs, or at least helping Malawach kind of learn the ropes of the NBA game, but they don't want him. And we can discuss forever why they may not want him, but they didn't. Now the question is who? Who do you go get? If it's not Campaign, it's not Ben Simmons. Gamble, you're looking at I'm looking at the list of guys that are available. It's not pretty.
Yeah.
And that's why.
Anybody pop?
I mean, no, not really. I mean, again, the guys that were here last year, Tyus Jones and Monte Morris. I mean, I think Reggie Jackson's still available. But Russell Westbrook, Ben Simmons, Campaign, these are the kind of guys you've already kind of brought out the Grim Reaper for.
I'm saying no to Simmons. I'm saying no to Campaign.
You said no to Russell Westbrook.
I said no to Russell Westbrook, Malcolm Brogdon. I mean, I don't know this. But I kind of liked Reggie Jackson. I've always kind of liked him. Mitch, how did he do with Denver?
He's just old now.
I mean, they ended up dumping him a year later.
Dumping him a year. They cut him for 1 year and then just got.
No, I mean, like.
He came in because they lost 2 key players from their championship team.
Yeah, they brought him in as a veteran to kind of back up Jamal Murray, but then they barely used him in the playoffs. He wasn't an integral piece. He was a nice guy, and he's a Colorado local, but he was an integral piece. I don't need source info on this, but how do you guys feel about Gary Payton II?
I'm checking on that now.
Okay.
I'm checking on it now. It's
He's a good defensive player. He's a good player. Does he fit the role they need, though?
Well, he fits a couple of things. Number one, because Gambo has said that they're looking at some type of a guard, maybe a combo guard, not necessarily a point, and that's Gary Payton II in a nutshell for sure. And secondly, to your point, Tim, just he fits more of a defensive identity, and like who better than the second generation of one of the better defensive guards of NBA history?
He's not a he's.
But you're going to get
more of a shooting guard than he is anything else. So that's like, I don't dislike him. I don't dislike him as a role player. I don't dislike him as a role player.
I'm sorry. And as long as Grayson Allen's still on the team with the Green and Booker deal, I mean, the last thing they need is a guy who's basically a 2-guard. I'm sorry. I know you brought up the word combo guard, and I get that. But for me, I mean, you got to have somebody who's going to play the point.
I mean, he just doesn't run the point at all, right? But he is good defensively. He's always been good defensively. It's an interesting name. I got to try to find out. There's not a lot of guys left.
That, and then also you have to figure out who do you want actually getting minutes on this team, and does it make sense to add somebody else into the group that could be taking minutes away from somebody like Rasheer Fleming, for example? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I hope you're not counting on Rasheer Fleming this year. If he does give you minutes, great, that's fine. But to me, I mean, Booker and Green are going to have to come out at some point.
Okay, Gillespie comes in.
So maybe you believe it's not that you're in love with Colin Gillespie in terms of we think this guy's going to be fantastic, but Colin Gillespie compared to what else is out there. Now, we're just also talking about the free agent pool. I mean, I'm sure there are discussions going on right now with the Suns about, what is the trade market for a Grayson Allen? What is the trade market for a Royce O'Neal?
I don't think they want to trade Grayson Allen. I don't think they want to trade him. I think they'll end up keeping both, like unless you do a Kuminga deal.
I know, but this is, again, though, they have positions of need, and he's the third best shooting guard on the team, and he's a good player, that's why I think you should turn him into a position of need player who is also a good player.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
I mean that's what I would do, but I would have done that last year.
Yeah, I can't say no to Gary Payton Jr. I don't know, but I have not heard no on Gary Payton Jr. But we'll try to see what we can find out. 5 o'clock coming up. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Are the Diamondbacks in it after sweeping the Cardinals? Are they back in it? Do we feel like they're back in this race? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of Get It Nowhere Else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. This we know, but did you know about their service drive? Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. The deals there are unmatched, best in the Valley, but they also have the best service center in the Valley because they know people are busy. That's why their service center stays open late. Drop your vehicle off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. If you don't like waiting around for your car to get service, you want to get it done, this late night shift at Liberty GMC is perfect for that. You'll never know your car is gone. And speaking of their service center, the best tire deal in town can be found at Liberty GMC. Buy 3 tires, get the 4th for $1, and this deal lasts all year long. Convenient service, big savings. It's all at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Cool things down with energy-efficient windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom-order windows to fit your style and budget. Choose from our SI window brand, made in the USA for quality you can trust, or custom order from top manufacturers for a perfect fit. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks started out of the break on a roll, sweeping the Cardinals in 3 games this past weekend. Part of that was powered by the performance of Eugenio Suarez. He was named the National League Player of the Week for the 4th time this season. His 4 home runs helped power the Snakes past the Cardinals in that 3-game set. Next up is the Houston Astros and the return of old friend Christian Walker. Zach Gallen will make the start tonight. He'll oppose left-hander Colton Gordon. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And in NBA news, ESPN's Shams Charania has reported that Chris Paul is headed back to the City of Angels and will sign with the Clippers on a 1-year deal. And Paul is also likely playing in the final season of what will be a 21-year career. Hey, I mentioned about the Astros and old friend Christian Walker in town. Did you know on Wednesday we will have our final Arizona Sports half-day club when the Diamondbacks take on Christian Walker and those Astros? Here's how you get involved. Text HALF to 620-620 and we'll send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for half off. That's HALF to 620-620. Text HALF to 620-620.
Hey, it's Luke. Can Zach Gallen deliver another strong performance against a good team? We'll talk about it tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, Tim Ring filling in for Bernsey. We are taking you right up till 6 o'clock tonight. Then we'll get you ready for the return of Christian Walker. Christian Walker's return. That's right. Back to the with the Astros, back facing the Diamondbacks. Now, Diamondbacks just swept the St. Louis Cardinals. Impressive. Great offensive performances by Geraldo Perdomo, by Corbin Carroll. Gino Suarez hit 2 home runs Saturday, 2 home runs Sunday. Just remarkable. Just absolutely remarkable offense. And then you factor in the starting pitching. Great performances by Brandon Pfaadt on Friday, Ryan Nelson on Saturday, Merrill Kelly on Sunday. Diamondbacks sweep a team that is ahead of them in the standings. 4.5 games out of the wild card, 4 teams in front of them. Are they back in the race now? That sweep, everybody said, okay, you're going to have to sweep teams now. It's not just about winning series. You're going to have to get some sweeps. That sweep of St. Louis gives people pause, like, okay, maybe they're not out of this thing yet.
Well, it's interesting because you swept the Cardinals, yet in the overall wild card race, you only picked up a game on the third place Padres. You were 5.5 out at the break. Right now, you're 4.5. So that just shows the degree of difficulty it's going to be to leapfrog these two teams. But by sweeping the Cardinals, you are now a game behind the Cardinals and 2 games behind the Reds and the Giants. So another good week of baseball. If the baseball gods are kind to you and some of these teams fall, you could start hurdling these teams in less than a week. So the answer is, technically, are they in the race? Torey Lovello would probably say, well, I never thought we left the race.
Yeah. Cardinals are playing the Rockies. The next 3 games are against the Rockies. Okay, so they get the weak Rockies. The Padres are playing the Marlins. Marlins are okay. They battle. So you start to look at these teams that you're playing. If you want a scoreboard watch now, you could start scoreboard watching because, you're battling against these teams that you've got to catch. Now, the most important thing you can do if you're the Diamondbacks is just win baseball games. Just win. But you can't go into every series and say, okay, now let's just sweep the Astros. I mean, maybe you do, but you can't expect a sweep every time you're playing these teams. So they got a great sweep against the Cardinals. It was really good. The Astros are in first place. They're 57-42. Like, they're in first place. They're trying to hold off the Mariners, who are 4 games behind them. Like, that's a good baseball team you're playing. If you could win 2 out of 3, okay. And you get the Tigers. The Tigers are first. So you're going to play the Astros first place team, the Tigers first place team.
Well, you get the Pirates in there.
You get the Pirates in there.
You can get fat on them.
Yep, that's a bad baseball team. That's a really bad baseball team. So you could get fat against them, and you're going to have to. But, you're going to have to beat some good baseball teams to kind of stick in this race here.
The Reds are playing right now. They're losing. So, I mean, let's just go full-on scoreboard watch, right? The Giants have lost 5 in a row. So the teams are kind of coming back. The Cardinals have lost 3 in a row. Obviously, all 3 to the Arizona Diamondbacks. So if you're the Diamondbacks, unfortunately, we talked about it earlier. They've put themselves in this position. They have nobody to blame but themselves. It's not just injuries. They were a 500 baseball team before the big-time injuries hit them. So they got nobody to blame but themselves. All they can do is try to rack up as many wins as they can between now and the trade deadline, and maybe Mike Hazen takes a look at the standings and how everybody else around him is playing and where they're at. Maybe they've hurdled the Cardinals and the Reds by the time the trade deadline comes around. And Hazen says, you know what, we're gonna hold the fort. We're gonna hold the line. We're gonna go for it. I just don't think that's going to happen.
I don't know what that line is. Is it like we're playing well? I think we can, like, what is the line? What is it within 5 games? Do you have to pass one or two of these teams?
What if they pass 2 of the 3 teams, either the Giants, Reds, or Cardinals? They pass 2 of those 3 teams, and they're 4 or fewer games out of the wild
and only
card.
2. They got 2. So only 2 teams left to pass.
Yes,
I think it's hard to sell.
At that point, it's hard to sell.
If you pass 2 of these teams. So you're saying you're going to pass the Cardinals, you're going to pass the Reds or the Giants.
Yeah, and you're
before the trade deadline,
and you're only 2 back. That's not that's not fantasy land.
Right. Because
so if you're asking what it's going to take, that's what it's going to take. Now the Diamondbacks could go out and get swept by the Astros, and on Monday we're having a very different conversation.
The Giants are losing
here.
right now. The Reds are losing right now. If you could win today, you could pick up a game on. You might be able to pick up a game on the Giants. You might be able to pick up a game on the Reds, depending on how these games go. So I think if you could pass 2 of these, because to me, I care more about how many teams are in front of you as much as I do how many games you're behind.
And this is what the weekend sweep of the Cardinals did, Gambo. It bunched it's now like a 4-car pileup right there. It bunched these teams together now. So again, you're a game back of the Cardinals. You're 2 back of the Reds. You're 2 back of the Giants, who have lost 5 in a row. And the Reds are losing tonight. Like, what is this going to look like tomorrow if the Dbacks and Zach Gallen can go out and get a win? But again, if they don't play well against the Astros, like I said, you and I on Thursday could be having a very different conversation.
Yeah, Reds are losing right now 8-5 to the Nationals. I think this is a good time to actually look at the scoreboard. If you're Mike Hazen, let me see how these other teams are doing. Because I've got to pass these teams. And if these teams are really playing poor baseball, I got to factor that in. I got to factor in, like, do I think that I could play better than the Reds over the next 60 games? Okay, yes. Do I think I could play better than the Giants over the next 60 games? Okay, yes. Now, can you play better than the Padres? Can you play better than the Mets? And then you start to factor in the Cardinals. Can you play better than the Cardinals over the next 60 games? Now, some of these teams you got to play 1 or 2 or 3 games better than. It's not like just I got to finish 1 game better than them, because these teams are all ahead of you. But you might factor that in. Can I play better than these teams? And that could be a factor in Mike Hazen's decision on whether he's going to buy or sell. Right now, you did everything you could have done against St. Louis, because not only did you win the series, you played good baseball. Like, part of this is, how are you playing? And if I'm Mike Hazen, like, I am going to look at that series and I'm going to say, wow, okay, our starting pitching was really good. Our bullpen was pretty good. Our offense was dynamic. I mean, Corbin Carroll was great. Perdomo was great. Our defense with Alec Thomas was sensational. Like, Suarez hit 4 home runs and 2. Like, I do care about the way I'm playing. So I'm not like winning these games because I'm playing the Rockies and we fumbled our way to a victory. Like, they played really good baseball against the Cardinals.
When they had the 10-game homestand, the penultimate series before the All-Star break, big word, Gambo, I know, and they went 3-7 in 10 games. If you would have told me then, and then they go on the road and they start the Padres series pretty strong, and then they lose 3 in a row to not only the Padres but a couple to the Angels. If you would have told me at that point we'd be even having this conversation today, I would have said no way.
Right.
But the fact is, we are having that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So who's to say in another week we're not saying the same thing? Boy, a week ago I would have never thought we'd be sitting here, but here we are. There's no way they can sell. They've come out of the All-Star break. They've won 8 of 9. I mean, they've hurdled the Reds. They've hurdled the Cardinals. Like, that's totally possible. So I'm trying
They're
to
so good offensively.
I'm trying to just be
half
half
some
full.
really good. Tonight's a big start for Gallen. Like, big start. Like, go out there.
Every game's
a big game for Gallen. I know, but
every game is a big game for the team.
You're following really good pitching performances by Fott, Nelson, and Kelly. And now you get the ball against a good Astros team that's in first place, and you're at home. You know, like you win this one, you can pick like this is Mike Hazen doesn't want to have to sell. He might have to, but he doesn't want to. When we come back, we will talk about what the market is for Gino Suarez. There's a lot of teams that would love to get their hands on the Diamondbacks' third baseman. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-0. Swung on in the air to right center. Long run for Carroll, but he is there, and he's got it. And the Diamondbacks sweep St. Louis to open up the second half.
A sweep of St. Louis at home feels nice. Time for the Astros to hit Chase Field for a 3-game series beginning tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than just a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. That's what they're all about at Berg Simpson. Dave Burns here. So good lawyers changing lives. What does that mean? Well, it means they're nationally renowned and recognized trial lawyers looking to change lives for the better by preparing for trial, fighting in court, getting families compensation for their injuries. It means putting a high priority on giving back to their community, getting involved and making a difference. It's the heart of everything they do, here to help people who need it the most. Frankly, when we were involved in an accident years ago, we made a mistake by not calling them. So when you've been injured, Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury trial lawyers, they're going to fight for you and what you deserve. You'll get more money for your case when you hire a trial lawyer, and it doesn't cost you anymore to hire a trial lawyer. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, we can use vacation days, or every day can be that escape with a brand new pool from California Pools and Landscape. And this month, they're celebrating 37 years of creating backyard bliss with a free water feature. A free water feature with your new pool. Hey, Casa Calvici is one of more than 36,000 projects that California Pools and Landscape has built. They have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, and they're making a donation to Phoenix Children's for every pool sold this year. See my backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at chapmanbmw.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Chris Paul's not coming back to the Valley. He's going to L.A. So what do the Suns do to pivot, if anything? That and more starting at 6 on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports. All right, talking some D-backs baseball. Christian Walker spoke in the next segment. Not now, next segment, we'll tell you what Christian Walker said. His return to Arizona hasn't gone very well for him with the Houston Astros. He's like doing okay.
He's hitting 230.
But not with the home runs and the RBI. He's got 50 RBIs.
13 homers.
13 homers.
He got off to a terrible
start. They were all questioning, oh, my God, what a disaster that's been. They've had a hard time in first base for many, many years. You know, it's a funny thing. Tim asked me during the break, would the Diamondbacks trade Suarez to the L.A. Dodgers? I'm always a big believer in whoever gives you the best offer, I'm making that trade. I don't care division or not. That's never really bothered me. If the Dodgers have the best offer, trade him to the Dodgers. If you're going to trade Suarez. Now, that's the biggest one. Geno Suarez is considered by far the #1 trade prospect in baseball right now. He's on pace to hit 57 home runs. He was just named the player of the week. He hit 2 homers Saturday. He hit 2 homers Sunday. He has been sensational for Arizona. He's got 35 homers and 85 RBIs. Like I said, he's on pace for 57. Buster Olney's talking about him. Jeff Passon's talking about him. Tim Kirkchin. Everybody's talking about Geno Suarez because the Yankees want him. The Cubs want him. Seattle wants him. The Dodgers may want him. If you get to the point where you're going to trade Suarez, I think you are. Despite the fact that he is only a rental, I think you're going to get a pretty good haul for him. Because a player like that, that is a cleanup. You're adding a cleanup hitter to your lineup if you're any of these teams. You're adding a guy that may hit 57 home runs. What did you say earlier? No guy that's ever hit more than 35 has been traded?
Yes.
That's remarkable.
It's never happened. I mean,
Never.
I'm laughing. You heard me in the mic there because, I mean, he leads the majors in homers and RBIs. Full stop. Need I say more?
He leads the National League.
National League. Need I say more? You're getting right now the best power hitter in the National League is on the market. And you have teams with gaping holes that want to win a championship. Like you mentioned, like the Yankees and the Cubs. I was talking in the break, like what have the Yankees been doing there at third base? And it's been a mess. Cubs start a rookie, Matt Shaw. He's not hitting at all. They want to win the World Series. The Mets could be in the mix. They have a guy that they really don't have a third baseman. They got a guy who should be DH.
What happened to Wayne Garrett? Oh, sorry.
What happened to Rusty Staub? So, I mean, there's the Brewers are a team.
I think it was Ray Knight.
But here's the
Rusty Staub was a first baseman and an outfielder.
I thought you were talking about DH.
Oh, okay.
Rusty
DH.
was.
Yeah, like you're adding a player that you're not adding a player that's going to bat 7. You're adding a player you're putting 4th in your line. He's your cleanup hitter. He's protecting everybody. He's the guy that could change the complexion of any game with one swing of the bat. That's on an absolute tear right now. You're not going to trade, and even though he's a rental, it's not like, oh, yeah, he's only a rental. I'm only going to have him for 2 months. I'm only going to give you my 15th best prospect. Yeah, no. You know why? Because everybody wants him. Seattle, Chicago, New York, all these teams, the Dodgers, all these teams would love to get Suarez on their roster right now. He's a good defensive third baseman. He's a great team guy, and he's on an absolute tear. So, like, you are going to get Mike Hazen's not coming away with a couple of lottery tickets for Geno Suarez if he trades him. He's coming away with good prospects in somebody's organization.
And if you orchestrate it right, because you have multiple teams in the mix that desperately want this guy, you could probably turn that into a bigger haul than maybe you would normally get for a guy like Suarez if there was just 1 or 2 teams interested.
There was that crazy story that I was looking at WFAN in New York, a guy named Ricky Ricardo. Not that Ricky Ricardo, not the one.
Lucy, I'm home from the club.
Lucy! Lucy, I'm home! How many people never watched that show? How many people listening have never watched I Love Lucy?
Have no idea what we're talking about.
No idea what happened. This is what they report. There's a proposal on the table, 5 Yankee prospects, not Lombard or Jones, 5 prospects, including one of their top pitchers, to the Diamondbacks for Merrill Kelly, Eugenio Suarez, and Jalen Beeks. That's a story that's up. Fireside Yankees, 245,000 views on it right now. And I don't know if it's true or not. I got to have some time. I'll check on that when I'm at the ballpark tomorrow. But that's a proposal on the table, like a blockbuster. The Yankees would get a starting pitcher, a third baseman, and a reliever, and the Yankees would give up 5 prospects. That's a hard trade to say no to if you're getting like 5 really good prospects, including a top pitcher in a team's organization that could help you down the road. You may lose Kelly, you may lose Gallen. Like, that's something you've got to think about. You know Mike Hazen is going to want starting pitching back on any trade proposal. So anybody coming and talking to you about Suarez better come with a top pitching prospect, or else then he's not going to make a deal. Hey, I'm going to offer you a second baseman, an outfielder, and a third baseman. No starting pitching? Goodbye. Because that's what he's going to want. They've got a lot of guys, like, they've got Lawler coming up. They've got Blaze Alexander. They've got Tim Tawa. They've got Barossa. They've got a lot of position guys that they feel like pretty good about. Not saying they're not going to trade for position guys. They will. But they're going to have to get starting pitching back in any big deal that they make.
It's going to be incumbent, especially if they get into a bidding war, because you brought up a great point way earlier in the show today, so I'll just reiterate it. When you talk about like a top 5 prospect in somebody's organization or a top 10, these prospects, it's not equal.
Yeah.
Right.
When Mike Hazen was trading after Tony La Russa left, top 10 prospects in the organization, none of those guys would have been top 10 prospects in anybody else's organization.
Exactly. So the Mets
was bad.
The Mets might offer their second best prospect, but their second best prospect might not be as good as the 13th best in the Yankee system. And I don't know if that to be true. I'm just saying that's a possibility. So again, you rely on, this is where you rely. This is why you pay scouts. This is why you have scouting departments, right? You got to go out there. You're going to get 5 prospects. You better be damn confident. Like, no sure things in this world. I get that, but you better be damn confident that these guys are really, really high-end prospects, and at least 2 or 3 of them have a real chance to make the majors and contribute at a big league level. That's what concerns me, because again, I go back to the Goldschmidt trade. I go back to the Greinke trade.
Nothing.
And I know everybody can point to trades,
Rojas.
the trades that did work, right? But yeah, those are. I mean, they got.
Most
nothing.
people can't even remember what they got. Seth Beer, Josh Rojas, Corbin Martin, and the other pitcher. They got 2 pitchers. Seth Beer, who hit 1 home run that people remember on like National Beer Day. And they got Josh Rojas, who's bounced around to a bunch of different teams as a utility infielder. They didn't get anybody in the Astros trade that panned out. Nobody. They got the Cardinals trade was tough because they were in a really bad spot in having to trade Goldschmidt because they weren't going to pay him. And his contract was expiring, and they got Luke Weaver, who's ended up being a terrific relief pitcher, and Carson Kelly, who's now a pretty good catcher. But those guys didn't pan out in Arizona. You're going to get good prospects for Suarez,
but they thought those other guys were good prospects when they made the trade.
They did.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
So it's still a bit of a crapshoot. I get when you call a certain player that you might get for Randall Grichuk a lottery ticket. Totally understandable, totally accurate. In a way, all these guys are lottery tickets. You just don't know. And again, I go back to have a great scouting department. Have it locked in. Don't get burned by getting 5 guys and none of them can play. And it's tough. It's tough. You know, a lot of first-round draft picks never make the majors in this business.
Right.
It's tough. And a guy might be great at Double-A, and he can't play at the major league level.
Everybody's got a guy they remember. I know for the Yankees, it was Hensley Bam Bam Mullins, best AAA player of all time. Couldn't make it into major leagues.
Remember a guy named Sean?
Some people think Jordan Lawler's going to be like that. They're going to be like, Jordan Lawler can't hit the curveball.
Well, every time he's up, he doesn't do anything.
Can't hit a curveball.
That's a concern. Remember a guy named Sean Abner?
Sean Abner with the Padres.
Yeah, well, he was drafted by the Mets, #1 overall.
Yeah,
Couldn't
Sean
play.
Abner. Yep.
Like, not a first-round pick, the first pick.
Sean Abner.
They missed on the first pick in the draft.
Yeah, didn't he go to the Padres?
He may have finished. He was with the White Sox for a while. He kind of bounced around.
Ended with the he ended with the Royals. Yeah, Padres. You sure he was drafted by the Mets?
I thought it was the Mets. I could be right.
It was the Padres.
We're talking a long time ago.
Don't challenge me on baseball knowledge. Padres. Sean Abner was the Padres.
He's the Padres? Well, it's been 35 years.
Yeah, I know.
Point stands.
My memory's better 35 years ago than it is 5 years ago.
That's definitely the case.
It's true. No, you're right. Sean Abner was drafted by the Mets. There you go. First round, 1984. But he never played with the Mets. He only played with the Padres.
I know. Don't challenge me.
There you go. Pretty good. Drafted by the Mets, 84, first overall pick, considered a bust, limited access.
I'll take the lunch.
But I remember him with the Padres. He never played for the Mets.
No, he never played for the Mets. That's the thing.
So we were both kind of right.
No.
Yeah. All right. Christian Walker spoke to the media about his return to Chase Field. We'll tell you what he said and let you hear what he said next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The best way to actually stay in this and make a run is that Zach Gallen just gets going. And 2 of his last 3 starts have been great, and you just keep them. Because, again, when you look at where they were roster-wise at the start of the season, they've been decimated by injuries.
Yeah.
But if you compare this roster to what it was in 2023 when they went to the World Series, on paper, their rotation is better. The numbers aren't, but on paper, their rotation is better. And if Zach Gallen starts pitching like Zach Gallen, then it will be, at least as good. And your hitting is definitely better because your hitting is one of the best in baseball, and it wasn't necessarily, it was good in 2023, but it wasn't like this.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electric, and if you are in the need for a repair on your AC unit or you need a new AC unit, I want you to remember that name, Christian Brothers, because they've been in the Valley since 1976. If you need a new AC unit, they carry Trane, Goodman, Bryant, all the top name brands. They offer 18 months interest-free financing, so you can get a new AC unit now to get you through the summer and not have any interest for 18 months. Now, their goal is to repair your AC unit. Where a lot of other companies may just try to sell you a new unit, their goal is to get you through the summer. So if your AC unit's not blowing out cold air, if you're hearing a lot of noises and loud bangs every time it clicks on, let's get Christian Brothers out and see if your unit needs to be repaired. They service the entire Valley and have done so for 49 years. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535, or go to cbrothers.com.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DIS. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Need space that's designed to last?
Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks started out of the break on a roll, sweeping the Cardinals in 3 games this past weekend. Part of that was powered by the performance of Eugenio Suarez. He was named the National League Player of the Week for the 4th time this season. His 4 home runs helped power the Snakes past the Cardinals in that 3-game set. Next up is the Houston Astros and the return of old friend Christian Walker. Zach Gallen will make the start tonight. He'll oppose left-hander Colton Gordon. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And in NBA news, ESPN's Shams Charania has reported that Chris Paul is headed back to the City of Angels and will sign with the Clippers on a 1-year deal. And Paul is also likely playing in the final season of what will be a 21-year career. Hey, I mentioned about the Astros and old friend Christian Walker in town. Did you know on Wednesday we will have our final Arizona Sports half-day club when the Diamondbacks take on Christian Walker and those Astros? Here's how you get involved. Text HALF to 620-620, and we'll send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for half off. That's HALF to 620-620. Text HALF to 620-620.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, final 30 minutes, Burns and Gambo. Tim ring in for Burnsy today alongside Gambo. Gambo, what's on tonight? Simply the Diamondbacks and the Astros. They're all must-wins at this point for the Arizona Diamondbacks. We talked about it before the break. Christian Walker making his return to Chase Field tonight. Walker has helped the Astros to 57 wins and a first-place position in the AL West. He's played in 93 games, but the numbers are not great.
No.
Hitting 230, 13 homers, only 50 RBIs.
Yeah, terrible slow start for Christian Walker where they were really questioning what did we get ourselves into, get him a 3-year, $60 million deal. So that's what's on tonight. Dbacks baseball, Dbacks against the Astros. You can also listen to it right here on Arizona Sports.
Coverage begins at 6 o'clock, 30 minutes from now. Meantime, Christian Walker met the media just a few moments ago out at Chase Field. We got some cuts from C-Walk. We'll begin with the easy stuff, being back at Chase Field tonight.
Yeah, everything's on the other side. It's a little bit backwards, but no, it's good. Just driving in and familiar sights, and the desert is a very specific place and a lot of memories here. But it's been cool so far.
Your reaction, Gambo? I mean, your memories of Christian Walker and his place in D-backs history.
You know, I think Christian Walker was a terrific player for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and I think they made the right decision to let him go at the right time based on his age. And they felt that there was going to be a decline in Christian Walker. And I remember in December, I said it's more likely, I reported in December, it's more likely that the Diamondbacks bring back neither Jock Peterson or Christian Walker. They're definitely not bringing back both. But I said it's most likely that they will not bring back either Jock Peterson or Christian Walker. Jock was looking for a multi-year deal, and Christian Walker's money at $20 million a year, the Diamondbacks didn't want to touch a 3-year deal for $20 million. They just didn't want to go there. The feeling was that there would be a decline, that Christian Walker was going to start his decline now. At that age, they liked him, and they would have loved to give him a 1-year deal. They would have loved to give Jock Peterson a 1-year deal. But once those guys started to get multi-year deals, the Diamondbacks were out.
And Walker got 3 years, $60 million from the Astros. Speaking of the rumored D-backs offer of a contract, here's what Walk had to say about that.
Yeah, there was a lot of. I mean, if you would have gone just off of Twitter, you would have thought I was close to signing with a few teams over the course of the offseason, and it never got that close with anybody until it was Houston at the end. So yeah, I think the rumor mill was flying for sure. I don't remember exactly what it was, or it's not about a revenge situation or anything like that. It's like I said, it's family over there. So I'm looking forward to seeing a lot of those guys.
Yeah, but let's dive into this a little more, because Walker was asked about the chances of him returning to Arizona, and these are the conversations you have when a guy who was so not only beloved by the fan base, but also so successful over there at first base, helping the Diamondbacks out to the World Series. Walker was asked, was there ever a chance of you coming back to the Diamondbacks?
I mean, I guess it depends who you ask, you know?
Asking you.
Yeah. You know, without getting into the free agency stuff too much, you know, not a lot of talk there at the end as far as like, was it an option? Was it a possibility? You know, I guess officially no offer made. So it is what it is.
When you went to free agency after the season?
Yeah. Just like the whole course. Yeah, like early in the off season, it was pretty quiet. There wasn't really action from anybody. But you know, as we started honing in on some real offers, you know, of course, we circled back with the Diamondbacks. I feel like that was the right thing to do, the professional thing to do. You know, but officially, you know, no moves were made.
So do you feel like you made the right decision?
Yeah, it was pretty simple. Like the Diamondbacks looked at Christian Walker, they liked Christian Walker, thanked him for everything he meant, but they were not going to give him 3 years and pay him at those ages. I think Christian Walker's age, let me see, Christian Walker's age, he's 34 years old.
Say 30,
so they didn't want to pay him at 34, 35, and 36. They didn't want to pay him at those years. They felt that there would be a decline, and he was coming off a good year, and he was going to get $20 million a year, and you still had all that payroll. You still had that high payroll that you had with Montgomery still on the books, so they just couldn't do it. So they let him go, and they replaced him with Josh Naylor. It was a good, and it's worked out really well. I mean, letting Jock Peterson go and letting Christian Walker go worked out really well for Mike Hazen. It was smart decisions. Sometimes they're hard decisions because, you know, you feel this connection with the player that's meant so much to you for a number of years, but it was the right decision. And sometimes you got to make tough decisions. That was a tough one, but they made the right one.
It's a tough one, and sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. I'll say this: Christian Walker has a place in the hearts of Diamondbacks fans forever. You're starting first baseman and put up big time numbers on a team that goes to the World Series and wins the National League pennant. You will always be remembered. Torey Lovello was the manager of that team. Of course, managed Christian Walker for abundance of years, and Torey talked about Walker's return tonight.
He was such a special human being and a great baseball player. And, you know, you talk about really cheering and rooting for guys that continue to work hard, reinvent themselves, and come out the other end as strongly as he did. I'm really happy for where it landed for him. We had some amazing times here. We had some amazing years here together, and it's just nice to have him back in the building. Hopefully, he takes a couple 3 days off and pitch him well, and we can get him out of here as soon as possible. But I know what he's coming in here to do. He's coming in here to help his team win baseball games, and he's trying to be a force. That's just his mindset and his mentality. So I'll get a chance to catch up with him. We've exchanged checks over the time that he's been gone, but I haven't officially seen him. So I know a lot's changed in his life, and I'm looking forward to catching up with him for a minute or two.
All right, there you go. That's the voice of Torey Lovello. So D-backs and Astros tonight, 6:40. Coverage begins at 6 o'clock. The D-backs trying to get back over the 500 mark and give Mike Hazen maybe one more data point that he can hang out of this team and make a run in the post-trade deadline portion of the season.
We're going to preview the game next, but you're playing a team that's just been decimated by injuries as well. I mean, the Diamondbacks are not the only team in baseball that's been decimated by injuries. The Astros, they're in first place, and God, if you look at their starting lineup on opening day and you look how many guys are out of that lineup right now, it's remarkable, you know, how many injuries they've had to overcome. Christian Walker coming back, you know, remember when they got Walker, he'd been with Baltimore for a couple of years. He was here in 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. He spent 8 years with the Diamondbacks, hit 36 home runs in 2022, hit 33 in 2023. He had 100 RBIs once in 2023. Like, he did some really good things, and he was great defensively. He was a great defensive first baseman. So I just, again...
He's a Gold Glover.
He was a Gold Glover.
And like I mentioned, on a World Series team, he had 33 homers and had 103 RBIs.
He's just not having a good year with the Astros. Even his projections, if you say, okay, what's he projected? He's projected to have 21 home runs and 82 RBIs. With that low batting average because he's only batting like .230. So, you know, hasn't been worth the money for the Houston Astros as of now. But again, they still have him for a couple more years, so we'll see.
All right, Jose Altuve also leading the Astros into the yard tonight. Jeremy Pena playing really good shortstop for that team. this year. Good baseball team, Gambo, 57-42. Not that the Cardinals weren't a good baseball team, but I think the Dbacks are getting a step up in competition here over these next 3 games.
All right, we'll talk a little bit. We'll get you ready for the game. Dbacks on deck next. We'll preview the Astros against the Diamondbacks. That's next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Camp. Tomorrow. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Tomorrow. From your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket. Tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More money. More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
At Sonic, we've unleashed the pickle with our Big Dill Meal, a Sonic smasher with Grillo's pickles and Dilly Ranch. Nice, you'd think, but there's more. It comes with pickle seasoned tots. You think, oh, we're pickling now. Thirsty? Good. Try the Pickle Rita Slush. You realize we've hit the edge of pickledom, but that Pickle Rita Slush is filled with pickle-flavored bubbles. Welcome to the deep pickleverse, friend. The Sonic and Grillo's Big Deal Meal. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, tell us about your hassle-free sales and service experience.
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy and we want to make vehicle purchase and service as quick and painless as possible. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next morning. Plus, anytime you buy 3 tires, you get a 4th for just $1.
And for 4th of July savings all month long, lease a 2025 GMC Terrain for $299 a month for 36 months. Visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. Dbacks on Deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
It's time for D-backs on Deck. We'll get you ready for the Diamondbacks hosting the Astros. Arizona coming off of that terrific 3-game sweep of the St. Louis Cardinals. Pulled them within 4.5 games of a wild card spot. The trade deadline coming up very quickly. Did the Diamondbacks buy? Did they sell? In the meantime, they just have to win baseball games to make it tough on Mike Hazen to make a decision. Tonight, they take on the Astros. The return of Christian Walker, former Diamondback who spent 8 years with Arizona, returns as a member of the Houston Astros. Diamondbacks will have Zach Gallen on the mound tonight. Should be a good pitching matchup, but hopefully Arizona can keep this winning streak going.
You know, we talked about the Astros struggling a little bit from an injury standpoint. The reason why they're in first place, the reason why they have 57 games, Gambo, is their starting pitching and their entire pitching staff has been just lights out. First of all, they're really, really good at home, which obviously won't help them, hopefully, over the next 3 days. But when you talk about their pitching staff, lead the majors in strikeouts, second in the American League in bullpen ERA, third in the American League in overall ERA. And tonight they'll send Colton Gordon to the mound to face Zach Gallen. Zach Gallen coming in, 2 of his last 3 starts have been really good, but he's still 7-10 on the year. In the ERA, Zach has to be just mortified that his ERA is 5.40. Just has to be embarrassed by that. One of the worst, if not the worst, among starters in baseball. But Zach Gallen obviously has the opportunity to go out there and get his team a W, and we know he's capable of doing that.
All right, today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store, visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. It is Zach Gallen against the rookie Colton Gordon. Colton Gordon's been pretty decent for the Astros. He's 3-2 overall with a 4.67 ERA. His last outing, he just threw 1 inning against the Texas Rangers. The one time I don't think he started that game, but he has 1 relief appearance, 10 starts. He's a rookie lefty. He's had some real good outings this year. Had a good outing against Philly where he didn't let up any runs over 5 innings. He had a terrific month of June where he had 4 starts and an ERA of 2.14. But he has struggled in July. He had a rough outing against Colorado. At Colorado, 4 runs in 4 2/3 innings. And then against Cleveland, he gave up 5 runs and 7 hits in 5 2/3 innings. So really good June for him, but he struggled a little bit in the month of July. Going up against Zach Gallen, who we've seen a lot of hit and miss from Zach Gallen this year. So hopefully tonight will be a hit for him. He's had some terrific outings, but he's had a lot of really bad outings too. It'd be nice to see him put together a little bit of a streak here.
We got a little nugget here about the Astros in terms of rising to the occasion. They're among the best teams in baseball when playing the best teams in baseball. Gambo, this season alone, they are 13-2 against clubs that are currently in first place in their respective divisions. They've gone 3-0 against the Phillies, 3-0 against the Blue Jays, 3-0 against the Dodgers, and they have a winning 2-1 record against both the Tigers and the Chicago Cubs. So they meet the moment when they play a good team. D-backs are a good team as of late, so it means more to the Diamondbacks than it does the Astros. I can promise you that. As much as they're in a little bit of a dogfight for the division, there's still a 4-game cushion there between them and the second-place team.
Yeah.
So,
if you look at the Astros opening day roster, 5 of those 9 players are on the injured list right now. 5 of those 9 guys. So that's one of the problems that they've had. The injury report. Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. That is where the Astros really struggle. Obviously, the Diamondbacks have some key players out like Gabby Moreno. Yordan Alvarez last appeared in the game May 2nd. Jeremy Pena fractured his rib on June 27th. So you got a lot of players that are out right now, a lot of players that are injured. The Diamondbacks are trying to get some relievers back. They've got Ryan Thompson and Jalen Beeks and Shelby Miller on throwing programs. So we've had some injuries there. You'll get Ketel Marte back as a designated hitter tonight. He missed the last couple of days for the last couple of games for personal reasons.
and in case you missed it earlier, Eugenio Suarez earned his
Player of the Week.
fourth career NL Player of the Week honors. all this season, by the way. The first Diamondback to win more than twice in a season, and the third ever MLB player to win 4 in a single season, joining the likes of J.D. Martinez and Shohei Ohtani. How about them apples, Gino Suarez?
Yeah, he's had a great year. That's why there's so many teams that are contacting the Diamondbacks right now. We know the Yankees have interest in trading for him. We believe the Dodgers have interest. The Cubs definitely have interest. Seattle has interest. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, he is having such a great year. Interesting note that you had earlier is no player that is 35 or more home runs has ever been traded at the deadline. That's phenomenal. I did not know that.
Traded period, but yeah,
Traded,
or at the deadline. Yeah,
true, it's a trade deadline.
No,
right?
No team in Major League Baseball history has traded a guy who's hit 35 home runs for them or more in a season.
Well, didn't it? I mean, George Forster got traded by the Reds to the Mets.
This was a note.
So it has to be a trade deadline thing.
It
has to be the trade deadline.
Yeah, no,
right?
Yeah, in season, in the
middle,
middle of a season
right.
when a guy's hit at least
Never
35
happened.
home runs, nobody's ever traded him.
Yeah,
you're breaking out some George Foster trivia.
I'm like okay, plenty of guys have been traded after hitting 35 home runs.
No, in season, in the middle of a season.
In season, it hasn't happened. Let's take a look at the MLB standings. They're brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. If you look at the standings, that's where the Diamondbacks are kind of up against it. Now they're getting some help today, because the Giants are losing to the Braves 8-2. So that's helping. The Mets are losing to the Angels. The Reds are losing to Washington. So the Padres are actually winning. But if you look at the standings, the Diamondbacks are 4.5 games out of a wild card spot. But there are 4 teams ahead of them. One of them is the Cardinals that are a game ahead of them. The other is the Reds, 2 games ahead of them. Then the Giants, 2 games ahead of them. All of these teams, I don't know if the Cardinals play the Rockies tonight. And then you've got the Padres, who have the final wild card spot. The Brewers have the first wild card spot. The Mets have the second. The Padres have the third. The Diamondbacks are 5 games behind the Padres in the loss column with 62 games to play. So that's where they are right now. So when you start to look at it, you look at the standings, every game is of the utmost importance. If you want to hold on and get a wild card spot, you're gonna have to continue to win games and series. Can't expect a sweep every time you play, but every time you lose a series, it's really gonna hurt if you're the Diamondbacks.
No, and when you sweep the Cardinals and you put yourself in a position where now you're just a game back. I know they play the Rockies now, but you're also just 2 games back of the Reds and the Giants. Look, we're doing shows every day this week. We're going to talk about the standings every day. But let's make a promise to ourselves. We're going to evaluate the Diamondbacks' record and what these standings look like after the Astros leave town. What do the Diamondbacks do over the next 3 games? And not more importantly, but as importantly, what do the Cardinals, Reds, and Giants do? And we'll throw the Padres in there as well.
Yeah, and all eyes will be on Christian Walker, his return to Chase Field. First time since he signed that 3-year deal. After 8 years with the Diamondbacks, he won 3 Gold Gloves. He was a key part of that team that won the NL championship and went to the World Series. He had a good career with the